Reborn in the luxurious world of Hong Kong's elite, Chen Long is the son of a tycoon who stands shoulder to shoulder with shipping kings and the wealthiest in the Chinese community. Life seems perfect until he discovers that his family's business, the Jianing Group, is on the brink of collapse in 1983, just months away from disaster. With a staggering debt of nearly 10 billion, the company is a ticking time bomb. As he navigates the glitz and glamour of his new life, Chen Long realizes he must act quickly to save his family's fortune. Can he outsmart fate and turn the tide, or will history repeat itself? With a mix of ambition and cunning, he decides to short-sell the very empire that once promised him endless riches. The clock is ticking, and the stakes have never been higher. Chapter 1. Is my father the most influential figure in the port city? Good morning, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you have been discharged from the hospital. When you have time, let us visit the nightclub. Listening to the incessant flattery, Chen Long, who has lived 2 lives, could not help but feel a bit euphoric. Truly, he is fortunate to have been reborn into a family of immense wealth. In his previous life, he toiled relentlessly, succumbing to exhaustion at his computer for a mere overtime payment. This time, he can finally recline and relish life. However, he must first acclimatize to his new surroundings. As he stepped out of the hospital for the first time, his eyes reflected a sense of unfamiliarity with the world. His somewhat awkward demeanor did not escape the notice of those around him. The bodyguards assumed that the young master, having just recovered from a severe illness, might still be experiencing some cognitive aftereffects, and thus did not pay much mind to his peculiar behavior. Huge brother, where are we headed now? The boss wants you to report to the company first, and then we will take you home to recuperate. Company? Young master, have you forgotten? It's Jing Group. Lu, whose voice carried a hint of pride, for Jing Group is the most legendary business empire in Port City. Last year, its profits even surpassed those of HSBC. The founder, Chan Ching-Shum, is a prominent figure in the business world, on par with the shipping magnates. Chen Long nodded. Jing Group indeed. Though his face appeared calm, tumultuous waves surged within him. As a fan of TVB dramas, how could he not have heard of Jing Group? His stepfather, Chan Ching-Shum, had purchased the Golden Gate Tower in Central with over $1 billion Hong Kong dollars in the 1980s and sold it for $1.7 billion within 6 months, netting a profit of 700 million. Such favorable news naturally caused Jing's stock price to soar. In just 2 years, the company's shares, which had been listed via a shell company, skyrocketed from below $1 to $18.2. Last year's profits were claimed to have reached 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, exceeding even the illustrious HSBC. The business myth created by Chan Ching-Shum enraptured the stockholders of Port City. Yet, Chen Long was acutely aware of the enormous bubble surrounding Jing's stock, burdened by nearly 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in debt. In 1983, the economy of Port City was not thriving, and Jing Group was equally affected, with stock prices plummeting until trading was suspended and its subsidiaries began to close down. Reflecting on this, Chen Long inquired of Lu Hu, "What month is it now?" "Young master, have you forgotten even this? It is January 20th, 1983. The new year is approaching. January 20th, which means there are less than 8 months until the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the police will take his stepfather away." Chan Ching-Shum would face a staggering 17 years of litigation, ultimately unable to escape imprisonment. This implies he has only 8 months of freedom left. This is akin to becoming an emperor, only to hear that the rebels have already besieged the palace before he has had the chance to enjoy the company of his concubines. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? Chen Long's gaze sharpened. As a member of the Traversers, he would not easily yield to fate. Burdened with thoughts, he was led by Lu Hu and others to Jing Group. Young Master Long. Young Master Long. Upon entering the corporate building, the employees greeted him warmly. Some professionally attired ladies cast flirtatious glances his way, eager to curry favor. It was the peak hour of the lunch break, and long queues formed before the 6 elevators. Chen Long instinctively sought to join the throng. "Young master, let us take the VIP elevator." The attendant directing him pointed to the empty elevator, saying, "Young Master Long, how could you forget the way to the top floor?" Her unintentional remark rendered Chen Long slightly embarrassed. Lu Hu shot her a fierce glare, and she quickly realized her mistake, hastily retracting her smile. Flustered, she stammered, "Young Master Long, I did not intend to mock your mind." Observing her flustered attempts at clarification, Chen Long chuckled. "Go to your supervisor and accept your punishment. Your wages for today will be deducted." Upon hearing this, the attendant felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing well that Chen Long was not one to be trifled with. If he were to hold a grudge, her future days would be exceedingly grim. Once they exited the elevator, Lu Hu quietly asked Chen Long, "Shall we have her dismissed?" "Lu Hu, why bother quarreling with a mere employee? Let us be magnanimous. By the way, was I really so vengeful in the past?" Faced with such a query, Lu Hu found it challenging to respond, unsure of the appropriate answer. Haha, I see now. Chen Long realized that the persona he had inhabited was once a classic villainous young master in TVB dramas. Had he not traversed into this body, the original Chen Long would surely have faced a grim fate after losing his protective umbrella, with those he had once tormented seeking revenge. With this in mind, Chen Long understood that he could not remain passive. He must alter the fate of the entire Chen family. Chapter 2. Father, perhaps you could lend another 100 billion? Upon hearing that Chen Long had arrived, Chen Ching-Shum rushed over with palpable excitement. My dear son, let me take a good look at you. Do not blame your father for not visiting. It is merely that the year-end has kept me exceedingly busy. Chen Long could genuinely feel the affection radiating from the man before him. Such a gaze could not be feigned. Warmth enveloped his heart as he replied, Father, there is nothing of great concern. I merely spent a few days in the hospital due to a mild concussion. Many things simply escape my memory for the moment. It matters not if you cannot recall. The doctor has assured me that it is a mere injury to your memory nerves, and as long as you are otherwise well, that is what truly counts. Upon confirming that Chen Long was indeed in no serious trouble, Chen Ching-Shum's demeanor abruptly shifted. He adopted a stern expression and thundered, How could you let this happen? You failed to protect the young master, allowing a living person to escape. Lu Hu and his imposing companions dared not even breathe, fully aware of the gravity of their boss's admonition. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the workers breathless. Enough. You all may leave. I wish to discuss some family matters with Along. Lu Hu and the others felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily exiting the office and closing the door tightly behind them. Along, think carefully. Have you recently offended anyone? Chen Long feigned a look of excruciating pain, saying, Father, I have offended so many people. Alas, we, the Chen family, have indeed drawn considerable enmity since entering the property market in Gangcheng. We must exercise caution moving forward. As for making enemies, let us refrain from such talk. In this world, one must fight for their breath. If one wishes to achieve greatness, offending others is inevitable. Do not allow a single setback to render you timid. A man must be bold and fearless. Earn the most unreasonable wealth in this world. Sleep with the most beautiful women, and drive the finest cars. Chen Ching-Shum expounded upon his philosophy of life. His words imbued with a sense of domineering pragmatism. Chen Long felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. His father's words resonated with profound truth. In his previous life, he had always believed in being down to earth, shying away from ambitious thoughts for fear of offending others, ultimately accomplishing nothing significant. In this life, with Chen Ching-Shum as his father, a notorious financial fraudster, what was there to fear? Since fate had granted him a second chance, he resolved to live life to the fullest, striving either for everlasting glory or infamy. A wild idea began to brew in his mind. Father, the business of ginning has not been thriving of late, has it? Chen Ching-Shum replied, visibly pleased. You have indeed been awakened. In the past, you would never have listened to my musings on life nor shown concern for our family's business. After a few compliments, Chen Ching-Shum, wishing to nurture his son, candidly admitted, We have encountered some minor issues, entangled in negotiations between Longhua and Inghua, resulting in widespread anxiety among the populace and economic instability. Some foreign capital is withdrawing from Gangcheng, and naturally, Jinning cannot remain aloof. A downturn is to be expected. Father, while other companies may suffer losses and see their stock prices plummet, ours at Jinning must not. Chen Ching-Shum, both amused and vexed, retorted, Why should everyone else be allowed to fall while Jinning cannot? Such a principle defies reason. His tone was somewhat lighthearted, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Previously, Chen Long would have bluntly accused Chen Ching-Shum of being a fraudster, engaged in the dubious practice of borrowing from one wall to prop up another. It was fortunate if two of Jinning's tin teapots even had lids. However, with newfound insights, Chen Long now understood that those in finance were often grand deceivers. 9 out of 10 buildings in Gangcheng had been acquired through deception. To balance the books and convince the public of their authenticity was not deceit, but merely a method of inflating stock prices. Given Jianning's still respectable reputation, it could hardly be labeled as the largest financial scam in Gangqing. Thus, he shifted his perspective and said, "Father, those who buy our stocks are merely short-term speculators. When they profit, they will laud you as a legend, showering you with praise. But should your legend fade and they incur losses, what do you think they will call you?" Hearing this, Chen Qingsong's expression fell. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "They will call me a great swindler, a fraud." The complexities of human nature were indeed profound. Speculators understood each other well, and Chen Qingsong immediately grasped the depth of his son's words. Jianning had been mythologized, its stock price soaring dramatically in a matter of years. If one day Jianning were to announce losses and halt operations in several subsidiaries, would the speculators accept their fate? They would not acknowledge their own greed or wishful thinking. They would surely denounce Jianning as a scam. Qianlong could not help but add, "Those who once extolled us will turn into our fiercest adversaries, seeking our ruin." Along, your words hold truth, yet perhaps they are a bit exaggerated. At worst, we shall face lawsuits. Anyone attempting to litigate against us in Gangqing will soon realize their folly. What if the agency investigating us is the Independent Commission Against Corruption? Qianlong interjected. To seek loans, to go public, to repeatedly evade scrutiny, one cannot avoid the necessity of making arrangements. This is a rite of passage for every major corporation throughout history. Once financial cases morph into bribery scandals, it becomes exceedingly challenging to downplay the severity. Along, you are correct. But what if it indeed is the Independent Commission Against Corruption? Chen Qingsong pondered, recalling that the agency had recently expelled 4 major detectives and had a notorious reputation for being difficult to deal with. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Qingsong lit a Brazilian Cohiba cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke within the office. His brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. In the current climate of economic malaise in Gangqing, even he, known for his cunning, felt utterly at a loss. At that moment, Qianlong reminded him, "Father, while the economy in Gangqing may be faltering, the international market is still thriving." This remark illuminated Chen Qingsong's mind, and he gazed at his son with delight, astonished that this revelation had truly sparked an epiphany in his child. "If you have ideas, please continue. I am listening." With that, he eagerly took 2 vigorous puffs from his cigar. While Jianning's reputation still holds merit, why not borrow another 100 billion Hong Kong dollars? Haha, you truly are your father's son, boldly requesting 100 billion. The sound of Chen Qingsong's hearty laughter echoed through the office. Qianlong also recognized the naivety of his thoughts, for it was the year of 1983 in the bustling port city. At that time, Li Banqing and Li Zhaoji's fortunes had yet to reach the sum of 10 billion. While securing 10 billion would undoubtedly prove impossible, raising 2 billion Hong Kong dollars under the guise of a corporate entity would be rather effortless. I could personally transfer 2 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of assets into your name. Take this sum and lead a prosperous life in the beautiful country, regardless of what transpires thereafter. Do not return. Chapter 3. To flee or not to flee. Father's words resonated with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. He genuinely wished for his beloved son to abscond overseas with a fortune. Over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars could indeed allow Qianlong to lead a life of leisure abroad. Qianlong found himself at a loss for words, the weight of his father's suggestion stifling his voice. With the insight gleaned from his experiences as a time traveler, he recognized that even a modest long-term investment, such as acquiring rental properties, could secure him a comfortable existence for decades. The cost, however, would be steep. Chen Qingsong would not only bear the charges of fraud and bribery, but also the accusation of asset relocation. As for Qianlong, he would become a fugitive sought by the Hong Kong government, forever stripped of the ability to return home in glory. He would also carry the stigma of being the son of a swindler, and there was always the looming threat that his assets could be unjustly frozen by the authorities of the beautiful country. Qianlong was not inclined to gamble on the integrity of the beautiful country's officials. Moreover, he believed the situation had not yet reached a point demanding such drastic measures. The downfall of Jianning, a substantial enterprise, would indeed be a tragic loss. After a lengthy pause, Qianlong spoke. "Father, I believe the situation has not escalated to that extent. As long as your business legend remains intact, Jianning will not collapse, and we can continue to play our strategic game." "Oh, what brilliant plan do you have in mind?" It was not that Chen Qingsong sought to undermine his son's enthusiasm. Rather, confronted with such a dire predicament, he too felt powerless, and he doubted that the carefree young master accustomed only to indulgence, could conjure an effective strategy. Father, the economic downturn in Hong Kong is largely attributable to the devaluation of the Hong Kong dollar, compounded by the turbulent political negotiations between the two nations, which have eroded public confidence in the economy. In 1974, the Hong Kong dollar abandoned its fixed exchange rate with the US dollar, leading to an appreciation of the currency. Concurrently, the loosening of monetary credit in Hong Kong resulted in a rapid increase in the money supply, fostering a flourishing economy. Yet, this prosperity lasted only 4 years. Due to the lack of constraints on the issuance of the Hong Kong dollar and the hawkish policies of the beautiful country, the money supply surged dramatically, precipitating a severe devaluation of the Hong Kong dollar and ultimately triggering the currency crisis that began in 1982. In a mere few months in 1983, the Hong Kong dollar depreciated against the US dollar by 1/3. Particularly in the latter half of this year, panic over the exchange rate spread like wildfire, leading the public to convert their savings into foreign currency. This resulted in bank runs, with merchants and stores accepting only US dollars, and many citizens flocking to supermarkets to hoard essential goods. During the peak of the crisis, everything that could be sold was swept off the shelves as soon as the stores opened. The officials of the Hong Kong government recognized the urgency of the situation. Allowing the exchange rate to float freely was no longer viable, prompting a revision of monetary policy. Thus emerged the dual exchange rate system, which has been in effect to this day, fixing the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar at approximately 7.81. Currently, the Hong Kong dollar's devaluation has not yet spiraled out of control, with the latest exchange rate standing at 5.81. What does this exchange rate disparity signify? It implies that converting 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars to US dollars yields $551 million, but in 9 months, that $551 million could morph into 4.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Even if Chun Long remained inactive, he could effortlessly amass an additional billion Hong Kong dollars. As previously mentioned, Jianning's peak profitability was only 2 billion. What does an extra billion Hong Kong dollars represent? This is indeed a momentous opportunity, and Jianning's stock price would surely soar back to its zenith. His father's legendary status would naturally be sustained. Yet, such sentiments could not be conveyed directly to his frugal father. A more refined articulation was imperative. Given the economic malaise in Hong Kong, we should invest our funds in the stock market of the beautiful country. Not only could we profit from the exchange rate differences, but we could also capitalize on the recent surge in technology stocks. I comprehend the potential for profit from the exchange rate differences, but how do you propose we achieve substantial gains from the technology stocks in the beautiful country? Chan Ching-Shum, a maestro of finance, recognized the depths of the stock market, where wealth begets wealth, and power begets power. Capital is merely a game of larger fish consuming smaller ones. One can manipulate the market with money, but others can likewise overpower you with greater sums. Especially in a vast market like the beautiful country, the unpredictability is overwhelming. Chun Long smiled and said, "Father, I overheard 2 employees downstairs discussing the company's plans to procure a batch of HP office computers. Indeed, such computers have become fashionable in recent years. And as a leading conglomerate in Hong Kong, we must keep pace with trends. I intend for our subsidiaries to acquire some, as office computing is undoubtedly efficient. But why do you bring this up? What relevance does it have to your investments?" "Father, it is indeed somewhat relevant. Office computers have gained immense popularity in the beautiful country, and I anticipate that many companies, including small to medium-sized enterprises, will soon begin purchasing computers, which will lead to substantial profits for companies like HP and Dell. So, do you believe the stock prices of these computer enterprises will rise?" A faint, indifferent smile appeared on Chan Ching-Shum's face. It was evident that these words were insufficient to sway him. Moreover, the market for office computers alone was unlikely to trigger a meteoric rise in these companies. To my knowledge, giants like HP, Dell, and IBM have shifted their focus towards personal computers. This represents an uncharted blue ocean, a new market poised for explosive growth, capable of enabling even lagging enterprises to leap ahead. Chan Ching-Shum undoubtedly possessed a keen business acumen. If HP were to launch a personal computer product, he would certainly invest. Given the current consumer spending levels in the beautiful country, selling over 1 million units annually is a trivial endeavor. This represents a new arena that could generate billions of dollars each year. Regrettably, Jianing lacks the foundational resources to partake in this burgeoning market. The capital of the beautiful country excels at speculating on new concepts, Anything with profit potential is bound to be hyped to the skies in order to reap rewards in the financial markets. Chan Ching-Shum grasped his cherished son's intentions. The stocks of future computer titans would inevitably be driven up, becoming highly sought after. Indeed, in 1983 alone, HP's stock price surged by 130, while IBM's soared by 140. When that day arrives, will Jianing not rise again? Once the crisis passes, the Chun family could liquidate their assets or choose to retain their holdings, both options being equally appealing. Chapter 4. The Resolute Chan Ching-Shum. A crisis and an opportunity. Chan Long had to concede that his father was an unmitigated ambitious man. With merely a suggestion, Chan Ching-Shum conceived an entire, comprehensive business plan. You contact all the journalists closely associated with us and disseminate the news that we, at Jianing, are poised to expand our investments in real estate and to broaden our overseas investment ventures, preparing for significant undertakings. The renowned elite employees, upon receiving the directive, dared not to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence, hastily departing with their assistants. And you, expedite the application for the issuance of 50 million new shares to the Far East Stock Exchange. The crowd momentarily froze, pondering whether the public would indeed embrace such an issuance at this juncture. Nevertheless, Jianing was a realm ruled solely by Chan Ching-Shum, and none present dared to voice any dissent. As Chan Ching-Shum orchestrated his team, Jianing began to operate like a high-speed engine, continuously receiving reports on progress. Observing his wealthy father, calm and poised while directing affairs, Chan Long felt a surge of admiration. This was indeed the daily life of a corporate titan, the very essence he yearned to pursue. Along, you must be weary today. Come home with me. Chan Long nodded, knowing that his father only revealed a smile in his presence. However, upon exiting, they were besieged by reporters. Mr. Chun, may I interview you? Mr. Chun. Lu Hu and others formed a barrier, keeping the advancing journalists at bay. Their strides remained unimpeded. Chan Ching-Shum, having labored throughout the day, showed no inclination to engage with the eager reporters. At that moment, a bespectacled journalist boldly questioned from the crowd, Mr. Chun, may I inquire what considerations led you to issue new shares at such a critical time? Is it due to Jianing's financial exhaustion? This question was sharp, even somewhat malicious. A lack of response could lead to rampant speculation among reporters, with headlines suggesting Jianing's financial ruin. The atmosphere fell silent, awaiting Chan Ching-Shum's reaction. A disdainful smile graced his face as he retorted, Which newspaper are you with? What is your name? Under his intense gaze, the journalist felt an unprecedented pressure and stammered, I am from Xinji Finance. Very well, my team will provide you with a legal notice. We will sue you for defamation and maliciously short-selling Jianing stock. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they instinctively recoiled, fearing association with such audacity. Yet, the journalist was not a mere novice. Despite his trepidation, he shouted, Mr. Chun, I voiced the concerns of numerous shareholders. Please answer my question directly. Chan Ching-Shum seized the microphone from him, declaring, This question shall be addressed by our newly appointed Vice President Chan Long. The infamous scion of the Chan family? Whispers erupted among the crowd. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Chan Long straightened his posture. This was a test from his father, and he resolved to respond with composure. Young Master Chan, as you all know, our port city is currently enveloped in a state of confusion. The economy is undergoing a significant recession, marking one of the most challenging periods for our port city. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are experiencing an economic crisis. This is a reality that must be acknowledged. At this critical juncture, every industry is facing difficulties. However, darkness and confusion are but temporary. Port City should not be defined by the desolation we currently witness, for the future will surely return to its rightful course. In these trying times, for us at Jianing, it represents an opportune moment to expand our scale. The more challenging the circumstances, the more we must invest countercyclically. Where industries falter, Jianing shall bravely confront the challenges, for I possess unwavering confidence in Port City's economy. This is our response to the numerous shareholders who support us. The gathered journalists murmured in agreement. The more arduous the times, the more we must invest countercyclically. Young Master Chan speaks wisely. Our port city's economic confusion is merely transient. As one of the world's financial centers, Port City has no reason to decline. All present reporters expressed their approval of Chan Long's statements. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. Ordinary individuals would only perceive a crisis as a time to curtail expenditure, while the Chun father-son duo saw opportunity amidst adversity. Expanding during a downturn in real estate and seeking overseas investments during domestic downturns was precisely what a legendary financial magnate ought to do. Conversely, those enterprises that succumb to despair in times of crisis are indeed the tumors of Port City's economy. Chan Ching-Shum regarded his son with satisfaction. He had delivered an excellent performance. He even felt grateful to those who had challenged him. To others, the Chun family's scion appeared irredeemable, yet to him, the father, his son had always been astute. The loss of his mother during childhood and his father's preoccupation with business had shaped his character into something eccentric. However, this recent challenge had awakened Chun Long, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Chapter 5. The mansion on the summit, the Chun residence, is perched atop Taiping-shan, a location renowned for its affluent inhabitants. Years ago, it was exclusively reserved for foreign dignitaries, while even the wealthiest locals could only reside in the foothills. Even today, those fortunate enough to construct opulent villas at this elevation are either exceptionally wealthy or of noble lineage. For the tycoons of Hong Kong, possessing a mansion on the summit transcends mere ownership. It symbolizes status and prestige. Naturally, Chan Ching-Shum, who has always taken pride in embellishing his surroundings, is no exception. 5 years prior, he invested over 100 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire a plot of nearly 60,000 square feet, approximately 500 square meters here. He subsequently spent nearly another 100 million to erect 3 lavish villas, which, when viewed from a distance, illuminate the night like a palace constructed atop the mountain. Chun Long gazes with mild curiosity at his family's mansion. "Along, it is getting late. I shall retire for the night. You have just been discharged from the hospital, and the balcony can be quite chilly in the evening." Chun Long nodded, sipping his Hennessy while surveying the nocturnal beauty of Victoria Harbor. Standing on the villa's balcony, it felt as if the entire city lay beneath his feet. Which explains why the wealthy are drawn to the summit. The sense of conquest is indeed intoxicating. Just as he was lost in the mesmerizing nightscape, he was startled by a rustling sound behind him. "Who is there?" A young girl in a maid's uniform emerged from the flower bed, her timid voice calling out, "Young master, it's me, Ziching." Ziching. Through the moonlight, Chun Long examined her closely. She was indeed a stunning young lady, her face still youthful, and her bright eyes glistening with tears. As he hesitated, the girl rushed forward, embracing his waist and burying her head in his chest. "Young master, please don't do anything foolish again. Ziching is so worried about you." Inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, Chun Long gently stroked her head, whispering soothingly, "But I am fine, aren't I?" However, he was puzzled by the circumstances. There were many events he could not recall. Ziching, blushing slightly, broke free from his embrace and said, "Young master, don't you remember? You took me to the orphanage to visit the children, and on the way back, you encountered a robbery. You immediately chased after them." Chun Long listened as if it were a tale. This arrogant and reckless scion of wealth had indeed visited an orphanage and acted heroically. Were it not for Ziching's pure eyes, he might have doubted her words. Yet, Lu, who had mentioned that this group had deliberately lured Chun Long into a narrow alley. By the time they arrived, he had already fainted, his breath faint. It turned out that Chun Long had ventured out without his bodyguards, accompanying the young girl to engage in such a noble act. Given the circumstances, it was evident that this group had been watching him for some time, having done their homework meticulously, with the intention of bringing about his demise. Ziching's appearance only deepened Chun Long's curiosity about the hidden forces plotting against the Chin family. "Ziching, let us retire for the night. Are you planning to take advantage of me again, young master?" "Of course not. I simply require someone to attend to me closely as I recover from my illness." The girl took his words to heart. Her cheeks flushed as she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "All right, but you mustn't be too forward. I still need to rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast for you." "Indeed, I would never be so uncouth," he assured her. Meanwhile, in a villa at Repulse Bay, Li Zeju, the second son of the Li family, watched the television report with a scowl. The broadcast featured Chun Long passionately addressing the media, much to Li Zeju's dismay. That brat actually survived. The members of the association are truly incompetent. Li Bansheng, without a hint of sympathy, admonished, "Aju, one must not act impulsively. You had numerous opportunities to defeat the Chin family, yet you chose the most extreme path. Eliminating Chun Long would strike a blow to Chan Ching-Shum, but it would equally place you on a perilous precipice." Seeing his son's indifferent expression, Li Bansheng scoffed, You're not harboring resentment because Chun Long is vying for a woman you fancy, are you? Li Zeju, having been seen through, forced a smile. Father, I assure you, I am focusing on important matters. Were you only half as capable as your brother, I wouldn't have to expend so much effort in seizing land from the Chin family. For now, you should lay low. Father, shall we simply watch as a ripe duck flies away? Suddenly, Chan Ching-Shum seemed to have a revelation, contemplating overseas investments to stabilize stock prices. Yet, the waters beyond Hong Kong's shores are far from shallow. This landlubber might find himself sinking beneath the waves. At this point, both men chuckled, and Li Bansheng reassured his son, do not rush this matter. I predict that within 6 months, the confidence of the shareholders will be depleted by Chan Ching-Shum, and we shall seize the opportunity when the time is ripe. Chapter 6. Acquiring Shaw Brothers Studio, venturing into the entertainment industry. The external world is embroiled in fervent debate over Chun Long's statement, particularly his assertion that the more challenging the industry becomes, the greater the investment should be. This sentiment has been hailed as a classic by the shareholders of Jianing. In financial terms, this is known as contrarian investing. Should the economy of the harbor city recover, Jianing is bound to ascend to new heights amidst adversity. Those who dare to strive are destined to succeed, as triumph always favors the well-prepared. Within merely half a month, Jianing successfully raised a staggering 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The plan to increase new shares proved immensely successful, amounting to an amount equivalent to HSBC's annual revenue. Chan Ching-Shum ardently rallied in front of the television cameras, and rather than a decline, Jianing's stock price rose significantly following the issuance of new shares. Even he found it hard to believe. As a group of senior employees proclaimed it a miracle, Jianing Industrial is currently the only stock witnessing a rapid increase. The reason lies in the uncertain outlook for the harbor city, prompting the public to tighten their investments. Jianing's emergence at this moment is indeed fortuitous. However, the boss pondered, I believe we should exercise caution in our overseas investments and focus on the real estate sector, which we know best. Listening to his subordinates' earnest advice, Chan Ching-Shum fell into deep contemplation. The blind admiration of the shareholders also imposed a slight pressure on him. Should Jianing's overseas investments falter, it would be a catastrophic blow to the company already at the center of attention. He instructed with a firm tone, proceed according to the original plan. Establish Jianing Holdings with 2 billion Hong Kong dollars and the Chin Family Fund with 1 Hong Kong dollar. 2 billion, both managed by Chun Long, who was nearly dozing off. Promptly stood up and nodded to all the aides. The aides dared not question the boss's words, yet they harbored significant doubts regarding whether Chun Long could shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Gao Ming, from this point forward, you will serve as Chun Long's deputy. Gao Ming, who had previously suggested continuing investments in real estate, appeared somewhat surprised, but noticed the envious glances from others. You two stay behind. The rest may continue with their work. Once the outsiders departed, Chan Ching-Shum, with a gentle expression, inquired, Along, what are your plans moving forward? Ming Shu, I hope you can set off immediately for the beautiful country and begin acquiring stocks of computer giants like HP, IBM, and Dell in the secondary market, ensuring that 3 Hong Kong dollars. 2 billion is heavily invested in tech stocks. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a gasp. This amounts to 3 Hong Kong dollars. 2 billion, all to be poured into the American stock market? The father and son did not elaborate much to Gao Ming. Being a clever individual, he quickly positioned himself correctly and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, Rest assured, young master, I will meticulously carry out your instructions. Chan Ching-Shum held a favorable view of Gao Ming and, appreciating his diligence, reassured him, You may be certain that the group will remember your contributions, should the overseas investments proceed smoothly. You will be entrusted with managing all overseas operations in the future. Naturally, Gao Ming was elated by the prospect. As the boss seldom made promises lightly, he was already dreaming of becoming Jianing's overseas president. After Gao Ming's departure, Chan Ching-Shum smilingly admonished his son, I appointed you as the head of overseas investments to learn investment management from Gao Ming, paving the way for you to take over in the future. Instead, you have become a hands-off manager in a single breath. There was another thought he refrained from expressing. Should Chun Long venture overseas, if the investment fails, it would be better for him not to return. Dad, I desire to establish my own career. Only by achieving tangible results can I earn the respect of the senior employees. Initially slightly displeased, Chan Ching-Shum's interest was piqued by his son's words. Do you have any ideas? Recently, I noted an article in the Nanyang Daily stating that Shaw Brothers Films has been reducing production for several consecutive years, and Sir Run Shaw intends to sell the film company and its associated cinema chains. Chan Ching-Shum furrowed his brow in astonishment. You wish to acquire Shaw Brothers Films? Is there something wrong with that, Dad? The entertainment industry is fraught with complexities. Shaw Brothers Films was indeed the sole dominant force in the Harbor City's film industry during the 1960s and 70s, yet now it stands at twilight, with Sir Shaw lacking interest in managing the company and instead venturing into the broadcasting and television sectors. Presently, it is Golden Harvest and the rising Xinyi City that reign as the dual titans of Hong Kong cinema. Dad, precisely because Shaw Brothers is on the verge of closing down, it becomes more affordable. Moreover, our purchase of the film company does not hinge on its ability to generate profits through film production. Chan Ching-Shum's eyes sparkled as he seemed to discern Chen Long's ulterior motives. You intend to use film for money laundering? He perceived that making profits from filmmaking was trivial, yet he was intrigued by the prospect of money laundering. Indeed, I do have friends in Nanyang who would have such needs. Previously, they utilized financial means to cleanse their funds. Given the Harbor City's unique historical position as a major money laundering hub, recent years have seen increasingly stringent financial regulations. Utilizing film production for money laundering is indeed a clever idea. Chen Long felt somewhat speechless. Could it be that his father lacked any serious business acumen? He had intended to convey that engaging in artist management and business activities was far more lucrative. With his extensive experience in film viewing, elevating a couple of major stars to prominence would be a relatively effortless endeavor. However, upon mentioning money laundering, Chan Ching-Shum became noticeably more enthusiastic. He proactively stated, "Speaking of which, we have quite a connection with the Shaw family. Rest assured, my son, I will certainly persuade Sir Shaw to sell Shaw Brothers Films to you at a bargain price." Chapter 7: The Gathering of the Red Merchants. At this moment, several luxurious business vehicles were parked at the entrance of the Shaw residence. The grand gate was firmly shut, while a few elderly gentlemen huddled together in earnest discussion. They had received a letter from Lady Thatcher. At this point, Hua Ingdong deliberately created suspense, provoking disapproving glances from the other elders. "Ingdong, you are being rather tedious," one remarked. "What is the point of keeping us in suspense? What did Lady Thatcher say?" Under the pressure of their inquiries, he leisurely sipped his tea before responding. The Iron Lady's letter states that she intends to propose to the Parliament of Ingwa the complete return of Hong Kong's sovereignty to Longwa at a certain stage. Tears glistened in the eyes of the elderly gentlemen present. "Walao, please do not jest with us. Did the Iron Lady truly say this?" "Absolutely. This is precisely why I summoned everyone here," Hua Ingdong replied, his voice trembling with excitement. He had long awaited this day. It was a matter every patriotic merchant yearned for. The atmosphere in the room was charged with exhilaration, and silent commendations filled the air. Sir Shao immediately declared, "What splendid news! It deserves a grand celebration." As the host, he promptly called for his servants, instructing them to prepare sumptuous food and wine for a proper festivity. "Indeed, we must celebrate in style. Yi Fu, surely you cannot bear to part with your treasured wines," another elder chimed in. However, at that moment, the butler hurried in to whisper something discreetly in Sir Shao's ear. Curious, Hua Ingdong asked, "Sir Shao, is there an urgent matter at hand?" "No, it is merely Chan Ching-Shum visiting with his son," Sir Shao replied, his expression revealing discomfort. It was not a convenient time for guests. The Chen family and the Shao family were old acquaintances from Nanyang, and it would be impolite to turn them away, especially during mealtime. Hua Ingdong harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the Chen father and son. There is a saying that aptly describes them, wealthy yet unkind. Coupled with the media's recent praise of Jia Ning's contrarian investments, the mood among the crowd turned sour. Yet, everyone recognized Sir Shao's predicament and urged him, "Sir Shao, guests are guests, you should go greet them. We will warm the wine and await your return." A bitter smile appeared on Sir Shao's face. Indeed, this father and son duo were not favored by the assembly. It was understandable, considering that all present were patriotic merchants, united by a common purpose and love for their country. The Chen family was notorious for their unscrupulous business practices, and naturally, no one wished to share a table with them. Meanwhile, Chen Long, who had been lingering at the entrance, noticed that no one had come to greet them. He teasingly remarked to his father, "Dad, didn't you say the Shao family and ours are old friends? Why have we not even been invited inside after such a long wait?" The ever-proud Chan Ching-Shum felt a flush of embarrassment, sensing something amiss. His keen eyes caught sight of the luxurious vehicles parked out front. Ah, I see. Those are Hua Ingdong and Ma Wanzi's cars. They are hosting a gathering. Hua Ingdong, Hua Lao? Indeed, the red-topped merchant who has graced Tiananmen to observe the ceremonies. One of the top 10 real estate moguls. Recalling the grandeur of Tiananmen, Qianlong noticed a fleeting glimmer of envy in his father's eyes. Perhaps, as a capitalist, his father too had once dreamed of a triumphant return. Inspired by this thought, Qianlong conceived a bold idea. Father, it appears we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Let us briefly mention our visit to Sir Xiao and then gracefully exit. Chen Qingsong's tone was tinged with melancholy. He was acutely aware that he and the others were not of the same ilk. No, father, we must muster the courage to join them. If we cannot become red-topped merchants, we shall strive to be patriotic merchants. In the aftermath of the reform and opening up, those who were among the first to invest in the mainland and participate in its development were not only hailed as patriotic merchants by the people, but were also granted elevated social status by the state. Noticing that Chen Qingsong was still hesitant, Qianlong urged quietly, now is the perfect time to align ourselves. The Ingwa people are waning, while Longhua stands tall like a lion awakening from slumber. Since the founding of the nation, victories in the Korean War, the counteroffensive against India, and the Vietnam War, the return to the 5 permanent members in 1971 marked the beginning of a honeymoon phase in relations with America. Chen Qingsong possessed a vision that surpassed the ordinary. He recognized that all signs foretold the inevitable moment when the aging Ingwa would choose to bow their heads and commence negotiations for return. He glanced at his son in astonishment. He had not anticipated such insight and decisiveness from Qianlong. Was this truly the same wayward youth he had raised? Were it not for the fact that Qianlong had just been clamoring to invest in a film company and indulge in his penchant for women, he would have seriously questioned their blood relation. You speak wisely. Observe my cues when the time comes. Chapter 8. Reflecting on our significant undertakings. Apologies for the wait. Gentlemen, please come in. As Sir Xiao welcomed them into the reception room, Qianlong was immediately enveloped by the pungent aroma of hot pot wafting from the banquet hall. A row of servants busily transported ingredients, and a glance exchanged between father and son confirmed their suspicion that the prominent red-topped merchants were gathered within. Old Xiao, Old Chen, the two men greeted each other warmly, exchanging pleasantries about how long it had been since their last meeting. And this is your son? Truly a striking young man, Sir Xiao remarked, as Qianlong nodded humbly in acknowledgement. Eager to usher the pair away, Sir Xiao smiled and inquired, Old Chen, your visit today must be more than merely seeking camaraderie. Qianlong replied, Ah, it's this young lad who insists on starting his own venture, clamoring for a film company. I thought, since you wish to focus on television, I would inquire if you might consider selling Xiao Film. Sir Xiao cast a surprised glance at Qianlong, never having anticipated that the young heir held an interest in filmmaking. He shook his head and replied, The Xiao Film Company is the foundation of my success. It is not for sale. I would rather see it cease operations than part with it. After uttering this, he lost interest in the conversation, signaling the butler to refill their teacups, clearly indicating it was time for them to leave. Chen Qingsong had never encountered such treatment. Few dared to disregard him in Hong Kong. Just as he was about to take offense and depart, Qianlong interjected, Sir Xiao, will you truly allow the company you built to close its doors forever? This remark struck a chord with Sir Xiao, who had seen the Xiao Film flourish under his stewardship for over 20 years, yet his children showed no desire to inherit his legacy. His focus had shifted entirely to business dealings, leaving him no energy to contend with the traitorous Jiahe or the formidable newcomer, Sini City. The thought filled him with deep dissatisfaction. He sighed, one cannot resist the passage of time. Do you not consider the dedicated veterans still shining at Xiao Film? Of course. I have considered them, Sir Xiao replied curtly. With the reduction in Xiao Film's output, they will inevitably seek other paths. Faced with Qianlong's probing questions, Sir Xiao felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. He retorted, if I were to sell the company to you, could you truly surpass Jiahe and Sini City, restoring the former glory of Xiao Film with those old-timers? Qianlong confidently assured him, with the support of your TVB training program, I am certain I can compete at the box office. While unsure of the source of Qianlong's confidence, Sir Xiao sensed that this spirited young man might indeed usher in some change for Xiao Film. The issues afflicting Xiao Film were long-standing, and perhaps it was time for drastic measures. Qianlong's willingness to take the reins, combined with his resources and ambition, prompted Sir Xiao to consider giving him a chance. Chuckling, Sir Xiao remarked, You remind me of my younger self. Very well, I am willing to let you try your hand at Xiao film. Really? How much do you want? Chen Long asked eagerly. I require only $1, Sir Xiao replied. Both father and son were taken aback. Such a deal seemed too good to be true. However, I have a stipulation. If you exceed Jiahe and Sini City's revenue within 3 years, you must return Xiao film to me. Sir Xiao's smile revealed his cunning. Regardless of whether Chen Long could fulfill the wager, he stood to gain. Chen Long would need to invest in the company, and if he failed, the Xiao family would benefit from those investments. Conversely, if Chen Long succeeded, it would affirm his worthiness and ensure a promising future for Xiao film, not to mention a chance to avenge past grievances against Jiahe. With a glimmer of interest, Sir Xiao observed Chen Long, curious to see if this young man would accept the challenge. All right, I accept this wager of $1. Chen Long declared. Excellent. You have spirit, far more entertaining than your father. If not for my esteemed guests today, I would love to share a drink with you. Hearing this, Chan Ching-Shum exchanged glances with his son, recognizing the subtle hints of a father's pride. Seizing the moment, Chen Long suggested, perhaps it could be arranged for me to meet with Mr. Hua and the others. I have admired them greatly and would be grateful if you could facilitate an introduction. Sir Xiao hesitated, contemplating the implications of this request. He could easily dismiss Chan Ching-Shum, but faced with the younger generation, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. Just then, Mr. Hua, having overheard the conversation, entered the room with a jovial group, saying, Young Chun, you speak of admiration for us. Tell us what we have done that has earned your respect. If you can name 3 deeds, we shall share a meal together. Their endeavors had always been discreet, uncelebrated by the authorities, and even contemporaries had only a vague understanding of their actions. Thus, it would be impressive if Chen Long, a youth barely out of his teens, could cite even a couple of examples. Upon seeing the esteemed Mr. Hua, Chen Long momentarily froze, leading those present to believe he was at a loss for words. Yet, after a brief pause, he composed himself and proclaimed, in 1950, during the Korean War, the United States imposed a complete blockade on our nation, and the Honging government responded vigorously. Your fleet was the only one actively transporting supplies to the mainland, while unscrupulous merchants profited handsomely from the chaos. You sold your goods at cost. While others diluted their medicines with glucose, you painstakingly procured unadulterated amoxicillin. The assembly was taken aback. The risks associated with smuggling supplies during that era were immense, yet Mr. Hua had never boasted about his contributions, and few were aware of his illustrious past. Chen Long continued. As a result, you faced oppression from the Americans, and your real estate ventures in Hong Kong faltered, forcing you to sell your developed properties at a loss to the Americans and withdraw from the industry. If not for your exit, how could Li Banking have risen to prominence? This statement resonated deeply with the audience. Mr. Hua was their undisputed leader, and they questioned how a mere businessman like Li Banking could replace him in the realm of real estate. Chen Long had yet to finish his words, and he continued. With the initiation of the reform and opening up policy in 1978, while many overseas tycoons remained hesitant, those present responded promptly to the nation's call, constructing docks, bridges, and schools. The attendees could not help but stand a little taller. In their past endeavors, they had rarely been met with applause or commendation. Under the high-pressure propaganda of Gang Ying, investing in the mainland was not regarded as a matter of prestige. They had never perceived it as something to take pride in. Yet, in Chen Long's discourse, they found a profound sense of validation. Chapter 9. The proposal for the construction of the Gangzhou Ao Bridge. To their astonishment, this recognition came from a mere youth, still in the bloom of his adolescence. Old Hua chuckled and remarked, You speak quite well. Surely your father has imparted this wisdom to you. Chen Long promptly responded, Indeed, my father often tells me that our roots lie in Longhua, in the mainland, and that one day, the Chun family shall return to its origins. The crowd turned their gaze towards the still-dazed Chan Ching-Shum. It was evident that such profound insights could only emanate from him, as Chun Xiaozai lacked the experience to articulate such thoughts. Huang Xiang, a fellow patriotic businessman, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chan Ching-Shum, saying, It appears that Boss Chun and we are kindred spirits. There have been misunderstandings in the past. I hope you will not take offense. The world perceives you as a heartless capitalist, yet it seems we have all misjudged you. Faced with the apologies of the crowd, Chan Ching-Shum found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his son's quick wit. With such accolades from numerous dignitaries, he felt a bit lightheaded. Sir Xiao, well aware of Chan Ching-Shum's character, knew that Chen Xiaozai was merely embellishing his father's reputation. However, he chose not to be critical and grew increasingly pleased with the young Qianlong. His thoughts drifted to his own two sons. Regaining his composure, Sir Xiao smiled and suggested, "In that case, shall we gather around the hot pot?" Hua Yingxiang readily agreed. Indeed, with so many joyous occasions today, how could we not indulge in a grand feast? After a round of toasts, Qianlong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Might I ask what delightful news has brought us together today? If it is convenient, I would love to share in the joy." Sir Xiao glanced at the others, who nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Chun father and son were no longer outsiders. The negotiations regarding Gangxing were about to commence. "Excellent," Qianlong exclaimed, turning to his adoptive father. "You often express a desire to invest in the mainland, and now you can do so without any reservations." Chan Ching-Shum paused, bewildered, for he could not recall ever expressing such intentions. In his mind, the mainland was merely a savage, uncultivated land, devoid of any developmental potential. Yet, the crowd erupted in applause, with Old Hua promptly stating, "If you wish to invest in the mainland, I can introduce you to several leaders from the business department. I believe Jiangning would also extend a series of courtesies for investments." Noticing his son persistently winking at him, Chan Ching-Shum quickly understood, "Then I shall trouble you for that. I will surely contribute my fair share and not be a burden to anyone." "Haha, Mr. Chun, I greatly admire your generosity in sharing wealth with the people. Let us raise a glass." Present were esteemed figures whom Qianlong revered, and he took the initiative to toast them all, receiving reciprocal toasts in return. Though he usually lacked the capacity for alcohol, he soon found himself speaking more freely. As the discussion turned to how Gangxing could contribute to national development post-return, he too was swept up in the atmosphere. Rising to his feet, he declared, "With the negotiations for Gangxing underway, the return of Aoqing will also be on the agenda. At that time, I aim to construct a cross-sea bridge connecting the three regions of Gang, Zhu, and Ao, thereby tightly linking them together." The room fell silent, the bold vision rendering the large dining hall quiet. Prominent figures such as Old Hua and Old Xiao fell into deep contemplation. This notion sounded like mere bravado at a banquet, yet should Chen Xiaozai succeed, it would be a monumental achievement worthy of a lifetime of commendation. Their contributions, even if they donated dozens of hospitals and schools, would pale in comparison to the significance of Qianlong's bridge. Old Hua raised his glass to Chan Ching-Shum, exclaiming, "Mr. Chun, you have truly raised an exceptional son." Though it may have sounded like a veiled insult, Chan Ching-Shum could sense a tinge of envy in the gazes around him, especially from Sir Xiao, who felt an impulse to adopt Qianlong as his godson. With both of his sons unwilling to inherit his enterprise, he mused that perhaps he should entrust it all to Qianlong. Gaining the recognition of business leaders and elder statesmen filled Chan Ching-Shum with pride, even leading him to a state of slight arrogance. Although it was merely banter at the banquet, the words of Old Hua and others lingered in their minds. Later, Old Hua placed a call to the investment department's desk. A bold yet practical idea, indeed. Once the bridge is constructed, the transportation between the three regions will become more convenient, fostering an unbreakable bond. Young Chun is truly an extraordinary individual. Should Qianlong learn that he had garnered the praise of the chief designer, he would likely be overwhelmed with joy. Old Hua concurred, "The idea is splendid. However, once this proposal is put forth, there will undoubtedly be those who seek to obstruct it. The Chun family's foundation is still shaky, and it is indeed commendable for this young man to harbor such ambitious aspirations. Once the bridge is completed, it will primarily impact the port freight business. The shipping contracts and port operations are dominated by capital tycoons, and it is clear that Qianlong is encroaching upon their livelihood. They would not allow the Chun family to prosper effortlessly." The voice on the other end of the line stated coolly, "One must take things one step at a time. The road ahead is still long. If the Chun father and son are willing to return and invest, that would be a welcome development." Chapter 10. Does a prodigal son understand filmmaking? The news of the acquisition of Shaw Brothers by the Prince of Jining swiftly spread across several film sets in Qingshui. Zhang Jiaoyang, the director who catapulted actress Hui Yinghong to stardom and a disciple of Hong Quan and Shaolin Temple, found himself in a state of profound melancholy while filming Zhangmanren. He stood there, lost in thought for a considerable time. This group of veterans had persevered for so many years, yet they could not alter the fate of Shaw Brothers changing hands. Li Hanxiang, a master of romantic films, along with Zhang Jiaoyang and other veterans, stormed into the general manager's office. At that moment, Lady Shaw, the wife of Sir Shaw, was reconciling accounts with the financial officer brought in by Chen Long. Some younger members of Shaw brothers trailed behind the masters to witness the commotion. Lady Shaw, is it true that Sir Liu has sold Shaw brothers? Does Chen Long even understand how to make films? Faced with the barrage of questions from her old associates, Lady Shaw could not help but display an awkward expression. Deep down, she felt a strong attachment to Shaw brothers. However, since taking over, the company had been on a downward trajectory. While the annual output had not diminished, profits had consistently plummeted. She understood all too well that if this continued, Shaw brothers would face a slow demise, inevitably leading to closure. Chen Long was willing to give it a try, which was undoubtedly better than letting it languish under her management. Li, how can you speak like that? Chun is willing to take over Shaw brothers, and that is a positive development for everyone. Haven't you always said I was too stingy? Now that a legitimate benefactor has arrived, you speak of overthrowing him. Lady Shaw's management philosophy of producing major films on a modest budget had often been derided in private by them. Now, with the principal actors stating it openly before them, they found themselves at a loss for words. The attendees had long lamented Shaw brothers' stagnant management system. Apart from fixed salaries, they could not engage in freelance work or earn additional income. The quality of the films had no bearing on their earnings. Consequently, filmmaking had become merely a backdrop, characterized by incessant violence, with little ambition from both directors and actors. Under Lady Shaw's guidance, they began to contemplate a significant matter. Who was Chen Long, the sole heir of the wealthy Chan Ching-Shum? Wasn't it a simple affair for him to invest tens of millions into filmmaking? Couldn't their own compensation be raised accordingly? Upon this realization, aside from a few dissenters like Li Hanxiang, the majority felt that Chen Long's takeover was a positive development. Hearing the murmurs of his disciples, Li Hanxiang sighed deeply, fully aware that reform at Shaw Brothers was imperative. He cleared his throat, and the room fell silent as he calmly asked Chen Long, "Chen Sheng, may I inquire how much you plan to invest in Shaw Brothers?" Everyone listened attentively. Not much, just 1 billion. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It is well known that the investment in a Shaw film rarely exceeded 1 million. 1 billion was an astronomical figure for them. Even Lady Shaw could not help but gasp. She managed Shaw Brothers and was acutely aware that their total production cost for the year did not exceed 20 million. Having heard of the Chun family's extravagant spending, the rumors proved to be true. Li Hanxiang was equally shocked, but quickly regained his composure to scoff. "Ching-Shum, are you here to do charity? You must understand that in today's market, a box office exceeding 20 million is already remarkable. After deducting costs, earning a few $100,000 from a film is commendable. Are you not afraid that your 1 billion will go to waste? Master Li, since I, Ching-Shum, have taken over Shaw Brothers, I am certainly poised for grand endeavors. You claim that 20 million is the ceiling for box office in Hong Kong cinema. But I cannot subscribe to that notion." The crowd sensed the ambition radiating from Chen Long. It was a far cry from the reality that, in recent years, Shaw Brothers had not even made it to the box office top 10, and exceeding 10 million had become a mere fantasy. Shaw Brothers productions must be of the highest quality, and I, Chen Long, am confident in leading us to restore our former glory. This catchy phrase felt somewhat foreign to the audience, yet it stirred nostalgic memories among the veterans of their reign over the Hong Kong entertainment scene. Since everyone is present, I shall announce a few matters. Li Hanxiang and Zhang Jiaoyang listened intently, eager to see what grand plans Chen Long had in store. Previously, Shaw Brothers was fragmented, with personnel rarely interchanging. I have decided to implement an independent producer system. Screenwriters and actors will no longer be mere pawns of the director. Actors must serve the roles of the scripts, and the most suitable will take the stage. This announcement unsettled several esteemed directors, as it was precisely what they had vehemently opposed. Would they now have to let their cultivated actors and assistants serve others, and if successful, receive no credit for their efforts? Before Li Hanxiang and others could voice their objections, Chen Long continued, "Moreover, the current salary structure must undergo transformation. I am willing to allocate 10 of the net box office revenue as performance incentives for everyone in the crew. Whether you are a producer, director, or even a script supervisor, if you contribute to the film's box office success, you deserve a reward." Upon hearing this, excitement began to ripple through the crowd. Li Hanxiang fell silent. It was well known that Shaw Brothers had a reputation for being miserly, and they had always received fixed salaries. If they could partake in film revenue, their earnings would soar. Sparse applause broke out among the crowd. This new boss seemed far more amiable than Lady Shaw. However, Chun Long's tone shifted. If a production incurs losses, or if the performance falls short of expectations, or if, at the end of the year, no significant contributions are made, I must regrettably inform you that Jia Ning Shaw Brothers does not support idleness. Please take your leave. This statement plunged the room into silence, as everyone had grown accustomed to complacency. Regardless of the quality, they received their pay. To earn more, they would hastily produce films, often disregarding quality altogether. Now, the sudden implementation of a survival of the fittest policy left them feeling apprehensive. Even those who had confidently anticipated profits, like Li Hanxiang, fell silent, realizing their age and dwindling vigor left little room for innovation. The public had long grown weary of their martial arts theatrics. Observing their expressions, Chun Long continued, "Of course, a new talent promotion system is paramount. Shaw Brothers requires vibrant, fresh blood. Anyone who believes they can direct is welcome to recommend themselves to me. I will promote talent without discrimination. Certainly, I shall also entice some prominent directors to return, and I have reached an agreement for actor collaborations with TVB's wireless training program." Li Hanjia and Zhang Jiaoyang appeared somewhat apprehensive, for they were acutely aware of Chun Long's capability to lure distinguished directors, as he is never lacking in financial resources. Luring directors from Jiahe and Cine City is a task of utmost ease. Those present could not help but grasp the underlying implication in Chun Long's words. The new boss seeks individuals who can contribute to his profit, disregarding qualifications or backgrounds. Should they prove inadequate, the boss will readily seek replacements from external sources. Chapter 11. The Heartless Capitalist and the 20-year contract. Aunt Lu nodded subtly, her gaze filled with admiration. If she and Lu Yi had a child, he would likely be around the same age as Chun Long. Initially, she had significant reservations when Lu Yi insisted on letting Chun Long give it a try. However, after Chun Long's recent remarks rendered several esteemed elders speechless, it became evident that he possessed a keen acumen for the operations of the film company. Once everyone had dispersed, Aunt Lu sincerely said, "Ching-Shum, if you take charge of Shaoshi, Lu Yi and I can rest easy. I aspire to rejuvenate Shaoshi, but your support is indispensable. I find the actors Dehua and Zhou Ruanfa quite promising. Would it be possible? It would be their honor to have your endorsement. We are all family. Feel free to utilize them. If you can elevate them to become major film stars, they would be thrilled." She emphasized the word family, and Chun Long was well aware of her and Lu Ye's intentions. He feigned ignorance of the deeper meaning and replied, "Very well. With your words, I shall take the plunge." After Aunt Lu concluded the financial reconciliation, she hurriedly departed. Tap, tap, tap. A gentle knock resonated from outside the door. "Who is it? Come in." A chubby young man entered with a beaming smile. Wang Jing. The young man, taken aback by being called by name, responded, "Boss, you know me? Of course, you are the son of Mr. Wang Tianlin." Wang Tianlin, a renowned director at TVB, has mentored numerous illustrious directors. Wang Jing is well known for his work on films such as Prison Storm directed by Lin Lingdong and gangster movies by Du Qifeng, as well as The Legend of the Swordsman directed by Lin Delu. At this moment, however, the future stalwart of Hong Kong cinema, Wang Jing, was merely a fledgling director at Shaoshi. Due to his father's prominence at TVB, Wang Jing had already directed 3 films at Shaoshi at a young age. He scratched his head, revealing his signature smile, and presented a meticulously crafted script to Chun Long boss. "This is my carefully polished new script. It was previously rejected by Aunt Lu due to high production costs, but I hope to secure funding if possible." Upon hearing this, Chun Long's interest peaked. Wang Jing was indeed a prodigious talent. Before becoming a director, he had been a versatile screenwriter involved in various genres. Merely flipping to the first page, Chun Long recognized this as the initial version of God of Gamblers. Wang Jing eagerly promoted himself, stating, "My debut film." A comedic gambling movie, Qian Wang Do Qian Ba, achieved a box office of 5.08 million, slightly surpassing Lu Shifu's Wu Guan. Chun Long nodded, recalling that Qian Wang Do Qian Ba was indeed Shaoshi's most profitable work that year, and he was astonished to learn it was written and directed by Wang Jing. It seemed he was somewhat overlooked at Shaoshi. Fortunately, he was still part of the company. "Excellent. I will invest in your script. How does a production budget of 10 million sound?" Wang Jing, filled with anticipation, was taken aback. "That's too much. 5 million should be sufficient." "Very well. but the set design must be upgraded. We cannot afford to construct it on-site at the last minute. Here is the plan. I will speak with Hedu Wang, and you can film on location at the Lisboa in Ouching. On-location shooting. It was worth noting that Xiao Shi had never engaged in on-location filming before, always relying on the unchanging indoor sets at Repulse Bay. The costs of renting a location aside, the entire crew's accommodations and sustenance would also need to be taken into account, leading to a significant expense. Wang Jing sensed that under Chun Long's leadership, Xiao Shi films would soon flourish. Ignoring Wang Jing's astonishment, Chun Long continued, Zhou Ruanfa is a remarkable actor. Let him take the lead role, with Dihua as the second lead, and Xian. Wang Jing nodded repeatedly, recognizing that these roles aligned perfectly with the script. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the new boss was also skilled at casting. Just as he was preparing to showcase his talents, Chun Long suddenly stated, Your contract must be nearing expiration. I hope you will renew it with Xiao Shi for a 20-year term. Chun Long did not mince words or disguise his intentions. He aimed to bind Wang Jing to the company. A 20-year contract. Wang Jing's voice rose in pitch. At the age of 28, committing to 20 years would mean dedicating the prime of his life to Xiao Shi. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. He did not wish to work for Chun Long for a lifetime, regardless of the salary offered. Director Wang, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present my conditions. Proceed. First, I will invest in establishing your own company, studio. You will become a shareholder and manager of the new company, allowing you to freely conduct your business and collaborate with other companies. In the future, when you produce films for Xiao Shi, you will not only receive a director's fee, but also a share of the film's profits. This collaborative model was commonplace in the future, but was quite innovative for this era. Hearing that Chun Long was willing to support him in establishing a company under Xiao Shi's name, Wang Jing's heart began to waver. By agreeing, he could leap from being an employee to a producer. No one can resist the allure of becoming a shareholder, and Wang Jing was no exception. Boss, allow me some time to consider. Certainly, but my patience is limited. I will grant you 3 days to provide me with a response. Wang Jing nodded, filled with trepidation. Upon exiting, he hurriedly drove his Mazda to his father Wang Tianlin's office. At that moment, Du Qifeng was discussing the filming of the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes with Wang Tianlin. Upon seeing Wang Jing's abrupt entrance, he chuckled. Ah Jing, what troubles you? You look as if you've lost your wits. Ah, Dad, brother Feng. Something significant has occurred. He recounted the events surrounding Chun Long's arrival at Xiao Shi. Seeing Wang Jing troubled over the contract renewal with Xiao Shi, Du Qifeng could not help but feel envious. He had attempted directing films himself, but soon recognized his shortcomings and returned to TVB to gain experience in television dramas. Meanwhile, Wang Jing, who was of the same age, had already directed 3 successful films and was now being valued by the new owner of Xiao Shi. A long-term contract could be both a constraint and a foundation for development. Wang Tianlin coldly remarked, You, my boy, hesitate before such a splendid opportunity laid out before you. Boss Chen truly shows you favor, and yet you still contemplate. This esteemed producer's tone carried a hint of exasperation, simultaneously feeling gratified that his son had encountered a discerning mentor. After dedicating a lifetime to TVB without reaping substantial rewards, he now observed Wang Jing squandering an opportunity for a transformative leap in status. It is widely recognized that the remuneration for artists at TVB is exceedingly meager, let alone for those working behind the scenes, who are undeniably mere laborers. Wang Jing, chastised by Wang Tianlin's words, began to reassess his stance. Initially daunted by the prospect of a 20-year contract, he now pondered the reality that no contract exists which solely discusses benefits without addressing the requisite sacrifices. Boss Chen's offer was indeed exceedingly favorable. Should he choose not to sign, there would be no shortage of directors from Jiahe and Cine City eager to take his place. Chapter 12. Jia's Indifference. Xiao Wenxi arrives with the Xiao Company unveiling its new sign. A plethora of entertainment publications across the port city dedicated special features to this event. Once a golden emblem of the film industry, Xiao Studios' change in ownership evoked a sense of regret among industry insiders. Some even titled their articles "The Curtain Falls on Xiao," subtly indicating the conclusion of the Xiao cinematic era. However, Sir Xiao, in an interview, expressed a divergent perspective. He asserted that the Xiao legacy was far from over, as Chun Long would continue to uphold its magnificence, urging everyone to steadfastly support them. He even divulged to reporters a wager made with Chun Long unintentionally spoken, yet taken to heart. This incited several media outlets to concoct articles fostering animosity towards Qianlong. The young master Qin boldly proclaimed his intent to surpass Jiahe's revenues within 3 years, igniting speculation about the resources backing his claim. The entrance of financial moguls into the entertainment realm, Qianlong ardently endorsed the emerging director Wang Jing, embracing an independent production model. Jiahe's proprietor, Zhou Wenhui, regarded the freshly printed newspapers with a cold sneer. The audacity of young Master Chun was palpable. Did he truly believe that with a mere smattering of knowledge he could establish himself in the film industry? He certainly had some grounds to make such claims. At that moment, Jiahe exuded an aura reminiscent of the Chao Wei dynasty during the late Eastern Han, with Zhou Wenhui at the helm, surrounded by a multitude of talented scholars and fierce generals. The Photon Company alone boasted 5 or 6 affiliates. Su Guanwen's Su Studios shattered box office records with its debut film, Ghostly Twins. Following that, titles such as Genius and Idiot, Half a Caddy, 8 Tails, and Modern Bodyguard all claimed annual box office supremacy. In 1978, Jiahe supported Hung Jinbao in founding Baohe. In 1980, it backed Jackie Chan in establishing Quanwei Company, Weha. Along with my Dongxiong's My Studios, a plethora of gifted individuals rallied under his banner. What right did the new Shao Studios, with its assembly of old veterans and junior talents, have to eclipse Jiahe's revenue? As for Xianiqing, it posed a significant threat to Jiahe. In recent years, Xianiqing had surged forth, with the triumvirate of Mai Jia, Shi Tian, and Huang Baoming forming a brotherhood, joined by fierce talents like Su Ku and Lin Dongling, creating a fierce rivalry in the annual box office rankings. Zhou Wenhui shook his head, clearly unimpressed by the media's glorification of Jiahe and Shao. Boss, shall we remain idle? He pondered. I hear Wang Jing's studio is opening today. Send 2 floral arrangements over. Though we are rivals now, there may yet be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Zhou Wenhui had watched several of Wang Jing's films and acknowledged that his ability to produce quality content at such a low cost was indeed commendable. The most remarkable aspect was the originality of his output. However, he was still quite young. Once Wang Jing accumulated sufficient experience at the new Shao Studios, it would not be too late to draw him in. He was confident that in 2 years, Wang Jing would not refuse his overtures. Upon receiving the floral arrangements from Jiahe's Zhou Wenhui and Xianiqing's Mai Jia, Qianlong chuckled dismissively. These 2 companies truly did not regard him as a serious contender. Dressed in a suit, Wang Jing was entertaining guests, engaging in casual conversation with Qianlong. Boss, neither Master Li nor Master Lu has arrived. Are they still sulking? Huh, let them be. They simply haven't come around yet. Just wait, in a couple of days. They will approach me to discuss company matters. It was not Qianlong's fault that he had seized the initiative. The older generation had been passive and insufficiently proactive in this matter. He held the due respect for his predecessors, but would not yield on company operations. At that moment, a striking figure appeared before the Shao Studios. The crowd's attention was immediately captivated. What a beautiful woman! Dressed in a black gown, she exuded an ethereal grace. A blend of cold elegance and a hint of allure, intertwined with a touch of innocence. Someone immediately called out her name, Xiao Wengzi. Xiao Wengzi had made her debut last year alongside Leslie Chung in Youth on Fire, earning the Best Newcomer Award at the Golden Statue Awards. Her performance in Youth on Fire was audacious, at one point becoming a controversial film. Qianlong's most vivid memory of her was her portrayal in The Great Tang's Passionate Woman, where her appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. This film catapulted her to stardom, albeit leaving her with a reputation as a vixen. Whether or not she was labeled as such mattered little to Qianlong, which goddess from Hong Kong and Taiwan had not gradually transitioned from revealing attire to more conservative garb. As the beauty greeted Wang Jing, she leaned towards Qianlong and whispered, "Chen Shao, may I have a word?" Qianlong smiled nonchalantly. Regardless of where he stood, he was always the object of a beautiful woman's attention. Observing Qianlong lead Xiao Wenxi upstairs, the crowd exchanged knowing glances and understanding shared among men. Once the door closed, Xiao Wenxi swiftly slapped Qianlong. Only then did he notice her tear-streaked face, brimming with indignation. Puzzled by her sudden outburst, he inquired, "Miss Xiao, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Wenxi retorted, "Humph, you used to call me Xiaxixi. But now that you're bored, you pretend not to know me?" At her words, Qianlong's heart sank. Could it be that the original owner had a history with this stunning beauty? Seeing the man in a daze, Xiao Wenxi scrutinized him tenderly, touching the reddened area on his face with concern. You've been discharged. Why didn't you come looking for me? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Chen Long understood. This was undoubtedly a debt of affection owed by the original owner. He was resolute, pulling Xiao Wenxi into his embrace. Their heated bodies collided, igniting a fervent passion that caused the office chair to protest under the weight of their fervor. After a lengthy moment, they finally separated from their intimate embrace. Xiao Wenxi clung to his shoulder, her delicate face marked with a pout of grievance. Xiaxixi, I was struck on the head and forgot many things. But I assure you, I will take responsibility. Hearing his promise, Xiao Wenxi felt a flicker of security within her heart. Since the moment she had become entangled with this wealthy young master, she had known he was a capricious person, yet she was hopelessly drawn to him. Coming from a modest background, excelling in both character and academics, she found Chen Long's wealth and charm to be irresistibly alluring. The 2 weeks of silence from him had been the most tumultuous period of her life. How responsible you are. My mother is indeed correct. All men are the type to abandon their integrity once their trousers are raised. The words of women have indeed posed a dilemma for Chen Long. If he were to bring home an adult film star, his father would undoubtedly disapprove. The Chen family may utilize a female star to enhance their image. But having her as a wife is an entirely different matter. Contemplating this, Chen Long proposed, You are aware that I have acquired Shaw Brothers and am planning to embark on a significant venture. Wang Jing is preparing a new film that requires a stunningly captivating lady, and you perfectly embody that role. Gao Jin's girlfriend was initially portrayed by Zhang Min, who, at this moment, is likely still in high school. Xiao Wenxi's striking image is on par with Zhang Min, if not exceeding her. It is merely a matter of unfortunate luck that the films she has participated in are predominantly of a romantic genre. Chapter 13. Another female protagonist, stealing the spotlight from the shadowy emperor of film Liu Biao-Ching-Chun, is a modest production that actively engages youthful hormones. At this juncture, the young star Zhang Guorong has just joined Huaxing Records, marking his first foray into the film industry. This small-scale production barely managed to garner a box office of 2 million Hong Kong dollars, although it attracted considerable attention due to the bold performances of its 2 female leads. This allowed Xiao Wenxi to gain some popularity and secure the Best Newcomer award at the Golden Statue Awards. However, such attention was not what she desired. Labeled as a seductress, most of the roles she received carried an undertone of suggestiveness. At just 19 years of age, she found herself in the awkward predicament of having no projects to undertake. She eagerly glanced at the script of Gambling God, and while there was a scene involving a female antagonist, she was otherwise quite fond of the character. I will have Wang Jing revise the script a bit. By the way, have you signed with a management company yet? My acting contract is originally with Shaw Brothers, so I will still be calling you boss in the future. Chen Long nodded upon hearing this. It was no wonder Xiao Wenxi would soon be cast into Tang Hao Fong Nu, as Shaw Brothers excelled in producing low-budget romantic films. Then let us hear it. Call me boss. My dear boss, weren't you just? Why do you want it? There are many people around. Chen Long, having just tasted the sweet fruits of desire, could not let her go, disregarding her pitiful gaze as he swept her up in his arms. Inhaling the lingering scent within the office, Wang Jing revealed his signature smile. Boss, the main casting choices are almost finalized. But we still lack a suitable candidate for the role of Zhan, Chen Dai's girlfriend. I would like to hear your thoughts. Wang Jing naturally understood the art of reciprocity. The selection of female roles would certainly benefit from the boss's input. Chen Long pondered for a moment. When Gambling God premiered in 1989, it achieved a box office of 36.2 million, solidifying the iconic image of the gambling god portrayed by Fa Ge, while De Hua and the ensemble cast rose to prominence. The selection for Zhan indeed required careful consideration. The original actress, Wang Zuxian, had yet to debut at this time, and replicating her performance would necessitate a candidate who did not fall short in appearance. The actress portraying Zhan must be youthful and charming, yet overly ostentatious would not be suitable. How about I give Lu Shun a call and see if she has any good recommendations? The TVB training program boasts a long history, dating back to the early 1970s, and underwent reform in 1978, transitioning to a full-time curriculum where mornings were dedicated to performance theory and afternoons to rehearsals, taught by award-winning actors. Zhou Ruanfa, Liang Chaowei, and Lu Dehua, along with the 5 tigers of TVB, all emerged from this training program. Upon receiving Chen Long's call, Lu Shun was delighted and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Zheng Huaxian, who just graduated from the TVB training class today, fits your requirements perfectly. She is young, yet her acting skills are commendable, and the instructors have given her high praise. Upon hearing the name, Qianlong felt a sense of familiarity. Was she not the former girlfriend of the shadowy emperor? According to the original timeline, Zheng Huaxian would become colleagues with the shadowy emperor following her graduation, and naturally, their relationship would blossom. Unfortunately, a close friend, Lu Dajia, would later intervene, leading to a tragic end to their 6-year romance, after which Zheng Huaxian's career began to decline. Noticing Qianlong's silence, Lu Shun assumed he had reservations and reiterated, "Along, you mentioned you wanted someone beautiful and charming, someone enchanting like a fairy. She is the first person who came to my mind. You will see her appearance for yourself, and I assure you will be pleased." Lu Shun now resembled a madam, zealously promoting her protégé. Qianlong's interest was piqued. What kind of charm did this girl possess to elicit such admiration from Lu Shun? TVB was like a second home to Wang Jing. He moved through its halls with ease. Under his guidance, the two swiftly arrived at the TVB studio, where Zheng Huaxian was hosting the children's program, 430 Chuan Siji. In the studio, Qianlong was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face, Zhou Xingxing. Wang Jing observed Zheng Huaxian in her cartoonish attire and nodded approvingly. This Zheng Huaxian was the type of girl who instantly provoked affection, and it was an unconditional adoration at that. Having spent much of his life in the entertainment industry, Wang Jing recognized that she was indeed suitable for the role of Ah Zhen. However, he found it peculiar that his remarks had yet to elicit a response from the boss. The boss, with an unusual gaze, was fixated on a man dressed in a peculiar costume. Surely, the boss was not. "Wang Jing, this male host is quite impressive. I believe he possesses dramatic talent. Let us sign him as well. He may come in handy in the future." This was none other than Zhou Xingxing, who would dominate a cinematic era, yet it would be 7 more years before his true rise would commence. Little did anyone know how many minor roles he would play in those 7 years, enduring countless dismissive glances, nearly allowing his comedic talent to be buried. Oh, very well. Wang Jing could not discern any extraordinary traits in this seemingly ordinary man. Amidst the sea of handsome faces at TVB, Zhou Xingxing's appearance was quite unremarkable. However, with the boss's endorsement, he naturally took it to heart and intended to find an appealing role for Zhou Xingxing to audition for. Once the others departed, Zhou Xingxing finally lifted his head, overhearing whispers from his colleagues, and realized that the prominent figure who had been staring at him was none other than the new boss of Shaw Brothers. Lu Shun was somewhat surprised to learn that Qianlong had simultaneously taken an interest in Zhou Xingxing. The instructor's opinions on Zhou Xingxing were quite mixed. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were half praise and half criticism. It was said that when Zhou Xingxing first auditioned for the TVB training program, he was presented with a tragic scenario to perform, yet he inexplicably turned it into a comedy. Though he elicited laughter from the audience, he was naturally rejected, while Liang Chaowei, who accompanied him, was immediately selected by the judges. "Very well. If you desire this audition, I shall grant it to you. From today onward, they both shall be part of the new Shaw Brothers." As for the wishes of Zheng Huaxian and Zhou Xingxing, they had no say in the matter. The remuneration for artists at TVB had long been a topic of criticism. Securing a film role was akin to a crow transforming into a phoenix, something highly coveted. Consequently, upon hearing this news, both Zheng Huaxian and Zhou Xingxing were overwhelmed with joy. The salary for hosting a children's program was exceedingly meager, and the program possessed little influence. Even some of TVB's veterans had no opportunity to appear in films. Suddenly becoming contracted actors with the new Shaw Brothers was akin to ascending to the heavens in one fell swoop. Chapter 14. The filming of The Gambling God commences. Xian Shao sure sets sail. On an auspicious day chosen by Qianlong, the production of Gambling God officially began. During the opening ceremony, Zhou Ruanfa stood at the center of the crowd, momentarily lost in thought. He had yet to comprehend why the esteemed Chun De Shao had chosen him as the leading figure in this grand production, which boasted a budget in the millions. In the realm of television, he had indeed achieved considerable fame in the 1980s, portraying Su Wenxiang in Shanghai Tan, quickly becoming a household name across the nation, with his elegant and handsome demeanor garnering widespread admiration. He could have comfortably remained in his niche, continuing to play similar roles. However, he chose to strive for greater heights, seeking to break new ground on the silver screen. Unfortunately, his initial forays into film were marred by a series of dismal productions, leading to substantial financial losses for investors. and he soon earned the unfortunate title of box office poison. His reputation in the film industry plummeted to such depths that he contemplated ending his life at his sister's home. When TVB assigned him to ICAC, he felt a sense of resistance, perceiving it not as a promotion but as a mere assignment. The thought of continuing to star in poor films threatened to plunge his acting career into darkness, a fate he found more unbearable than death itself. Yet, when Wang Jing presented him with the script, he was instantly captivated by the character of Gao Jin, whose tumultuous journey mirrored his own life, as if it were his destined role. Upon learning that Chen Long had personally requested his involvement, Zhou Ruanfa felt he had encountered a true patron of the arts and readily agreed to sign a 20-year contract with ICAC. Meanwhile, Chen Long observed this future cinematic legend intently from the sidelines. According to the trajectory of his life, Zhou Ruanfa would soon portray Xiao Ma Gu in 1980's ICAC's Ing Xiong Ben Sei, experiencing a triumphant resurgence that would catapult him to unprecedented heights, with films like Gambling God and Prison Storm dominating the box office for years to come. He would effortlessly overshadow competitors such as Jia He's Seven Little Fortunes and Chang. With such a formidable figure under his wing, Chen Long felt confident in fulfilling his wager with Sir Xiao. At the same time, the young Huazi, still naive and following the director, bowed respectfully. At this moment, he remained relatively unknown, having just completed filming the TVB series Shun Diao Xiao Lu, which had significantly elevated his profile. Aware of his boss's gaze upon him, this future superstar shyly nodded in acknowledgement. It was his first experience making a film, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhou Xingxing and Zheng Huaqian shared a similar sense of wonder. The formidable Xia Wenxi quickly assumed the role of their leader. Merely due to a single remark from Chen Long, Wang Jing modified the script to include additional scenes for Zhou Xingxing. Observing the diverse assembly, Chen Long nodded in satisfaction. Little did anyone realize the immense potential that lay within this production, dismissed by the entire film industry. The opening ceremony of Gambling God attracted only a handful of small reporters friendly with Xiao Shi. With skepticism prevailing among peers and the public alike, the crew commenced their first scene. Simultaneously, within Zhou Wenhuai's office, He Guanchang, a partner at Jiahe, critiqued the latest gossip news, exclaiming, "Chen Long is utterly inexperienced. He has invested millions in a director known only for small-scale productions." He lamented the poor casting choices, questioning why, despite having substantial funds, they refrained from hiring a renowned actor. What kind of main characters are these? Zhou Runfa, a washed-up television actor, notorious for being box office poison. Liu Dehua, a mere young actor with only 2 television dramas to his name, lacking any audience appeal. Xia Wenxi, the only notable work being a frivolous film. Zheng Huaqian, a newcomer fresh from an acting school. And Zhou Xingxing, who appears to have emerged from nowhere, with an unremarkable appearance. How could such individuals possibly create a commercially successful film? Zhou Wenhuai couldn't help but chuckle. Are you still paying attention to this new Xiao Shi? I believe Jia Ning's heir is not genuinely interested in filmmaking. Is $1 million Hong Kong investment necessary for such a film? His words subtly insinuated that Chen Long was engaging in money laundering. This sentiment was not unique to Zhou Wenhuai, but resonated with many in the upper echelons. Rumors had long circulated about Jia Ning's involvement in money laundering, and Chen Long's recent actions only seemed to confirm this speculation. He Guanchang scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. Our industry is plagued by individuals like this. Shall we simply turn a blind eye? Who will manage it? In the realm of Hong Kong, wealth reigns supreme. Guanchang remarked, I believe Chen Long's entry into the industry is beneficial for us. Without his poor films, how could we showcase the excellence of Jiahe Productions? Both men exchanged knowing smiles. Not only did industry insiders express skepticism about Xiao Shi's new venture, but the press also chose to remain silent. Media outlets that had previously clamored for a 3-way split in Hong Kong's film production fell quiet, embarrassed by their earlier enthusiasm. Given the current actor lineup, the general public in Hong Kong saw little possibility for a resurgence. Chapter 15 Celebrating the New Year in the Mainland, honoring foreign guests along. What do you think of my suit? On the private Airbus, Chan Ching-Shum appeared somewhat anxious, behaving like a child lost in a bustling marketplace. Father, please remain composed. This is the 4th time you have asked me the same question since boarding the plane. Hearing Chen Long's teasing, Chan Ching-Shum shyly touched his nose. He reflected deeply, stating, Our Chen family hails from Hawaii. Due to the ravages of war, your grandfather led us brothers on a long journey to Nanyang to engage in the salt trade. Although we established a vast business network in Nanyang, we were not well received by the local aristocracy. They perceived us diligent Long people as usurpers of their wealth and plunderers of their resources. He often taught us that our roots lie in Longwa, and one day, we shall return to our homeland. When your grandfather passed away, he was still murmuring about his mother. Mother, I have returned, heir. Chun Long could not grasp the elder generation's obsession with returning home, yet he could sense Chun Ching-Shum's profound identification with Longwa through his words. Father, since grandfather wished to return home until his last breath, how about we construct a grand hotel in Jingcheng to commemorate him? Upon hearing this proposal, Chan Ching-Shum was taken aback, his voice trembling as he asked, "To name this grand hotel after your grandfather?" "Precisely, that is my intention." Unable to contain his excitement, Chan Ching-Shum rose to his feet. "This idea is splendid. Your grandfather will surely find solace beneath the earth." With this thought in mind, Chan Ching-Shum became exceedingly exhilarated, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to Jingcheng immediately. After a while, the plane began its descent, bouncing gently before gliding smoothly along the runway. As the aircraft door opened, a symphony greeted them from outside. It was a representative from the Ministry of Commerce welcoming the Chun father and son. "Sure, the representative. Mr. Chun, young Mr. Chun." The two parties exchanged pleasantries, displaying a warmth typically reserved for longtime acquaintances despite this being their first meeting. Welcome back, welcome back. The weather in Jingcheng is a bit chilly. Let us continue our conversation in the car." In the Hongqi vehicle, Chan Ching-Shum could not suppress his thoughts from the plane. His capitalist instincts surfaced, as he worried that being an outsider would hinder his ability to establish a restaurant. Thus, he proposed a public-private partnership, offering to allocate half of the shares to the state, while the state would provide the land. However, the restaurant's name must honor my father, using the name tycoon. The representative, sure, found himself in a dilemma. What kind of arrangement allows for half a donation? It must be either private or public. A public-private partnership is unheard of. Nevertheless, if the Chun family is interested in investing and setting an example for the merchants of Gangcheng and Nanyang, failing to meet even such a modest request would surely dampen the ardent spirits of this father and son. I will convey your intentions to higher authorities. Chan Ching-Shum nodded, understanding that he would not pressure too hard. The primary purpose of this visit remained the investment in the plaza and the development of real estate in first-tier cities. After recent discussions with Chan Long, Chan Ching-Shum had come to recognize that Longwa, undergoing active reform and opening up, was on the brink of soaring to new heights. At this moment, only a handful of red merchants were leading the way, making it the opportune time for Jianing Real Estate to capture the blue ocean market. Upon arriving at the banquet hall for guests, the two parties continued their discussions on specific matters for quite some time. Chan Long, feeling somewhat bored, unknowingly dozed off for a couple of short naps. As night fell, Sure, still smiling, stood up and announced, "Gentlemen, to welcome your arrival, we have arranged a national banquet and prepared some performances." Young Mr. Chen must be quite hungry by now. A national banquet and performances. Chen Long was suddenly wide awake. Chan Ching-Shum was equally excited. The ministry's lavish hospitality was a clear indication of their importance. At the national banquet, the Chen father and son savored aged-fin liquor and indulged in the legendary osmanthus duck, braised shark fin, and a variety of vegetarian dishes. While not necessarily extravagant, the culinary delights prepared by the chef were exquisite in appearance, aroma, and flavor, truly deserving of the title national banquet. Just as they were enjoying their sumptuous feast, the stage dimmed. When the lights returned, a group of youths clad in martial arts attire performed acrobatics on stage. Sure introduced them, stating, "They are students from the Luocha Sea Martial Arts School, and our martial arts star, Li Lianjia, is an alumnus of this institution." Li Lianjia. Chen Long could not help but slap his thigh, realizing how he had forgotten this martial arts film star. It is noteworthy that this mainland actor had significant ties to Shaw Brothers. In 1979, Li Lianjia competed in the national games despite being injured, winning 5 gold medals before retiring due to his injury. In 1980, he received an invitation from a Shaw Brothers director to participate in the filming of Shaolin Temple, which, upon release, grossed 160 million yuan at the box office in the mainland at a mere ticket price of 1 dime. For that 160 million yuan, Li Lianjia was compensated only 700 yuan. According to the original trajectory, this future martial arts star would not venture to Gangcheng until 1984. Reflecting on this, he turned to Sher and asked, "Representative Sher, could you possibly introduce me to Li Lianjia?" Chapter 16. A matter of grave importance, Li Lianjie is dismissed. The Prime Minister, Chen Shi, intends to invest a staggering $1 billion in a real estate project under the auspices of Jiani, with an 8-year cycle for this venture. Even the Prime Minister, who has encountered numerous grand occasions, could not help but gasp in astonishment at such an immense sum. As relations with Longhua have begun to thaw and the process of reform and opening up continues to advance, foreign trade transactions have been expanding ceaselessly, resulting in an ever-growing demand for foreign currency. Yet, at this juncture, Longhua's foreign exchange reserves stand at a mere $2 billion. Throughout a considerable portion of the mid-1980s, these reserves hovered around the $2 billion mark, indicating a significant shortfall in this regard. In an effort to bolster foreign exchange earnings, foreign exchange stores were established, giving rise to the issuance of foreign exchange vouchers, privileged currency. Agricultural products, small hardware, and even pig bristles became vital export commodities. At that time, Longhua's oil reserves were scant. To generate foreign exchange from oil, they resorted to coal-to-oil initiatives, exporting the saved oil while utilizing coal domestically. Without foreign currency, it was akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without rice. Moreover, the Prime Minister learned that this was merely the first phase of Chen Shi's investment. Once the initial phase proved successful, further investments were assured. Did they have any stringent demands? The representative, Shi, replied promptly, aside from requiring land, there are no excessive demands, only. What is it? Chan Ching-Shum wishes to donate half of a grand hotel to operate it as a public-private partnership, insisting that it be named after Mr. Chen. The representative then recounted how Chen Liqiong longed to return home. Chan Ching-Shum is quite the visionary, contemplating this half-donation scheme. His intentions stem from filial piety, for among all virtues, filial piety is paramount. Why not facilitate his wishes and allow him to make the donation? When the hotel is completed, I shall inscribe its name myself. With this matter thoroughly settled, the representative broached another minor issue. Oh, young Chen is interested in our martial arts prodigy? This prodigy is the Prime Minister's nickname for Li Lianjie, with whom he has had a connection for quite some time. The Prime Minister holds a favorable impression of Chen Long, having been deeply impressed by the concept of the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge. The representative responded, Chen Long has acquired Shaw Brothers and is likely considering inviting Li Lianjie to Hong Kong to film a martial arts movie. I see no issue. Cultural openness is a form of openness. However, the representative's brow furrowed in concern. Are you worried that local authorities may not permit him to leave? At that moment, Longhua was undergoing reform of state-owned enterprises to rectify the shortcomings left by the era of the big pot rice policy. During this period, several individuals had attempted to lure Li Lianjie to Hong Kong to film, but all invitations were thwarted by relevant authorities. As a state-trained athlete, any remuneration he received must be remitted to the nation, resulting in paltry wages of merely 2 yuan per day for films such as Shaolin Kid and North and South Shaolin. It was not until 1984 that a despondent Li Lianjie penned a letter to his grandfather in Lung Non Hai, which ultimately allowed him to pursue his career in Hong Kong. Absurd. 8-time martial arts champion. This is the finest return to the nation. We cannot allow athletes to suffer in silence. Take my directive. No one shall restrict Li Lianjie's freedom to determine his own path. He is free to choose his collaborators for filmmaking. The representative sensed the elder's wrath. The actions of those below had indeed crossed a line. I shall see to it that they release him. You've grown bold, thinking to escalate matters. The director exclaimed. I have done nothing, I swear. Faced with the director of the National Martial Arts Team's inquiry, Li Lianjie found himself at a loss for words. Enough with the pretense. You have succeeded in your endeavors, and I shall grant you your freedom. A file folder struck him, spilling its contents, a document detailing his dismissal. As he gazed upon the word dismissed, a torrent of emotions surged within him. He had practiced martial arts since the age of 8 and had been a member of the National Martial Arts Team since he was 12, a commitment spanning 8 years. The identity of a martial artist was a secure position, affording him the benefits of a state athlete. He had attained the highest honors as a national martial artist, yet after the filming of Shaolin Temple, he had set his sights on a new aspiration, to become a martial arts superstar and to improve his family's living conditions. However, he had never contemplated leaving the national team. The director's dismissal felt like a crushing blow. In a state of bewilderment, he exited the office, uncertain of his next destination. As he stepped through the gates of the martial arts team, the director was addressing other young athletes. Do not emulate Li Lianjie. Dreaming of becoming a martial arts star. Wu Jing, what are you staring at? Run 30 laps around the track as punishment. Young Wu Jing, despite rolling his eyes, felt a seed of inspiration take root within him from that fleeting glance. Chapter 17 Mr. Chun, I wish to perform in Gangxing. Li Lianjia, get in the car. Upon hearing his name called, Li Lianjia lifted his gaze. He noticed that a fleet of red flag cars had unexpectedly arrived outside the headquarters, consisting of Chun Long and his bodyguards. Li Lianjia sensed the aura of martial artists emanating from Lu Hu and others, ultimately focusing on the leader, Chun Long. This gentleman, dressed in an exquisite suit, sporting sunglasses and a slick hairstyle, presented a remarkably fashionable appearance. Are you Mr. Chun Long? Indeed, here is my business card. Upon seeing the title of Shao's president among Chun Long's credentials, Li Lianjia lowered his guard. You are the new boss mentioned by Master Lu? Has Lu Jiaoyang spoken of me? Li Lianjia nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner, replying, originally, they intended to invite me to film another movie, but your takeover of Shao interrupted their plans. Chun Long felt a tinge of embarrassment. To alter the old-fashioned mindset of Shao's veterans, he insisted that they must transform their theatrical martial arts performance style. The project Shaolin Kid had yet to be finalized before meeting its untimely demise. I have come today to invite you to join the new Shao. Rest assured, you will receive the same compensation as the actors in Gangxing. Upon hearing this, Li Lianjia's eyes noticeably brightened. Come aboard, and I will elaborate. Inside the vehicle, Chun Long outlined the remuneration for actors at the new Shao. So, if the film I star in achieves a box office of 30 million, I would receive a share of 2 million Hong Kong dollars? Previously, he had been offered substantial sums to appear in films, with one Hong Kong businessman once presenting him with 2 million for 2 movies, which had piqued his interest. His family's circumstances were not particularly favorable, and his motivation for starring in Shaolin Temple was primarily financial. With such earnings, he could undoubtedly enhance his family's living conditions. Very well, I accept your offer and will sign this long-term contract. Excellent. I assure you, the new Shao will cultivate you into a globally recognized martial arts superstar. With the decision to sign with the new Shao, Li Lianjia felt a psychological burden lifted. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain to his family. Being dismissed as a martial artist would have been akin to delivering devastating news to them. Boss, with the new year approaching, how about I join you in Gangxing after the festivities? Sure, we are in no rush. Let us do this. I exchanged some foreign exchange coupons upon my arrival. We can visit the friendship store to purchase a few items. I cannot let you return home empty-handed for the new year. Foreign exchange coupons were a privilege of the era, established to cater to foreign friends and returning compatriots due to market supply constraints. Holding such coupons allowed one to procure scarce goods at designated hotels and stores, making them highly sought after in the community. Upon hearing the boss's intention to buy items for him, Li Lianjia initially intended to politely decline, but then thought of his parents, who had endured hardships. He silently nodded in agreement. Chun Long was not a stingy person, and he did not perceive mainland consumption as particularly high. Please pack a 21-inch Philips color television for me and load it into the trunk. Also, I would like 20 jin of freshly slaughtered pork and 5 bags of rice. Seeing the shopkeeper diligently tallying the expenses and the bodyguards continuously carrying goods to the car, Li Lianjia hurriedly interjected, Boss, that is sufficient. You are being too generous. As he observed the shopkeeper's abacus moving swiftly, Li Lianjia felt a surge of anxiety. The 21-inch color television was not inexpensive. The average salary for urban residents was merely around 1,000 yuan, and the cost of one television could equate to several films' worth of remuneration, causing him considerable unease. At that time, purchasing a black and white television would attract the attention of the entire village, while a color television was an extravagant luxury, a symbol of wealth. Chun Long joked with him, Lianjia, this amount is hardly significant. If you feel uncomfortable, we can deduct it from your salary. Li Lianjia understood this was the boss's goodwill and felt touched to the point of being speechless. Shopping at the friendship store continued until the small delivery truck could hold no more. This totals 5,000 foreign exchange coupons. Would you prefer a check or cash? With a glance from Chun Long, Lu Hu produced a stack of foreign currency and placed it on the counter. Dear guest, please take care. As they rode back home, Li Lianjia felt a sense of anticipation. His home was in Beijing, where his parents were ordinary factory workers. His father had passed away, and his mother had raised 5 children single-handedly. When the convoy arrived at the workers' compound, it drew the attention of his colleagues. Are you Li Lianjia? Someone recognized him. At that time, the concept of idolization did not exist, and people simply praised his acting. Little Jia has become successful now, driving a red flag sedan. That suit must be custom-made. Your mother will be off work soon. The factory is closed tomorrow. Li Lianjia could no longer hear the voices around him as a figure clad in a slightly bulky light blue cotton jacket appeared in his line of sight. Mom, Little Jia, you're on holiday. Didn't you say you had a program for the Spring Festival Gala? Upon hearing her mother's question, Li Lianjia, who had felt immense grievances, could not hold back his tears any longer. Mom, I was dismissed from the headquarters. This is my new boss, and I plan to go to Gangsheng to make money acting. Qianlong felt slightly anxious, uncertain of how Li's mother would react to her child going off to act. He hurriedly had someone open the rear door of the vehicle and said amiably, Annie, this is a gesture from our new Xiao. It is a New Year gift for our new employee. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the Philips color television in the trunk, realizing that the Li family, once struggling, was on the verge of prosperity. Li Lianjia had always been the greatest pride of his mother, who understood Qianlong's concerns. She smiled, saying, Thank you, Mr. Chan. I trust you will take good care of Lianjia in the future. Mom, do you also support my decision to go to Gangsheng to act? Well, you are competing and undergoing intense training, and I am always anxious, fearing you might get injured. Being an actor offers a higher income, providing you with some security. Moreover, Mr. Chun appears to be a good person. Do not disappoint his kind intentions. Chapter 18. The Kung Fu Emperor conquers Gangsheng, and the Shaolin boy sets his course. Having spent over a month in the capital, the group finally embarked on their journey home. Chan Ching-Shum, filled with ambition and satisfaction, engaged in delightful conversations with representatives from the Ministry of Commerce. They inspected the third ring road of the capital, the bustling district of Puxi in the magical city, and the Pearl River, contemplating a significant shift of investment focus toward the mainland. The real estate competition in Gangsheng was fierce, with major developers having hoarded all available land years prior, leaving our Jianing struggling to survive in the crevices. In contrast, the mainland presented a landscape ripe for rejuvenation, with countless opportunities awaiting exploration. Elder Hua had placed substantial bets in Nansha, yet Chan Ching-Shum, lacking such boldness, opted for a steady, methodical approach, aiming to establish a solid foundation in first-tier cities. The most gratifying aspect was that the Dragon Kingdom's government not only opened its doors widely, but also bestowed upon him considerable political stature, enabling him to participate in governance and directly communicate with leaders on various matters, offering his insights. If Chan Ching-Shum had harbored any lingering concerns prior to his return, he had since swallowed them whole. Qianlong also reaped considerable rewards, having reached a consensus with the General Administration of Radio and Television regarding the introduction of foreign films. According to the representative, they too wished to strengthen cultural exchanges across the strait, aspiring to import uplifting and family-friendly productions reminiscent of the Shaw brothers' legacy. While outsiders might perceive the pursuit of positive energy as daunting, given that Gangsheng was renowned for its crime dramas and various borderline films characterized by sensuality and violence, Qianlong, having grown under the red flag, held a different view. The Dragon Kingdom boasts numerous national heroes and a wealth of inspiring tales, all of which would undoubtedly captivate audiences when brought to the big screen. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the inquisitive Li Lianjia, who was observing the clouds with curiosity. This Kung Fu Emperor was his greatest boon on this journey, for with him, he could unlock the doors to the mainland cinema. He was now a significant step closer to fulfilling his wager with Sir Shah. Upon landing, the father and son split their paths. Chan Ching-Shum headed to Jianing to oversee the situation, as business operations in Gangsheng had significantly declined over time, with several subsidiaries teetering on the brink of suspension. Meanwhile, Qianlong brought Li Lianjia to the headquarters of Shaw Brothers at Qinshui Bay. The numerous studios there were undergoing a grand renovation, having even acquired an adjacent street to create a historical filming location. Thus, as they approached, they observed the new Shaw Brothers in the midst of extensive construction and refurbishment. In Li Lianjia's eyes, the surroundings were filled with novelty. Upon entering the Shaw Brothers building, they fortuitously encountered director Lu Jiaoyang, who had initially intended to report to Qianlong. Upon seeing Li Lianjia, his face lit up with delight. Lianjia, I was just about to send someone to find you in Gangsheng. Lu Shifu, I've made up my mind. I have signed a long-term contract with the boss, and I am now an actor of the new Shaw Brothers. Hearing this, Lu Jiaoyang's joy intensified, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome. It would have been a great loss if you hadn't come to shoot films in Gangsheng. He then turned to flatter Qianlong, Boss, You truly have an eye for talent. Lianjie is destined for this profession, and you have added another formidable warrior to our new Shaw brothers. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Lu Shifu? Indeed. After your last admonition, I reflected deeply and realized you were right. The martial arts in our troupe have indeed become somewhat outdated. Therefore, I plan to incorporate high-difficulty action designs into our new production. Initially, I was troubled by the complexity of these martial arts movements, which require a solid foundation in martial arts, precise execution, and visual appeal. It's quite challenging to find suitable actors in Gangqing. The first person who came to mind was Li Lianjie, and I'm pleasantly surprised that you had the same thought. When it comes to performing beautifully choreographed fights, Li Lianjie undoubtedly excels, particularly with his gaze. His focus during combat scenes is devoid of malice, yet brimming with intensity, while his romantic scenes are infused with warmth. He alone can portray the image of a martial arts master, embodying compassion for the world and a fierce disdain for evil. This is the script for my new production. Please take a look. The title Shaolin Boy immediately caught their eyes, confirming that history had remained unchanged. Although the script was somewhat conventional, it was rare in its infusion of positive energy, a refreshing stream within the cinematic landscape of Gangqing. Very well, Lu Shifu. We are currently implementing an independent producer system. I will handle the financing, and you can take care of Li Lianjie. Seeing his boss so agreeable, Lu Jiaoyang's minor grievances evaporated instantly. He also inspected the renovations of the studios nearby and the film street, noting the significant improvements and evident attention to detail. Filming in the newly designed settings would undoubtedly be inspired, and he felt an invigorating confidence in the new production. Lianjie, as we previously discussed, your remuneration for the first 2 films will be 1 million per film, and starting from the 3rd film, you will receive a share of the box office profits. How does that sound? Boss, I have no objections. 1 million Hong Kong dollars per film, in stark contrast to 700 per film, left him thoroughly satisfied, devoid of any grievances. Chapter 19. The Quick Shooter. The Gambler. After tossing Li Lianjie to Lu Jiaoyang, Chunlong hurried to the set of The Gambler. He felt suffocated in the capital and was eager to find Xiao Wenci to extinguish the fire. Upon entering the dressing room, he was greeted by an enchanting and alluring silhouette. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing against her. Shi, I have missed you terribly. While panting into her ear, he began to tug at her pants. What struck Chunlong as odd was how much weight she had lost. Her body trembled slightly. Boss. Hearing her soft call, Chunlong froze mid-action. This was not Xiao Wenci. Only then did he realize, upon seeing her in the mirror with a wig, that it was Zheng Huaqian. Gazing at her exposed form, Chunlong swallowed hard. Qian, what are you doing here? Boss. Sister Wenci is filming her final scene. I just borrowed her dressing room to remove my makeup. The entertainment industry has clear hierarchies. Newcomers like Zheng Huaqian typically use communal dressing rooms. She had not anticipated that her desire to experience the treatment of a top star would nearly lead to a compromising situation. As silence enveloped the dressing room once more, the breaths of the 2 individuals grew slightly hurried. Just as Chunlong contemplated making the best of the situation, Xiao Wenci's voice drifted in from outside the dressing room. Surely, her scene had wrapped up. You must hide quickly. Saying this, Chunlong pushed Xiao Wenci into the wardrobe. Surprise! Xiao Wenci was initially startled, then excitedly leaped into Chunlong's embrace. The 2 ignited a passionate encounter within the dressing room. Meanwhile, Zheng Huaqian, hiding in the wardrobe, could see everything through the cracks. It was only after the 2 had composed themselves and departed that she released her hand from her mouth, collapsing onto the floor. But how could she explain the soiled costume to the props master? Meanwhile, a refreshed Chunlong, with a rosy-cheeked Xiao Wenci, arrived at Wang Jing's lounge. Boss, the casino scenes were completed half a month ago. We just need to shoot a few additional dialogue shots, and the filming of The Gambler will be concluded. Next comes the editing and scoring. Chunlong nodded. Wang Jing was famously a quick shooter. Finishing a film in 18 days was common. The delay was due to on-location shooting for The Gambler. Otherwise, the recording speed would have been even faster. Alright, let us have Lu Guantang handle the film score. The iconic entrance music of The Gambler was crafted by him. He is a talented music producer whose songs frequently feature in films. Most famously A Life of Love from A Chinese Odyssey. The signature entrance music of The Gambler is almost the soul of the film. Thus, when it comes to post-production, Xiaolong immediately thought of him. Though Wang Jing found it curious that the boss specifically requested Lu, He recognized that Lu's musical style was indeed a fitting choice and readily agreed. Jing, now that the gambler has rapped, what are your plans? At this, Wang Jing felt a bit of trepidation. What else could he do after rapping? Of course, he needed to take a break and prepare for the upcoming promotional work for the gambler. Yet, from the boss's tone, it seemed he did not wish for him to rest so easily. This was unavoidable. There were many veteran directors at Shaw Brothers, but few could draw in box office. Unlike Jiahe and Cine City, which boasted a plethora of talent, he could only rely heavily on Wang Jing. Boss, I plan to see how the gambler performs. I want to bring both Dehua and Zhou Xingqi in for a spin-off series. But you can't just keep me occupied, can you? Observing Fei Fei's rueful smile, Qianlong found his argument quite reasonable. However, the new Shaw Brothers was still in the process of restructuring and lacked any impressive achievements. To poach talent would require considerable expenditure. He had wealth, but that did not mean he would act foolishly. He would not engage in the folly of overpaying to save face. Boss, I have a splendid candidate for you. Who? My father's disciple, Du Kefeng. This name is certainly familiar to those who have seen Hong Kong films. Early self-media edits on Bilibili hailed him as a master of static gunfight aesthetics, with works such as Gunfire being regarded as classics. Qianlong immediately perked up, gesturing for Wang Jing to continue. Brother Feng has recently completed the filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. How about I have him reach out to you for a chat? All right, please kindly facilitate the introduction. Upon receiving Wang Jing's call, Du Qifeng was utterly bewildered. He had originally planned to discuss resigning to join Cine City as an assistant director with his master, but unexpectedly received an invitation from Shaw Brothers. He expressed his thoughts, Brother Feng. With your talent, it is truly beneath you to pander to Cine City. You should come to Shaw Brothers instead. Young Master Chun is known for his unconventional approach to nurturing talent, and you might even have the chance to direct a film directly. It was previously mentioned that Du Qifeng had attempted to direct a film in 1980, but he quickly recognized his own shortcomings and returned to TVB for more experience. Now, feeling he had matured, he found the market unyielding. Cine City only promised him the opportunity to try as an assistant director, with a chance for independent directing in the future. Listening to the earnest persuasion of his fellow disciple, Du Qifeng replied, All right, I am immensely grateful to you. Regardless of the outcome, I must treat you to a meal. Brother Feng, this is where you are mistaken. There should be no need for pleasantries between brothers. Chapter 20. With 1 million for Du Qifeng, he can create wonders the following day. Du Qifeng sat obediently before Qianlong. Who would have imagined that this man before him had pioneered the Du style, becoming a master of film noir with classics such as Gunfire, the Underworld series, Deadly Gold, and The Big Event. Each police and gangster film he directed has become a classic, making him one of the most awarded directors at the Golden Statue Awards in the Harbor City. However, at this moment, Du Sir was still an obscure figure, with a youthful visage that belied his talent. Compared to the seasoned Wang Jing, who had more years in the industry than age, he remained a complete novice. Noticing Chun Xiao's silence as he perused the resume Du presented, Du felt a pang of anxiety. Would he be rejected? The embarrassment would not only fall upon him, but also reflect poorly on Wang Jing. Du Dao, did you live in Kowloon Walled City as a child? Chun Xiao's unexpected inquiry caught Du Qifeng off guard, as he had not included his childhood experiences in his resume. It was likely that Wang Jing had provided further insights about him. Yes, when I was 8, my family moved to Kowloon Walled City, then to Lok Fu, and finally to Ngao Tao Kok. These areas were notorious slums in the harbor city, rife with chaos and gang activity, and Du Qifeng was raised in such an environment. He felt no shame in growing up in a slum. Many of his classmates were members of gangs. If Qianlong cared about such matters, he would have left immediately. Very well. To be frank, I hold great confidence in your abilities, Du Dao. I believe you will bring something uniquely different to the new Shaw Brothers. However, you are aware that there are many senior figures in the new Shaw Brothers. If you were to independently produce right away, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the veterans. Upon hearing this, Du Qifeng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Chen Xiao was already showing him considerable respect. He knew the next step would likely be a proposal for him to serve as an assistant director to gain experience by shooting 1 or 2 films. He could accept such an outcome, for the new Shaw Brothers had no shortage of experienced directors, and he could learn much from assisting them. He had already reconciled with the reality that there were no shortcuts to the big screen. Every endeavor required diligent steps, just as he had traversed in the past. However, Qianlong then smiled and proposed, How about this? I will personally invest 1 million Hong Kong dollars for you to produce a police film. Let everyone witness your true capabilities. If the box office performs well, you will naturally remain. If not, then you will obediently serve as an assistant director. As long as you are with the new Shaw brothers, I will always grant you another chance. There is an old saying that a scholar will die for a knowing patron. Du Kefeng felt immensely touched by Chun Xiao's willingness to invest 1 million Hong Kong dollars in him. When he heard that Chun Long was willing to support him for a lifetime, he was even more moved. Although Chun Long was considerably younger, he evoked a sense of being in the presence of an older brother. It was as if he were saying, "Little Du, go ahead and shoot. I have plenty of money. Regardless of how it turns out, I will cover you." This exemplified trust and belief. What more could Du Chifeng say? With tears glistening in his eyes, he signed his name on the drafted contract. He felt that Chun Xiao was someone worthy of his dedication. Upon seeing Du Chifeng sign the contract, Chun Long wasted no time in issuing him a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars. As Du Chifeng exited the office with the check and a copy of the contract, he found himself in a state of confusion. What should he film? How would he spend this 1 million? Why wasn't he his boss assigning someone to oversee him? In his perplexity, Du Chifeng sought out Wang Jing, who was busily preparing for a new film. Wang Jing, though exhausted, found joy in filmmaking. It was not a source of torment for him. Upon seeing Du Kefeng holding the contract bag, he flashed his trademark smile. "Brother Feng, I told you, you would make it. The boss certainly wouldn't overlook a talent like you. Indeed, the boss is quite generous, willing to give newcomers a chance, but I am a bit lost on how to proceed." He chuckled bitterly as he recounted the matter of the $1 million check. "Haha, the boss knows how to play the game. He has actually given you the answer. You just haven't realized it yet. Jinggu, please point me in the right direction. The boss doesn't seem to have said much. Did he not ask if you lived in Kowloon Walled City as a child and suggest you make a police film? Isn't that the answer?" Du Kefeng suddenly understood. The boss wanted him to create a police film set in Kowloon Walled City. Yet, confronted with such a premise, he found himself devoid of ideas. It was Wang Jing who offered a suggestion. "Brother Feng, the story of Wu Zihao and Inspector Lu Lu from Kowloon Walled City could make for a compelling film. Adapting the tales of the 4 great inspectors into a movie or television series was not a novel concept." With Wang Jing's reminder, Du Chifeng began to formulate his own ideas. "Ah Jing, I am more interested in the journey of Lu Lu from a junior officer to a chief inspector, which would also encompass events like the Kowloon riots. 1 million may not suffice for grand scenes." Wang Jing nodded inwardly, acknowledging that his fellow brother had matured significantly and had become more pragmatic, with a keen sense for commercial films. As they exchanged laughter, they clarified the general plot outline. The title would be The Legendary Inspectors of 500 Million, and as for the cast, he intended to invite old friends from the television station for guest appearances. In this regard, Du Chifeng possessed a unique advantage. After years of working at TVB, from behind the scenes to producing dramas, he had earned the respect of Dai Hua and Xiao Wei, the 5 tigers of TVB. TVB was notoriously strict with actors, typically prohibiting them from accepting private gigs. However, after the establishment of the new Shaw brothers, the attitude of Lu Shun had shifted subtly, seemingly encouraging actors to appear in productions from the new Shaw brothers. Thus, Du Chifeng felt confident that once he extended an olive branch, everyone would eagerly participate. Huazai just happens to have an open schedule, making him a perfect fit for the lead role. As for the character of Zhu Yuzi, he suits to Shu well. Regarding the other 2 female leads, let us not consider anyone else, Wen Shi and Hua Qian. With such a star-studded lineup, 1 million in production costs might fall short. Although it was said to be a friendly appearance, Du Chifeng did not wish to owe such significant favors. Among the 12th batch of wireless trainees, I find Lu Qingyun quite promising. He has been playing minor roles since graduation. While his image may not be the most striking, he has a wide acting range, and I would like to give him a chance at the lead role. The trainees from this batch, like Wu Juanru and Lan Jiaying, are also quite good. I'll cast them as the female leads. Chapter 21. A brand new cast. I refuse to believe that the 500 million detective can break even. Lu Qingyun, who had been relegated to minor roles in the film Beidu Shuangxiong, was overwhelmed with joy when director Du invited him to be the lead in a new production. After a year of playing inconsequential parts, from a police flower to his current role in Beidu Shuangxiong, he had yet to secure a speaking role. In contrast, his classmate Wu Qihua, possessing a more favorable image, had already secured the role of the second male lead, Morong Bai, in Moyu Taoyuan. While others debuted as prominent characters, he found himself perpetually in the shadows. The disparity was indeed stark. Without inquiring about the remuneration, he readily accepted director Du's offer. Wu Junru and Lan Jing also subsequently took on roles in the film. Ultimately, director Du approached Shu, who was not a stranger to collaboration. He had previously portrayed Elder Peng of the Beggar S Gang in the recently recorded Shidiao. Director, it is a privilege to be cast as the supporting character in your debut work. As for the payment, I trust you will decide, he remarked. Thus, 500 million Detective was officially greenlit. The media was astonished to discover that the most renowned and highest-paid individual on set was Shu. What was New Shaw Brothers up to? They had previously vowed to cease producing shoddy films and to restore the image of Shaw Brothers as a purveyor of quality productions, yet they appeared unable to shed their penchant for low-budget projects. With a 1 million budget, a novice director, and a cast of newcomers, the only notable asset was a supporting role. Was Chen Dashao genuinely committed to filmmaking? Perhaps the gossip media had run out of news to report, as they allocated only a small section to the announcement of 500 million Detective. Soon, an employee tasked with monitoring competitors delivered the report to Zhou Huiwen's desk. Zhou Huiwen had grown accustomed to Chen Dashao's erratic maneuvers. The reporter had even interviewed director Du Qifeng, and the only eye-catching element was the 1 million check presented by Chen Dashao. Ah, this Chen Dashao truly possesses wealth and a capricious spirit, an assistant scoffed. Zhou Huiwen refrained from making overly definitive statements, but based on his experience, he believed that 500 million Detective would struggle to recoup its costs. Such a film was destined to falter. By the way, he had heard that Gambling God was slated for release in June. Indeed, New Shaw Brothers was making considerable promotional efforts, with TVB incessantly airing teasers, and many of Jia Ning's properties displaying advertisements. Zhou Huiwen had also seen the trailer broadcasted by TVB. To be frank, one could discern from the trailer that Gambling God possessed substance. The story, suspense, characters, and even the music were all meticulously crafted. After years in the industry, he could quickly assess the quality of a film with just a glance. The box office for Gambling God was unlikely to be low. Reflecting on this, he instructed prompt Hong Jinbao to advance the release of Wu Fu Xing from July to June. His words carried an undeniable authority. The assistant sensed a subtle, yet palpable air of menace. With New Shaw Brothers' deep-rooted heritage and the backing of Jia Ning, they were indeed a formidable force. Zhou Huiwen's intentions were clear. He aimed to obliterate Gambling God with Wu Fu Xing, ensuring that Chen Dashao's first major production post-acquisition of Shaw Brothers would meet a disastrous fate. The Hong Kong film industry already faced a challenging competitor in the form of Nui Ching. He had no desire for other capital to encroach upon his territory. The film industry was a treacherous realm, not merely navigable with a touch of wealth. Chapter 22, A Ridiculous Joke. How could anyone look down on the Gambling God? In the 1980s, due to the unique circumstances of the port city, a considerable influx of illicit wealth flooded into this metropolis. The port city rapidly ascended to become one of the largest financial centers in the entire East Asia and even the world. Finance was beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Those earning a modest monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 would only find themselves at the mercy of the market. Wealth predominantly flowed into the hands of affluent magnates and a select group of elites, resulting in a stark disparity in societal wealth. The upper class indulged in a life of extravagance, while those at the bottom resided in Kowloon-walled city or cramped pigeon coops, daily dreaming of sudden riches. On one side lay a fortunate few basking in wealth, on the other, a laborious existence for the masses. As time passed, a sense of urgency permeated the populace, leading them to pursue any quick avenue to wealth. This mentality contributed to the rise of organized crime as a cultural symbol. What business promised the swiftest returns? Naturally, it was the sordid realms of gambling, drugs, and vice. Underground gambling dens proliferated, with many harboring dreams of overnight riches through chance. In the current economic downturn, the aspiration for sudden wealth surged, making gambling more prevalent than ever before. Wang Jing astutely recognized this trend, and with the film Gambling God, he skillfully intertwined elements of sensuality, violence, and gambling battles, casting charismatic actors like Da Hua and Xia Wenxi. When all these elements coalesced in the trailer, they captivated the audience's attention. Even gamblers who seldom frequented cinemas found themselves intrigued. Sixth Ant wholeheartedly supported Chun Long's inaugural masterpiece, not only airing the trailer for Gambling God during the television drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but also inviting the film crew to appear on Happy Tonight, the most enduring variety show in the port city. It is worth noting the dedication of artists during this period. In promoting Gambling God, Wang Jing and his team even crafted a short play. On the show, Zhou Ruanfa oscillated between madness and childlike innocence, exuding an air of authority, effortlessly embodying different characters through mere expressions, leaving the audience in awe. It dawned on them just how versatile Zhou Ruanfa was, overshadowed by his iconic portrayal of Su Wenxiang, which had led many to overlook his multifaceted talents. The stunning appearances of Xiao Wengzi and Zheng Huajian further dazzled the viewers, as the allure of these two beauties heightened anticipation for Gambling God to unprecedented levels. In the background, Qianlong quietly applauded their efforts. The promotional campaign for Gambling God could be deemed a resounding success. In the 1980s, opportunities for film promotion were limited, primarily reliant on cinema chains. At this juncture, Shaw Brothers' advantages became apparent. Shaw Brothers was the largest cinema chain in East Asia, without rival. Not only did they possess numerous large theaters in the port city, but they also operated cinemas across Southeast Asia. With a command from Sir Run Run Shaw, massive posters for Gambling God adorned the entrances of all their theaters, drawing countless moviegoers to pause and admire. At that time, the multi-screen cinema concept had yet to gain popularity. A cinema boasting 2 or 3 screens was considered large. These theaters, scattered throughout East Asia, were the bedrock of Shaw Brothers' enduring prominence. However, as more cinemas emerged, Shaw Brothers' advantages would gradually diminish in the post-1980s landscape. Cinemas, after all, were businesses seeking profit. They would naturally screen whatever films sold well. Observing the momentum of new Shaw Brothers promotion, the Golden Harvest team was equally determined, launching trailers and promotional posters for the 5 Lucky Stars across multiple platforms. The 5 Lucky Stars was a grand production by Golden Harvest, aiming to counter the flourishing Best Partners from New Cheng. Last year, Best Partners achieved a remarkable box office of $26 million, clinching the title of box office champion. While its sequel released in February garnered $20 million, making it the highest-grossing film of the first half of the year. Golden Harvest invested considerable effort into the 5 Lucky Stars, boasting a star-studded cast, including Hung Cam-bo, Wu Yao-han, Chung Chiu-hung, Jackie Chan, Yuan Biao, and Lam Ching-ing. The lavish production and luxurious ensemble attracted immense attention even before its release, overshadowing Gambling God. The Golden Harvest team felt that their boss, Zhou Huaiwen, was perhaps overreacting, believing that using the 5 Lucky Stars to target Gambling God would be a straightforward endeavor. Even within the creative team of Gambling God, such sentiments were echoed. Most disheartened was Zhou Runfa, who had finally found what he believed to be his destined role and aspired to revive his stardom, only to encounter Golden Harvest's counterattack. He had grown weary of this sense of helplessness. Initially radiant in his portrayal of the Gambling God, he began to exhibit signs of despondency. Fa Gu, you must have some confidence in yourself and in our new Shaw Brothers, a colleague urged. Zhou Ruanfa offered a faint smile, feeling that his boss was merely trying to console him. On the premiere day, even the typically flamboyant Wang Jing appeared subdued, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Chapter 23. The Dark Horse is on a rampage. The release of The Gambling God has drawn a throng of critics. The promotional efforts for The Gambling God are unprecedented, and with the Lucky Stars released concurrently, a fierce rivalry is inevitable. The intrepid critics are eager to watch the film, seeking first-hand insights from audience reactions. Among them is Ollie from Ming Pao, one of the largest publications in Hong Kong, renowned for its incisive critiques and serialized content, which gained immense popularity in Southeast Asia during the 1980s. Over the past 2 years, it has experienced rapid growth, maintaining a daily circulation of 130,000 copies, earning it the nickname The Times of Hong Kong by foreigners. Ollie, a film aficionado with a profound command of language, could not resist the opportunity to watch a film funded by the group. He had previously viewed The Lucky Stars and, to be frank, it truly lived up to the reputation of an all-star production. As a fan of Mr. Hung Jinbao, he left the theater yearning for more, having already drafted a glowing review to praise Hung's troupe. Thus, his attendance at The Gambling God was merely to fulfill his assignment. The founder of Ming Pao is the esteemed Jin Yong, who has an inseparable partnership with Shaw Brothers, leading to a natural inclination to support the new Shaw Brothers. However, as a semi-professional film critic, Ollie is committed to his principles and professional integrity. He resolved to remain objective, unflinchingly addressing the flaws in The Gambling God, while also providing appropriate encouragement. Yet, upon witnessing the charismatic entrance of Fa Gu, who teaches a cheetah lesson, Ali felt the magnetic allure of the character. In that moment, Zhou Xuanfa brought the gambling god to life. He embodied the character, and the character embodied him. Ali felt invigorated, as if a fire ignited within him. From his extensive cinematic experience, he discerned that this film was far from a shoddy production. When Fa Gu fell victim to a trap and descended into vulnerability, his portrayal as a frightened child elicited resounding applause from the audience. Zhou Ruanfa's expressive eyes seemed to speak as he savored chocolate while gambling, only to transform into a naive child moments later. The scene where Xia Wenxi faced violence made the audience collectively tense, wishing to emerge as gallant protectors to confront the villain. When the film's BGM played and Fa Gu reappeared, the audience was enveloped in goosebumps. Ali felt an illusion that at that moment, Fa Gu was invincible. No one could defeat him amidst that BGM. It was only when the screen displayed a warning urging the audience to steer clear of gambling that they realized the film had concluded. They had unwittingly watched for 2 hours, with no one leaving their seats or noticing the passage of time. Applause erupted, led by an unknown individual, resonating for 3 minutes before the curtain fell in darkness. Ali then realized he was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the experience. He had countless praises swirling in his mind, yet could only muster a single exclamation of brilliance. Other viewers echoed his sentiments. The gambling god is phenomenal. Fa Gu is incredible. Xia Wenxi is breathtaking, and Zheng Huajian. The cinema was filled with a chorus of admiration, expressing their emotions in the simplest terms. Ali could hardly contain his eagerness for a second viewing. Having been so engrossed in the film, he had overlooked many details. Though he longed to rush back to the office and pen a review, he decided to exercise patience and watch it again. At that moment, he no longer cared about the cost of a second ticket. All he desired was to experience the gambling god once more. The following day, Mingji Evening News published a lengthy review by Ali, titled "There is a Gambling God, and his name is Zhou Ruanfa." He eloquently analyzed the film through the lenses of familial, friendly, and romantic love, praising the performances of the cast, particularly Zhou Ruanfa's exceptional portrayal, declaring the film as the greatest gambling film of the 20th century, with Yang Wang Jing carrying the legacy of a master. The 3 major newspapers in Hong Kong, largely apolitical, unanimously praised the gambling god. Rather than merely recounting the tale of an extraordinary gambler, it poignantly narrates the transformation of a god into a human. The overseas Chinese Daily remarked on the gambling god as the debut masterpiece of young director Wang Jing, while the industrial and commercial Daily noted, due to the media's acclaim and the enthusiastic word-of-mouth promotion from fans, the gambling god experienced a surge in viewership. However, Zhou Huaiwen, after a single day of delight, noticed something awry. Despite the Lucky Stars having a distinct advantage in screenings, its box office earnings were only marginally higher than those of the gambling god. Initially, he presumed it was merely a fluke. With the gambling god gaining promotional traction, the Lucky Stars would soon widen the gap. Yet, upon the release of the next day's box office results, his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 24. A failed scheme. The box office figures revealed that Wu Fuxing garnered 2,050,000 Hong Kong dollars, while Dushin achieved 2,060,000. Zhou Huaiwen repeated the numbers in disbelief. He Guanchong snatched the report and meticulously recalculated, confirming that the figures were indeed accurate. Dushin had surpassed Wu Fuxing's box office by a margin of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars the following day. Although the lead was merely 1,000, it was a bitter pill for both to swallow. Overnight, Dushin had unexpectedly staged a comeback, and it was hard to fathom how it could outshine the likes of Hong Jinbao, Jackie Chan, Yuan Kuei, and Chow Yun-fat, all of whom were notorious for poor box office performances. Zhou Huaiwen could not accept that Wu Fuxing would falter. He could rationalize a loss to the long-standing rival Best Partners series. But conceding defeat to what was clearly a mediocre film like Dushin was utterly unacceptable. Humph, Ming Pao has lauded Dushin so extravagantly. The audience will likely realize its shortcomings in due time, leading to a resurgence of Wu Fuxing's reputation and an eventual reversal in box office fortunes. He Guanchong remained obstinately hopeful about Wu Fuxing's critical acclaim. He even speculated that Chun Long had leveraged his wealth to influence the 3 major newspapers to promote Dushin. Consequently, they resolved to visit the cinema personally to uncover the truth behind Dushin's success. However, their assistant quickly informed them that tickets for Dushin were sold out, with a throng of eager patrons lining up to purchase tickets. By the time they reached the front, a notice was posted declaring that tickets for Du Shun had been completely sold out. Both Zhou and he were taken aback, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. To investigate further, they managed to secure 2 tickets to Du Shun through connections. After the screening concluded, unlike the audience, who were still buzzing with excitement, they were enveloped in a prolonged silence. Zhou Yunfat's performance instilled a sense of dread, while Wang Jing's directorial prowess left them horrified. The collaboration between these two resulted in a cinematic masterpiece, akin to a work of art, and it was clear that they had suffered a decisive defeat. From both narrative and commercial perspectives, their loss was entirely justified. Zhou Huaiwen deeply regretted his decision to advance Wu Fuxing's release date. His underestimation had led Wu Fuxing to collide head-on with an exceptionally formidable rival. He Guanchong observed that some audience members were emotionally charged after the screening, passionately discussing the plot and offering their critiques on everything from the cast to the human elements depicted in the story. He realized that this film's popularity would eclipse that of Best Partners, reaching unprecedented heights. Huaiwen, this is dire. Our Wu Fuxing will face challenges ahead. Du Shun had ignited a viewing frenzy, and cinema owners, previously indecisive, would undoubtedly increase Du Shun's screening slots. Where would these slots come from? Naturally, they would come at the expense of Wu Fuxing's allocation. This would lead to a substantial decline in Wu Fuxing's box office, creating a vicious cycle where the strong would grow stronger. Zhou Huaiwen nodded. In the past, no matter how challenging the situation, he never sat idly by, always managing to guide Jiahe out of adversity. Yet now, confronted with this predicament, he found himself utterly at a loss. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes seemed laughably futile. Alas, I underestimated the new Xiao film, and I accept full responsibility for my misjudgment. Old Zhou, how can you expect me to cope with your admission? This was not merely a case of oversight on their part. After the arrival of Jackie Chan and the Hong family, they had grown overly confident, failing to recognize the rise of New East City. The new Xiao film had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. This may ultimately be a good thing. It could also benefit Bao He. Old friend, spare me your excuses. We should be focusing on how to counter the new Xiao film's counterattack. Events unfolded as the two had anticipated. With tickets for Du Shun in high demand, the cinema chains promptly collaborated to increase its screening by 20%. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining relations with Jiahe, they might have even considered further reducing Wu Fuxing's showings. Hong Jinbao and his associates were left dumbfounded. It was one thing for the New East City crew to overshadow them, but how could Zhou Yunfat, known for his box office poison, and a group of newcomers manage to trample them at the box office? Yet, this was precisely what transpired. Du Shun not only thrived, but also received unexpectedly positive reviews. Both media outlets and the public offered high praise for Du Shun. After 1 week of release, Du Shun's total box office reached 15 million. This figure was sufficient to send shockwaves through the Hong Kong film industry. It shattered the weekly box office record set by Best Partners in 1982, and it was anticipated that Du Shun would continue to surpass the records established by Best Partners. The newly instated Xiao film, initially filled with trepidation, found itself grappling with the implications of this success. Having grown accustomed to a routine existence, many resisted the impending reforms. Some even wished for their innovative projects to fail so they could return to their monotonous lives. Yet, Du Shun's box office achievements delivered a stinging rebuke. This slap resonated with Li Hangxiang, who recognized that his complacency had contributed to the slow demise of Xiao film. Only by altering entrenched beliefs and embracing the independent production model could he ensure the survival of the new Xiao film. People began to calculate the potential earnings for Wang Jing. Based on an anticipated box office of 30 million, he stood to earn at least 1,500,000 as his share. The allure of wealth quickly spread like wildfire among his peers. Chapter 25. Attempting to poach Su Leiguai and deconstructing the new I Ching master Lu. Have you heard that you have some past connections with the esteemed Su Daxia? Lu Jiaoyang nodded, uncertain as to why his boss had brought this up. Humph, it is still Jiahe. They believe that by playing tricks on me, this matter will simply fade away? Chen Long was not one to endure humiliation passively. After suffering greatly in his previous life, he refused to live in such a dejected manner in this lifetime. He was determined to disrupt Jiahe's scheme to poach Su Ku. To lure Su Ku away from New I Ching, Jiahe directly invested 30 million Hong Kong dollars in him, spending 2 years to invite Zheng Xiaoqiu and Lin Qingxia as the leads. with Hong Jinbao and Yuan Biao in supporting roles, resulting in an epic masterpiece titled New Shushan Sword Hero. Yet, upon its release in February, it only garnered a mere 15 million at the box office, leading to significant losses. Jiahe was not a company willing to suffer losses. Having spent the money, they naturally aimed to reclaim their talent. Despite the immense financial setback of New Shushan, they recognized Su Ke's talent and his command over large productions, and were keen to invite him to join them. Aware of the underlying circumstances, Chen Long immediately contemplated the best way to annoy a few shareholders at Jiahe. He also admired Su Leiguai. Every film in his Huang Feihong trilogy, Dragon Gate Inn, and A Chinese Ghost Story was a beloved classic with outstanding box office performance. Both Niu Yiqing and Jiahe had underutilized his abilities. Only by joining his new Shaw brothers could Su Ke truly showcase his talents. With this in mind, he turned to Lu Jiaoyang and said, "Master Lu, I hope you can introduce me to Su Ke. I wish to recruit him for the new Shaw brothers." Lu Jiaoyang nodded in agreement, affirming that Su Ke was indeed underused at Niu Yiqing. He did not wish to make comedies. He had long desired to explore the realm of martial arts action films, and only you could provide him with such an opportunity. With that, he picked up the phone and called Su Ke's home. At that moment, Su Ke was discussing the possibility of changing jobs with his wife, Shi Nanqing. To be honest, Su Ke was also contemplating a move to Jiahe. Niu Yiqing had a 7-member team known as Best Partners 1 and Best Partners 2, where all the creative ideas and concepts were generated collaboratively in their conference room. There was no individual honor, no core figure. Regardless of how high the box office revenues soared, the accolades belonged to the collective, and all profits were attributed to Niu Yiqing. Even if one did not participate in a project or if a film incurred losses, they would still receive a subsidy from the company. Maijia referred to this system as a communal pot. However, issues arose. As among the 7, some contributed more effort than others. How should the finances be distributed? Maijia stated that those who contributed more should receive a larger share, but conditions would apply. Consequently, Zheng Zhuwei jumped ship. For Best Partners 1, he had only received a little over 1 million, far below expectations, and for Best Partners 2, despite box office earnings exceeding 20 million, he received nothing. After accounting for previous subsidies, he actually owed Niu Yiqing money. The absurdity of owing the company money after making films was undeniable. Feeling discontented, Zheng Zhuwei decided to forge his own path, leading to Su Ke bearing the heavy burden for Best Partners 3. Su Ke was feeling extraordinarily fatigued. Maijia insisted on maintaining the communal pot system and continued to produce comedies, leaving him with no outlet for his talents and even owing the company a sum of money. On the other hand, Jiahe's Zhou Huaiwen, without a second thought, offered him 30 million to produce a film, allowing him complete creative freedom. Despite the financial losses from Niu Shushan, they were still willing to support his filmmaking endeavors. In comparison, it was clear that switching to Jiahe would be advantageous. Yet, how could he explain this to his brothers? When he left to make films at Jiahe, Maijia had also released him. How could he betray the trust of his comrades? Just then, the phone rang. Upon hearing the caller's words, Su Ke's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Shi Nanqing, sitting beside him, asked, "What's the matter, Lao Su? Who is on the line?" This Shi Nanqing was no ordinary individual. She was one of the 7, the only woman among a group of men, serving as the chief manager at Niu Yiqing, responsible for finance and logistics. It was Master Lu from Shaw Brothers. He mentioned that Boss Chen wanted to invite us for a discussion. What could they possibly want? It was likely that they had caught wind of something and were attempting to lure them to the new Shaw Brothers. Su Ke couldn't help but smile wryly. Now with the emergence of the new Shaw Brothers, the situation had become even more complicated. Upon hearing this, Shi Nanqing's eyes lit up, and she chuckled. "Lao Su, why not meet with Boss Su? With the 3 parties vying for your attention, you can negotiate better terms. If you decide to stay at Niu Yiqing, I've heard that Wang Jing received over 2 million. Hearing that figure, Su Ke's eyes brightened as well. Gambling God was an innovative film that received both critical acclaim and commercial success, and crucially, as the producer, Wang Jing could share in the box office profits. Recently, Chen Long had openly acknowledged this during a media interview, stating that 200,000 was a conservative estimate, and reporters could speculate even higher. Money is a powerful motivator, and Su Ke smiled. Let us set off immediately to meet with Boss Chen. Chapter 26. Su Ke's Studio. A scathing critique of Maijia. The meeting was arranged at the esteemed Mandarin Oriental Hotel, a venue steeped in history and adorned with a noble eagle-themed design. Only the affluent could frequent such an establishment, and it was the couple's inaugural visit. They felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, slightly out of their element. In Xianyi Cheng, they had not accrued significant wealth. The two esteemed guests were welcomed. As Chen Xiao had been waiting in the private room for some time, with a nod of acknowledgement, they followed the hotel staff to the VIP suite. Chen Long and Lu Jia Liang rose to greet them, displaying their respect for the couple. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Long got straight to the point, stating, "Director Su, Miss Shi, I have invited you both today to discuss the possibility of joining New Shaw Brothers and to collectively elevate the film industry in Hong Kong." Su Ku and Shi Nansheng exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of skepticism. While Chen Long's invitation to Su Ku seemed reasonable, the inclusion of her was unexpected and caught them off guard. Amused internally, Chen Long elaborated, "Miss Shi, you are aware that after I joined New Shaw Brothers, quite a few management personnel left with Lu San, and Jia Ning has sent someone to assist me. However, navigating a different industry is akin to traversing mountains. I am in dire need of talent like yours in film production management." Shi Nansheng understood immediately, yet she had never contemplated leaving Xian Yicheng. "Rest assured, I will not employ underhanded tactics like my Jia. If you join New Shaw Brothers, you will be the general manager and receive a 5% stake in the company." The term underhanded left Su Ku feeling indignant on behalf of his brother. "Boss Chen, that seems a bit excessive," Su Ku replied, still defending my Jia. Chen Long scoffed. "My Jia's so-called collective creation system is, to me, nothing short of a farce. My Jia, Shi Tian, and Huang Baiming collectively hold 49 of Xianyi Cheng, while you, Su Ku, Shi Nansheng, Zheng Jiwei, and many other directors who joined later have no shares. You, as a boss who receives company dividends, cannot preach fairness to employees. If we are all one collective, yet the film's box office leads to debts owed to the company, only a fool would play along. Leaving would mean betraying your brothers and their trust in you. Workplace manipulation is clearly something my Jia has mastered. This is also why the 7 heroes of Xian Yicheng ultimately parted ways. Zheng Jiwei ventured out on his own and inevitably faced losses. Even when the company folded, he did not return to Xian Yicheng. While you all scrimp and save, my Jia and the 3 major shareholders have never deprived themselves. Zheng Jiwei's best partners, 1 and 2, grossed nearly 50 million. How much did he earn, and how much did my Jia profit? These words pierced Su Ku's heart like a thorn. Indeed, in a collective creation, should not the producers and directors receive more? Yet, in reality, they, as directors, not only failed to profit but incurred debts to the company. When you regard someone as a brother, they merely see you as an exploitable worker. Even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. Director Su, if you believe my statements are erroneous, calculate for yourself how much you ought to have earned over the years versus what you actually received. His inquiry silenced Su Ku, as such calculations could indeed be disheartening. Shi Nansheng, feeling for her husband, thought it unjust that Zheng Jiwei had abandoned the project while Su Ku bore the burden. Yet my Jia and the capitalists offered no acknowledgement. Was allowing Su Ku to film for Jia an act of generosity? In her view, it was not. Those shareholders likely anticipated that Su Ku's risk-taking in producing innovative films would result in losses, ultimately relegating him to a steady position at Xian Yicheng. Su Ku remained unconvinced, believing the bonds of brotherhood among the 7 heroes should not be tarnished by an outsider's financial motives. He retorted, "Boss Chun, even if I were to switch jobs, it should be with Jiahe. Boss Zhou has great faith in me and assures that the losses from New Shu Mountain will not affect me." Haha. In terms of financial strength, how can Jiahe possibly compare to New Shaw Brothers? The guarantees you receive from Jia, he can be matched by me, Chen Long. If you join New Shaw Brothers, I will invest in your own company, providing an annual budget of 10 million for film production, with no restrictions on genre. At that time, comedy was the prevailing trend in Hong Kong cinema, and the likes of Hong Jinbao's Bao He, Jackie Chan's Wei He, and Xian Yicheng were all vying for box office supremacy through comedic films. Shi Nansheng, intrigued, asked, "Will it be on par with Wang Jing's treatment?" "Of course, we can draft a contract. Unlike my Jia, who offers only verbal promises, all the terms I mentioned can be formally documented." Upon hearing this, Shi Nansheng was immediately captivated. Having diligently served my Jia and others for 3 years without receiving any equity, the prospect of a managerial role and a 5% stake at New Shaw Brothers was enticing. This 5% stake represented a transformation from employee to owner. Without shares, one would forever remain an outsider. Su Ku found himself in a quandary as well. Although Zhou Huaiwen had promised continued investment, One stipulation was unacceptable. He must produce mainstream comedies, such as the 5 Fortune Stars series, prioritizing profitability. At this crucial juncture, Chan Ching-Shum urged her husband, "Old Sue, I have come to realize that what they call brotherhood and respect is merely a facade. In the eyes of my Jia and Zhou Huai, you are merely a tool. They do not comprehend your brilliance or appreciate your imaginative prowess. Chun is the one who truly understands you. Only at New Shaw Brothers will you have the opportunity to create what you genuinely desire. Ms. Sher, your words resonate deeply with me. An unchanging comedic formula will inevitably bore audiences. If Hong Kong cinema is to reach a global audience, it must embrace diversity and innovation. My support for Wang Jing's God of Gamblers stems from this very principle. It was no wonder that Chen Long was thriving in business. His vision surpassed that of my Jia and Zhou Huai. The ambition to propel Hong Kong cinema onto the global stage instilled a sense of admiration among those present. Suku began to perceive Zhou Huai and my Jia as somewhat petty, recognizing that Chen Long was a visionary leader. As the couple appeared ready to commit, Chen Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fearing they might be swayed by my Jia's manipulations, he promptly summoned legal counsel to draft a contract for them to sign. Chapter 27. Astonished, how is it that our disputes have inadvertently benefited Chen Long? The front of the new Shaoshi building at Qianchuan was crowded with reporters. They had received insider information that Jianing Shaoshi would announce a significant development today. The first group to arrive had already noticed that 2 obscure drapes had been hung on the building. The cameras from TVB began to set up in succession. Chen Long did not keep everyone waiting for long. The moment he appeared, he was surrounded by reporters. "Mr. Chen, are you here to announce that God of Gamblers has successfully surpassed 30 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office in 3 weeks? Chen Long did not deny it but smiled, saying, "I have gathered you all here today to announce 2 pieces of good news. The first, as you may have guessed, is that God of Gamblers has officially surpassed 30 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office. And after simultaneous screenings in Nanyang, the overseas box office has also reached 18 million Hong Kong dollars. The crowd froze momentarily, nearly forgetting that both Chun and Xiao came from Nanyang, where they also had their own cinema chains abroad. Moreover, the overseas box office performance was impressive. They quickly calculated the figures for Chen Long, estimating that with a 50-50 revenue-sharing model, deducting production and promotional costs, XI and Shaoshi would net at least 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Achieving such remarkable results with their first project compelled many to draw parallels with the newly established XI and Iching. Would the new Shaoshi, under Chun Long's leadership, become the next XI and Iching? Many remained skeptical. XI and Iching boasted a wealth of talent, while the only asset XI and Shaoshi could present was a collection of antiquated figures. Watching from home, Zhou Huai and Mai Jia scoffed at the notion. Successful productions were not enough to intimidate them. For XI and Shaoshi to truly surpass them, they would need to exert considerably more effort. Their previous overconfidence had resulted in this setback. Zhou Huai and Mai Jia were already searching for individuals to undertake 1 or 2 gambling films, as a continuous output of quality productions was the foundation of Jiahe and XI and Iching's dominance in the Hong Kong film industry. Surpassing God of Gamblers might be challenging, but replicating its commercial strategy was relatively straightforward. Chen Long possessed only 1 trump card in Wang Jing, while they had multiple cards to play. Yet, their smiles quickly froze. The television screen revealed familiar figures. "Old Sue, why is he at the XI and Shaoshi press conference? And Chen Nanxing, what are they doing here?" A strong sense of crisis surged within Zhou Huai and Mai Jia simultaneously. The reporters on site erupted into frenzy. The appearance of the Suku couple suggested a potential announcement of new collaboration between the parties. This could very well become the biggest news in Hong Kong today. "Mr. Chun, does XI and Shaoshi have a new collaboration to announce with Director Su?" Director Su, Mai Jia, furious, smashed his cup, cursing, "Old Su, without even a word of greeting, you rush off to shoot for XI and Shaoshi. Is there no regard for me, your leading brother?" He remained oblivious to the fact that Su Ku was intent on completely severing ties with his workplace manipulation. This was indeed a treacherous move, one that could aptly be described as a heartless betrayal. Chen Long, with his arm around Su Ku's shoulder, introduced to the gathered reporters, "Allow me to present our new partner from the Shaoshi subsidiary Ninka, Mr. Su Ku." Before he could finish, the cameras clicked incessantly, and the reporters gradually went wild. Some, thinking they had misheard, interrupted Chen Long with fervent inquiries. "Mr. Chun, Are you implying that director Su will be joining Xi and Xiao as the head of a studio? Su Ku readily confirmed. Yes, from today onward, I, Su Ku, officially joined Xi and Xiao. The room erupted in astonishment. They never anticipated that Su Ku, coveted by Jiahe and Xi and Yiqing, would suddenly choose to ally with Xi and Xiao. The news was too unexpected, leaving everyone in shock. Meijia, watching from the television, was dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how Su Ku could leave Xi and Yiqing without a word. Were they not brothers, having agreed to strengthen Xi and Yiqing together? He found it hard to accept this outcome. With Jiwei gone, was Su Ku also prepared to depart? His gaze finally rested on Shi Nanzhang behind the two. If Su Ku were to leave, would this overseer also follow? No. I must confront Su Ku directly. Meanwhile, Zhou Huaiwen was in a state of agitation, seeking solace. Qianlong was indeed ruthless, fully aware of the considerable effort they had invested in courting Su Ku, making it clear that this was a retaliatory strike against their ambitions for God of Gamblers. If Su Ku remained at Xi and Yiqing, he could somewhat accept it. The bond between the two would surely suffer, and the seven brothers' discord would inevitably lead to internal collapse. Yet, he never expected that Su Ku would turn his blade toward Xi and Xiao, establishing a personal studio. Zhou Huaiwen was acutely aware of Su Ku's capabilities. Such a formidable talent, unshackled, would surely wreak havoc. What infuriated Zhou Huaiwen even more was Shi Nanqing, the overseer of Xi and Yiqing. If she were to follow Su Ku to Xi and Xiao and receive due recognition, Qianlong's last weak point would be fortified. Qianlong would thus gain an overwhelming advantage, potentially becoming a formidable rival to Jiahe. The announcement made by Qianlong at the press conference sent shockwaves throughout the film production industry. Every practitioner in the field was abuzz with discussion. Previously, many deemed Xi and Xiao as merely a capital-backed entity, but now it was evident that they were not merely seeking to wash money. Qianlong aspired to become the entertainment patriarch of Hong Kong. Upon hearing the news, Sir Xiao and Lu Shan couldn't contain their joy. Lu Shan, bring out the cherished Huidiao. I must invite Qianlong for a hearty drink. His actions have been truly commendable, providing me with much-needed satisfaction. It was no wonder Sir Xiao was so elated. He had long-standing grievances with Jiahe and Xi and Yiqing. Zhou Huiwen, He Guanchong, and Shi Tian, one of the shareholders of Xi and Yiqing, had all emerged from Xiao. In the 1970s, after these individuals ventured out to establish their own paths, they had been vying for a share of the pie from Xiao, bullying him as a solitary elder. His love for cinema was profound. In his youth, he would watch numerous films each day, and he was deeply invested in Xiao's productions. It was the relentless pressure from Zhou Huaiwen and others that gradually shifted his focus toward the television station. This year, Xiaolong has undoubtedly taken a measure of revenge by poaching Su Ku, allowing those individuals to experience the frustration he once endured. What brings him the greatest joy is that Qianlong has rekindled his hopes for the resurgence of the Xiao brand. What does it matter if he hands over Xiao to Qianlong for the mere sum of 1 yuan? After all, his two sons show little affection towards him and are unwilling to inherit his fortune. Contemplating this, he even arrived at a bolder decision. Chapter 28: Confrontation and Awakening of True Identities. As the news continued to unfold, the remaining members of the Qi-Yiqing 7-member group gathered spontaneously in the conference room. Within this modest space, the acclaimed partnership of Best Partner and several productions with box office earnings exceeding 10 million had been born. Yet, the room was devoid of the usual laughter and cheer, replaced by an oppressive silence. The betrayal of core member Su Ku cast a shadow over the camaraderie of the group. Shi Tian, holding the second largest stake after Meijia, remarked, Su Ku's departure is now a reality. Maida, our utmost priority is to persuade Shi Nanqing to return. Qi-Yiqing cannot afford to be without her. Meijia, harboring a pent-up frustration with no outlet, nodded, striving to suppress his emotions. I will call them both back and demand an explanation for their betrayal. Do they not owe it to us, their brothers? Outside the room, Shi Nanqing's cold voice resonated. Do you truly not understand why we are leaving, as the boss? Over the years, old Su and I have diligently contributed to Qi-Yiqing, while you, Meijia, have failed to uphold your end of the bargain. Silence, Shi Nanqing. Were it not for your connection to old Su, you would not even have the right to speak here. Her words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Meijia. The collective creation policy he had always staunchly defended was sacrosanct. Qi-Yiqing could survive without Su Ku, but this policy must be upheld. Ah, Mr. Chun was indeed correct. You profess to support collective efforts, Yet you are the one most fearful of accountability. Sure, Nanqing retorted, producing a ledger. Huang Baiming inquired, Nanqing, what is this? This is the profit-sharing record since the establishment of Qi. I was shocked to discover how you, the bosses, divide the profits. No wonder Xing Wei and some of us find ourselves indebted to the company. Su Ku, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. My da, Shi Tian, Huang Baiming. I once thought discussing money among brothers was somewhat vulgar, and I regarded your departure as a betrayal. However, knowing you have not treated yourselves poorly these years, I now perceive you as utterly despicable. Rarely would Su Ku express himself in such a manner. Disappointment etched across his face as he gazed at the others. Mai Jia, previously furious, found himself unable to meet Su Ku's eyes. After reviewing the ledger, the diminutive tidy Lubin also felt unbalanced. He had not anticipated that his so-called righteous brothers would engage in self-serving practices. It was clear that the promised share had never materialized, which explains Xing's hasty exit upon sensing the precarious situation. The once imposing figure of Maida appeared hypocritical in Tady Lubin's eyes. Recognizing that moral coercion was ineffective, Mai Jia's expression hardened as he resorted to threats. Your contracts remain with Qi Yiqing. Are you not afraid that Jin Gongzhu, the investment company behind the scenes, will seek compensation for your clandestine dealings with Xin Shaoshi? Do you truly wish to create a scandal that would reverberate throughout the city, revealing your false righteousness? Sure, Nanqing countered. You have forced our hand. If you are willing to have us back, I am prepared to offer you a portion of the shares, so we can remain brothers. Mai Jia realized he could not avoid making concessions. He needed to stabilize the situation with the two. Hearing this, Tidy Luobin felt a surge of discontent. Was it true that only the squeaky wheel gets the grease? Observing the unfolding drama, Shi Tian and Huang Baiming gritted their teeth and chimed in. We too are willing to relinquish shares. Let us strengthen Qi Yiqing together. They believed this couple was merely seeking shares to further their interests. However, what they received in return was Shi Nanqing's derisive laughter. How much can you offer us? She taunted. Mr. Chun has graciously granted me 5 of the shares and allocated an annual filming budget of 10 million to Old Su's studio. Is it not rather late for you to attempt to bribe us? The room fell into stunned silence. It was evident that Chen Long was indeed willing to make substantial sacrifices. Setting aside the 5 shares, the annual budget of 10 million was something they could hardly match. Their yearly allocations were already consumed by the Best Partner series, leaving no funds for other major productions. To recoup $1 million investment, they would need a box office of at least 2 million, a feat they lacked the confidence to support Su Ku in creating his own film. Realizing the futility of the situation, Mai Jia's resolve hardened. He contemplated pursuing legal action against the couple, believing that a drawn-out lawsuit would drain their energy. Shi Nanqing seemed to see through his intentions, smiling as she said, Mai Jia, you must not be aware that Old Su and I's contract expired a month ago? What? How can this be? How did I not know of this? The men present were taken aback, including Su Ku, who was equally bewildered. Of course, you did not know. When it comes to filming and romance, when have you ever cared about personnel and administration? She replied, I had planned to wait until Tidy Lubin's contract expired to renegotiate, but it seems that is no longer necessary. At that moment, Mai Jia and the others grasped the significance of having a capable manager. Shi Nanqing not only handled the financial matters, but also managed numerous trivial details. It was her presence that allowed Mai Jia and the others to focus on their filmmaking endeavors without worry. In that instant, regret washed over Mai Jia. When Xing Wei departed, he believed the individual could be replaced. He thought Su Ku was not essential to Qi Yiqing, but the prospect of losing Shi Nanqing left him feeling utterly lost. He could scarcely imagine who could take over her responsibilities, who could perform better than she had. As Mai Jia ceased his aggressive demeanor and slumped into his chair, Shi Nanqing pulled Su Ku along, and together they exited through the grand doors of Qi Yiqing. Outside, a car awaited them. Director Su, Ms. Shi, our boss has requested I drive you to Shaozhai. He wishes to introduce you to Sir Xiao and Lu Shen. Sir Xiao is one of the foremost investors in the entertainment industry, a renowned and established tycoon in the harbor city. A warm current surged through Shi Nanqing and Su Ku's hearts. This was the advantage of having a commendable boss, as it opened doors to greater influential figures, willing to bridge connections for their subordinates. Meanwhile, Qianlong was taken aback to find a familiar face at the Xiao residence. Chapter 29, A Crisis at Jianing. Father, what brings you here? Chen Qingsong chuckled lightly. Are you the only one permitted to indulge in wine while I am not? While he spoke with levity, Chen Long sensed something peculiar about his father today. The economy of Gangsheng had been languishing for some time, and it had been ages since he had witnessed such a radiant smile on Chan Ching-Shum's face. Just as he was pondering this, Chan Ching-Shum suddenly pulled Chen Long closer and whispered mysteriously, "Along, Sir Xiao and his wife wish to adopt me as their godson." In truth, this was not the first time Sir Xiao and Luani had expressed such intentions, yet it was unexpected that they would bypass Chen Long and approach Chan Ching-Shum directly. "What do you mean, father? Our families have been long-time acquaintances in Nanyang. Sir Xiao and Luani, being of advanced age, have no one to rely on. Your grandfather, were he aware, would surely approve of this arrangement." At this point, Chan Ching-Shum's mercantile nature resurfaced. "Moreover, your god-grandfather has promised to lend me a sum to tide over the current difficulties. In the long run, the television broadcasting station will undoubtedly be under your stewardship." Just as Chen Long was about to voice his thoughts about his father, Sir Xiao greeted him from a distance. "Ah, Chen Long has arrived. Why are you standing outside instead of joining us?" "Sir Xiao, Luanti." Upon hearing the address, Sir Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. "In due time, I shall invite the dignitaries of Gangsheng to witness the formal adoption of Ching-Shum as my son. Surely, it is not too much to ask you to refer to me as grandfather." "Sixth grandfather. Much better. Please, both of you come in. Along, you have done well this time. It serves as a form of retribution for me." Once seated, Sir Xiao could not help but praise Chen Long. That Zhou Huaiwen was excessively overbearing. Business should be conducted with mutual respect, yet he sought to undermine me with his grand productions. Such tactics are not how business operates. Poaching Su Ku merely disrupted his expansion plans. I have further strategies in mind. Chen Long recognized that mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. Failing to vanquish Jia, he completely could allow them to launch a major counterattack at any moment. "Oh, what actions do you plan to take next?" "I have my sights set on some members of the Hong family troupe, and I require your assistance." "How may I assist you?" "Speak freely. I hope you can persuade Wu Ma and Lu Guanwei to return to Shaw Brothers." Wu Ma, famed for his portrayal of Yin Qixia, is also recognized as a director and screenwriter. Last year, his film Ren Xia Ren grossed 10.1 million Hong Kong dollars, ranking 8th in that year's box office. Wu Ma was a first-generation student of the Shaw Brothers Experimental Theater, joining the company in 1963 before moving to Beauvoir. Lu Guanwei, previously a cinematographer at Shaw Brothers, later joined the Hong family troupe. Without intervention, he would direct Mr. Vampire in 2 years, achieving a remarkable box office of 20 million, becoming Lin Jinying's go-to director for horror films. Indeed, both share a commonality: years of service at Shaw Brothers, with Lu Guanwei's father having once been an art designer there. Sir Xiao had always been at the forefront, naturally having fought alongside both men. "Oh, you wish to bring them back? Very well, I shall put aside my dignity and arrange a meeting. The outcome will depend on your own efforts." Chen Long's intention to recruit them was straightforward: to produce supernatural films while also enticing Lin Jinying, a martial arts choreographer, to replicate the success of Mr. Vampire. On the other hand, the absence of Lu Guanwei and Lin Jinying would considerably diminish Wu Ma and Bo Huai's stature. Once Mr. Vampire achieves box office success, it might provoke Zhou Huaiwen further. Auntie Lu offered her analysis of the situation. Lu Guanwei is manageable. He can work anywhere as a cinematographer. However, Wu Ma is more complicated. He has made a name for himself with Ren Xiaorun and is now a crucial ally to Hung Jinbao, a specially appointed actor of the Hong family troupe. Whether or not this succeeds will not alter the larger scheme. "Lu Auntie, are you familiar with Lin Jinying?" "That name sounds familiar. He seemed to have appeared in Gui de Gui and Ren Xiaoren." "Along, why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing. The Hong family troupe truly has an abundance of talent." At that moment, Lu Hu burst in with a tense expression, whispering urgently to Chan Ching-Shum. The previously jovial Chan Ching-Shum's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "Father, has something happened?" "Along, you stay here and dine with sixth grandfather. There has been a situation at Jianing that requires my immediate attention." Despite his efforts to appear nonchalant, the furrow in his brow betrayed his true feelings. Clearly, something serious had transpired at Jianing. Sir Xiao and Lu Auntie urged him to return to the company promptly, as resolving business matters took precedence. The sudden turn of events left Chen Long slightly unsettled. After introducing Su Ku and his wife to Sir Xiao, he hurriedly bid farewell. Chapter 30. The End of Jianing? Upon returning to Jianing, one was met with a throng of agitated individuals outside. They chanted slogans, "Fraudster Chan Ching-Shum, return our hard-earned money. Thoroughly investigate Jianing, restore justice for the shareholders." The entire scene was chaotic, with police, patrolling officers, and security personnel striving to prevent the rioters from breaching the barricades. Entering Jianing through the back door, the interior was brightly lit, and every staff member bore a trace of anxiety on their faces. I made my way to the office of the revered old father. Chan Ching-Shum was in a meeting with a group of professional managers. "Did we not advise you to exercise utmost caution? How could our internal information be known to a group of shareholders?" The senior employees, faced with Chan Ching-Shum's fury, lowered their heads, unable to confront the chairman's wrath directly. After listening for a while, Chen Long began to grasp the situation. With the economy of Gangcheng in continuous decline, the circumstances had become increasingly dire, leading to signs of stockpiling in the market. As one of the leading conglomerates in Gangcheng, Jianing faced an unprecedented crisis, with several subsidiaries suspending operations. The first quarter financial report was dismal, and there had been no positive news from overseas. Initially, the situation was within Chan Ching-Shum's control, but then numerous unfavorable reports began to circulate about Jianing. These reports were detailed and persuasive, leading many shareholders to believe them. Suddenly, a group congregated beneath the office building, quickly giving rise to the current scene. "We must stand up against the false information in the market. Our foremost task is to stabilize the stock price and prevent further panic. Boss, some of this information is difficult to refute. It pertains to internal secrets, making it challenging to explain externally." Silence. "If you cannot provide an explanation, I will find someone more capable to do so. No matter the method, you must convince the shareholders that this is false information. In 30 minutes, I will personally hold a press conference. If you do not find a satisfactory reason within this time, I am afraid you may consider yourselves dismissed." The senior employees immediately fell into disarray. Jobs were hard to come by, and some were even contemplating sacrificing a few subordinates as scapegoats to save their own positions. "Dad, I feel someone is targeting us." Chan Ching-Shum nodded. "We are in the light, while the adversary lurks in the shadows. They are keenly aware of this and wish to undermine us." Whether Jianing Group could weather this storm was uncertain. The uproar was contagious, and regardless of how much one might explain, when the market opened tomorrow, Jianing's stock price would plummet, perhaps even crash. Reflecting on this, Chan Ching-Shum sighed. "It is unfortunate that the second quarter financial reports from companies like Hewlett-Packard have yet to be released. We are unaware of their new quarter sales figures." 30 minutes later, Chan Ching-Shum addressed the gathered shareholders. He responded to the false information circulating in the market one by one. But the undeniable truth was that Jianing's performance in the first half of this year was far inferior to that of the previous year, with significant losses in some real estate projects. His explanations barely sufficed to disperse the shareholders, yet everyone at Jianing understood that such suspicions could not be dispelled with just a few words. The forthcoming period would pose the greatest challenges for Jianing. Indeed, when the market opened the next day, Jianing's stock price soared, reflecting the dire trend of consecutive declines. Some uncontrolled media began to publish articles disparaging Jianing, even heralding the impending doom of Jianing's stock price. "Old Chun, to salvage Jianing's stock price, we must repurchase Jianing's shares from the market, but the funds on the group's account have all been allocated to overseas investments." This was stated by a major shareholder of Jianing, many of whom were from Nanyang. Chan Ching-Shum discerned the dissatisfaction among his old friends. It was undeniable that the sales growth in the first quarter for companies like Hewlett-Packard was not particularly impressive, now serving as leverage for the shareholders to pressure Chan Ching-Shum. With a domineering tone, Chan Ching-Shum retorted, "Enough? Why did you not speak up when the stock price surged after we announced our decision? Regarding the stock buyback, I will use my own funds to resolve this. You need not worry yourselves. When the time comes, if you wish to withdraw your shares, I shall purchase them." "Humph, Chan Ching-Shum, you still wear a sour face. We are giving you just 5 days. When those 5 days are up, either you voluntarily step down, or we will collectively withdraw our shares. Consider your options carefully." Chen Long, positioned as the deputy, keenly observed that his father appeared considerably aged. "Dad, where will we find extra funds to repurchase shares in bulk and stabilize the stock price?" Chen Long had invested in a film company and had previously taken a loan from the bank. The box office revenue from the gambling film had yet to be deposited into their account, making it exceedingly difficult to borrow more money from the bank under these circumstances. "Humph, if necessary, I shall sell off some properties in Nanyang to alleviate our immediate crisis." Though spoken lightly, The sale of assets was a serious matter. Moreover, the funds required for repurchasing Jianning's shares were not a trivial sum, and their fixed assets were evidently insufficient. Your sixth uncle has offered me a loan, and there are also connections with the Hua family. Chan Ching-Shum began to feel fortunate. Thanks to his son, he had cultivated friendships with these influential businessmen, and adversity reveals true friendship. Now, he could discern who his genuine allies were. The situation might worsen. Along. You must depart for the beautiful country immediately. It was no wonder he thought the worst. The mastermind behind these machinations was quite cunning, and Chan Ching-Shum felt he was no match for them. Chen Long wished to offer some words of comfort to his father, but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the phone on Chan Ching-Shum's desk rang. Old brother Chen, this is Li Zeju. Young Master Li, what brings you to contact me? Chen Long perked up, curious about the purpose of the call. Old brother Chen, I have heard about Jianning's situation. If you urgently need funds, you may sell Jianning Real Estate's land reserves to me. Our Li family is willing to assist Jianning through this crisis. All right, I will consider it carefully. Thank you, thank you. After hanging up, Chan Ching-Shum felt no joy whatsoever. Dad, is something amiss? Everything is amiss. How did he know we were in urgent need of money? While it seems like a timely offer, it feels more like an opportunistic ploy. As he spoke, Chan Ching-Shum's gaze sharpened. This young Master Li is rather impatient. Without his father's backing, he has unwittingly revealed his intentions. Unfortunately, the Li family is currently engaged in overt maneuvers. Even if we know they are scheming behind the scenes, we have no means to counter them. Chapter 31. True Feelings Revealed in Adversity. Mr. Hua takes action on the other side. At the Li family estate, Li Zeju excitedly rushed to report the latest developments to his father. Father, I believe that the old Chen won't hold out much longer. He will surely relent soon. That is a vast reserve of land, spanning 2 million square meters. We could easily develop several new real estate projects. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Banqing displayed no signs of enthusiasm. Aju, you are being rather hasty this time. Now is not the appropriate moment to play our cards openly. Father, I am convinced that the Chun family is done for this time. Why should we remain half-hearted? If we wait until Jianning declares bankruptcy, will we then be burdened with their debts? Li Banqing remained silent, feeling that Chan Ching-Shum would not fall so easily. For several months, the opponent had adopted an unusually conservative strategy, indicating a foreknowledge of impending danger. However, his younger son also had a point. This was indeed an opportune moment to act. If they waited until Jianning's bankruptcy, any acquisition would come with its associated debts, thereby limiting profit maximization. Even if the opponent had some hidden strategies, with the strength of the Li family, absorbing him would only require a bit more effort. Li Banqing nodded in acknowledgement, his thoughts quickly drifting to an article in the New York Times regarding the oil industry. The Iran-Iraq conflict was escalating. The Iraqi forces had destroyed over a dozen oil tankers, exacerbating the oil crisis and causing prices to surge once more, with the latest quote reaching 34 per barrel. Observing the soaring oil prices, Li Banqing conceived an idea to invest in overseas oil ventures. However, with the Iran-Iraq war still ongoing and other oil companies reaping the benefits, acquiring assets from others may prove difficult. He decided to bide his time and plan further. Meanwhile, Chan Ching-Shum was infuriated to learn that his decision to sell the South Sea properties had made headlines in the business news of the port city. The chairman sells off assets to stabilize stock prices was certainly not a favorable narrative. Anyone could surmise that Jianning was in a dire situation. If they did not act now, would they simply sink alongside Chan Ching-Shum? Consequently, while Jianning attempted to repurchase stocks, investors frantically sold off shares, causing the stock price to plummet instead of rise. Did fate truly conspire against Chan Ching-Shum? He recalled Li Zeju's words. Though reluctant, selling land for liquidity might be the best course of action to save Jianning. Just then, the telephone on his desk rang. Ching-Shum, are you facing difficulties? How much do you need? I can arrange for immediate funds to assist your turnover, inquired Hua Lao. Mr. Hua, that wouldn't be appropriate, replied Chan Ching-Shum. What's inappropriate about it? I believe Jianning's predicament is merely temporary. You are Sir Xiao's adopted son, thus my junior. As soon as he hung up the phone with Mr. Hua, it rang again. It was the patriotic businessman, Huang Xiang. Hu Lao, Ching-Shum, I have heard about your troubles. You need not say anything. I have 200 million Hong Kong dollars available. My business may not be as large as yours, so please do not think it insufficient. With the phone in hand, tears welled in Chan Ching-Shum's eyes. Truly, adversity reveals true feelings. Even the avaricious capitalists were moved by the red merchants at this moment. What merit did Chan Ching-Shum possess to receive such support and concern from these elder brothers? Meanwhile, his so-called friends, who only sought profit, had vanished at the first sign of trouble. I cannot simply succumb. I cannot disappoint my elder brothers. Regaining his composure, Chan Ching-Shum directed his subordinates to initiate a new round of stock repurchase. During this process, he managed to increase his shareholding from the previously diluted 32 to an astonishing 51, achieving absolute control over Jining. This was indeed favorable news for both Chan Ching-Shum and his son. Li Zheju soon discovered that Chan Ching-Shum was still making substantial purchases of Jining stocks. What is happening? His financial chain should have collapsed by now. Where is he acquiring this new influx of capital? Boss, a friend at the bank revealed that these funds were transferred to Chen's account in several installments, with the largest sum originating from the Hua family. Upon hearing this, Li Zheju was taken aback. What connection did Hua Ingdong have with the Chen family? Were these red merchants out of their minds to support a profit-driven financier? Upon further inquiry, he learned that the Chun family had recently made significant commercial investments in the mainland. If I continue to release unfavorable news, I refuse to believe these people will endlessly support him. As he spoke, Li Zheju's eyes gleamed with malice. If these old fellows remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to drag them down with him, consuming them all. He was convinced that Jining was nothing but a bottomless pit. No matter how much money was poured in, it would soon become worthless with the change of tides. Chapter 32. The Li family stunned. How is it possible that Tom survives? Pooling their resources, Jia Ning has regained some vitality. During this time, Jia Ning's public relations efforts have remained steadfast. From the perspective of macroeconomic development, it has been conveyed to the public that the entire Hong Kong island is currently in its first period of economic stagnation. The decision by Jia Ning to temporarily halt operations in certain subsidiaries is indeed a prudent measure to reduce expenses. Concurrently, external investments and expansions have not ceased. Progress in mainland and foreign markets continues steadily. It is believed that before long, overseas investments will yield returns, resulting in a natural surge in operating profits. These insights have not been entirely without merit, as at least some astute investors are able to comprehend the challenges faced by Jia Ning. However, Li Zheju holds a different opinion. He believes that these Hong Kong citizens are easily swayed by public sentiment. Jia Ning is now hanging by a thread, and with just a little more effort, a breakthrough could be achieved. Yet, Jia Ning, like an indomitable cockroach, withstands all attempts to deliver a fatal blow. In the office of Jia Ning's chairman, Chan Ching-Shum paces nervously, causing Chen Long to also feel a twinge of unease. Father, HP will release its second quarter financial report today, so please do not worry. Along, do you truly believe that companies like HP will see significant profit growth? Indeed, have you not heard what Gao Ming said? He visited the physical stores of HP, Dell, and IBM, and the business there is thriving, with recent occurrences of widespread stock shortages. According to Gao Ming, the substantial net profits reported by these companies in the first quarter were partly due to their investments in market expansion, which led to the opening of numerous specialty stores and resulted in profits appearing less visible. From Gao Ming's professional analysis, prior investments will soon reflect in sales figures, leading to a further substantial increase in net profits. Extensive research and internal feedback transformed Gao Ming, who was previously skeptical, into a loyal supporter of Chen Long. Well then, why haven't we heard any news from Gao Ming yet? Chan Ching-Shum, burdened with the hopes of many, feels immense anxiety. He does not wish for his supporters to experience despair once more. Father, it is still early morning overseas. Why not take a short rest? In a few hours, we should receive good news. No, at this moment, I cannot find the inclination to sleep. Observing his father's demeanor, Chen Long cannot help but chuckle. At that moment, the satellite phone on the desk buzzes incessantly. Boss, we have been saved. Jia Ning has been rescued. HP sales surged by 120 and profits increased by 80 compared to the same quarter last year. Dell and IBM have also provided updates on their revenue for the new quarter. Results will be compiled shortly. Before Chan Ching-Shum can revel in excitement, he hears a chorus of stomping and calling from the other end of the line. It seems as though the entire office is in a state of upheaval, with foreign employees exuberantly speaking English. Oh my God, boss, we've struck gold. Boss, our investments will surely become the greatest investments of the year. Chan Ching-Shum laughs heartily, a genuine expression of joy reverberating through the spacious office. Subsequently, Jianing becomes the stage for a remarkable performance. Elevating stock prices through favorable news has always been Chan Ching-Shum's forte. Soon, numerous authoritative media outlets in Hong Kong receive the latest updates from Jianing. Upon reviewing the information, they are taken aback. Initially, they suspected that Jianing was merely making a desperate attempt to survive by disseminating false information. However, after verification, they discover the truth. Several companies have indeed released new financial reports, and stock prices are already on the rise. The media is astounded. They had believed Jianing was teetering on the brink of oblivion, only to find that Tom has not only survived, but is poised to thrive. This is monumental news. We must report it first. Help me contact Chairman Shun of Jianing. We need to secure an exclusive interview. HP, Dell, and IBM sales have soared. Jianing may emerge as the biggest winner. The greatest investment of the year. Jianing's investments in HP and other companies yield enormous returns. Wall Street is astonished. Previously, these media outlets had not hesitated to disparage Jianing, yet now they are clamoring to extol Chan Ching-Shum. As the news breaks, the stock exchange is already bustling with activity. Investors are in a frenzy. Even those who have never engaged in stock trading now recognize that with the rising stock prices of several computer companies, Jianing's stock will inevitably follow suit. If one does not buy now, will they wait until Jianing's stock returns to its historical peak? Those who hastily sold their Jianing stocks, believing they had made a timely exit, are now regretting their impulsive decisions. Experts on television are lavishly praising Jianing. It is entirely possible for HP's stock price to double. Chan Ching-Shum, true to his reputation as a financial mogul, commands admiration and respect. Chapter 33: The Turn of Tide. It is now Li family's turn to feel fear. The Li family residence was hauntingly quiet. Li Zeju gazed in disbelief at the television, where the stock price of Jianing soared uncontrollably. Outside the Honglian Stock Exchange, reporters conducting street interviews proclaimed this an unprecedented reversal. Amidst the continuous decline of the stock market, Jianing emerged as a radiant green light, offering long-lost hope to investors. Such accolades were undoubtedly the most piercing sarcasm to the ears of the Li father and son. Cursed be Chan Ching-Shum. Cursed be Chen Long. Cursed be Jianing Real Estate. Enraged, Li Zeju smashed the large television to smithereens. Li Banqing furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Enough. I have told you. Do not reveal your hand until the final moment. Your current demeanor disappoints me greatly." At his father's reprimand, Li Zeju could not help but shiver. His father was always stern, and his greatest fear was to become a pawn, unable to inherit the family estate. Li Banqing sighed, for he understood that it was not entirely Li Zeju's fault. Who could have anticipated that Jianing's overseas investments would yield such tremendous returns in so short a time? However, Li Zeju's actions had undoubtedly established a formidable enemy for the Li family. Having failed to eliminate Jianing this time, it was unlikely there would be a better opportunity in the future. Reflecting on this, he intently stated, "You must accompany me to the Chun family to apologize and seek forgiveness from Chan Ching-Shum." "Father, should we really fear Jianing? We all know that Chan Ching-Shum is merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might." Li Banqing shook his head, saying, "You underestimate the Chin family. In the past, he may have been a mere pretender, but it appears he has now transformed into a formidable dragon. There is no telling whether he might genuinely rise above us in the future. You are merely taking advantage of the moment. Before you provoke him beyond redemption, you must bow your head. If our two families descend into a bitter feud, do you think you can continue to live so carefree? Two tigers vying for supremacy will inevitably inflict injury upon one another." Li Banqing firmly believed that if he took a step back, Chan Ching-Shum would not possess the courage to wage an all-out war. Conversely, the Chen family was enveloped in laughter and joy. "Thank you all for your generosity in assisting me during this perilous time. In the future, should you require my aid, I shall never decline." "Not at all. We simply happened to be in the right place at the right time. You need not be so formal. Ching-Shum, the interest you provide us is far more rewarding than what we would earn in a bank." Huo Lao and others rejoiced for the Chun father and son, recalling how they had supported one another through the trials of the 1970s. They believed that Chen Long had a bright future ahead, and thus, they conspired to assist Chan Ching-Shum in forging a beneficial alliance. This was, in essence, a long-term investment. Yet, little did they know that within just a few days, the situation would undergo a dramatic reversal. Jianing's overseas investments exploded, and Chan Ching-Shum was once again exalted to the pedestal of success. with Jianning's stock price on the verge of reaching a historical high. Initially, Chan Ching-Shum had repurchased shares to stabilize the stock price, but unexpectedly, he had fortuitously acquired them at a low price, resulting in a staggering profit of over $1 billion. The ones filled with regret were his old brothers, who had led the charge in selling their shares. Now they lamented their decision, wishing to return to the fold, but finding the door firmly closed. Just as Chan Ching-Shum reveled in their misfortune, Lu Hu arrived with news. "Boss, the Li father and son are outside seeking an audience with you. It seems the second young master Li has been beaten and is quite injured." "Humph. How dare they come knocking?" The more Chan Ching-Shum thought about it, the angrier he became. Half of his life's work had nearly been obliterated by this second young master Li. Were it not for his own beloved son's enlightenment, he would likely have found himself imprisoned. With this in mind, Chan Ching-Shum felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Li Zheju. Observing the fury in his father's eyes, Chen Long quickly intervened, saying, "Father, we should be thanking young Master Li instead. Why do you say that along? Father, consider this. Had he not spread false rumors to short-sell Jianning, we would not have achieved absolute control at such a low price. Should we not express our gratitude?" Upon hearing this, the elderly men in the tea room erupted in hearty laughter. Chan Ching-Shum, enlightened, replied, "You make a valid point, Along. Not only can I not blame him, but I must also invite them in to express my sincere thanks." With that thought, Chan Ching-Shum eagerly anticipated the opportunity to display his triumphant demeanor before the Li father and son. "Bring them in." The Li father and son had prepared themselves for a barrage of difficulties, only to find the Chun family's attitude towards them had undergone a complete transformation. Confused, they entered the Grand Chen residence. "Father, do you think Chan Ching-Shum is foolish enough not to realize we were the ones scheming behind the scenes? If so, my suffering would be in vain." At that moment, Li Zheju's back bore the marks of a brutal whipping, blood staining his skin. To maintain the facade, he had endured a severe beating. Chapter 34. The provoked young master Li unfilial son, hurry and kneel before Uncle Chun to apologize. Li Banqing did not respond to his son's confusion, but instead delivered a forceful kick to his back. It turned out that Chan Ching-Shum and others had come out to greet them. Ouch! The severely beaten Li Zheju staggered, nearly collapsing at Chan Ching-Shum's feet. Hearing his son's cries of agony, Li Banqing felt a pang of concern. Yet for the sake of the family business, he could only endure the humiliation of Li Zheju. This young master Li was indeed ruthless. He boldly seized Chan Ching-Shum's ankle with his bloodied hand, uttering muffled sounds of pain. "Uncle Chun, it was the pig oil that clouded my judgment, leading me to commit such disgraceful acts. I sincerely repent. Please, with your magnanimity, forgive this junior." Before Chan Ching-Shum could respond, Li Banqing quickly interjected, pleading for his son. "Brother Chun, I've given this unfilial son a severe lesson. If you feel unsatisfied, feel free to teach him another lesson." Alas! Chan Ching-Shum squinted his eyes, choosing not to take the whip that Li Banqing offered. Instead, he observed the Li family duo with interest. They were resorting to a show of suffering in front of the Chen family. If he were to pursue this further, it would only bring ridicule upon himself. At that moment, he recalled his son's words. Sometimes, revealing to one's adversaries that one is thriving can be a profound torment. Some individuals cannot bear to see others prospering, and the Li family was precisely of such ilk. With this thought, he helped Li Zheju to his feet amidst the astonished gazes of the Li family. "Li Gu, how could you bear to be so harsh? He is still a child. It is only natural for him to be ignorant. You, as a father, should know better. Does it not risk becoming a laughingstock for all of Hong Kong?" The phrase "still a child," ignorant, pierced deeply into Li Er's heart. At 24, he was at the peak of his desire for recognition and validation, yet in Chan Ching-Shum's eyes, he was but a laughingstock, igniting his fury. The laughter of Ho Lao and other elders only intensified the humiliation. Li Banqing's face burned with embarrassment. As a tycoon, he was being admonished for poor parenting. If word spread about the Li family's disgraceful actions, they would become the subject of ridicule in the business world. Sometimes, reputation holds greater weight than reality. To preserve his dignity, Li Banqing could only force a smile, saying, "It is the fault of this old man for not raising his child properly. I apologize for the spectacle. Unfilial son, do thank Uncle Chun for not holding a grudge against a mere child." Though seething with anger, Li Zheju could only lower his head and mutter, "Thank you, Uncle Chun." Chan Ching-Shum, wearing a naive smile, waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to thank? It is we, the Chen family, who should express gratitude." Had it not been for your vigorous dissemination of unfavorable news about Jianing, we would not have had the opportunity to repurchase a significant amount of shares at a low price. He then calculated aloud in front of the father and son. We have repurchased approximately 24 of the shares, which are now valued at a premium of 120. You, Xiao heir, have inadvertently helped Uncle Chun earn 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Should I not express my gratitude for that? Hearing the figure of 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars struck Li heir like a thunderbolt. Tom had spent nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars shorting Jianing and had returned empty-handed, while inadvertently aiding others in making a fortune of 1.2 billion. Anyone would feel their mental state explode under such circumstances. Li Banqing was also momentarily stunned. That was a staggering 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. He had toiled his entire life to amass a fortune just shy of 10 billion. With this realization, he shot a furious glare at his son. A failure in execution. Had it not been for Li Zeju, Chan Ching-Shum would have merely seen a minor increase in his wealth due to favorable news. But now, it had all benefited Chun and his son. The Li father and son felt as though they had been force-fed a lump of excrement, utterly revolted. They could not shake the feeling that the faint smiles on Ho Lao and others' faces were directed at them in mockery. Li Banqing could hardly bear to remain a moment longer, shouting at the still-standing Li Zeju, "Unfilial son, are you not coming with me? Do you wish for others to continue laughing at us?" Yet, they heard Chan Ching-Shum's hearty laughter behind them. "Li Gu, do not be in such a hurry to leave. It is rare for you to visit. It would be perfect if you could act as a witness for me and Sir Lu." Li Banqing, reluctantly turning around, asked, "Witness for what?" Sir Xiao interjected, "I wish to adopt Ching-Shum as my godson." "Banqing, if you have no objections, please stay and be a witness." Upon hearing this, Li Banqing was momentarily dumbfounded. How could such good fortune befall the Chans? He was aware of TVB's long-standing plans for an IPO. Had it not been for the recent crises plaguing Hong Kong, TVB would already be a publicly traded company. If Chan Ching-Shum became Xiao's adopted son, it would mean he could rightfully inherit the Xiao family's fortune. With this realization, Li Banqing's mindset became unbalanced. "We shall take our leave. There are urgent matters to attend to at home. We will find a time to share tea with you all again." As he observed the dejected figures of the father and son leaving, laughter erupted from those present. It seemed that someone would be losing sleep tonight. Chapter 35. Treating Chun Long as a sharpening stone? Foster father, foster mother, please enjoy some tea. As Sir Xiao accepted the teacup, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ching-Shum, please rise." Amidst the polite exchanges, the prominent figures present broke into applause. "Let the feast commence. Today is a joyous occasion. May we not return inebriated." As the guests indulged in wine and lively conversations, the discourse inevitably veered towards the current state of affairs. The people of Ingwa indeed displayed a blatant disregard for humanity, showing no inclination to intervene in the economic crisis. Indeed, the black market exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to US dollars has plummeted to 9.61. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before it dips below 10.1. Upon hearing such dire news, Chun Long could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. In just a few short months, the exchange rate had nearly halved. Currently, the stock market in Gangsheng was in freefall, and prices were skyrocketing. The populace, having lost faith in the Hong Kong dollar, hastily converted their currency into foreign denominations, resulting in rampant shortages as goods flew off the shelves. Basic necessities had seen exorbitant price hikes, leading to a situation where they were available yet unattainable. The Hongying officials had displayed a remarkable lack of initiative, retreating like turtles into their shells. Numerous and scrupulous merchants seized the opportunity to hoard food supplies and essential commodities, reaping immense profits while simultaneously inciting further panic. At the banquet, Ho Lao and others expressed their indignation towards the chaos, having previously exerted their influence on the Hongying officials to demand a prompt resolution. Chun Long was aware that in a few months, the government would announce a new pegged exchange rate, likely stabilizing around 7.81. Just as he contemplated offering some words of comfort to the esteemed guests, he was discreetly pulled aside by the young girl, Ziqing, who was serving dishes. "What is it, Ziqing? Why so mysterious?" Ziqing, ensuring no one was within earshot, stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Chun Long's ear, "Young master, I saw someone from the Li family at the scene of your incident." "Really? Are you certain you did not mistake him?" Ziqing was not one to err. Her description painted a vivid picture of a burly man with a menacing gaze, reminiscent of a predator. In an instant, Chun-Long recognized the individual she referred to, likely a bodyguard of Li Er. His imposing stature was particularly noticeable amidst the crowd. The attack he suffered was likely intertwined with Li Er's machinations. Upon grasping this revelation, Chun-Long felt a complex mix of emotions. Though he harbored no overt resentment, after all, were it not for the encounter with the Black Stick, he would not have assumed this luxurious lifestyle as a scion of the elite. He was nonetheless acutely aware that a mortal enemy had emerged. Only by decisively defeating the Li family could their enmity be resolved. Li Er was not particularly concerning. However, the cunning old fox, Li Banqing, presented a formidable challenge. The financial power held by both families was roughly equivalent, making the prospect of toppling one another far from a straightforward endeavor. Seeing Ziqing gazing at him earnestly, Chun-Long grasped her hand decisively. Ziqing, do not speak of this to anyone. I shall take you to witness a cat perform a backflip. Ziqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A cat can do a backflip? Of course. It can execute several in succession without issue. Meanwhile, at the Li family mansion, a piercing cry erupted from Li Zeju. The servants, trembling with trepidation, were assisting him with his ointment. Father, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I must have my revenge. He spoke as though he were the true victim of the situation. And how do you intend to achieve this? Have you not learned your lesson? Li Banqing scoffed. This was merely a case of Chan Ching-Shum stumbling upon a fortuitous opportunity. Were it not for his serendipitous investment in the computer company's stocks, I would not have faltered. Luck is also a facet of strength. You cannot hope to best Chan Ching-Shum based solely on that. Li Banqing was acutely aware that a full-scale confrontation with Chan Ching-Shum would yield no benefits. He adhered to the adage that harmony brings wealth and would not act without absolute certainty. He mocks me for my youth. Surely I can take on that Chun-Long recently. Chun-Long had ventured into the film industry, garnering attention while inadvertently offending many. If I enter the film realm to assist these individuals in dealing with Chun-Long, they would undoubtedly welcome my involvement. As he spoke, Li Zeju began to fantasize about a scenario where, under his assault, Chun-Long would be left scrambling for escape, utterly defenseless. Internally, Li Banqing felt a sense of urgency. He believed the film industry would not yield substantial profits, yet allowing his son to dabble in it seemed acceptable. Do not underestimate the situation. Based on Chun-Long's various strategies, he is not as simple as you perceive. Understood, Li Zeju replied, though it was evident he regarded Chun-Long with disdain. A boy who had nearly been dispatched with ease could not pose a significant threat. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Li Banqing shook his head. Let him stumble a few times. Perhaps Chun-Long will serve as a worthy sharpening stone. Chapter 36. The arrival of Su Ku and his old friend Wu Yusen today marks the official commencement of Shi Nanqing's employment. As a result, Chun-Long unusually rose early and arrived at the Shaw Brothers headquarters in Qianshuan before the official work hours. The staff greeted him warmly. Wang Jing, sporting a panda eye, yawned repeatedly. Upon spotting Chun-Long approaching, he hurriedly changed direction, fearful of an encounter with him. Jing, how is your script coming along? Chun-Long inquired. Wang Jing, caught off guard, quickly replied, I am working on it. The script for Du Xia is nearly complete, but I still need to refine Du Sheng with Xing Zai. Hearing this, Chun-Long nodded in satisfaction. His share of over 2 million in box office profits was not easily obtained. Even the film-loving Wang Jing found it somewhat taxing under the current workload. That's good. I'll have someone send you some ginseng. Don't overexert yourself. No, it's fine. Boss, you're busy. I need to go to the restroom. Wang Jing's voice trailed off, frightened at the implication that his boss intended to continue pressuring him. Chun-Long also checked on the filming progress of Shaolin Xiaoji. Upon inquiry, he learned that Master Lu, along with Jet Li and others, had gone to the mainland for location shooting, and they would not return for approximately 2 months. He sighed, initially hoping to introduce Jet Li to Su Ku. While he was pondering this, a car pulled up at the company's entrance. It was none other than Su Ku and his wife. Good morning, boss. Let us go inside. Miss Shi, I've gathered the management team for you to coordinate the work. Shi Nanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, she realized that this young Master Chun was indeed a hands-off manager. With a dozen or so administrators each performing their respective duties, only reporting significant progress to the boss. In the short term, this arrangement posed no issues, but over time, the concentration of power could give rise to ulterior motives. Chun-Long was truly an amateur in management. With Shi Nanqing now as the general manager, the situation was quite fitting. The management team comprised veterans from Jianing, who naturally would not align themselves with the newcomer Nanxing, thus achieving a balance of power. Nanxing, with you overseeing the overall situation, I feel at ease. Suku and I will discuss the matters regarding the studio in another area. Having not seen Suku for several days, Qianlong noted a marked improvement in his spirits. Boss, during my days off, I've come to a decision. My studio will not pursue any major productions for the time being. I wish to first experiment with a martial arts film. Qianlong nodded in approval. Suku's realization of this was a testament to his evolution in perspective, now thinking from the standpoint of a studio owner regarding filmmaking. Previously, whether assisting Xianiqing with Best Partner 3 or Jia He with Shu Mountain, the company bore the financial burden, allowing him to disregard production costs, resulting in Shu Mountain having a staggering budget of 30 million Hong Kong dollars, necessitating at least 60 million at the box office to break even. Such a feat could not be achieved solely within the confines of Hong Kong. Even with the addition of Nanyang and Bay Island, recouping costs remained a formidable challenge. Now, as an independent producer and studio owner, his primary concern must be profitability. Suku's grounded decision to pursue a martial arts film brought Qianlong great relief. Have you decided what to shoot? Not yet. I lack good inspiration. Being thrust into directing, I find myself at a loss. Take your time to ponder. Film production is a slow art. Even if a year passes without a release, a successful debut can sustain you for a lifetime. Although our new Shaw Brothers does not adhere to a centralized creation system, we encourage directors to communicate with one another. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to discuss them with others. Qianlong's words resonated with Suku, who detested the hurried, derivative creation of films devoid of narrative depth that could not achieve classic status. He hesitated, as if he had something more to express. What is it, old Su? Feel free to voice any requests. Suku managed a faint smile and quietly said, I have a good friend, a once-renowned director, who was highly regarded by Zhou Huaiwen. Yet, during the 1980s, he became a box office poison. Last year, he was released from his contract with Jia He, and I brought him into Xianiqing. You know, Xianiqing only produces comedies, but his work does not attract audiences. He was marginalized to Bay Island, where he has seen little success, and even his action film failed to create a stir. I was hoping. Qianlong interrupted him. What is your friend's name? Are you considering bringing him into your studio? His name is Wu Yusen. He used to work at the old Shaw Brothers and was a disciple of Zhang Che. I believe he is underutilized in my studio, and I wish to recommend him to you. Wu Yusen. Suku's desired candidate was indeed Wu Yusen. This director had crafted Ingxiong Bents, which topped the box office that year, reviving Chow Yun-Fat's career. After venturing to Hollywood, he directed Face Off and Mission Impossible 2, as well as Wind Talkers, though he also had his share of failures with Red Cliff and The Crossing. Such a talented individual, provided he steered clear of colossal productions, would undoubtedly not disappoint. Chapter 37. The casting of Xiao Ma. Good director Wu, we have reviewed the script for your new production. You are no stranger to action films, as evidenced by the box office success of Ingxiong Wu Lei. We hope you will reconsider your approach. We invited you to Wandao because we value your identity as a director from Hong Kong. You should take this opportunity to learn. Listening to the incessant chatter from the financier, Wu Yusun, who had been in the industry for a decade and had crossed into the realm of midlife, found himself engulfed in confusion. Once a revered cinematic master, celebrated by Jia He, he now found himself subjected to the guidance of an outsider. He was acutely aware that the current cinematic landscape favored comedies. As a director, he harbored his own convictions. Enveloped in the accolades of the kung fu film era, he now felt abandoned by the times, living a life of exile in a foreign land. There were no old friends, no family, no one who could comprehend his struggles. Was he truly to forsake his aspirations and create a patchwork of comedic skits? Gazing at the draft of Ingxiong Ben Say in his hands, he fell into silence. Observing his indifference, the financier shook his head. Director Wu, please think this through. If this project proceeds, our company will not invest, and I doubt anyone in today's market would back your film. With that, he donned his hat and exited. The scorching sun pierced through his eyelids, causing Wu Yusun to squint slightly. At that moment, a copy of the Nanyang Daily was swept into his apartment by the wind. Master Suku officially joins the new Shaw Brothers. Ningka Studio is formally established. Suddenly, Wu Yusun's despondent mood soared. He could not help but feel joy for his old friend. Su had embarked on his own venture, and with the ample resources of the new Shaw Brothers, he would surely flourish and finally create the films he desired. They were kindred spirits in the realm of cinema, and Wu Yu-sun felt genuine happiness for Su Ku's success. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The friend with whom he once shared dreams over drinks had ascended to the pinnacle of life, while he remained adrift and disheartened, leading a life of utter disarray. Clutching the discarded draft of Ing-Xiong Ben-Sei, he felt tears welling in his eyes. Just then, the antiquated telephone in his apartment rang. "Sungu." Wu Yu-sun initially thought he had misheard, until he heard Su Ku's voice again on the other end. "Is this Sungu?" "It's Su Ku. I finally managed to get your number from my colleagues in Taiwan. Long-distance calls are expensive, so I'll be brief. My boss wishes to invite you to join the new Shaw brothers. He greatly admires your work in Ing-Xiong Wu-lei and wants you to return to Hong Kong to direct an action film." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu-sun's mind buzzed. A major producer appreciated his unique style in action cinema. He longed to shout out this news to those who had previously dismissed him. "Sungu, how do you feel about the offer? Please say something. Nansheng and I are quite worried about you." "Oh, I was too excited and didn't catch that clearly. Haha, the boss's proposition is that depending on the film genre, if you direct an action film, you'll receive a fee of 1 million. Should it perform well at the box office, there will be additional bonuses." Suku continued to persuade him. "I know you used to receive a share of the box office with Jiahe. The boss has also mentioned that if you excel with this film, he will offer you the status of an independent producer for your next project." In truth, even without the promise of independent producer status, Wu Yu-sun was prepared to make a triumphant return. $1 million for directing a film he was passionate about far surpassed the compensation offered by the financiers in Wandao. "All right, I will purchase a plane ticket for tonight. Old Su, I think you and Nansheng should." At that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions, sharing with Su Ku the tribulations he had faced recently. Su Ku secretly chuckled, yet felt a surge of happiness for Wu Yu senator brother. "Come back soon. Nansheng and I will meet you at the airport." The following day, the script for Ing-Xiong Ben-Sei found its way to Chunlong's desk. As he perused the familiar storyline, a wave of joy enveloped him. According to the original trajectory, once Su Ku established his studio, Wu Yu-sun would become the director of Su Ku's studio. 2 years later, he would release the action film Ing-Xiong Ben-Sei, achieving a box office of 34.65 million Hong Kong dollars, surpassing Sammo Hung's Fu Gue Lai Che and the New Iching's Ui Jiao Pai Dang 4. It also marked the beginning of Chow Yun-fat's legendary streak of victories. Perhaps it was the years of unfulfilled ambition that endowed Wu Yu-sun's films with a distinctive personal style, making the character of Xiao Ma Gu resonate deeply with audiences. "I have endured 3 years of misfortune, all to await this opportunity." This line belonged to Xiao Ma Gu, but echoed Wu Yu-sun's own sentiments. Indeed, Wu Yu-sun seized this rare opportunity, rebounding from despair to reaffirm his directorial prowess. Contemplating this, Chunlong could not help but smile. After years of nurturing directors, Jiahe's cast-off had ultimately plucked the fruit. He was eager for Wu Yu-sun to commence filming Ing-Xiong Ben-Sei, longing to witness the exasperated expressions of Zhou Huiwen and Mai Jia. "Excellent. I will invest 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and I will ensure that Chow Yun-fat plays the role of Xiao Ma Gu. You may decide the remaining characters." Chapter 38. Enduring Hardships. 3,000 Yu armor can overwhelm Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu-sun felt a sense of elation, as he had not anticipated that his new employer would hold such high hopes for him. It is worth noting that he had not produced a film that grossed over 5 million Hong Kong dollars for many years. The highest grossing film he directed was the 1977 classic Fa Chien Han, which earned over 5 million at the box office, securing the second highest revenue in that year in Hong Kong. That was the pinnacle of his career. However, Ing-Xiong Wu-lei only managed a meager 285,000 in revenue. In pursuit of authenticity during filming, he used real firearms, resulting in an actor sustaining a gunshot wound to the thigh. The film not only failed to make a profit, but also incurred substantial medical expenses. Under normal circumstances, no producer would be willing to invest further in his action films. Indeed, as his good friend Su Ku remarked, their employer was quite audacious, harboring a determination to transform Hong Kong cinema. Filled with excitement yet perplexity, Wu Yu-sun noted the uncanny alignment in the casting of the character Xiao Ma Gu. It seemed as though Chow Yun-fat was born to embody this role, sharing a tumultuous past that would enable him to portray the character authentically. Coincidentally, Fat Gore was recently available, and he hoped that the role of Song Zijia's girlfriend would be played by Xiao Wensi. Wu Yu-sun nodded, recognizing that these two were the shining stars promoted by the new Shaw brothers. With such a splendid cast presented by the producer, it would indeed be inexcusable for him to incur losses. Determined, he resolved to create a film that would elicit thunderous applause throughout Hong Kong, proving to those who once underestimated him that Wu Yusen was still capable of making exceptional films, particularly in the genre of gritty action. Witnessing Wu's spirited demeanor, Chun Long nodded in agreement. Su Ku took the initiative to serve as the producer for Ing Xiong Ben Say, while his close friend Shi Nanxing willingly accepted the role of executive producer. With the iron triangle of Su Ku, Shi Nanxing, and Wu Yusen helming Ing Xiong Ben Say, Chun Long found it difficult to conceive of any reasons for the project's potential failure. The news of Ing Xiong Ben Say being officially greenlit swiftly reached Zhou Huaiwen's ears, leaving him astonished. Wu Yusen? Are you certain that the director of Ing Xiong Ben Say is Wu Yusen? He inquired. He Guanchong affirmed. Yes, indeed, it is the very Wu Yusen we know. Zhou Huaiwen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old he, I told you. Young people can be quite reckless. They often stumble when they overreach. Look, here it is. He Guanchong nodded, unreservedly mocking Chun Long. Chun Long had indeed made a grievous misstep. They had invested so much money in Wu, only to produce Ing Xiong Wu Lei, which garnered merely over 2 million at the box office. Everyone knows that action films are not lucrative, yet Chun Long still foolishly pursued this venture, displaying youthful arrogance and ignorance of the industry's harsh realities. This was good news. Su Ku was also known for his lavish spending on productions, having poured 30 million into Shushan over 2 years. With these two talents, it would be a challenge for Chun Long not to incur losses. At this point, Zhou and he felt a sense of clarity, realizing that Su Ku being snatched away by Chun Long was not necessarily a bad thing. A spendthrift young master, combined with the unrestrained Su Ku and Wu Yusen, suggested to them that the new Shaw brothers would not thrive for long. Moreover, they were aware that Chun Long and Sir Runge had a betting agreement in place. If the new Shaw brothers continued to produce several and profitable films, how would Chun Long fulfill his end of the bargain? Could he rely solely on Wang Jing to compete against their formidable subcompanies? If the new Shaw brothers faltered, the Hong Kong film industry would ultimately remain their domain. They felt a sense of gratitude toward Chun Long for having weakened the strength of their old rival by poaching Su Ku. Meanwhile, they were unaware that Sir Runge had already reached out to Wu Ma, Lu Jinwei, and Lin Jinying. Chun Long's insidious plucking of talent was merely in its infancy. At the Shaw residence, Wu Ma and his companions were welcomed into the living room by the elderly butler. Once seated, the three exchanged glances, each having received an invitation from Sir Runye. The Shaw family servants had merely mentioned that Sir Runye wished to invite them for tea, without indicating any ulterior motives. None of them had anticipated that Sir Runye had also summoned others, as they were all familiar faces from Baohe. Wu Ma, being the highest-ranking director among them, felt puzzled as to why Sir Runye had invited Lu the cinematographer and Lin the martial artist. The others shared his confusion regarding what scheme the sixth master might be concocting. Sir Runge did not keep them waiting long. Clad in a suit with a neatly tied tie, he soon appeared before them. Wu Ma and the others promptly stood to greet the elder. All of you are esteemed members of Shaw Brothers. Today, I have summoned you to discuss a matter of importance. Wu Ma smiled and inquired, Sixth Master, what can we do for you? Please feel free to instruct us. Indeed, although we have been away from Shaw Brothers for some years, we have not forgotten your kindness, he added. Haha, do not rush to agree just yet. Allow me to finish speaking before you make your decision. Chapter 39. The establishment of Linghuan Studio today. I have extended an invitation with the hope that you may return to Shaoshi to film for my adopted grandson Chun Long. Just moments ago, the spirited Wu Ma, who had been striking his chest with pride, suddenly fell into hesitation. He held a significant position at Baohe Company, earning the respect of the two senior executives. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with directing Ren Xiaoren. As a core member of the Hong family troupe, he was quite content with his current situation and had no desire to venture into another company. Lu Guanwei shared a similar sentiment. Lin Jingying, on the other hand, had never even entertained the thought of switching jobs, as Master Hong held him in high regard, granting him increasingly prominent roles in the two Linghuan productions. As a martial arts choreographer, having visibility meant additional income. But if he were to move to the new Shaoshi, could he still secure important roles with a new team? This left Lin Jingying pondering deeply. Sir Xiao observed their reactions keenly and calmly remarked, Do not rush to decline my offer. I will summon Chun Long, and we can sit down for a leisurely discussion. With that, He nodded toward the elderly steward. The steward understood and made his way to the inner courtyard, addressing Chen Long, who was engaged in a game of bridge with Lu Auntie. Young Master Chun, the sixth master wishes to speak with you. Chen Long nodded, placing his cards face down on the table. Auntie Lu, I will go and have a chat with them. I shall return shortly to continue our game. Go, it's important business, she encouraged. Noticing Wu Ma and the others in silence, Chen Long surmised what they were thinking. He first bowed respectfully to Wu Ma and said, Director Wu, you hail from a family of opera, and I deeply admire your talent. I am also keen to integrate opera into film. If you were to join the new shatter, I would be willing to finance a film about an opera troupe. The idea of merging opera with cinema had always been Wu Ma's aspiration. He had made similar attempts in Rin Xia Run, with favorable market feedback. However, these propositions alone were insufficient to sway him, as he could pursue similar endeavors within the Hong family troupe. Yet, the following words left him utterly astonished. As a distinguished disciple of the venerable Zhang Che, the master of martial arts films, I believe you are fully qualified to establish your own school and produce independently. Ambition often rises gradually. Considering that figures like Wang Jing and Su Ku, his juniors, had successfully opened studios, why could he not do the same? Wu Ma himself was taken aback by this notion. He actually preferred acting over directing. Director Chun, you jest. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Occasionally directing is manageable, but at my age, I can only take on supporting roles. Chen Long gestured for him to look at the other two. A hero needs 3 aides. Lu Guanwei possesses extensive experience in cinematography, having worked as a cameraman for decades. Directing a Linghuan film would be second nature to him. Moreover, Master Lin performed admirably as the Taoist priest in Rin Xia Ren and is entirely capable of taking on the lead role in a Linghuan film. I believe the 3 of you could collaborate on a zombie film that would surely be a commercial success. Upon hearing Chen Long's words, both Lu Guanwei and Lin Jingying were momentarily taken aback. Me as the director? They thought. The phrase "a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier" echoed in their minds. Yet it had now been articulated by Chen Long. Observing that the 3 were lost in contemplation, Chen Long stoked the flames of ambition. I wish to invite you 3 to establish a company under the new shatter, dedicated solely to Linghuan films. Lu Guanwei and Lin Jingying were left dumbfounded. This Chen Long was truly offering them a ladder to success. If a cinematographer could indeed become a studio owner, it would be a tremendous leap forward. The 2 cast eager glances at the still hesitant Wu Ma. Old Feng, we are willing to serve as your assistants, and you can retain the majority of the shares. What do you say? At this moment, Wu Ma found himself in a precarious position, unable to back down. He had to admit that he was indeed somewhat tempted. However, he hesitated, considering his good relations with Hong Jinbei and Zhou Huiwen. How could he betray their trust? Yet he heard Sir Shao laughingly say, Wu Ma, you are one of us at the old shatter. When you went to Bao He, I did not utter a word of reproach, and now that you are returning, what right do outsiders have to criticize you? Wu Ma nodded. He had graduated from the Shaoshi Film Company's Nanghua Experimental Theater and was a disciple of the Shaoshi master Zhang Che. It was only fitting that he returned to the new shatter, which had cultivated him. With this thought, Wu Ma's concerns dissipated, and he replied, Very well, I am willing to lead Lu and Lin in joining shatter to establish Linghuan Studio. That is as it should be. I will call in the legal team to allocate the shares of the studio and assist you in terminating your contracts with Bao He continued. Hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement, relieved that with the new shatter's involvement, they need not worry about contractual issues, and they were filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 40, Hong Jinbao's Innocence and Zhou Huiwen's Sarcasm, Part 1. The trio, having exited with a signing bonus of 1 million, found themselves in a daze. They had indulged in a celebratory drink and, in an instant, transformed into the proprietors of a company. Particularly for Lin Jingying, the revelation that he held a 10 stake in this new enterprise left him utterly flabbergasted, to be valued so highly by Qindasha. Despite his role as a mere supporting character, was beyond his comprehension. His performance in Rin Xia Ren had gradually garnered him some recognition on the silver screen, yet Hong Banju had never offered him any assurances. When Chun Laoban instructed for 3 million Hong Kong dollars to be brought forth, all 3 of them instinctively held their breath. They had never before witnessed such a substantial sum of cash laid out before them. Wu Ma, having spent a lifetime as an actor, found himself unable to produce even 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. In the bustling entertainment industry of Hong Kong, acting is merely a profession with a seasoned supporting actor earning only marginally more than an average office worker. It was only in the past 2 years that he had begun to accumulate some modest wealth. As both director and actor, he had only managed to secure a bonus of around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was the largest remuneration he had ever received while working with Hong Jiaobon. Now, before they had even commenced filming, Chen Dasha had thrust $1 million into their faces, leaving him utterly astounded. Wu Ma felt a tremor of excitement, and it was no wonder that Lu and Lin were equally affected. Their hands trembled as they accepted the money, and it was only when they held the weight of the $1 million briefcase that they truly comprehended its significance. A sudden gust of wind broke Wu Ma from his reverie. He suddenly realized that this money felt rather hot to the touch. Having accepted the funds and signed the contract, any thought of reneging would require them to provide a far greater compensation. From the moment they accepted the money, they had effectively eliminated any possibility of retreat. Wu Ma found himself in a quandary. How could he broach the subject with Hong Jinbao? Hong Jinbao and Zhou Huaiwen had always treated him well, even granting him opportunities to direct significant productions. To call them benefactors would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, driven by financial gain and personal interest, he was poised to betray Baohe and ally himself with a competitor, leaving him utterly ashamed to face his former employer. It was Lu Guwei, who had remained silent until now, who spoke up. Director Feng, I understand your concerns, but now that we have received our money and signed the contract, should we wish to retract our decision, we would face claims in the millions. Wu Ma acknowledged this reasoning, but he hesitated, thinking of Hong Lauda. Lu Guwei, being older than both of them, had contemplated the situation thoroughly. Without a hint of psychological burden, he stated, if Hong Banju compensates me, I will work diligently for him. Now that I have a better career opportunity, I feel no remorse in leaving. Wu Ma nodded in agreement. Having spent so long with Hong Jiaobon, he had seen the box office success of each film grow. The profits generated had never resulted in any additional share for him, and from the perspective of employer and employee, one could say they were even. If he wished to leave, why should he feel any guilt? If they were true brothers and friends, then his bright future should elicit their blessings. Lu Guwei continued, if Hong Laobon and Zhou Laobon truly valued us, they could simply pay our breach of contract fees. With this thought, Wu Ma squared his shoulders and cleared his throat, declaring, given the circumstances, the three of us shall voluntarily submit our resignations to Hong Jinbao. The path ahead will be the responsibility of you, my esteemed brothers. Lin Laodi interjected, please do not say that. We must unite and elevate the reputation of Linghuan Studio so as not to disappoint Chen Dasha's lofty expectations. The following day, Hong Jinbao rose early, as was his custom, to practice. This routine had been maintained with the martial artists of Hong Jiaobon for decades, and even now, as the owner of a film company, he remained disciplined. The practice room was filled with the sounds of exertion and camaraderie. As he surveyed the scene, he noted, where's Master Lin? Why is he absent today? Is he unwell? The others shook their heads in unison, feeling perplexed. Lin Jinying was among the most diligent, never having missed an early practice. Suddenly, the personnel manager burst in, exclaiming, Boss, we have a serious situation. Calm down and speak slowly. What has happened? With me here, the sky will not fall, Hong Jinbao reassured him. The manager, finding his composure, leaned in to whisper, Wu Ma, Lin Jinying, and Lu Guwei have all submitted their resignation letters. The previously composed expression on Hong Jinbao's face turned frigid. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. He had recently discussed with Zhou Laoban the plans to produce another Linghuan zombie film next year. They intended to cast Lin Jinying, who had excelled in Ren Xiaorun, as the lead. Now, the three pillars of Ren Xiaorun had unexpectedly chosen to resign, catching him entirely off guard. Chapter 41. Hong Jinbao's Innocence and Zhou Huaiwen's Sarcasm, Part 2. Wu Ma's resignation was something he could hardly believe, for they had long been comrades and true allies. With this thought in mind, he declared with a firm voice, they are in your office, right? I shall speak with them personally. On his way, Hong Jinbao began to ponder a significant realization. The trio would not have left their positions without reason. It was highly likely that some external force had tempted them to consider such a drastic decision. He recalled the recent uproar surrounding Su Ke's job change. Could it be that the young Master Chen had set his sights on the Hong family clan? With the Hong family currently thriving, consistently producing films that gross over 10 million a year, numerous wealthy investors were eager to collaborate with him. Yet, this was the first time someone had attempted to poach his talents. Shaking his head, he sighed, when gods clash, It is the innocents who suffer. I never imagined that I, Hong Jinbao, who has always navigated the currents with ease, would find myself as a victim today. It was clear that his deep ties with Jia had made him a target in the eyes of young Master Chen, a thorn in their side. Moreover, this assault on Du Shun was spearheaded by his own Hong family clan's Wu Fuxing. It was only natural for them to retaliate against him. Despite this understanding, Hong Jinbao could not swallow his indignation. He had never endured such a loss. However, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. The three were core members of his clan, his brothers, many of whom he had personally nurtured. They still held a modicum of loyalty to the Hong family. If he could appeal to their emotions and reason with them, coupled with promises of benefits, perhaps he could win them back. Hong Banju. The indifferent address from Wu Ma chilled his heart. These brothers had never referred to him as such. They would usually affectionately call him Hong Lauda. Just a single night apart, and their attitude had shifted so dramatically. Hong Jinbao could distinctly sense the absence of respect in their eyes. Are you truly intent on leaving? What terms did Qianlong offer you? I, Hong Jinbao, can also. Banju, Boss Chun has offered each of us 1 million Hong Kong dollars as a settlement. Hong Jinbao gasped internally. 3 individuals meant 3 million, and Boss Chun had certainly made a generous offer. He could indeed produce 3 million, but he felt that the trio was not worth such a hefty price. Seeing Hong Jinbao remain silent, Lu Guanwei continued, Boss Chun is helping us establish a studio, promising an annual budget of at least 5 million for our films. Hong Jinbao was taken aback once more. A 5 million annual budget was a level of treatment he had only received from some high-profile bosses. Qianlong was indeed willing to spend lavishly to vex him and Boss Zhou. In his view, the trio could hardly shoulder the costs of a 5 million production. Qianlong's motivations were twofold. He possessed the financial means and sought to vent his frustrations. With such a precedent set, who would dare oppose the new Shao Shi in the future? So you all genuinely wish to sever ties with my Hong family clan? Though we may be a modest establishment, it is not a place you can come and go as you please. Recognizing that these individuals were blinded by monetary allure, Hong Jinbao understood that appeals to sentiment would be futile, and he immediately adopted a different demeanor. The three were not intimidated by the authority he projected. With Boss Chen backing them, and Jianing's star shining brightly in Gangsheng as the leading commercial icon, why should they fear a small-time film company owner? Even with the formidable Boss Zhou present, they felt no trepidation. Hong Lauda, one cannot choose their path in the world. After so many years of collaboration, why must we sever ties so harshly? It would be better to part amicably today and perhaps reunite in the future. At that moment, the tension in Hong Jinbao's face dissipated. The term Hong Lauda broke down his defenses. He was not a cold-hearted individual. Brotherhood was of utmost importance to him, and now, as his old comrades faced brighter prospects, how could he bear to play the villain? All right, fine. You still recognize me as your leader, so how could I truly make things difficult for you? I shall speak on your behalf to Boss Zhou. If you find yourselves uncomfortable working under Qianlong, you are always welcome to return. The doors of the Hong family clan will forever be open to you. With that, Hong Jinbao turned away and bellowed, someone, see them out. The trio, witnessing Hong Jinbao's unexpected generosity, exchanged complex glances. Yet, having already taken this step, they could only bravely proceed onward. As they departed, Hong Jinbao felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had initially contemplated seeking a budget from Boss Zhou to produce another supernatural film, but with such a significant loss of personnel, that plan would undoubtedly be shelved for the foreseeable future. The situation was as it stood, and with this major upheaval, it was imperative to consult the formidable boss, Zhou Huiwen. Just as he was formulating how to report the matter, the news of the upheaval at Baohe reached Zhou Huiwen's ears at an astonishing speed. Chapter 42. Escalating conflicts and underhanded struggles. Zhou Huiwen's initial impression was that Qianlong was being excessively domineering. The audacity to poach their indispensable Suke left them with no choice but to concede, considering Qin's wealth and perceived naivety. However, now that Qianlong had extended his reach into the pockets of his company, Jia, how could Zhou not feel a surge of vigilance? If he remained passive in the face of this incursion, would it not give Qin the impression that he was intimidated? Jia was not solely reliant on Baohe. How would the other stakeholders perceive him? Zhou Huiwen, once a dominant titan, now felt the weight of age and obsolescence pressing upon him. With this thought, he slammed his teacup down onto the rosewood table. Summon Hong Jinbao. Upon receiving the summons, Hong Jinbao's heart sank. He realized that this matter could no longer be concealed from his formidable superior. but he had not anticipated the speed at which the news would leak. The seasoned businessman Zhou had long shed any pretense of camaraderie when faced with the harsh realities of profit. Old phone, you have indeed left me with a conundrum. Prepare the vehicle. As he traveled, Hong Jinbao concocted numerous excuses for the trio, yet upon encountering Zhou Huaiwen's grim visage, his mind went blank, forgetting even the customary greetings. This was a formidable figure, one who had bested the long-established Shaw brothers time and again. Attempting to obfuscate the situation now seemed almost ludicrous. Zhou Huaiwen forced a smile. Jinbao, why do you linger there? Come in quickly. Boss Zhou, about this matter. You need not elaborate. I shall take charge of this situation. Those who betray you will face a total embargo from Jia. As for the new Shaw brothers, there will be ample opportunities to retaliate in the future. Hong Jinbao's heart sank further. The worst possible outcome had indeed come to pass. A complete boycott by Jia meant that the three individuals would be eternally barred from any productions associated with Jia. Any actors, martial artists, or crew members who valued their ties with Jia would shun collaboration with the trio. Jia possessed the clout to dominate half of the film industry in Hong Kong, rendering such a ban entirely feasible. He yearned to plead for the three. Yet recognizing Zhou Huaiwen's ire, he wisely chose silence. As for our previous conversation regarding filming another fantasy film this year, I approve. A budget of 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Will that suffice? In earlier times, such a substantial investment in a fantasy film would have thrilled Hong Jinbao. However, with the departure of key creative talents, where could he possibly find suitable actors and cinematographers? Seemingly aware of Hong Jinbao's predicament, Zhou Huaiwen chuckled. You needn't fret about casting and crew. With so many subsidiaries and talents under Jia He's umbrella, surely there are individuals who can step up? You might consider an internal selection. Perhaps others will surpass the trio in performance. The thought of utilizing actors from other companies was deeply unsettling for Hong Jinbao. If successful, would he not be nurturing talent for others and enabling competitors to gain experience in producing fantasy films? Yet, as the situation had arisen from within Baohua, he had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Mr. Zhou, could you perhaps show leniency towards the three? They are seasoned members of my team, and I do not wish for them to suffer such a devastating defeat. Hong Jinbao rarely resorted to such humble entreaties, yet Zhou Huaiwen remained resolute. No. Seeing Hong Jinbao's troubled expression, Zhou Huaiwen attempted to reassure him. Come now, cheer up. We are in the business realm. Sentimentality has no place here. Your fellow brothers in the Hong family are watching you. If you remain inactive, what will they think? They will not see your magnanimity. They will only perceive you as weak and easily bullied. Today, 3 have turned against you. Tomorrow, it could be 10 or even 100. Ambition is inherent in humanity, and Shenlong has magnified the ambitions of certain individuals. You must extinguish them. Noticing that Hong Jinbao still appeared unconcerned, Zhou Huaiwen extinguished his cigar and gestured towards the Jia building, saying, You are no longer merely a martial artist. You are a boss. Many depend on you for their livelihoods. If you do not act, they will go hungry. A boss must embody the essence of leadership. Clinging to outdated notions will inevitably lead to your ruthless eradication by the market. Recalling his prior failures in entrepreneurship, Hong Jinbao nodded in agreement. The news of Lin Jinying and the others establishing a fantasy studio had not yet circulated. In the meantime, Jia issued a public announcement to all industry peers. Wu Ma, Lu Guanwei, Lin Jinying have betrayed their brotherhood and willfully defected from Baohua. Their disgraceful lack of integrity is despicable. Today, Jia Group enacts a total embargo. This decree of ostracism rapidly reverberated throughout every production and the entire entertainment sector in Hong Kong. The shocking proclamation conveyed the fury of the film titan, Jia Group. Chapter 43. Shenlong has something to say. How formidable is Jia? Since the latter half of the 1970s, over 70% of the box office revenue in the harbor city has been generated by them. Not only do they surpass other film companies in production quantity, but the quality of their work is also astounding. It can be said that Jia has supported the livelihoods of a significant portion of the film industry. Although the emergence of New Yicheng and the resurgence of New Shaw brothers have made waves, Jia has long dominated the film industry, and none dare provoke the might of the tiger. In this industry, one must often show some respect to Boss Zhou. Therefore, when the ban was issued, it signified that the 3 were ostracized by a substantial part of the industry. Upon hearing the news, the 3 at New Shaw brothers, who had been fervently discussing a new project, fell silent. Shenlong reassured them. Humph, you are now part of New Shaw brothers. What does Jiahe's ban matter to you? Yet, one of them replied, Boss Chun, you do not understand. We now bear the reputation of being untrustworthy. Who would dare collaborate with us in the future? Even if the Shaw brothers do not mind, we, as martial artists, value loyalty above all. How can we hold our heads high in front of others? The ban itself was not the main issue. The destruction of their reputation was the real concern. Qianlong was suddenly amused by their plight. What a fine fellow Zhou Huaiwen is. Did Sir Sha ever publicly complain when he abandoned Shaw brothers? Now that he has established himself as a capital, he does not allow others to change jobs and start anew? Noticing the 3's faces had turned ashen, devoid of their previous creative fervor, Qianlong slammed his hand on the table and declared, Do not worry. I will go to the television station and berate him. Boss Chun, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Criticizing him on television may not reflect well on you, they cautioned. Though touched by Qianlong's willingness to act, they hoped he would not engage in a verbal battle. Bosses typically maintain their dignity and refrain from direct confrontations, as it could appear somewhat undignified. You are now part of New Shaw Brothers. If they bully you, it is akin to slapping my face. I will certainly hold him accountable, Qianlong insisted. He then instructed someone to notify Sir Sha and Lu Shan. Upon learning of the incident, the two were equally outraged. These 3 are individuals I have connected. Their punishment carries my responsibility. I cannot remain indifferent. Zhou Huaiwen's actions are despicable, and I must speak out against him. The 3 hurried to TVB television station. Noticing the chairman and young master Jia Ning in a state of urgency, the staff realized that a significant event was unfolding. Along, what do you plan to do? One of them asked. We will appear on TVB News, and in front of the entire harbor city, we will unveil Zhou Huaiwen's disgrace. Lu Shan advised with a frown. Along, this may not be wise. We should prioritize harmony in business. He committed an atrocious act, yet he does not allow anyone to speak of it. Qianlong indeed looked down upon Zhou Huaiwen's behavior. What difference is there between him and a dragon-slaying hero who turns into an evil dragon? Initially, I was unwilling to remain a mere worker, so I founded my own company, taking many veterans away from the old employer. Now that I have grown and become a capitalist, he begins to bully the newcomers. What is this? Must the next generation endure the hardships I did not? Sir Sha, also feeling aggrieved, echoed, His actions are indeed unscrupulous. I held back out of respect, but I never expected him to go this far. Have the news station urgently interrupt with our discussion. With a command from the elder Shah, the entire news station became a flurry of activity. After the discussion venue was set up, the female news anchor, following the producer's instructions, announced, "We now interrupt for an urgent news bulletin." This morning, Jiahe Film Company released a statement. Zhou Huaiwen, having received a call from a friend, turned on the television. He saw the long-absent boss Shah on screen, offering his evaluation of the ban on Lin Jinying and the other three. I had indeed considered passing the management of Shaw Brothers to Zhou Huaiwen, but I was fully aware of his nature. He is not one to be content remaining beneath others. Rather than let him take charge of Shaw Brothers, I preferred to allow him to venture out on his own. Thus, when he insisted on taking He Guanchang to start his own business, I tolerated it. When he established his own company and took away a significant portion of Shaw's martial artists and cinematographers, I endured that too. But today, he has issued a complete ban simply because Ma Wu and the others wish to start their own ventures, and I can no longer tolerate it. You claim they are untrustworthy and of low character, yet how noble is it for you to establish your own company and poach so many of Shaw's old employees? Accompanying Qianlong, Ma Wu added, I was not cultivated by Jiahe. I graduated from Shaw's Nangwa Drama School, mentored by Zhang Che, and played leading roles in Shaw films. I produced a film for Baohua that grossed 10 million at the box office, yet I only received a mere 0.2 in return. I feel I owe nothing to the two bosses of Baohua. To say I betrayed the Hong family or abandoned Baohua, I do not accept that. Chapter 44. Zhou Huaiwen's helplessness. The audience watching the gossip on television nodded in agreement, deeming Jiahe's actions unscrupulous. The film directed by them had grossed 10 million at the box office, yet they had not received even one of the profits. It was rather exploitative. They merely wished to follow Boss Chun and embark on their own entrepreneurial journey. Instead of offering his blessings, Zhou issued a ban. Why could Zhou Huaiwen, who could independently pursue his own clients, not allow others the same opportunity? Such reasoning was utterly flawed. The film industry in Guangdao was not solely his domain. Zhou Huaiwen's face flushed with embarrassment. He had never anticipated that the matter would escalate to the television station, drawing even the semi-retired Sir Shao into the fray. He felt no sense of indebtedness to Sir Shao. He was merely reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. Yet now, Sir Shao was publicly criticizing him in front of the entire city of Hong Kong, leaving Zhou with an overwhelming sense of shame. However, the ban had already been issued, and retracting it would jeopardize his standing in the industry. Just as he contemplated turning off the television to avoid further distress, he heard Chen Long declare, "As the manager of the new Shao Film Company, I find Jiai's actions to be contrary to fair business competition, tarnishing the integrity of my three partners. Therefore, in my capacity as vice president of Jianing, I advise Boss Zhou that if Jiai does not rescind the ban against my three partners and publicly apologize within 3 days, Jianing Group, along with its 200 subsidiaries, will terminate all collaborations with Jiai Film Company. Any partners collaborating with Jiai will become adversaries of Jianing." The on-site director and host swallowed hard. Jianing Group was currently thriving in Hong Kong, a highly sought-after stock. If the Jiai boss persisted in his obstinacy, it could very well compel investors to withdraw their funding. Zhou Huaiwen's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Chen Long would go to such lengths for 3 subordinates. Yet, a wave of fear enveloped him. If Jiai Film Company were to face a complete ban from Jianing Group, his investors would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Compared to the hundreds of billions of Jianing, Jiai Film Company was but an insignificant ant. Sir Shao, present at the news broadcast, echoed the sentiment. Those who act unjustly will inevitably meet their demise. If Zhou Huaiwen does not sincerely repent, Shao Film City will fully boycott any films produced by Jiai. This statement struck Zhou Huaiwen's heart like a thunderbolt. Initially, when Shao's company was powerless against him, they did not resist his films. Now, they targeted him so vehemently for the sake of 3 subordinates, causing Zhou's composure to shatter. In the next moment, his home phone and mobile began ringing incessantly. It was evident that these were calls from Jiai's shareholders and subsidiary partners. The shareholders feared antagonizing Jianing Group, while the subsidiary partners worried about being unable to secure screenings after facing a ban from Shao Film City. In such an unfavorable scenario, he had no room for counteraction. Realizing this, Zhou Huaiwen, filled with reluctance, instructed his subordinates, "In my name, publish an apology in the 3 major newspapers and inform all partners that the previous ban is null and void." Although he uttered these words lightly, Zhou felt as if he were floating. He no longer cared about his reputation or pride. What weighed heavily on his mind was the potential decline of his once thriving career. Faced with the formidable Jianing capital behind Chen Long, he felt utterly powerless, unwilling to simply await his fate. Meanwhile, the 4 heirs of Xinyi City, watching the news in their office, experienced a similar sense of impending doom. Jiai, now stripped of its facade, might soon find themselves in a similar predicament. They recognized the power of capital. Those who controlled the media and cinemas could easily obstruct their path. Watching the television, Li Zheju's eyes gleamed with excitement. He saw an opportunity in this event. His previous wounds had nearly healed, and it was time to engage in a serious contest with the young prince of Jianing. He decided to contact the controlling parties of Jiai and Xinyi City, inviting them to visit the Li family. Chapter 45. Li Heir's business empire. Confronted with the invitation from the Li family, Zhou Huaiwen felt a profound astonishment. Under ordinary circumstances, they would hardly come into contact with such significant capital. Declining the offer was certainly out of the question. The Li family had deep roots and was by no means a nouveau riche entity. "Old Zhou, I suspect this may actually be a fortuitous development," he mused. With Chen Long strategically positioning himself in the film industry and attracting capital attention, it was possible that Boss Li was contemplating an investment in Jiaha. Zhou Huaiwen nodded in agreement, but felt a twinge of discomfort. He had always been the principal shareholder of Jiaha, alongside 2 major partners, making the company his domain. With substantial capital seeking to acquire shares, a power struggle over equity was inevitable. Yet, considering the current predicament of Jiaha facing simultaneous assaults from New Shaw Brothers and New Yicheng, he recognized the necessity of introducing major capital. With a blend of unease and anticipation, the 3 partners of Jiaha arrived at the Li residence. However, while they awaited at the entrance, several vehicles pulled up before them. "What brings you 3 here?" Zhou Huaiwen remarked, only to realize his tone was amiss. Descending from the vehicles were Maijia, Shitian, Huang Beiming, along with the president of the Jin Gongzhu Group, the controlling entity of New Yicheng. Maijia retorted with irritation, "Humph, if you 3 can come, why can't we?" Both parties sensed an underlying tension, uncertain of what young Master Li was truly plotting. As they exchanged glances, the servants ushered them all inside. Though in his own home, Li Zeju donned a high-end suit, complete with a meticulously knotted tie and impeccably polished shoes, rendering the small-time bosses of the film industry feeling rather inadequate in the presence of this affluent young master. In stark contrast to their self-made struggles, Li Er, born with a golden key, exuded an air of aristocracy. Having accompanied his father in dealing with high-profile figures and managing businesses with billions in revenue, he regarded these local tycoons with indifference, viewing celebrities merely as pawns manipulated by the powerful. Even if they had become bosses, they were still overshadowed by the likes of him, a true industrial magnate. Although the formal acquisition of the two companies had not yet transpired, Li Zeju had already begun to perceive these individuals as subordinates. "Please, find yourselves a seat," he instructed coldly, and the group complied without questioning. Without granting anyone the opportunity to inquire, Li Zeju lit a cigar and spoke for himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you today to discuss the establishment of a new entertainment group." The notion of forming an entertainment group sent an unsettling premonition coursing through Zhou Huaiwen. Indeed, since the 1980s, it had become apparent that Shaw Brothers' traditional martial arts films were outdated, prompting a shift towards urban comedy films. To create grand spectacles with an international flair, production costs had escalated, and although box office figures appeared impressive, the actual profits were often disappointing. Mai Jia and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that each installment of their best collaborations sought to incorporate international elements, even employing industrial special effects to pursue explosive scenes, inevitably raising costs with each new project. However, no one understood why Li Zeju had broached this topic. "In my view, the notion of making substantial profits from film production is a fallacy," he continued. "With the current scale of the film markets in Hong Kong and Taiwan, a film's profit could barely reach 20 million, and after dividing among themselves, they would be fortunate to pocket a few $100,000. This was indeed true. As bosses, they often found their annual earnings meager, as not every production turned a profit, and new films required funding. Li Zeju, continuing his persuasive approach, asked, "Have you never pondered the reasons behind this? Why does Chen Long relentlessly strive to compete with you? Why, despite reaching the pinnacle of your industry, do you still struggle to generate revenue?" A silence enveloped the group. Most of them were industry veterans, having spent their lives navigating the film realm. While they might possess greater cinematic expertise than Li Zeju, they could not match his acumen in business, having been engaged with finances from a young age. Chen Long was not merely fixated on a handful of millions in box office revenue. He understood that if the new Shaw Brothers film company went public, he could amass hundreds of millions, even billions, in wealth within the financial markets. A realization dawned upon the group, and they momentarily regained their composure. Indeed, what could be earned from producing one or two profitable films paled in comparison to the fortunes they could accumulate if their company went public. This thought ignited a fire within Zhou Huiwen. Jiehe commanded half of Hong Kong's box office, holding the greatest potential for an IPO. Noticing the glint of greed in their eyes, Li Zeju nodded in satisfaction. He continued, "As far as I know, Sir Shaw has long harbored intentions to take TVB public, but the economic downturn has delayed those plans. Once Chun and Shaw package their two companies for an IPO, they will become the leading stock in Hong Kong's entertainment sector, raising vast sums of capital. Do you all believe you still have a chance to turn the tide?" Chapter 46, An Unprecedented Merger and Acquisition. Zhou Huiwen shook his head, pondering the implications of Chun Xiao's potential actions. If the two families truly pursued such a course, they would find themselves devoid of any opportunities. The future would hinge upon grand productions. While the affluent invested their shareholders' capital, they would be spending their own. Failure was inevitable. Contemplating this, he inquired, "So, Master Li, what do you propose?" Li Zeju responded robustly, "Of course. We should unite the strengths of our three companies to acquire Jiahe and Cine City. I will also invest in the poorly managed GI television station, creating an entertainment empire that surpasses theirs." The attendees were momentarily stunned by the audacity of his vision. It was a bold idea, yet highly feasible, given the Li family's wealth and resources. Under Li Zeju's orchestration, the collaboration among the three companies would yield a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, the Li family understood capital operations, enabling a rapid public listing of the new conglomerate. At that point, they would not only see their fortunes multiply, but could also leverage shareholders' funds to invest in even larger productions. Even if a few projects incurred losses, it would pose no concern. They would no longer need to tread cautiously, fearing the collapse of a single core production. Would they then still fear Qianlong? They themselves would embody capital. As the crowd fantasized about the future, Zhou Huaiwen interjected with a scoff. But whose name will the new conglomerate carry? How will the shares be allocated? What of the distribution of positions and power? Having founded Jiahe and battled against Xia for years, how could he stand idly by while others usurped his company? If Jiahe remained central to the new entity, allowing him to manage it, he would have no objections. Yet, with Li Zheju's youthful arrogance, how could he tolerate a loss of authority? It was easy to envision that if he acquiesced today, he would soon find himself sidelined as others took the reins. Li Zheju, however, was not angered. He never believed that mere personal charm could secure the acquisition of two companies. With a smile, he stated, "I am willing to invest 100 million Hong Kong dollars for 10 of your shares and contribute 400 million to the new group," thus exchanging 500 million for a 50 stake in the new conglomerate. The audience gasped in astonishment. This meant that by simply agreeing to Li Zheju's terms, they could immediately divide 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, while the theoretical market valuation of the new company could soar to 1 billion. Even with only a 5 share in the new entity, they would become genuine millionaires. Zhou Huaiwen, however, remained disinterested. His company had been established long ago, and he had profited significantly from Bruce Lee's illustrious name over the years. Even if his investment in Shushan only recouped half of its cost, he had sustained no significant loss. Tens of millions held little allure for him. The other two partners of Jiahe, though tempted, were still cautious, lacking the fervor exhibited by the trio from Xinyi City. Meijia was the first to respond affirmatively. "We from Xinyi City have no objections." At this, the president of Jinjun Princess furrowed his brow slightly. As Jinjun Princess held a 51 stake in Xinyi City, he, as the major shareholder, had yet to express his stance. However, calculating the potential returns, he realized that investing in Xinyi City would yield little profit. Agreeing to Li Erxiao's acquisition plan would provide immediate cash and transform him into a shareholder of a publicly listed company, which he deemed a satisfactory outcome for Jinjun Princess's investors. Yet, as a businessman, he understood the need to feign disinterest and maintain a negotiating position. Thus, he replied, "We at Jinjun Princess will discuss this in the board meeting before making a final decision." Li Zheju nodded in understanding, confident that no one could refuse his proposal. He then turned his attention to the three from Jiahe. "We also need to confer and seek the opinions of our minor shareholders." Zhou Huaiwen was not naive, despite his internal resistance. He recognized that the Li family was a financial behemoth not to be trifled with. "Very well, I await your favorable response. I have arranged a banquet at the hotel, providing an opportunity for us all to strengthen our connections." Having previously been rivals, he did not wish for any rifts post-merger. He assertively aimed to bring the two factions to the same table. Zhou Huaiwen frowned. If he attended the banquet today, how could he refuse the merger in the future? "Lier Gongzi, I am feeling unwell today and will not be attending the banquet." He Guanchong and Liang Feng immediately grasped their elder brother's intentions. Having always stood together, they too found an excuse to decline the banquet invitation. Watching the three depart, Li Zheju scoffed, refusing a toast only to suffer the consequences. Chapter 47 The establishment of Huanghe Entertainment Group. As soon as he stepped outside, He Guanchong began to lament. "Lao Zhou, we have offended Li Gongzi and now must confront Qinjia Shao. We are caught between a wolf and a tiger. What shall we do in the future?" Liang Feng also felt a wave of apprehension. With the injection of capital from the Li family, Xianicheng would undoubtedly become more formidable, and perhaps agreeing to the other party's conditions earlier would have been the wisest course of action. Zhou Huaiwen, however, had his own calculations. He smiled and said, "There is no need to be overly anxious. Li Zheju will not engage in a losing venture. If we do not join now, the few individuals at Xianicheng will find themselves at a disadvantage during the equity negotiations. If Jia comes on board, they too will have to share the stakes, while those from Meijia will likely gain nothing of value. Moreover, we at Jiahe have no operational issues. Our returns are stable, and we may even consider going public in the future. Why should we become a subsidiary of another entity?" This sentiment resonated with He Liang and the others, as Jiahe operates several subsidiaries that contribute significantly to their annual box office revenue, which exceeds 10 million. Without any financial crises and with yearly dividends, why would they relinquish control of their operations to others? It is possible that with the entry of the Chun and Li families into the capital, the film industry may begin to soar, attracting even more investment, thus making Jia a sought-after entity with leverage in negotiations. Nonetheless, Zhou Huaiwen advised, starting tomorrow, we must strengthen our connections with our major subsidiaries and swiftly finalize the productions slated for release next year. We must not hesitate to invest. Both men understood Zhou Huaiwen's concerns. The film industry in Gangcheng is unlikely to remain tranquil for long. A capital war is inevitable. The three of them were uncertain whether the entry of these two capital giants would prove beneficial or detrimental. What Jia could do is to steadily advance with each step, seeking not accolades, but simply avoiding errors, gathering strength, and waiting for the opportune moment. Merely 2 weeks later, the film industry was shaken by a thunderous announcement. Li Er Gongzi, in collaboration with Xianicheng Film Production Company and Jiai Television Station, established Huanghe Entertainment Performing Arts Group. Reports indicate that in this transaction, Li Er Gongzi lavishly spent nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, marking one of the largest mergers of the year. This unprecedented deal in the Gangcheng film production sector catapulted Jia and others into the ranks of the wealthy with fortunes exceeding 500 million. Not only did this stir the entire entertainment circle, but it also attracted the attention of the capital sphere. Last year, the total box office revenue of Gangcheng films barely reached 200 million. What could possibly entice the heirs of two financial empires to invest such staggering sums? Numerous reporters flocked to the newly established Huanghe Entertainment Performing Arts Group headquarters to interview Chairman Li Zeju. The entertainment industry, often overlooked, has witnessed a burgeoning demand as the economy develops. The global success of Gambling God, grossing over 100 million, serves as a prime example of this trend. Reporters were astonished to learn that Gambling God had achieved a box office of 60 million Hong Kong dollars overseas, with nearly 40 million coming from the Bay Island alone. However, their focus remained on Huanghe Entertainment, including inquiries about its future development and how Jiai Television Station might resolve its current predicaments. Upon receiving this news, Sir Xiao found himself restless and summoned Chen Long for a discussion. Along, Li Zeju's intentions are not benevolent. Jiai Television Station is not in a strong financial position. I had thought they were on the brink of bankruptcy. But I did not anticipate Li Zeju's swift and precise maneuvers. Indeed, his considerable expenditure was undoubtedly aimed at undermining us and securing an early lead in the market. Chen Long believed that Li Er Gongzi was merely inviting trouble upon himself. The production of films and television dramas cannot simply be resolved with financial investment. His team is exceptionally talented, and their production philosophies far exceed those of their competitors. In terms of television drama production and station operation, TVB remains unmatched. Although Asia Television has invested heavily to catch up, its content consistently falls short of wireless, and Jiai, with its already shaky foundation, is bound to face challenges in the future. With this in mind, Chen Long offered Sir Xiao 2 suggestions. 6. I believe it is necessary to increase the salaries and benefits of all staff members, to sign more robust contracts, and to allow artists to participate in film productions and various business activities with the station's approval. Secondly, we should innovate and produce new types of variety shows, continuously introducing fresh content to enhance the exposure of our actors and artists, thereby increasing their commercial value. Sir Xiao and Lu Shun nodded in agreement, realizing that it was indeed time to enhance artist remuneration to counteract Huanghe Group's poaching efforts. Along, do you think our current variety show, Joyful Tonight, has grown stale? Chen Long responded, I believe we should plan some new variety shows to actively compete for viewers. Chapter 48. The first production of Linghuan Studio. Sir Xiao gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. Chen Long refrained from saying much more, as the commercial model of TVB had already reached a level of maturity. There is an old saying that one action can affect the whole body. The management styles of the two elders leaned more towards conservatism. He returned to the new Xiao's building. After the television station denounced Zhou Huaiwen, the industry's public opinion regarding Wu Ma and his companions underwent a complete 360-degree turnaround. Those within the industry who initially believed the trio deserved to be blacklisted for their perceived betrayal began to assert that their transition to the new Xiao was a matter of personal freedom and should be respected. Everyone was striving to make a living. Why impose a set of moral standards to constrain oneself? Moreover, the actions of the three did not rise to the level of betraying their mentors or forsaking old friends. Consequently, the trio had recently received numerous well wishes from their peers. With the pressure of public opinion lifted, everything began to progress positively. They rekindled their creative fervor and spent their days locked in the office discussing what to shoot for their new film. Chen Long naturally paid close attention to this development. Upon returning from TVB, he swiftly made his way to the trio's studio. New Xiao had allocated half a floor for them, which was still under renovation. At this time, only the conference room's lights remained aglow. Upon opening the door, Chen Long felt as though he had entered a celestial palace. The room was shrouded in smoke, with several prominent figures gathered, engrossed in conversation, completely unaware of their boss's arrival. To Chen Long's surprise, Su Ku was also present, gesturing animatedly with a cigarette in hand. If you ask me, you should create a classical Linghuan film based on the story of the ghost Nye Xiaoqian and the scholar Ning Kaichen. I've always wanted to bring their tale to the big screen. The romance between human and ghost is timeless. Su Ku found it peculiar that such imaginative ideas, if presented in the new I Ching group, would have garnered applause, yet these individuals remained silent. It was only when Wang Jing called out, "Boss, don't mind me, continue your conversation," that the initially reserved trio found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Chen Long produced a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, tossing one to each of them. He typically did not smoke, but lit one now merely as a passive defense against inhaling secondhand smoke. He continued, picking up on Su Ku's thread. "Old Su's idea is indeed splendid. But the world of Liaozhai is exceedingly bizarre. Only you, Su Laogui, could execute it well. We should wait a few more years. By then, we can equip ourselves with special effects that will truly open our competitors' eyes." Su Ku felt a surge of joy at receiving validation from the esteemed boss. With a role model to follow, the others also began to express their thoughts. Chen Long provided insightful commentary, filling in gaps with his advanced perspective, which earned him their unwavering trust. The group marveled at their boss's vision and various ingenious ideas. Su Ku and Wang Jing even experienced a subtle sense of awe, feeling that the boss's understanding of commercial cinema surpassed their own. It is worth noting that since entering the film and television industry, Wang Jing had always borne the title of a genius young director, yet today it seemed that the younger boss was the true prodigy. Even Su Ku, renowned for his extraordinary talent, conceded that while he might not bow to others, he held deep respect for the new boss. Chen Long then turned his attention to the least prominent figure among them, Lin Jinying. In a conference room filled with elites, Lin Jinying had the least experience and the fewest accomplishments, with his only notable role being that of the character San Shu Gong in Ren Xiaoshan. "Jinying, I would like to hear your thoughts on the new film." Upon hearing his name called by the boss, the ancestor of zombie films fell into a brief moment of contemplation, seemingly brewing his ideas. After a while, he finally responded, "I believe our first Linghuan work should amplify the elements of zombies battling Taoist priests." After the screenings of Gai Dagen Ren Xiaoren, I received numerous letters from viewers expressing their fascination and fear of zombies, as well as curiosity about the spells cast by Taoists. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insights. In Gue de Gue, there is a memorable sequence where Hong Jinbei engages in a battle of wits against a zombie, which is arguably the highlight of the film. Similarly, in Ren Xiaoren, Lin Jinying's duel with a street sorcerer left a profound impression on the audience. This was precisely what Chen Long yearned to hear. He probed further, "Master Lin, do you wish to merge the essence of both films into a martial arts tale of a Taoist subduing a zombie?" The previously reticent Lu Guanwei and Wu Ma experienced a moment of clarity. They were well versed in this concept, allowing them to easily integrate the successful elements of both outstanding Linghuan films, ensuring a promising box office outcome. Lin Jinying nodded vigorously. He had harbored this idea, but struggled to articulate his thoughts effectively. The boss's single prompt had clarified his vision. "Given that comedies remain the mainstream, I believe we should incorporate ample comedic elements into this film," Wang Jing added at an opportune moment. Yet, when it came to the specifics of scriptwriting, the group exchanged uncertain glances. The trio from Linghuan Studio were all martial artists. They had ideas, but lacked proficiency in screenwriting. Wang Jing and Su Ku understood the creative process, but were insufficiently acquainted with the nuances of zombie martial arts films. They noted the vague smile on Chen Long's face. "Boss, do you have a solution in mind?" "Haha, I have indeed come prepared. I previously enlisted Master Wang Tianlin from TVB to assist me in contacting the renowned supernatural mystery writer Huang Ying. Huang Ying is a notable ghostwriter in Hong Kong, having written for major wuxia authors like Gu Long, and has produced well-received works such as Da Xia Shen Xingyi. Many pirated editions in the mainland often attribute it to Gu Long. What is truly remarkable is his adeptness at adapting stories into film scripts. Tian Can is heralded as the pinnacle of martial arts films, showcasing his significant contributions. Historically, the script for Mr. Vampire was also penned by him. The group had all heard of Huang Ying's prowess. When Chen Long announced that he would invite him to join Linghuan's studio, the trio from Wu Ma eagerly welcomed the idea, even expressing their willingness to relinquish a portion of their shares if necessary. However, Chen Long's subsequent statement left everyone astonished. Huang Ying's talents extend far beyond the realm of the supernatural. He possesses a profound understanding of the essence of the esteemed Master Gu Long. I shall extend an invitation for him to join Xian Shaoshi as our esteemed screenwriter. Lao Su, are you not eager to create a new style of martial arts cinema? Huang Ying is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this endeavor. The reason I hold Huang Ying in such high regard is due to his knowledge that Master Gu Long would tragically pass away from liver cirrhosis 2 years hence, rendering Huang Ying, as his ghostwriter, an invaluable asset. Su Ku immediately recognized Huang Ying's significance, understanding that such talent was precisely what he desperately needed. By joining Linghuan's studio, would he not have to consult them whenever he sought talent in the future? Before he could utter a word, Wang Jing promptly agreed, proclaiming, "The boss is right. A distinguished writer like Huang Ying should rightfully belong to our collective treasure at Xian Shaoshi." Chapter 49. The eve of the exchange rate system announcement, Gu Long had many ghostwriters, among whom Ni Kuang is quite renowned. However, it was Huang Ying who left Chen Long with a lingering sense of discontent. In his earlier years, he was accustomed to being a ghostwriter and transitioned into screenwriting in the 1980s, earning little and lacking a prominent reputation among the many distinguished authors. After joining Baohe, he finally penned the script for Jiang Shi Xiansheng, which became a box office sensation and ignited a wave of zombie films, earning him the title of King of Ghosts and elevating his fame. Yet, he aspired to direct, creating Long Gui Di Yi Zhu Zhuang Shi, a project with a remarkable concept, but he clearly lacked the aptitude for directing, resulting in a dismal failure at the box office. He could have continued as a screenwriter, but was fixated on producing zombie films, despite the trend waning. In his relentless pursuit, he faced repeated failures, ultimately resorting to high-interest loans. With the market's fervor dissipated, his ventures ended tragically, leading to severe injuries from debt collectors, culminating in an untimely death. The few zombie works he authored remain timeless even today. Had Huang Ying not met a tragic end and focused on martial arts, perhaps he could have achieved greatness on par with the likes of Huang Yi. Therefore, Chen Long invested considerable effort in inviting Huang Ying to join. Upon receiving Chen Long's invitation, Huang Ying, then a screenwriter at ATV, promptly resigned from his position, recognizing the opportunity presented by the burgeoning Xian Shaoshi under the leadership of the now prominent Chen family scion. The terms and compensation offered were generous, leaving him with no grounds to decline. He informed Chen Long that he would commence work at Xian Shaoshi the following day. In a moment of camaraderie, Huang Ying felt that Chen Long was the only one who truly appreciated his talents in this world, leading him to resolve to pour all his resources into the first project assigned by his employer. Upon receiving this affirmation, Chen Long understood that the production of Jiang Shi Xiansheng had taken its initial steps forward. 3 months later, at the headquarters of Jianing Group, despite the late hour, the building was ablaze with lights, resembling a lighthouse that never extinguished its beacon. Chen Qing-Song paced in his office, a blend of anxiety and excitement coursing through him. Today marked the day when numerous tech stocks would disclose their third-quarter financial reports. From previous astute projections, both he and his son anticipated a surge in sales figures. Nevertheless, a tinge of apprehension lingered. Almost immediately, Chen Qing-Song received a satellite phone call from Gao Ming, relaying news of soaring sales and a significant surge in stock prices at market opening. A smile broke across Chen Qing-Song's face as he hung up, offering words of encouragement to Gao Ming. Yet, he noticed Chen Long sitting on the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion, lost in contemplation. "Dear son, why do you appear so discontent?" he inquired. "Father, I believe it is time for us to withdraw all our funds from the U.S. stock market." Chen Qing-Song was taken aback by his son's perspective. "Why would you think that? With the positive news now emerging and stock prices soaring, However, Chen Long held a differing viewpoint. "Father, we previously discussed the relationship between market dynamics and supply and demand. The personal computer market has shifted from a blue ocean to a red ocean, and the expansion of numerous giants has reached a threshold. Competition will intensify, and I estimate that significant growth will be hard to come by in the near future. Everyone is buying in now, making it the perfect moment for us to divest. There is a saying, when others are frantic, I am fearful. As a savvy financier, Chan Ching-Shum understood this principle well. He also observed that many investors in Hong Kong were scrambling to acquire shares of companies like HP through various channels. This was a troubling omen. Contemplating this, a chill ran down Chan Ching-Shum's spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Had it not been for Chun Long's timely warning, he might have remained lost in the euphoria of overseas investment success, a perilous pitfall in financial investment. Along, your considerations are astute. Once this wave of exuberance passes, I will instruct Gao Ming to withdraw all our funds. Chen Long, pleased with his father's open-mindedness, responded, Father, perhaps we can manage to withdraw before the Hong Kong government adjusts its exchange rate policy. At that moment, due to a currency crisis, the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar against the U.S. dollar had depreciated to nearly 10-1, prompting the Hong Kong authorities to take action. They were deliberating a new exchange rate policy, which would inevitably lead to a recovery of the Hong Kong dollar and an appreciation of its value. The Chin family, seizing this opportunity, could convert their U.S. dollars into Hong Kong dollars for substantial profit, and once the Hong Kong dollar returned to a fixed exchange rate, they could convert back into U.S. dollars, reaping further gains. Chan Ching-Shum nodded in agreement. The current depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar made it an optimal time to exchange U.S. dollars for Hong Kong dollars. A week later, as shares of HP and other U.S. stocks surged, news broke that Jianing Group had begun to reduce its holdings. The public was in an uproar, perplexed by Jianing's sudden retreat from the U.S. stock market. Experts were baffled, and many investors were equally confused. The upward momentum of Jianing's stock price came to an abrupt halt. Some media speculated that Jianing was facing internal financial issues, prompting a hasty sell-off to maintain its numerous subsidiaries. This explanation gained traction among many. They noted that even during periods of financial strain, Jianing had not ceased its substantial investments in the mainland. All of this seemed to offer an explanation. Jianing's financial chain had run dry, unable to sustain its various operations, preferring to liquidate profitable U.S. stocks to recover cash rather than halt investments in the mainland. This naturally led to widespread discontent. Many remarked with disdain that the Chun family appeared to be unwaveringly loyal to the mainland amidst their financial dealings. Following the emergence of various conspiracy theories, Jianing's stock price began to plummet. This left both Chen Long and Chan Ching-Shum bewildered. Their intention had merely been to capitalize on the exchange rate adjustments to profit from the differential, yet it had somehow been misconstrued as a patriotic gesture. As they contemplated issuing a statement to clarify and reassure investors, they received a call from Representative Shi of the Ministry of Commerce in the mainland. Mr. Chun, our collaboration is not urgent. We appreciate your patriotic sentiments, and the Prime Minister hopes that you will prioritize the foundations in Hong Kong and your own profitability, ensuring that investments in the mainland do not hinder Jianing's development. Chan Ching-Shum was left with a head full of questions. One can only respond by stating that Jianing's crisis has passed, expressing gratitude for the concern shown. After hanging up the phone, he remained with a speechless expression. Father, let this delightful misunderstanding continue. There is no need to hastily issue an announcement. I have arranged for Gao Ming to utilize our Chen family's private fund to acquire Jianing's stocks. Meanwhile, the Li family was also discussing Jianing's stock sell-off. Li Banqing, having gathered various insider information, had discerned the intentions behind the actions of the Chen father and son. He remarked to his two sons, I truly underestimated Chan Ching-Shum. Who would have thought he would make such a significant decision to redirect funds back to the port city prior to the currency adjustment? The final currency policy had yet to be unveiled, and even after adjustments, the stability of appreciation and the degree of appreciation remained uncertain. In Li Banqing's eyes, Chan Ching-Shum's actions were undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Even though they were aware that policies would soon change, who would dare risk their fortune and life? Chan Ching-Shum's actions were decisive and devoid of hesitation, showcasing remarkable execution. Li Banqing felt a sense of mutual respect for the younger Chan Ching-Shum, a sentiment he had previously only experienced with Li Zhaoji. Truly, Chan Ching-Shum is a formidable figure in the stock market. Li Zhaoju, with a hint of defiance, questioned, Father, are you not perhaps praising him excessively? No, not at all. Just wait and see. The Chin father and son will undoubtedly emerge as the greatest beneficiaries of this currency adjustment. Did we not also accumulate a substantial amount of U.S. dollars, all of which we will convert back to Hong Kong dollars? Other affluent merchants who grasped this connection also took action, causing the exchange rate to surge rapidly, resulting in a slight increase before the currency fluctuation policy was announced, just as the public struggled to comprehend the exchange rate situation. On October 17th, the Hong Kong Eagle officially announced the implementation of a 7-8-1 linked exchange rate system. Chapter 50. The Investor's Epiphany, Self-Transformation. The Monetary Authority stipulates that currency-issuing banks must first remit U.S. dollars to the foreign exchange fund to obtain a corresponding value in Hong Kong dollar liability certificates before they can issue new Hong Kong dollar banknotes. Additionally, it assures that once the Hong Kong dollar banknotes return to circulation, the issuing banks can exchange them back to U.S. dollars at the same rate. This implies a re-establishment of the fixed peg between the Hong Kong dollar and the U.S. dollar, adhering strictly to the exchange rate of 7-8-1. Upon the announcement of this policy, public confidence in the Hong Kong dollar surged, prompting many to exchange their foreign currencies back into Hong Kong dollars. The currency began to circulate once more, leading to a remarkable surge in both the financial and real estate markets. At this juncture, investors gradually realized that Jianing had seemingly exchanged all its U.S. dollars back into Hong Kong dollars precisely at the nadir of the Hong Kong dollar's value. It is noteworthy that when Jianing made this exchange, 1 U.S. dollar could be converted to an average of 9.6 Hong Kong dollars, whereas now, with the appreciation of the Hong Kong dollar, 1 U.S. dollar only fetches 7.8 Hong Kong dollars. This signifies that for every U.S. dollar Jianing exchanged, it mitigated a loss of 1.8 Hong Kong dollars. There is a saying that not losing is akin to gaining. Many lamented their failure to exchange at the Hong Kong dollar's low point, while Jianing's swift and precise action stood in stark contrast. Everyone else was a beat behind Jianing. What epitomizes a financial legend is encapsulated in Jianing's exceptional maneuvering. The reputation of Jianing underwent a dramatic reversal, as experts unabashedly lauded Chan Ching-Shum and Jianing. They conveniently forgot that just days prior, they had vehemently criticized Chan Ching-Shum and his son for disregarding the plight of investors. Those who had weak resolve and were swayed into selling Jianing shares regretted their decisions bitterly. Conversely, those who had steadfastly held on to Jianing shares were eager to proclaim their support for Chan Ching-Shum, who enjoyed an ever-growing admiration. The financial community revered Chan Ching-Shum for his series of audacious strategies, with some foreign media even dubbing him a financial wizard. Amidst this surge of adulation, Jianing's stock price soared to unprecedented heights, with its market capitalization officially surpassing 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. It is worth noting that at this time, the combined market value of Huanghe Industrial and various publicly listed companies controlled by the Li family was merely 18 billion Hong Kong dollars. In an instant, Jianing emerged as one of the most formidable conglomerates in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, the Chen father-son duo secluded themselves to deliberate their finances. Frankly speaking, prior to reconciling accounts, they lacked a clear understanding of their profits. The recalled Gao Ming was currently reporting on the situation. Jianing Investment Company, which initially invested 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, had exchanged it for 344 million U.S. dollars and primarily invested in companies such as HP, IBM, and Dell, yielding a staggering net return of 114 over 3 quarters. After deducting various expenses and employee bonuses, a remaining 703 million U.S. dollars equated to approximately 753 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Chun Family Foundation entered the fray with 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Aside from acquiring some Jianing shares, their account balance stood at 4.051 billion Hong Kong dollars. Without employing any leverage, their investment of 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars had astonishingly achieved a net return of 237 in just over 9 months. Even the most seasoned investor would commend such an accomplishment. Chan Ching-Shum could not help but exclaim in delight, his reaction justified, as the profits he had earned over a lifetime in finance paled in comparison to this 10.8 billion Hong Kong dollar investment. He gazed at his son, contemplating the prospect of stepping aside in triumph. Gao Ming, you may leave now. Your bonuses will be dispersed at the year's end. Upon Gao Ming's cheerful departure, Chan Ching-Shum inquired, along, now that Jianing has received 6 753 billion Hong Kong dollars. Should we consider repaying our previous debts? The debts Jia Ning owed weighed heavily on Chan Ching-Shum's mind. For the past few months, he had been juggling financial obligations, leaving him mentally exhausted. A slight misstep could potentially lead Jia Ning to bankruptcy. This feeling intensified in June when Jia Ning's fate hung by a thread, with no apparent escape route. A step back would lead to an abyss. Even he, who prided himself on his fortitude, felt a chill at the thought. Thus, with newfound profits, his foremost desire was to settle some debts and steer Jia Ning back on course. Thereafter, he could smoothly transition the chairmanship to Chen Long. However, Chen Long shook his head and replied, "Dad, if we repay now, wouldn't all our previous endeavors be in vain?" His words elicited laughter from Chan Ching-Shum, who appreciated his son's insatiable ambition. "What do you propose then?" Chen Long continued. "Perhaps you are unaware that Yumin Bank's Nanyang headquarters has dispatched personnel to investigate our Hong Kong branch, where they have detected significant discrepancies in the loans extended to us." At this, Chan Ching-Shum's expression darkened. Although Yumin Bank is a local financial institution, any serious issues uncovered could trigger a chain reaction, which is why he was eager to repay the debts. Chen Long was aware that the acquisition of Kim In Center by his father was largely facilitated by an unsecured loan from Yumin Bank. This high-value loan was secured due to Chan Ching-Shum's bribery of senior executives at the branch. Savory from the benefits, Yumin Bank had been a staunch ally of Chan Ching-Shum in subsequent years, extending loans that were astronomical in scale. Hearing his father express this concern, Chen Long replied nonchalantly, "Dad, have you heard the story of the African-American banker Bernard?" "Of course I have. He wanted to borrow money from the bank to invest in real estate, but the bank refused, so he bought 2 properties outright." Chan Ching-Shum suddenly grasped the implications. If Bernard could secure loans by purchasing a bank, could he not do the same to halt the investigation? By acquiring Yumin Bank, he could leverage it for further loans to expand his real estate ventures. "Are you suggesting I buy Yumin Bank outright?" "Indeed. Yumin Bank has been struggling for business over the past 2 years. We should take advantage of its low market value to invest. The total deposits held by a bank and its market value are distinct entities." With this thought, Chan Ching-Shum made an internal call to Gao Ming. "Investigate the market valuation of Yumin Bank and analyze the potential for acquisition." Half an hour later, Gao Ming presented his findings. "Boss, Yumin Bank's operations in recent years have predominantly focused on the Gangsheng branch. Due to the downturn in business there, the market valuation has dwindled to less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this, Chan Ching-Shum was struck with clarity. For it was known that Jianing had extracted loans exceeding 4 billion Hong Kong dollars through various means. Chapter 51, Debt Collection. Acquiring the bank with less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars market valuation and 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in debt, it is evident to anyone what choice should be made. At this fortuitous moment, Shen Zhong, the chief of the Yumin Gangsheng branch, called. "Boss Chen, your Jianing has profited tens of billions from overseas investments. Shouldn't you swiftly fill the debt gap? The people from headquarters are already on their way. I cannot delay them much longer." His urgency was palpable, for if the situation were to escalate, he would likely face a lengthy imprisonment. Chan Ching-Shum, however, remained unhurried. "Master Shen, I have a plan." A sense of foreboding washed over Shen Zhong. Every time Chan Ching-Shum mentioned a plan, it typically meant he would need to extract a significant sum from the bank. "Boss Chen, I can no longer extract more funds for you. If you do not resolve the current issue, I might consider fleeing." His words elicited a hearty laugh from Chan Ching-Shum. Unfortunately, Shen Zhong was far too frazzled to share in the humor. "Brother Shen, do you not aspire to hold the position of chairman of Yumin Bank?" "Ah, Boss Chen, I do harbor such ambitions, yet the board would never allow a Chinese individual to ascend to the role of executive chairman." Despite Shen Zhong's commendable performance at the Gangsheng branch, his identity as a Longgoran rendered him untrustworthy in the eyes of the board. "Haha, what if I told you that I intend to take control of Yumin and appoint you as executive chairman?" Shen Zhong, initially fraught with panic, found his composure restored as ambition overcame his trepidation. "How should I assist you?" "I wish to use a portion of Jianing's shares as collateral to secure a loan of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars from Yumin Bank." Shen Zhong was momentarily taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "You intend to use this loan to acquire Yumin? Is this truly your plan, Chan Ching-Shum?" It is as audacious as ever. He was certain that such a colossal loan would never be approved, unless at that moment, Chan Ching-Shum leaned in closer, whispering enticingly, "Master Shen, if the acquisition succeeds, Not only can we withdraw the investigation against the branch in the name of the board, but you will also ascend to the position of executive chairman, reigning above all else. Wouldn't that be splendid? Xinzhong's rationality and ambition clashed fiercely. After a long silence, he ultimately succumbed to his desires. Very well, I will privately expedite this loan application. Please hasten your actions regarding the acquisition of Yumin. Rest assured, I will secure Yumin within a week. No, within 3 days. Chan Ching-Shum was not merely boasting. Acquiring a modest bank like Yumin was indeed a straightforward endeavor for Jianing. Katia, a Malay, was the most devoted follower of Mahamud, the executive chairman of Yumin Bank. After a lengthy cruise, he finally set foot on the soil of Gangcheng. He had come bearing a crucial private directive from Mr. Mahamud to obtain incriminating evidence against Xinzhong for colluding with Jianing to facilitate illicit loans. This was to thoroughly eliminate any obstacles to Mahamud's re-election. Katia was brimming with confidence, aware that Jianing had encountered liquidity issues, leading to numerous overdue debts, thus providing him with an opportunity to strike. Reflecting on this, he could not help but think that Xinzhong was fortuitously lucky to have coincided with Jianing's years of rapid growth, allowing him to consistently rank first in regional performance. As the chairman had remarked, Xinzhong had outlived his usefulness to the group. It was time to eradicate this malignant tumor. However, upon arriving at his accommodation, he received unwelcome news from headquarters. What? Jianing's overseas investments have yielded substantial returns. Does that not mean they can immediately settle their debts? After spending 4 days at sea under the pretense of a business trip and being cut off from information, Katia was only now receiving favorable news about Jianing. Nonetheless, he did not intend to retreat. He planned to confront Xinzhong. Even if he could not completely undermine his opponent, he aimed to make a statement to assert his status as an envoy. With this in mind, he arrogantly approached Yumin Bank's branch in Gangcheng. To his astonishment, Xinzhong treated him with indifference, stating, Master Shun is currently occupied with establishing further cooperation with Jianing and is unavailable to meet with you. You may choose to explore the company at your leisure. Katia's anger peaked at that moment. Xinzhong had the audacity to dismiss him, a representative sent from above, allowing him free rein within the company. Did he not fear that Katia might uncover something? Confused, he pondered whether Xinzhong's boldness stemmed from overconfidence in having left no incriminating evidence or from some other form of reliance. Those who attain the rank of master are certainly not simple individuals. With this thought, he suppressed his fury and smiled at the receptionist, stating, I require an office and all the accounts related to Jianing's business dealings, along with the specific operators to cooperate with the investigation. To his bewilderment, the response was straightforward. Of course, we will fully assist you with your account reconciliation. Additionally, I hope Master Shun can spare some time from his busy schedule to meet with me. Chapter 52 What? The Great Qing is finished. Xinzhong listened intently to his subordinate's report, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. He thought it best to detain him, if he were truly obstinate. However, taking a life was ultimately a last resort, and he hoped that Boss Chun would act swiftly. Meanwhile, Katie Jia sensed the underlying hostility from the upper echelons of the Yumin Gangcheng branch, which was cloaked in feigned respect. His ability to scrutinize the accounts indicated that he possessed some skill. After merely glancing at the annual reports, he resolved to investigate the Jinmin acquisition case. This collaboration between Chan Ching-Shum and Xinzhong was their pride, and it was bound to reveal some clues. To hinder his examination of the documents, the air conditioning in the archives was set to maximum. During this time, he encountered electrical issues, despite the pervasive darkness. His determination to uncover the truth remained unyielding. On his way back to the hotel, he even sensed he was being followed. Undeterred by the vague warnings, Katie Jia continued on his path. Within just 2 days, Xinzhong had lost his initial composure. This fool was courting death. He dialed the office of Chan Ching-Shum. Boss Chen, how about sending someone to eliminate Katie Jia? His presence is a ticking time bomb. Chan Ching-Shum cleared his ears and reassured him. What are you afraid of? He is merely a minor character. Gao Ming has nearly concluded negotiations with the Malaysian consortium. The equity transaction agreement should be finalized today. Just then, the fax machine in front of Chan Ching-Shum sprang to life. Xinzhong, I have good news for you. Just now, Gao Ming represented Jia Ning and the 2 major Malaysian consortiums in completing the transaction. From this moment, Jia Ning is now the largest shareholder of the Malaysian Yumin Bank, the actual controlling party. Upon hearing this news, Xinzhong's pupils dilated slightly. This transaction had indeed been successfully executed by Jia Ning, taking less than 3 days from negotiation to completion. It made sense, as the branch's business was dwindling and the financial situation of Yumin Bank was precarious. At such a time, someone stepping in could lead the shareholders to willingly sell the entire company. Gao Ming was also in contact with other minority shareholders for further acquisition. You can rest easy now, right? Shen Zhong indeed felt a sense of relief, yet he believed that Katie Jia's continued presence was still a potential threat. Hearing this, Chan Ching-Shum chuckled. That's simple. I'll have Gao Ming convene a board meeting to remove Mahamud from the chairmanship and propose you as the new executive chairman of the bank. Shen Chairman, what do you think of this proposal? The title Shen Chairman made Shen Zhong's heart swell with joy, and he immediately responded respectfully, Thank you, boss. From now on, Yumin Bank will continue to provide unwavering service for your business. The two shared a conspiratorial laugh. Barely an hour later, Shen Zhong received the appointment letter for executive chairman from Yumin Bank. He decided to summon the tenacious Katie Jia. Katie Jia's desk was cluttered with old files. Upon hearing that Shen Zhong wished to see him, he revealed a smug smile, believing Shen Zhong was intimidated and prepared to yield. However, upon entering the office, he sensed something was amiss. The branch's higher-ups were all present, and as he entered, they regarded him with derisive gazes, as if he were a mere jester. What does this mean, Shen Daban? Katie Jia asked, displeased. It means nothing. I merely wish to invite you for tea, Shen Zhong replied. Katie Jia retorted irritably, Shen Daban, I have no time for frivolities. If there is nothing else, I will continue my investigation. Witnessing Katie Jia's rudeness, the onlookers were ready to rebuke him, but Shen Zhong rapped the table, signaling for silence. He produced a check and said, Sir, this is a check for 1 million, equivalent to 5 years of your salary. If you accept it, we shall become friends. In response to the check Shen Zhong extended, Katie Jia scoffed derisively. You think you can buy me off with 1 million? I can handle you and still command a higher salary. At this, the assembly erupted in laughter. Shen Zhong, unable to suppress a triumphant smile, tore the check to shreds and instructed his secretary, convey my latest orders. The secretary immediately took up a pen. Sir, what shall I write? From this moment forth, dismiss Katie Jia and all his positions, including that of inspector. Katie Jia assumed he had misheard and laughed mockingly. Who do you think you are to dismiss me? Shen Zhong had been waiting for this very response. With his qualifications, he should have been appointed executive chairman 3 years prior. But due to his status as a Malaysian Chinese, he had been overshadowed by the competitor Mahamud. As the most profitable Daban, he had long been stifled by the disdain of a mere inspector. Seeing Katie Jia maintain his defiant demeanor, Shen Zhong decided to lay his cards on the table. I truly possess the authority to dismiss you. Katie Jia, you may not be aware, but merely 2 hours ago, your backer Mahamud was ousted by the board. I am now the executive chairman of Yumin Bank. He handed Katie Jia the board's official document, which left him in a daze. Shen Zhong spoke languidly. From today onward, the Malaysian Yumin Bank belongs to us, the Chinese. I shall systematically cleanse you indigenous people from our ranks. Only Shen Zhong understood the extent of discrimination faced by Malaysian Chinese, the inequitable educational environment, and the societal treatment that placed them at a disadvantage. They toiled diligently to build Malaysia, yet remained unrecognized. Faced with Shen Zhong's palpable menace, Katie Jia could not suppress a shiver. His protector had been so easily cast aside, and the mere thought of being on Shen Zhong's turf sent chills down his spine. Without the inspector's title, he might not even escape the port city. Overwhelmed by the shock, he wandered aimlessly through the streets until a car halted before him, and several burly men in suits forcibly ushered him inside. Who are you? This is a society governed by law. Do you know who I am? The voice of Chan Ching-Shum crackled through the phone. All right, let him go. Hand him the big brother phone. I need to have a chat with him. Chapter 53. Becoming a true tycoon? According to your plan, Gao Ming has already acquired 3 banks. What are your next steps? To be honest, at this moment, Chan Ching-Shum felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. For an extended period, Jining had been in a frenzy of expansion, continuously inflating stock prices, necessitating constant borrowing from banks, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now, Jining has completely extricated itself from its debt crisis, with assets amounting to several billion Hong Kong dollars. Despite the unprecedented abundance of funds, he finds himself at a loss for direction. Chen Long felt somewhat speechless. Jining is on the right track, yet you seem to be struggling to adapt. Of course, we should borrow more money. Then, seizing the opportunity presented by a sluggish market, acquire more assets. Chan Ching-Shum remained silent, fearing Jining might revert to its former path, as the current success is hard-won. Presently, Jining has far too many subsidiaries, some of which lack justification for existence. Let us simply reorganize all the companies. We will divest those lacking competitive advantages and integrate the industries where we do hold an advantage, thereby establishing a further monopoly. This will enable us to become a major tycoon in Hong Kong and even on a global scale. Chan Ching-Shum's eyes lit up. Becoming a tycoon? This ambition was something he had never entertained before. At this stage, Jining could only be referred to as a consortium, not a true financial giant. A tycoon implies an unshakable presence. A mere sneeze could send the economy of the entire island into a tailspin. To become a tycoon, several characteristics are essential. First, a tightly knit family business, where all resources are concentrated in the hands of a few. Second, a broad operational scope with a substantial workforce, generating a significant portion of the national economic output. Third, the inclusion of financial sectors to facilitate capital mobilization, even through illicit avenues. Fourth, cross-holding among multiple groups, controlling listed companies with minimal shares through a pyramid structure. Fifth, a close relationship with officials, obtaining permission to operate in industries requiring licenses. Currently, Jining possesses the foundations to become a tycoon, but it lacks monopolistic industries. Are you suggesting we continue acquiring land and merging buildings? This is one avenue for development. We could also consider acquiring gas and energy companies, as well as telecommunications firms. Beyond the port business, we can engage in any industry that requires operational licenses. With the advancement of technology and the economy, energy, telecommunications, and housing are core industries that remain largely inaccessible to the average person. The Eagle Nation is facing continuous setbacks. This presents a prime opportunity for entry. Now that they possess their own bank and hold vast amounts of cash, almost no one can obstruct their progress. Chan Ching-Shum's previously tangled thoughts suddenly became clear. Very well, I shall focus my energy on optimizing Jianing's industries, while I will leave the buying endeavors to Gao Ming. You, Dad, I am quite busy too. The entertainment industry, if integrated, can unleash significant potential. Media is also an indispensable element of a tycoon's empire. Chan Ching-Shum chuckled. I see you are quite busy with your romantic escapades. I have heard you are getting close to several starlets. Young people ought to practice moderation. Dad, I understand. Since the introduction of the new exchange rate policy, Jining has been making significant moves. Just as the Li family intended to sit back and watch, Jining's initial blaze has ignited right at their doorstep. This is outrageous. Dad, Jining's acquisition of both digital telecom and investment technology is clearly aimed at us, the Li family. These are two major telecom groups holding operator licenses, which had previously been firmly under foreign control. A few years ago, they gained a substantial stake in Hutchison Whampoa, which has a significant telecom business. With foreign capital retreating, Jining's entry is clearly targeting them. Zheju remained composed. Now that Jining has grown powerful, controlling funds far exceeding ours, we must assess the situation prudently and avoid rash actions. Even Li Banqing had to concede that Jining is currently exceedingly strong and domineering. All capital in Hong Kong must temporarily avoid its sharp edges. Dad, they have not only acquired the telecom companies. I have also heard they are eyeing China Gas, which is a significant asset of our Li family. Remain calm. The Chen family's attempt to gain control over China media is not an easy feat, as we hold 24 of the shares. The current circumstances favor them, so you ought to exercise some restraint. Li Zheju, dissatisfied, pouted, feeling his father was increasingly conservative. The adversary is at their doorstep, yet he insists on retreating. Watching his second son leave in a huff, Li Banqing shook his head. The world is fair. When you are strong, you bully others, and when they become strong, they will naturally seek retribution. His ability to amass wealth lies in his understanding of timing. Knowing when to endure and when to seize opportunities is crucial. He believes that one should not confine their vision to Hong Kong alone, as there are vast opportunities beyond its borders. The Chen father and son, however, will never possess such foresight. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Chapter 54 The Best Partners. Sniping the 500 million Inspector, Part 1. Mr. Chun, please don't. Wang Jing, with dark circles under his eyes, hesitated outside the door, contemplating whether to return later. Behind him, Lu Jiaoyang called out in confusion, Director Wang, Are you here to report on the work? Why didn't you knock? Wang Jing silently cursed his bad luck and hurriedly gestured for Lu Jiaoyang to be quiet. Inside the office, Qianlong and Zheng Qianhua were also aware of the commotion outside. Zheng Qianhua quickly adjusted her form-fitting dress, while Qianlong promptly fastened his trousers and secured his belt. Ahem, you may enter, Qianlong invited. Observing Zheng Qianhua's disheveled escape, Lu Jiaoyang realized something significant had transpired. If his boss were vengeful, his career as an independent producer could come to a swift end. Fortunately, Qianlong had a thick skin, and Wang Jing, being a fellow comrade, along with Lu Jiaoyang, was not considered an outsider. Thus, he chose to brush it off and greeted Lu Jiaoyang warmly. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lu. I trust everything is going smoothly with the shoot. After several months of on-location filming, the project was nearing completion. Li Lianjia had a minor mishap on set, but fortunately, their protective measures were effective, allowing him to escape unscathed. The next steps would involve editing and reshooting certain scenes. Qianlong had heard about the near accident and felt relieved that his insistence on quality protective gear had prevented a serious injury. In an unexpected turn of events, while recuperating, Li Lianjia had developed a spark with his apprentice, Huang Qiuyan, who was also a martial artist. Huang Qiuyan was Li Lianjia's first wife, though their marriage was brief. In 1989, he met beauty Queen Li Ji, and they fell in love during a film project, even while Huang Qiuyan was pregnant. This echoed the old adage that a woman only influences the speed of a sword drawn. Li Lianjia's image suffered, and his box office appeal dwindled, leading to a 2-year hiatus from filming. During the time of Li Ji's pregnancy, he also declined an offer for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Qianlong nodded, contemplating the timeline. The release of Shaolin Boy should be scheduled for just before the Lunar New Year. I will liaise with the relevant departments in the mainland to ensure a simultaneous release, and we will leverage Shaw Brothers' distribution capabilities to achieve commendable results in eastern regions. Historically, Shaolin Boy garnered a box office of 22 million Hong Kong dollars, narrowly ranking third that year. It also performed well overseas in countries such as Han Country, Singapore, and Sakura Country, with a total box office reaching 10 million US dollars. Clearly, Shaolin Boy was a veritable money-making machine. The festive season is a competitive window for all studios. Seeing his boss so optimistic about the film he directed, Lu Jiaoyang beamed with enthusiasm, feeling invigorated. Rest assured, boss, Shaolin Boy's box office will undoubtedly surpass that of Shaolin Temple. Even without the Bay Island market, we will certainly profit immensely. After Lu Jiaoyang departed, Qianlong turned his attention to the weary-looking Wang Jing. Jing, how is your Gambler Universe project progressing? I have nearly sorted out the logic and plan to shoot both The Gambler and The God of Gamblers simultaneously. The production teams for both films are similar, featuring Andy Lau and Stephen Chow. We can film The Gambler in the morning and The God of Gamblers in the afternoon without any issues. Indeed. The leading ladies will be Xiao Wenxi and Zheng Huazhen, with Uncle Da in a supporting role. Speaking of Uncle Da reminded Qianlong of the film 500 Million Inspector, which had been in production for some time. The rapid filmmaking cycle in Hong Kong meant that after handing a $1 million check to Du Chifeng, he had not followed up. Considering the timeline, 500 Million Inspector should have been completed by now. Jing, you can take a break and have Du Chifeng come see me. Understood, boss. Wang Jing adeptly made his way to Du Chifeng's temporary office. Du Chifeng was engrossed in reviewing footage in a dimly lit room, meticulously watching his first major film, so focused that he did not notice Wang Jing's quiet approach. It was not until Wang Jing stood behind him that he startled awake. Jing, you gave me quite a fright. Scaring someone can be deadly. Brother Feng, it's your intense focus. The boss wants you to report on the progress. Upon hearing this, Du Chifeng immediately felt anxious. He had worked diligently to deliver a satisfactory report to his superior. Yet, as the moment approached, self-doubt crept in. Wang Jing, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed his apprehension. Brother Feng, we have all seen 500 Million Inspector. Lu Qingyun delivered a performance worthy of an award. I am truly impressed that you achieved such results on a $1 million budget. What could you possibly be worried about? Du Chifeng clenched his teeth. The immense pressure he bore stemmed entirely from the skepticism surrounding this new production. The media's disparaging remarks about 500 Million Inspector were still fresh in his mind. If the film were to flop, how could he face the boss who had placed such high hopes in him? Jing, I'm fine. I will go see the boss now. Chapter 55. The Best Partners Strike at 500 Million Detective, Part 2. Du Chifeng placed the film reel of 500 Million Detective before Qianlong. With a snap of his fingers, Qianlong's assistant promptly closed all the windows and activated the office projector. The narrative of 500 Million Detective revolves around the tale of Lei Luo, chronicling his transformation from an upright officer into a seasoned figure of the underworld. It portrays the construction of a new corrupt system, depicting the metamorphosis from a dragon-slaying hero into a villainous dragon. Notably, Du Qifeng infused the film with numerous intense gunfight scenes, heralding the advent of static gun battles. This marked the inaugural appearance on the grand screens of the harbor city. Despite the absence of grandiose spectacles, Qianlong found himself exhilarated. As the camera gradually pulled back, even the less-than-handsome Liu Qingyun appeared excessively charming. It was evident that the positioning of each actor was meticulously crafted, and the distinctive cinematic language left audiences in awe. Quite remarkable. You have not disappointed me. Upon hearing the praise from his boss, the previously tense Du Qifeng could not help but exhale in relief. Let us schedule the film for release in November. I will arrange for the Shaoshi cinema chain to assist with promotions. Perplexed by the November release, Du Qifeng queried, why the rush? Boss. Indeed, December marks the festive season. During that time, Xin Yicheng, Jiahe, and Xin Shaoshi will unveil their most competitive productions. Releasing 500 Million Detective in November is strategically aimed at seizing a gap in the schedule. Do you lack confidence in your own film? How could that be? You are right. It is better to release 500 Million Detective sooner rather than later. I shall consult with Ms. Shi immediately. Not only was Du Qifeng eager for the film's early release, but Liu Qingyun, still running errands at TVB, incessantly inquired about the release date. With the new year approaching, Liu Qingyun thought that idleness would not serve him well, and any opportunity to earn a few extra $100 was welcome. While portraying a corpse, upon learning from Du Qifeng that the film would premiere on November 10th at a cinema in the harbor city, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This was his debut film, and although the production cost was merely 1 million Hong Kong dollars, he had a premonition that this film would profoundly alter the course of his life. Today, in addition to sharing this news, I bring another piece of good news. Du Dao, what other joyful tidings do you have? Chen Laobon has taken note of your performance in 500 Million Detective and has decided to offer you a long-term contract with Xin Shaoshi. Henceforth, even in the absence of acting roles, the company will support you. Chen Laobon wishes to sign me. Liu Qingyun suddenly found the meager $50 fee for playing a corpse to be insufficiently appealing. Let us go. Du Dao, please take me to sign the contract. Meanwhile, Shi Nanqing began to diligently prepare for the promotional activities of 500 Million Detective. To be candid, having been in the industry for quite some time, Shi Nanqing held little optimism for a film with a mere 1 million Hong Kong dollar budget. This was an action film, and it was known that to capture the essence of the gunfight scenes in God of Gamblers, Wang Jing had invested $2.4 million. However, she remained committed to her work and was acutely aware of Chen Laobon's supportive stance towards emerging directors and actors. Thus, she devoted considerable effort to the promotion of 500 Million Detective. Posters announcing the film's release were prominently displayed at the entrances of numerous cinemas. Naturally, Li Zeju, who kept a vigilant eye on Xin Shaoshi, had also heard of the announcement regarding the November release of 500 Million Detective. He tapped his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Following the acquisition of Xin Yicheng, he had invested a staggering 100 million Hong Kong dollars, intending to produce 5 films of comparable scale to the best partners. The entire team at Xin Yicheng was engaged, with core members doubling as directors and leads, tirelessly working. Li Zeju's substantial investment was aimed at dominating the box office next year, solidifying Huang Hiyulu's position as the unrivaled leader. At that point, Qianlong would undoubtedly find himself humiliated through successive failures. However, the entrance of Jia Ning into the energy and telecommunications sectors posed a threat to his interests, leaving him frustrated. The grand release of 500 Million Detective presented him with a chance to retaliate. With this thought in mind, he dialed Mai Jia. Within just 2 minutes, Mai Jia hurried to his side. Chairman, how may I assist you? I recall Suka has long completed The Best Partners 3. When do you plan to schedule its release? We aim to premiere it in January, just before the Lunar New Year, as we intend to secure next year's box office champion once more. Seeing Mai Jia's unwavering confidence, Li Zeju nodded in agreement. He impulsively proposed, why not shift the release to November? I believe we also have a film titled Family Portrait that is quite promising, which could be advanced to the festive season. Isn't that a bit too risky? Family Portrait also starred Xu Guangjie and catered to family audiences, yet the Best Partners series had the advantage of reputation, likely yielding a higher box office than Family Portrait. However, Mai Jia, now under the roof of another company, recognized the limitations of his new position. My Dongshi, do you lack confidence in Family Portrait? How could that be? I am confident. However, using the best partners 3 to counter 500 million detective seems akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Li Zeju shook his head, offering an alternative perspective. What I desire is a comprehensive domination over Xi and Shaoshi. With every film they release, we must respond with an equally formidable production. I intend to make it clear to all of Hong Kong that Chen Long cannot compete with me in filmmaking. Mai Jia felt a pang in his heart. Although he had his grievances against Chen Long, particularly regarding the poaching of Su Ke, he did not wish for his own works to become tools for Li Erxiu's vendetta against Chen Long. Sensing Mai Jia's hesitation, Li Zeju chose to relent slightly. Very well. Let Family Portrait be scheduled for November, while the release of the best partners remains unchanged. Mai Jia breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yet Family Portrait was still in editing, and a November release would impose immense pressure to complete post-production. He dared not defy Li Erxiu's wishes and nodded in agreement with the decision. Chapter 56. Harnessing Strength. Who are the creators of the Family Portrait? The producer, Shi Tian, the director, Shi Tian, and the starring actors, Su Guangjie and Shi Tian. From production to performance, it is all Shi Tian's endeavor, the second in command of the former Xi Cheng. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a personal work of Shi Tian. When Mai Jia informed him that the release date of Family Portrait would be moved up to November, Shi Tian's composure shattered instantly. After painstakingly writing, directing, and starring in a film, he had hoped to solidify his position in the new company, only to encounter such an unexpected turn of events. It would be disingenuous to say he was unperturbed. Observing his distressed demeanor, Mai Jia was at a loss for words and patted his brother on the shoulder. Shirdi, given the circumstances, you must exert yourself and expedite the editing of the film. The review will be handled by Boss Li, and I will ensure the promotional work proceeds simultaneously. I am not afraid of a little fatigue, but November is hardly an ideal release period, as the festive season follows closely behind, with all films yielding to the holiday releases. This was his labor of love, his directorial debut. If it were to underperform, would he ever have another opportunity? He even begrudgingly pondered whether this was a misguided suggestion from Mai Jia. If there was a need to advance the release to counter New Shaoshi, should it not have been the best partner of all time? Shi Tian did not wish to jeopardize his relationship with Mai Jia, so he forced himself to begin editing through the night. Meanwhile, several cinemas unveiled hastily produced promotional posters for Family Portrait. Journalists appeared to be in a frenzy, arriving in droves. The involvement of New Shaoshi and Huang He Entertainment was no trivial matter. The two major capital players were finally engaging in a clash that delighted the public. The rushed advancement of Family Portrait was evidently a maneuver aimed at the box office of Detective Wu Yi. The confrontation between the two film companies had commenced prematurely. One side boasted a star-studded cast, the illustrious golden triangle of the former best partners. The other side's lineup appeared rather lackluster. Du Qifeng, a television director, had slightly more renown than the lead actor Lu Qingyun. Surprisingly, the most famous member of the creative team was the supporting actor, De Shu. How could the giants compete against the underdogs? The media, ever opportunistic, began to declare the inevitable failure of Detective Wu Yi, proclaiming November would be the sole domain of Family Portrait. Witnessing this scenario, Li Zeju could not help but laugh heartily. This was precisely the scene he had yearned to see. Chen Long's greatest flaw lay in his tendency to treat matters too lightly. In the realm of commercial competition, it was a matter of survival. Either you perished, or I did. Could one even present a production budget of 1 million? The upcoming best partners would undoubtedly overshadow New Shaoshi, and a series of failures would force Chen Long to confront the stark disparity between the two parties. The news of the advancement of Family Portrait indeed placed immense pressure on New Shaoshi, particularly for the director, Du Qifeng. Fearless and undeterred, Lu Qingyun, upon learning he would face his idol Su Guangjie, not only remained unflustered, but also boasted to everyone he encountered, as it was the first time his name graced the headlines. Meanwhile, Du Kefeng, the planner, sighed in despair. Encouraged by his boss, he had finally built a modicum of confidence, believing that monopolizing a month of screenings would be advantageous, perhaps yielding a modest profit to celebrate the new year. Unexpectedly, a formidable competitor in Shi Tian emerged, and it was evident from the casting that they were aiming for a box office of 20 million. What could his three tricks possibly contend with? Shi Nanzhong, noticing the unfavorable situation, increased the promotional budget, bringing the total production cost of the film to 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. According to the box office distribution in Hong Kong, the film needed to gross 400,000 Hong Kong dollars for new shatters to break even. For 100,000, Du Kafeng felt that even 200,000 would be a cause for gratitude. This sentiment resonated with many within New Shaoshi, who had lived in the shadow of the Xian Yiqing brothers for the past 3 years. Although the box office of God of Gamblers surpassed that of Best Partners 2, in many minds, the creative output of Xian Yiqing remained an insurmountable mountain. In response, Chen Long convened an internal mobilization meeting. Both veteran members of Shaoshi and newcomers like Su Ku attended, eager to hear how their boss would address the challenge posed by Huang He Entertainment. They anticipated Chen Long would extol the notion that Xian Yiqing was not invincible, using God of Gamblers as a tangible example. However, they were utterly unprepared for Chen Long's opening statement. The box office of Detective Wu Yi will undoubtedly fall far behind that of Family Portrait, which is set to release simultaneously. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. It was unheard of for a boss to undermine his own film before the battle even commenced. Was this truly a mobilization meeting? Li Hangxiang shook his head at the scene, having intended to yield to Chen Long, only to be disheartened by his lack of fortitude. Yet, he then heard Chen Long continue. But why should we be concerned if others' box office surpasses ours? We invested 200,000, while they have poured nearly 800,000 into production and promotion. With such an investment, even a pile of excrement can be transformed into something fragrant. It is only natural that their box office exceeds ours. Many nodded in agreement with Chen Long's assertion, yet still felt the sting of defeat. Losing was losing, and the public would only remember the victors. As a businessman, my sole focus is on whether a film can generate profit and how much it can earn. I must express gratitude to Li Ershao. His targeting of Family Portrait to undermine Detective Wu Yi has inadvertently provided us with substantial publicity. Lu Qingyun, having previously appeared in the most inconspicuous corner of the credits, now found his name alongside the illustrious Su Guanjia on the front page of newspapers, igniting a spark of excitement. This realization brought comfort to the others. It was indeed a wave of free publicity, drawing attention to the simultaneous release of Detective Wu Yi and Family Portrait. Wang Jing clapped enthusiastically, proclaiming, "The boss is right. We have indeed struck a tremendous deal with Huang He Entertainment. We should be thanking Li Ergongzi." The conference room resonated with shared smiles. However, this was not the time for celebration. We should seize this momentum and further fan the flames. With that, he turned his gaze toward Shi Nanxing. "Nansheng, please engage some journalists to provide a response regarding this matter." Expressing unwavering confidence in the quality of the film Wu Yi Tianzhong, and asserting that we are not intimidated by the impact of Quan Jiafu. Furthermore, let's extol the artistry of Feng Jiyi's static shots and Lu Qingyun's remarkable acting skills. Upon understanding this, Shi Nansheng will realize that such a response will undoubtedly attract sensational interpretations from the media eager for controversy. Chapter 57. Li Er felt a wave of unease wash over him, questioning how he had become a mere supporting character. Indeed, after Shi Nanxing made some remarks, her words morphed into the media's narrative. Wu Yi Tianzhong is a rare cinematic gem, utterly unfazed by the challenge posed by Quan Jiafu. Further translation rendered it as, Quan Jiafu is insignificant, Wu Yi Tianzhong is magnificent. Understand the applause. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, expressing gratitude to Ms. Shi. The verbal sparring between the two major film studios escalated, providing fresh fodder for tomorrow's headlines. The public, upon seeing the news, felt a sense of disbelief. Was the spokesperson of Xian Shaoshi out of her mind, claiming that Wu Yi Tianzhong's box office would surpass that of Quan Jiafu? One could only commend her audacity, yet it was evident that Wu Yi Tianzhong was destined to be a casualty. However, Li Zeju, perusing the newspaper, sensed something amiss. The fervor surrounding this matter had reached unprecedented heights, even captivating those who typically paid little attention to the entertainment industry. While many were quick to deride Xian Shaoshi's overconfidence, asserting that Wu Yi Tianzhong would undoubtedly flop, he believed that such intense scrutiny was not necessarily a positive development. Huang He Entertainment swiftly recognized this as a new promotional strategy from Jianing Shaoshi. The public's focus shifted to Wu Yi Tianzhong's audacity and bombast. Li Zeju suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Having initially targeted Wu Yi Tianzhong, How had the latter become the protagonist of this grand spectacle, while their own Quan Jiafu had been relegated to a supporting role? Yet, with matters having progressed to this point, he could only resign himself to the situation. Any further commentary would only serve to amplify Wu Yitanzhang's visibility. So he resolved to wait until the box office results emerged before thoroughly mocking Xian Shaoshi. Thanks to the buzz surrounding the topic, nearly all cinemas in Gangcheng had introduced Wu Yitanzhang, with its premiere securing a 20% share of the screenings. A considerable number of spectators, driven by curiosity about Wu Yitanzhang's anticipated failure, entered the theaters. However, it didn't take long for them to be captivated by the film's narrative. They had to concede that Xian Shaoshi's choice of material was astutely discerning. Who in Gangcheng was unaware of Lei Luo, whose infamous corruption of 500 million had become common knowledge. Du Qifeng's storytelling prowess was commendable, and his command of static cinematography positioned him as a master among directors. Lu Qingyun and the original lead, Hua Zai, both hailed from Shaoshi's esteemed training program. Lu Qingyun, though possessing an unremarkable appearance, placed greater emphasis on his craft, merely awaiting the right opportunity. He delivered a commendable performance in Wu Yitanzhang. Initially intending to critique the film, the audience fell silent. Those who had contemplated demanding refunds collectively refrained from voicing their discontent. The film was genuinely engaging, particularly a specific gunfight sequence that, though modest in scale, left everyone exhilarated. Having previously witnessed subpar depictions of gunfights, this was a revelation, a true representation of a gun battle, replete with a rare sense of authenticity. Some even opted to rewatch Wu Yitanzhang to relive the unparalleled gunfight scenes. Cinema owners who had planned to reduce screenings for Wu Yitanzhang were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Wu Yitanzhang had surpassed 50,000 in box office earnings for 3 consecutive days. The box office remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of decline. Against the full-force assault of Quan Jiafu, it had not only survived but thrived. Recouping costs was no longer a concern. The key question was how much profit could be garnered before the release of numerous blockbusters. Li Zheju was still reveling in the fact that Quan Jiafu had achieved 800,000 in box office earnings within a week. Meanwhile, Xian Shaoshi had prematurely announced that Wu Yitanzhang had surpassed 4 million in box office revenue, celebrating its newfound profitability. Initially, the projections for Quan Jiafu's earnings had aimed for 2 million, a figure worth boasting about. However, upon seeing Xian Shaoshi's jubilant announcement regarding their profits, he felt a bitter pang of discontent. How had Tom allowed this upstart to outshine them? Wasn't it their film that had truly dominated the box office? Yet, in the end, how had it resulted in the success of Chunlong's Wu Yitanzhang? As the media took note of Wu Yitanzhang's impressive box office performance, they hurriedly began to praise Xian Shaoshi. They estimated that Wu Yitanzhang could easily garner 800,000 in revenue, with a production cost of 100,000 and an additional 100,000 for publicity, making such an achievement truly commendable. Even more remarkable was the film's favorable reception. The gunfight scenes left a lasting impression, and Lu Qingyun's fame was significantly bolstered by this film. Upon reading the news that Xian Shaoshi might secure over 400,000 in profits, Li Zheju's temper flared. Given that Quan Jiafu's box office ceiling hovered around 2 million, profits would only amount to around 200,000, necessitating reliance on revenue sharing from the Bay Island release for additional gains. Although the combined net profit was substantial, he was not the sole shareholder of the group and would have to share with others, risking the possibility that Chunlong might ultimately earn more than he did. Shi Tian had been incessantly suggesting that if Quan Jiafu had avoided the upcoming holiday release window, it might have earned a bit more. His insinuations subtly pointed to Li Zheju's misjudgment, leaving him feeling humiliated during board meetings. The most perplexing aspect of it all was how a small production like Wu Yitanzhang could achieve such impressive box office results. Chapter 58, Celebration Party. The Master of Romantic Films makes a comeback. Part 1. As the box office of Wu Yitanzhang officially surpassed 8 million, the diligent manager Shi Nanxing approached Chunlong boss. Wu Yitanzhang has yielded substantial profits. It is time to hold an internal celebration party. With the year drawing to a close, it would be fitting to distribute the rewards and invigorate our spirits. Being a professional manager, Shi Nanxing's suggestion struck Chunlong as novel. Since the reorganization of Xian Shaoshi, the sentiments of the elder members had not been a primary concern, but after some time, he began to appreciate why this company had dominated the Hong Kong film industry for nearly 2 decades. Despite the apparent bravado of Li Zeju at Huanghe Entertainment Group, when it comes to brand heritage and cultural sentiment, one must turn their gaze toward Shaoshi. This legacy had become a symbol of Hong Kong cinema, and should it ever go public, Shaoshi would undoubtedly face fewer obstacles than Huanghe Entertainment, as investors would naturally place greater trust in the venerable Shaoshi. The elders of Shaoshi were indeed in need of encouragement. Though they had observed the changes, their pride made it difficult for them to adapt. Reflecting on this, Chen Long agreed, "Very well. I entrust you with the organization of the celebration party. Additionally, prepare 4 large checks. 2 should be for 1 million, and the other 2 for 500,000. Shi Nanqing immediately understood the task at hand, intending to design the checks in the style of bank drafts. Soon, all employees of XI and Shaoshi received an administrative notice announcing the annual celebration party to be held in the Grand Conference Hall that evening, with attendance mandatory for all. Upon receiving the notification, Li Hanxiang, initially contemplating feigning illness to avoid attending, realized that if he did not participate, his future at Shaoshi might be jeopardized. "Let us observe what this young boss has in store," he mused, and his disciples exhaled in relief, their smiles evident. The conference hall of XI and Shaoshi was exceedingly spacious, accommodating the influx of over 1,000 individuals with ease. Li Hanxiang and his disciples were taken aback by the sight. Long tables adorned with an abundance of fruits and exquisite desserts, complemented by expensive red wine of unknown provenance. Everyone gazed at the novel arrangement, hesitant to indulge. Noticing their reticence, Shi Nanqing encouraged them to partake freely, prompting the attendees to raise their glasses and engage in casual conversation. Those with singing talents took to the stage, and the likes of Wu Ma performed a segment of Huangmei opera. It was not until Chen Long made his entrance from backstage that the crowd settled down. To be succinct, he began, "The purpose of today's celebration is to reward everyone and express our gratitude for your dedication throughout the year. As you are aware, Du Xin has achieved remarkable success both in Hong Kong and overseas, with a total box office surpassing 1 billion. The audience erupted into excited chatter, for Du Xin had garnered immense revenue in regions such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, breaking box office records in Singapore and ranking 8th in annual viewership in Hongkong. The net profit from Du Xin exceeded 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Hangxiang was astounded upon hearing the total box office figure, while his own films like Jinping may had generated substantial income for Shaoshi. They paled in comparison to the earnings from Wang Jing's Du Xin. Realizing this, he understood that maintaining an air of superiority was unwarranted, especially when even Lu Jieliang had softened his stance. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Wang Jing, having taken a break, radiated joy, unable to suppress a broad smile. "I have witnessed Director Wang's efforts," Chen Long continued. "Thus the board has decided to award him an additional 1 million Hong Kong dollars. On top of the regular box office share." Gasps of astonishment filled the room, as they were aware that Wang Jing had recently received a 2 million Hong Kong dollar box office share, making his total earnings from this film a staggering 3 million. Su Ke found this amusing, recalling that when Chan Ching-Shum directed Best Partner Parts 1 and 2, he received only 1 million as a reward. Wang Jing himself was taken aback by this unexpected surprise at the celebration. At Chen Long's beckoning, he hurriedly ascended the stage to accept his accolade. Shi Nanqing presented the pre-prepared, oversized check, which Chen Long personally handed to Wang Jing. Although it was merely a mock check, Wang Jing joyfully lifted it high above his head for all to see. It would be disingenuous to claim that no one envied him. After all, they all pursued filmmaking for profit and would gladly swap places with him. However, Chen Long's subsequent announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. The $1 million award will be given to the independent producer who contributes the most to Shaoshi each year, establishing it as a fixed annual accolade. This meant that next year, if one produced a profitable film, they too could aspire to win the $1 million prize. The prospect thrilled Su Ke, and even Li Hanxiang began to contemplate his own ambitions. After descending from the stage, Wang Jing exuberantly embraced Chow Yun-fat. "Brother Fa, you have played a part in this achievement as well." Chow Yun-fat felt a tinge of bitterness. His remuneration for Du Xin was meager, merely a fraction of the box office. Having once been a box office poison, he did not harbor high expectations, especially since his prior roles in Du Xia and Du Sheng had garnered him close to $1 million in pay for merely a few appearances. XI and Shaoshi had never shortchanged him, allowing him to genuinely embrace the notion of loyalty to those who recognize one's worth. Just then, Chen Long announced. There is also an additional 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Please welcome our brother FA to the stage to receive it. The classic BGM from Du Shun resonated throughout the hall. Chow Yun-fat hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and it was only with Wang Jing's gentle push that he approached the stage, wearing an endearing smile as he accepted the oversized check from Chen Long. Thank you, boss. Without Xian Shaoshi, there would be no Du Shun, no Chow Yun-fat. Brother Fa was genuinely moved, having achieved a remarkable turnaround in his career. The market price for his films had soared to 2 million Hong Kong dollars, a thought he had never dared to entertain. This 1 million Hong Kong dollars was the greatest affirmation of his acting prowess. Chow Yun-fat had endured numerous trials and tribulations and was no longer the type to shed tears easily. Yet, his fellow actors Du Qifeng and Lu Qingyun, summoned to the stage alongside him, could no longer contain their emotions. They truly did not anticipate that today's bonuses would also include their share. Chen Long presented them with the awards for the most surprising achievement and best newcomer, each accompanied by a generous prize of 500,000. Tears streamed down Lu Qingyun's face like a waterfall as he embraced Du Qifeng, weeping unabashedly. The audience responded with fervent applause. A modest production budget of 1 million yielding a box office of 8 million is indeed commendable. They were wholeheartedly convinced and held a deep admiration for Du Qifeng's exceptional handheld filming technique. Chapter 59 Celebration Banquet. The Master of Romantic Films returns to the scene. Part 2. Li Hanxiang, upon noticing Chen Long's return to his seat, promptly approached him. He could no longer restrain his eagerness to discuss his cinematic aspirations and intended to converse with the boss regarding his new film. However, Su Ke seized the opportunity first, leaving Li to patiently await the conclusion of their dialogue. Boss, I have spoken with Jet Li and I plan to invite him to star in a new-style kung fu film inspired by Huang Feihong. Ah, that sounds promising. Our film studio is nearly complete, and I have arranged for some photography equipment to be procured from Yinghua, which will be perfect for your needs. Su Ke excelled in the wuxia genre, with the Huang Feihong series being one of his most successful productions. Not only did it achieve impressive box office results, but it also embedded the spirit of chivalry within its narrative, eschewing mere didacticism in favor of conveying philosophy through the power of martial arts. Su Ke was confident that his innovative kung fu film concept would garner the boss's approval. After witnessing the internal screening of Nanbei Shaolin, he was convinced that Jet Li was the ideal protagonist for his new project. Li's movements were not only graceful but also imbued with a compelling sense of strength, and with the aid of wire work, it would surely captivate the audience. Furthermore, unlike contemporary dramas and fantasy genres, kung fu films were more manageable in terms of budget. He intended to have Jet Li rest for a while before commencing the filming of Huang Feihong, aiming for a release during the year-end holiday season next year. The grand prize of 1 million next year would undoubtedly belong to Su Ke. After a prolonged wait, Li Hanxiang finally found an opportunity to speak with Chen Long, who, noticing his presence, inquired with a smile, Master Li, do you have something to discuss with me? Indeed, I would like to talk about establishing a romantic film studio. Certainly, you are the expert in this domain, and I shall support any film you wish to create. Li, initially prepared with an array of arguments, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Long's openness. Nevertheless, he continued, the conventional romantic films are no longer viable. I wish to innovate in terms of themes and storytelling. He elaborated on his vision, intending to blend comedy with romance, thereby transforming the traditional approach to serious dramas. Chen Long nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a new direction. Li Hanxiang's words reminded him of a great artist, the master of artistic films Su Jingjian, who is affectionately regarded as the Santa Claus of Longhua. It is noteworthy that Su Jingjian was also a graduate of TVB's 10th cohort. Indeed, Su is a distinguished figure in the arts, having graduated from Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts and moved to Hong Kong in 1982. After graduating from TVB, he worked as a nightclub singer while occasionally taking on minor roles. With a robust and fierce appearance, he often portrayed antagonists. With this in mind, Chen Long remarked, Master Li, your perspective is quite insightful. Our films must resonate with audiences, and romantic films are no exception. Your idea of creating a comedic romantic film is something I wholeheartedly support. I believe that Ro Pu Tuan and Jin Ping Mei, along with Liao Zhai, could greatly benefit from a serious-looking actor to portray the comedic lead, yielding splendid results. Li Hanxiang immediately felt a sense of kinship. Boss, you think similarly to me. I also envision an actor with a rugged and steadfast appearance to play the lecherous protagonist, creating a stark visual contrast. However, it seems that Shaw Brothers has yet to present a suitable candidate. I have reviewed the roster of past students from the TVB training class, and there is indeed one individual who would be perfect for a comedic romantic film. Who might that be? Su Jingjian, a painter from the mainland. He paints as well. Indeed, he specializes in traditional Chinese painting, particularly adept in ink wash techniques. Li Hanxiang was particularly pleased with this revelation. Excellent, excellent. What I need is a talented individual steeped in the arts, capable of captivating audiences even with mere poses. With this newfound clarity, Li Hanxiang felt rejuvenated. He promptly resolved to seek out Su Jingjian to discuss the script for Jinping Mei, observing the master's jovial demeanor. The new and old members of Shaw Brothers collectively exhaled, recognizing that their boss was not a heartless tyrant, but rather someone who could accommodate everyone within his fold. Not every new boss possessed such magnanimity, as exemplified by Li Zeju, who was currently frowning over a new script presented by director Lin Dongling of Xianicheng. What is the matter with Lin Dongling? Has he lost his mind with this romantic drama? Can this possibly be profitable? Faced with scrutiny, Maijia appeared embarrassed. Lin Dongling was indeed a valuable asset to Xianicheng, having garnered over 10 million at the box office for his previous work in Yangqiu. He believed it reasonable to pursue a film of his own vision, and moreover, AI Shun Yihao had a modest budget, requiring only a few extras. However, the big boss, Li, was primarily concerned with profitability and had little regard for low-budget productions. He insisted that either the script be transformed into a contemporary fashion comedy or, like his disciple Du Qifeng, pivot to a cop and robber action film. Any film lacking potential for profit was not to be presented to him again. Chapter 60. A Fortune for a Bone. Each person's circumstances vary, have you heard? Lin Dongling noticed the assistants whispering among themselves and could not resist shifting in his chair, eager to catch their conversation more clearly. Last night, the celebration banquet of the Xian Shaoshi awarded a staggering 3 million in bonuses. The tea room erupted with gasps of astonishment. It is important to note that in the 1980s, the average monthly salary for residents of Gangsheng was around 3,000, with white-collar workers earning slightly more, approximately 6,000. With 500,000, one could purchase a well-furnished large apartment in the city center. Lin Dongling chuckled dismissively, thinking that with so many people sharing 3 million, each individual would likely receive only a few thousand. As a director who had already achieved a modicum of success, he certainly regarded that sum as trivial. Just as he was about to take his coffee and leave, he overheard someone nearby muttering, Wang Jing received 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and Du Qifeng got 500,000. When will we earn such fortunes? They were not actors, yet Wang and Du had naturally become their aspirations. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongling nearly spilled his coffee. It was then that the others realized his presence and their expressions turned anxious. The Human Resources Department of Huanghe Entertainment had instituted numerous regulations to manage employees, one of which strictly forbade discussions regarding income. Director Lin? Get back to work. No more gossiping in the tea room. Noticing that Lin Dongling had no intention of pursuing or reporting them, the group sighed in relief and dispersed. Left alone, Lin Dongling fell into deep contemplation. He was well acquainted with Wang Jing and Du Qifeng. The three were all disciples of Wang Tianlin. He was also the first among them to depart from TVB, having ventured out to independently produce television dramas and films. Hearing of their substantial bonuses, it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of envy. His film In Yang Quo grossed 10 million at the box office, yet his share of the bonus amounted to merely 200,000. A sense of imbalance surged within him as he contemplated the matter of box office sharing with Maijia. He held considerable confidence in AI Shen Yihao and hoped that it would yield him a more generous bonus. While he was lost in his thoughts, Maijia's secretary approached him, stating, "The director wants to see you. He wishes to discuss the new film." "All right, I will head over immediately." Lin Dongling mentally prepared himself to broach the topic of box office sharing. However, as soon as he sat down opposite Maijia, the latter tossed his script back at him. Seeing the grim expression on Maijia's face, Lin's heart sank. Could it be that the script had not been approved? "Maijia, director, is there an issue with the script? I can revise it according to your requirements." Maijia shook his head and candidly replied, "It was rejected by Li Zong. He did not approve your project application." "How can that be? I only requested a budget of 200,000. Although producing a romantic drama is somewhat audacious, I am confident it will not incur losses." Why not take a chance? Mai Jia took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, valuing Lin Dongling as one of the few directors at Cine Chung capable of standing alone. However, this decision was at the behest of Li Ershao, and all he could do was provide Lin with some reassurance. Li Boss wishes for you to create a grand fashion comedy. Money is not an issue. If you want to invite Chow Yun-fat to star, that is also feasible. A comedy? For an aspiring creator, making a comedy is purely a matter of necessity. Lin felt ill-equipped for this genre. If he were to undertake such a grand project, he feared it would end in disaster. Contemplating this, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. All right, return and give some thought to the new script. If necessary, I can have the screenwriters produce one, and you can direct it. Lin numbly nodded. A sense of disillusionment washed over him. Zheng Yicheng felt increasingly out of sync. The company had undergone significant changes since the capital influx from the Li family, losing its previous warmth. Although Mai Jia exhibited a semblance of benevolence, at least he attempted to maintain a facade. Li Ershao was entirely driven by profit, with the company adhering to an ethos of extreme efficiency, completely disregarding innovation, producing whatever was commercially viable. Now, Huanghe Entertainment resembled a colossal film production factory, with everyone shackled, reduced to mere cogs in an assembly line. As for Lin Dongling, he appeared to be significant but was, in truth, replaceable. At the zenith of his creative passion, how could he tolerate having his hands bound and his proud wings clipped? If the financial compensation were greater than before, it might have sufficed, but it was evident that it paled in comparison to what his peers had received. With this in mind, he despondently picked up the phone and called his mentor, Wang Tianlin. Ailing, what troubles you? You answer but do not speak. Is something wrong? Master, I have a craving for fish. Oh, is that so? Come to my house. It has been ages since we gathered together. We can discuss matters when you arrive. Wang Tianlin was naturally delighted. His son and two disciples were thriving on the big screen, standing as pillars of the film industry, bringing him pride as their mentor. Chapter 61. Unperturbed by others' frustrations, Ailing has arrived. Quickly come inside. It's cold outside. Lin Dongling felt the warmth of home in the voice of his mentor's wife. At that moment, Wang Jing and Du Qifeng were fervently engaged in conversation, and upon hearing the commotion outside, both came over to greet him. Lin Dongling noticed a significant transformation in Du Qifeng since their last meeting. His demeanor radiated a refreshing vitality. There is a saying that describes such a state as the joy of spring breezes, which perfectly encapsulated Du Qifeng's current disposition. Wang Jing, needless to say, had also gained quite a bit of weight, his face beaming with a cheerful smile. Noticing Lin Dongling's lack of enthusiasm, having not touched any of the dishes on the table, yet continuously sipping on the wine, Wang Jing promptly inquired, Brother Dongling, have you encountered some difficulties? Indeed, share with us, and we shall collectively offer our counsel. Although Lin Dongling initially wished to refrain from discussing work matters, he realized he could not conceal his troubles from his companions and let out a deep sigh. He recounted the events surrounding the rejection of his project in detail. Wang Jing and Du Qifeng exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. It was indeed unfair of Mai Jia. After all, Lin Dongling had assisted him in producing two commercially successful films. Yet he could not secure support for Lin's desire to create a narrative experimental film. Yes, Chen Daxiao is commendably generous. I made a fortune from 500 million detective and he is willing to reinvest all of it into my new film. Lin Dongling expressed his astonishment. He had heard that 500 million detective had grossed 8 million, with subsequent overseas rights expected to yield a net profit of at least 4 million. It was remarkable that Chen Long was willing to invest it all in Du Qifeng's endeavors. Such boldness and vision were clearly lacking in Li Ershao. No wonder Du Qifeng and Wang Jing spoke so highly of Chen Long, without a single disparaging remark. Seizing the moment, Wang Jing continued, signing a long-term contract with General Chen was the wisest decision of my life. God of Gamblers earned me 3 million, and next year I have Gambling Hero and Gambling Saint set for release. General Chen mentioned that he wants me to work for 3 years, acquiring a large plot in the hilltop area to build several luxurious residences. Lin Dongling felt a pang of envy. His own aspirations remained centered on purchasing a home in the city, while Wang Jing was already envisioning grand mansions in the wealthiest districts. Brother Feng, I suggest you refrain from rushing into buying a house. Like me, convert your funds into Jiani stocks. In a few years, we can buy land together. The boss has stated that property prices in Gangcheng will soar, especially in the hilltop luxury market, he suggested. Lin Dongling wished to interject, but realized this topic was far removed from his circumstances. Remaining with Huanghe Group would only widen the chasm between him and his companions. Just as he was grappling with his internal conflict, Wang Jing urged him, "Brother Dongling, what are you hesitating for? Why endure the indignities from Huanghe? Come to Xian Shaoshi, and both Feng and I will advocate for you. You can create whatever you desire. If necessary, we can both become your investors." Such words were quite compelling. Being brothers in arms, Lin Dongling would rather starve than accept charity. However, Wang Jing was evidently serious. If he were to falter with the grand production at Xian, Li Ershao's ruthless capitalist approach would undoubtedly lead to his dismissal without hesitation. At that point, his situation would become even more precarious. Who would employ a director known for ruining a major production? Caught in this dilemma, Du Kefeng chimed in, "Brother Dong, why subject yourself to his frustrations? Boss Chun is fair in his dealings. He is truly worthy of our leadership." Lin Dongling still held a fondness for Xian, having dedicated many of his firsts to the company. How would he face his elder brother Mai Jia if he were to change jobs? "Dongling, it is evident that Mai Jia has wronged you. Why should you feel guilty?" Upon hearing Wang Tianlin's words, Lin Dongling turned to his mentor. "Teacher, do you also believe I should leave Huanghe Entertainment for Xian Shaoshi to seek a new path?" "Indeed. Do you recall how I advised you when you left TVB? Do not let emotions bind you. The relationship between a company and its employees is merely one of employment. If you wish to repay, the foremost task is to ensure that others recognize your value." This statement had been etched in Lin Dongling's heart, guiding him to Jia Television, then to a film company in Canada, and ultimately to Xian, where he became an independent director. However, the circumstances had changed. Li Ershao did not acknowledge his worth, compelling him to seek a place where he could showcase his talents. "Well, my contract has a few months left before it expires, and I will not renew it. I kindly ask both of you to assist me in recommending me." "What trouble? The boss will likely rejoice at the news of your arrival," Wang Jing remarked. "The boss has always favored those who dare to break boundaries. He often states that he is not short of money, but rather in need of directors who can create independently. The film market in Gangcheng holds immense untapped potential, as evidenced by God of Gamblers, which he predicts will see many films surpass the 40 million mark at the box office next year." Lin Dongling nodded, growing ever more curious about the esteemed boss Chun. Meanwhile, the financially secure Chen Long found himself troubled by the abundance of wealth at his disposal. Chapter 62. Tokyo Strategy, the Plunder Plan. "How much money do we currently have?" Gao Ming inquired as he tapped his calculator and placed it before Chen Long. "In billions, we have 136 billion Hong Kong dollars. How has it even increased?" Listening to the complaints of his young boss, Gao Ming scratched his head. "Of course, it will appreciate if it's kept in the bank. Money begets money. It must be spent, otherwise it remains merely a string of numbers." The Chen family fund was essentially Chen Long's private treasury. He understood well that the interest rates in banks could never match inflation, and merely storing money in the bank would lead to its devaluation. "Why don't we invest in Coca-Cola shares, or perhaps acquire some American tech stocks?" This suggestion was relatively prudent, as Coca-Cola had shown steady growth, with its market value increasing 3.5 times from 1980 to 1987. The legendary investor Warren Buffett recognized its long-term investment potential, subsequently purchasing a significant quantity of Coca-Cola stock. Gao Ming's ability to identify Coca-Cola as a viable investment indicated that he possessed foresight that surpassed that of his contemporaries. However, Chen Long, as a reincarnated individual, harbored an alternative notion. He recalled the Plaza Accord signed in 1985. In 1990, Japan experienced an unprecedented real estate bubble, a stock market crash, and a collapse in property prices, with the housing market taking decades to recover. The root cause lay in Japan's manufacturing dominance during the 1980s, which created immense pressure on the United States, the so-called elder brother. Particularly in the semiconductor sector, Japan's growth posed a significant threat to domestic high-tech industries. Before the Plaza Accord, the exchange rate was 260 yen to $1. However, following the agreement, the yen began to appreciate dramatically, rising by an astonishing 50 within 6 months to reach 170 yen per dollar. In less than 2 years, the exchange rate surged to 120 yen per dollar. Japan basked in the glow of its success, even boasting aspirations to acquire the United States, and they acted on it. Mitsui Fudosan purchased the Mobile Building in Manhattan for $600 million, while Mitsubishi Estate acquired Rockefeller Center for $846 million. The most astonishing transaction involved Sony, which spent $4.8 billion to acquire Columbia Pictures and 820 cinemas. Capital from the United States and other nations flooded into Japan, further exacerbating the illusion of unparalleled economic prosperity. In this almost pathological high, both the stock and housing markets witnessed a flurry of increases. In 1984, the average property price in Japan was less than 100,000 yen per square meter, but by 1990, it had soared to 590,000 yen per square meter, nearly doubling in price within a year. This was the national average. In Tokyo, property prices skyrocketed more than tenfold within 3 years. Can you envision a young Japanese individual using all their savings for a down payment on a home in Tokyo, only to see its value double the following year? This trend persisted for several consecutive years, with prices doubling annually. Such staggering increases convinced the entire populace that property prices would continue to ascend, prompting widespread speculation in real estate. In just 3 years, the Nikkei index surged from 13,000 points to 39,000 points. By 1990, the Japanese government recognized the troubling signs. Their goods had lost competitiveness in international markets, with property prices reaching absurd heights. Yet, none of this concerned Qianlong. He was solely focused on reaping substantial profits from Japan and planned to convert all earnings from the stock and real estate markets into dollars before the impending real estate bubble burst. Of course, he could not directly communicate his intention to deplete Japan's resources to Gao Ming. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he instructed Gao Ming, "I wish for our family fund and the 10 billion Hong Kong dollars borrowed from Jianing to be fully invested in the Japanese market." Gao Ming thought he had misheard. The 4.1 billion from the Chen family plus Jianing's 10 billion totaled 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to $1.8 billion, all to be invested in Japan. Had it not been for the young boss's previous strategic advice that helped Jianing avert crisis, he would have felt compelled to voice his dissent. However, upon reflection, he realized that the young boss was not reckless, and there must be an opportunity he had not yet discerned. At this moment, Chan Ching-Shum, who had remained silent, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Along, what are your considerations behind this?" Due to Qianlong's previous remarkable maneuvers, his father had come to rely entirely on his son's judgment in investment matters. Yet, 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars was no trivial sum. Even though a significant portion was borrowed from the bank, any major misstep could spell disaster for Jianing. Chan Ching-Shum articulated Gao Ming's unvoiced concerns, and both turned their gaze towards Qianlong rather than hastily explaining. Qianlong began sketching a circle on the blackboard. This circle represented Japan's comprehensive national power, indicating that Japan was a manufacturing powerhouse and the world's largest creditor, with a net foreign asset of $140 billion. Both men nodded in agreement. Japan had indeed risen remarkably in recent years, a fact that was indisputable. Did this mean they should heavily invest in the Japanese market? I recall hearing an economic expert state that, based on purchasing power, the reasonable exchange rate for yen to dollars should be 108.1, while the actual rate stands at 260.1. Upon hearing this, Chan Ching-Shum and Gao Ming immediately recognized the wealth opportunity. Their eyes lit up. Such a substantial trade surplus indicated significant potential for yen appreciation. They recalled how Qianlong had previously capitalized on exchange rate disparities to achieve remarkable profits. Qianlong continued, "On the other hand, the economic situation in the United States is quite dire. Their store shelves are filled with Japanese goods, and coupled with the oil crisis caused by war, the trade deficit is escalating. Tensions in international trade between the U.S., Europe, and Japan are intensifying." Chan Ching-Shum pondered a terrifying possibility. "Along, are you suggesting that the United States might take economic action against Japan to expand its own circle?" Gao Ming immediately countered, "That doesn't add up. If they were to sanction Japan, why would we invest all our funds in the Japanese market?" Chapter 63. The Madness of Investment Behavior. Who truly is the fool? According to conventional wisdom, we should have distanced ourselves from the market of Inghuagua. Gao Ming's astute inquiry found resonance with Chan Ching-Shum. Knowing full well that he would face sanctions, why would one still eagerly approach? There is an ancient saying among our Longwa people: to bring about the downfall of an adversary, one must first drive them to madness. The Malay-Gua excels in capital plunder. Their desire to reclaim dominance in foreign trade can swiftly be achieved by restoring the yen to its rightful valuation. At that juncture, They would not only accomplish capital appropriation through real estate and stock market investments, but also profit from the disparities in exchange rates. The two nodded in agreement. Yet, Gao Ming remained apprehensive about the numerous uncertainties. What if Mei Guo refrained from taking action or employed alternative, more direct methods to strike at Yinghua Dao's foreign trade? The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. I wholeheartedly support your decision. Chan Ching-Shum's voice resonated with persuasive authority. The father and son reached a unanimous decision, with Gao Ming swallowing all doubts. Chen Long continued to issue orders, convert all assets into yen, establish a real estate firm and a financial investment company, operating simultaneously, and spend every last cent. 8 billion US dollars converted to yen amounts to 468 billion yen. Faced with such a colossal sum, Gao Ming felt a wave of trepidation. After Gao Ming departed, Chan Ching-Shum rubbed his hands together, unable to restrain his curiosity. My dear son, what do you estimate our investment will yield in the future? Chen Long chuckled, recalling that historically, Mei Guo, through the Plaza Accord and the Paris Agreement of 1987, caused Yinghua Guo to lose 150 trillion yen in assets. Though their scale may be modest, entering the market early makes it a trivial matter to multiply 8 billion US dollars tenfold. A profit of 18 billion in 3 years is certainly feasible. Are you referring to Hong Kong dollars? Father, I am speaking of US dollars. Chan Ching-Shum paused, then erupted into hearty laughter, filling the entire office with his jovial mirth. You, always trying to tease me. He could not bring himself to believe that this investment of 8 billion US dollars could yield a tenfold return. If that were the case, Chan Ching-Shum would leap into the ranks of the world's top 10 billionaires. He was already quite satisfied with his current fortune. No matter how easy it was to earn money, it could not multiply exponentially. Observing his skeptical father, Chen Long chose not to elaborate further. In his view, one cannot earn beyond their understanding. As a time traveler, would one truly need to grind out every penny? Finance is the quickest avenue to capitalize. When the substantial sum of 14.1 billion Hong Kong dollars entered the foreign exchange market, it immediately triggered a slight ripple. People quickly took note of this capital flowing out of Gangxing. At this juncture, only Jianing could mobilize such an immense cash flow. Jianing is up to something again. Financial publications and numerous evening news reporters rushed in, filling the area outside Jianing's headquarters with media personnel. Chan Ching-Shum had no intention of concealing his plans. During a media interview, he candidly responded, "We hold a very optimistic view of Yinghua Guo's future development and intend to concentrate our funds on the real estate and financial sectors there. I believe this investment will create miracles in just a few years." Indeed, Yinghua Guo has experienced rapid growth over the past decade, yet many perceive the market as increasingly saturated. Is it not a tad late to venture into Yinghua Guo now? Journalists who had previously faced losses dared not mock Chan Ching-Shum again and resolved to report his decisions accurately. Following Chan Ching-Shum's statements in the press, public opinion swiftly polarized into two extremes. On one side were the rational individuals, primarily intellectuals with white-collar salaries, having read a few books on financial literacy, who fancied themselves well-versed in the financial market. They believed Chan Ching-Shum had made a grievous error. Yinghua Guo's economy was peaking, and from an economic standpoint, it was a fiercely competitive red ocean. Investing in Africa or South America would yield far superior returns than venturing into Yinghua Guo. Thus, they held little optimism for Jianing's investment. Conversely, there were ardent supporters of Chan Ching-Shum, whose investments in Jianing had multiplied their wealth several times over. Many who lacked steadfastness regrettably sold out midway. Therefore, regardless of the derisive comments from others, they chose to support Jianing through action, resulting in Jianing's stock price remaining unaffected. Watching the news, Li Banqing shook his head and smiled at his two sons. Chan Ching-Shum has indeed made a misstep. Had it been me, I would have invested without hesitation in Yinghua. In his view, the current economic downturn in Yinghua is merely temporary. Taking advantage of the oil crisis to acquire core assets at low prices is the truly wise investment strategy. Buying low and selling high is the secret to his ever-expanding wealth. Thus, he held little faith in Jianing's aggressive investment model. Moreover, he genuinely believed that the real estate market in Yinghua Guo was not so easily penetrable, as the people of Yinghua are notoriously insular. Reflecting on Jianing's painful experiences in real estate projects on Yinghua Dao, the Li family couldn't help but burst into laughter at their misfortune. Were Chen Long present, he would undoubtedly retort fiercely to Li Laodu. The people of Japan may be insular, yet they hold a deeper admiration for strength. In other words, they are more likely to bully the weak than the strong. Chapter 64. Wealth knows no bounds. Chan Ching-Shum and the Jianing Group wield considerable influence throughout Southeast Asia. His recent interview was swiftly translated into Japanese and topped the news headlines on Inghua Island. Numerous enterprises and investment banks in Inghua country took note of this news, and the nation's business sector was no exception. Consequently, the Prime Minister and economic ministers convened a brief meeting to discuss the matter. Mitsui Shuichi, the Minister of Commerce for Inghua country, responsible for foreign trade and investment attraction, was prompted by the Prime Minister's inquiry regarding Jianing's chairman's actions. He promptly replied, "If even the legendary merchants from Gangxing believe that the future of our Yamato nation will be even more prosperous, we should wholeheartedly welcome them." Others echoed his sentiment, asserting that the influx of Gangxing capital into their markets would enhance their prosperity, and they had no intention of rejecting such funds. However, some conservatives raised their objections. The market is limited. Jianing's entrance into our market may further constrict the development space for our private enterprises. Just as the cabinet minister known as Koizumi was about to counter this argument, a passionate voice interjected, "For the Yamato nation to rise and surpass the beautiful nation, becoming the world's foremost economy, we must embrace vast amounts of capital from across the globe. If legendary tycoons from Gangxing choose to invest in Inghua rather than the beautiful nation, does that not signify our nation's rapid ascent? The aspiration to reclaim the title of the world's #1 economy and realize the resurgence of the Yamato nation has long been the dream of every citizen." At this point, even the conservatives fell silent. The speaker continued with their analysis. "We must not only welcome Jianing's investment in our country, but also ensure that they profit, demonstrating to the Gangxing Consortium that we, the people of Inghua, are not exclusionary. Our market is free, fair, and just. With Jianing as a prime example, capital from Gangxing will continuously flow into our markets. Even if the beautiful nation imposes tariffs against us in the future, we will have Gangxing's capital as our ally." Mitsui Shuichi's persuasive voice rang out once more. "Indeed, the 1.8 billion is merely the first step. We must attract even more foreign capital to compete with the large financial groups of Europe and America, thus fostering more stable economic development." The Prime Minister, inspired by Mitsui Shuichi's words, resolved to act. "In that case, please arrange for me to meet with Chairman Jianing. I wish to express our goodwill and assure him of our support." With his decision made, Mitsui Shuichi felt a sense of relief. His vigorous lobbying was significantly influenced by Jianing's adept public relations strategies. When it comes to public relations, no one excels quite like Jianing. Every individual harbors desires, and Jianing's PR department has never faltered. Once the meeting concluded, he promptly conveyed this encouraging news to Chan Ching-Shum. "Chairman, our esteemed Prime Minister wishes to meet you personally for a friendly discussion." Chan Ching-Shum nodded discreetly and instructed the translator to respond, "I must remain at Jianing. Therefore, my only son will make the trip. I will need Minister Mitsui to take good care of him." "Not a problem at all. I will personally be there to greet him at the airport." Chapter 65. Short selling by borrowing from one's own livelihood. As Chunlong's private jet touched down at the Tokyo airport, he was warmly welcomed by the staff from Jianing's Tokyo branch and the Sakura business department. "Mr. Chunlong, it is our utmost pleasure to host you at Sakura." Upon receiving a floral wreath from Minister Mitsui, Chunlong furrowed his brow and placed it around the neck of his Japanese assistant instead. "Minister Mitsui, your graciousness is appreciated. Thank you for your unwavering support of Jianing's investments." Minister Mitsui nodded, captivated by Jianing's display of financial prowess. In the past, there have been others who wished to befriend him and engage in transactions, but Jianing's bold approach left him both astonished and intimidated. The amount of money involved was enough to buy his very life. He had never encountered such wealth before. Who among the officials could possibly resist such an overwhelming overture? Seeing Minister Mitsui's submissive demeanor, Chunlong couldn't help but find it amusing. Accepting Jianing Group's funds was akin to boarding a pirate ship. Disembarking would not be an easy feat. "Let us proceed to your hotel for a more in-depth discussion." Accompanied by a throng of local law enforcement officers, Chunlong and his entourage departed the airport, immediately attracting the attention of onlookers. A man with a northeastern accent inquired, "Who are these people that require police escort? They have dozens of bodyguards and are all driving identical Mercedes." "Bro, it seems our fellow citizens from Longhua are surrounded by these local officers. Judging by the entourage's attire, it must be the owner of Jianing." "The Jianing owner?" He recalled a recent news report where discussions among the Chinese community revolved around Janning's impending investments in Japan. Initially, he merely considered it a positive development, thinking that perhaps they, as compatriots, could benefit as well. To his surprise, he found himself coincidentally crossing paths with such an imposing figure, truly befitting one of the largest conglomerates in Hong Kong. With narrowed eyes and a grin that stretched across his scarred face, he commanded his companions, "Brothers, let us follow and see which hotel this big boss is staying at." With that, a group of bald-headed thugs extinguished their cigarettes and trailed behind in two dilapidated vans. Meanwhile, in the car, Chen Long was alerted by Lu Hu. "Little boss, we've been followed by two vans for quite some time. Should we call the local police to investigate?" Chen Long opened his eyes, stroking his chin. He had heard that Sakura's public safety was not particularly commendable, but was this group overly brazen, parading around with so many police officers present? "Let us not concern ourselves with them. I do not wish to make headlines on my very first day in a foreign territory." Upon entering the Daikoku Hotel, Wang Nen halted his steps. This was the most bustling area of Tokyo, and the security personnel at Daikoku were armed. He dared not act recklessly. His subordinate hesitated before asking, "Boss, are we really going to act here?" Wang Nen remained silent, opting instead to light a cigarette and take a contemplative drag. "Minister Mitsui, aside from the real estate sector and financial industry market entry approvals, I hope you can assist us with one more matter. There will be generous rewards for your efforts." Upon hearing the promise of generous rewards, Minister Mitsui's interest was piqued. "There are no outsiders present. Please speak candidly. Currently, Janning has an account balance of $1.8 billion, equivalent to 468 billion yen. Minister Mitsui furrowed his brow, unsure why Chen Long was revisiting this topic. For a private company, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum, and many shareholders at Janning were expressing considerable concern. After all, Janning was an outsider. The future remained uncertain, and no one could guarantee its outcome. The reputation of Sakura's exclusionary attitude was well known, and as a business department official, Minister Mitsui felt this prejudice even more acutely. He fervently sought to dispel the preconceived notions surrounding foreign capital. At that moment, he assuredly responded, "You and your shareholders need not worry. Janning's interests in Sakura will be safeguarded." However, Chen Long wore a smile that conveyed skepticism. He himself found the assurance somewhat lacking. The frequency with which Sakura changed prime ministers was quite high. Who could assure him that Minister Mitsui would remain in his position indefinitely? "What do you mean, then?" Chen Long continued. "I wish for Sakura to officially extend a loan to Janning. For every yen we invest in Japan, the banks of your nation should provide us with an equivalent loan." Indeed, Chen Long's extensive discourse was not a plea for guarantees from the Sakura officials. Rather, it was a strategic maneuver to entangle the government in their venture under the guise of a loan. There is an old saying in Longhua: "If you owe the bank 100,000, you are but a subordinate. However, if you borrow 100 million, you become the master." This principle holds true even within the realm of Sakura. "So, you seek to borrow for 68 billion yen? No, it is $1.8 billion. I only trust in the blade of the knife." Chapter 66. Subtle Persuasion. Difficult departure from the pirate ship. The proposition of a substantial loan amounting to $1.8 billion was met with disbelief by Mitsui Toshichi. It was utterly inconceivable. The government would never extend financial support to foreign capital. However, the scenario was not entirely implausible. The current prime minister, with a keen focus on performance, might be inclined to establish a benchmark to attract further foreign investment, thus creating a potential avenue for this venture. "Sir, this endeavor is utterly impossible. Perhaps you could suggest alternatives. Do not be hasty in your rejection. If you can persuade the prime minister, I am willing to offer you both a generous 3 commission." Upon hearing this, Mitsui Toshichi swallowed hard. A 3 commission equated to an astounding $54 million. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his tongue stumbling. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, upon successful completion, we can immediately disburse half of the amount. The remaining half will be deposited into an account at the Human Bank in Hong Kong, to be redeemed by you both with an anonymous promissory note upon your retirement." The Sakura people are affluent, indulging in global acquisitions, yet the wealth they wield is primarily that of conglomerates. As politicians, they had never encountered such lavish generosity from a tycoon. Typically, when they facilitated access for the zaibatsu, they received meager returns, often managing to appease them with sums as modest as 1 or 200 million yen. Observing Mitsui's conflicted expression, Qianlong could not suppress a smile, confident that Mitsui and the Prime Minister would find it impossible to decline a bribe exceeding 1 billion yen. It is noteworthy that during the massive corruption scandal in Sakura in the late 1980s, the largest embezzlement case involved a mere 500 million yen. Moreover, Qianlong's proposed method of payment was undeniably reliable, a fact that Mitsui was acutely aware of. Very well, I will endeavor to persuade the Prime Minister. You may await my news. Thank you for your tireless efforts. I shall not further intrude upon your time. With that, Mitsui hastily closed the door behind him. Gao Ming, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Is it wise to offer them such a large sum? Gao, let me assure you, the borrowed one. 8 billion could potentially double to 6 billion. Do you still consider this amount excessive?" Seeing the confidence exuded by the young boss, Gao Ming fell silent, contemplating that the money, being borrowed, could be conveniently deferred, thereby binding the two individuals to Jia Ning's ship of fortune. True friendship is forged through the exchange of benefits. Qianlong, however, felt that the borrowed sum was somewhat insufficient. The funds would rapidly multiply in the real estate and stock markets, and even if the other party insisted on an additional 1 billion yen, he would not hesitate to acquiesce. At that moment, Lu Hu entered, knocking on the door. "Boss, we've observed through binoculars that those individuals have not left. They seem to be fixated on us. Should we?" Lu Hu made a gesture across his throat. "Bring their leader to me. I wish to inquire who sent them. If they are kidnappers, they seem rather inept, and I have no known enemies on Sakura." Lu Hu nodded, and a large group swiftly departed the hotel in vehicles. A fierce battle ensued. Lu Hu and his crew, all retired members of the Flying Tigers, were seasoned fighters, well-versed in combat training. Qianlong believed the outsiders would soon be subdued. To his astonishment, the opposing group proved formidable, employing aggressive tactics that nearly led Lu Hu to disaster. Just as Qianlong thought the intruders might escape, Lu Hu brandished a pistol, aiming it at the lead brute. With the gun pressed to his head, Wang Nan hastily discarded his dagger and implored, "Misunderstanding. We are from Longhua. Do not fire. Release our leader." Lu Hu was equally taken aback. The northern accent of these individuals indicated they had recently arrived on Sakura Island. He instructed his companions to lower their electric batons and addressed Wang Nan. "If you claim this is a misunderstanding, then you shall accompany me to explain to our boss." "Very well. I was just about to meet your boss. I will go with you." Wang Nan found himself in a luxurious hotel for the first time, his eyes wide with wonder, akin to Lu Lao exploring a new world. As he passed through, those clad in suits and elegant attire cast him disdainful glances. He seemed accustomed to such scrutiny, occasionally smiling, which startled nearby children into tears. Had Lu Hu and his crew not exuded a similarly intimidating presence, the elite patrons would have likely confronted him. In the presidential suite, Wang Nan finally encountered the enigmatic magnate. Qianlong seated on the sofa. Qianlong inquired, "Speak. Who are you and what is your purpose in approaching me?" Chapter 67. Quan Nu Luo, the Chinese gang. My name is Wang Nan, a native of the north. My stepmother is a war orphan from Yinghua, and my father, believing that Yinghua is more prosperous, brought me to Tokyo to live with her. Here, we have endured relentless bullying. Born into a scholarly family, I found myself compelled to join a gang merely to survive. Wang Nan seemed to have found a cathartic outlet, recounting his experiences in the land of Yinghua with fervor. "Although my homeland is impoverished and backward, I hold a deeper affection for it than for Yinghua." As he spoke with deep emotion, tears welled in Wang Nan's eyes. The crowd was taken aback to see such a robust man display a tender side, and they could not help but feel moved. In order to escape oppression, I united with other Chinese to establish Quan Nu Luo, growing from a mere 12 brothers to over 50 members. The creed of Quan Nu Luo is to protect our sisters from Longhua, to refrain from engaging in laundry detergent business, and to communicate in Longhua dialect privately. Qianlong nodded, recalling that the name Wang Nan sounded familiar. A film starring Jean Wu-chung titled Bu Yi-chung narrates the story of Quan Nu Luo and Wang Nan. This group is indeed formidable and dares to fight. Their most renowned feat occurred in 1989 when Wang Nan, leading 8 members of Quan Nu Luo, was surrounded by 50 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, brandishing machetes. To the average observer, this situation appeared hopeless. Yet, Wang Nan and his companions carved a bloody path to escape, even claiming the lives of several adversaries. This violent confrontation sent shockwaves through Tokyo, prompting the Yinghua police to apprehend Wang Nan. While Chen Long pondered this, Lu Hu cautiously presented a flag to him. Chen Long felt a chill run through him, for the emblematic flag of Quan Nu Luo bore the Dragon Kingdom's national flag, inscribed with Quan Nu Luo and Tokyo in Chinese characters on both sides. Chen Long nodded thoughtfully and inquired of Wang Nan, "You have shared much. Do you seek to ally with me?" "Indeed, sir. As you engage in real estate, I believe there are ways I can be of service to you. I am willing to offer my utmost efforts," Wang Nan replied earnestly. Chen Long chuckled. "Do you think that weaving a poignant tale will evoke my sympathy and earn my trust? As far as I know, you are still a member of the Ziyoshikai. You claim to be Chinese, yet how can you serve the people of Inghua?" Wang Nan replied passionately. "In the eyes of the Ziyoshikai's leader, we Chinese are but vicious dogs. We yearn to stand tall and be recognized as human beings. Sir, if you do not believe me, I am prepared to eliminate the Ziyoshikai's leader and present his head to you." Chen Long had no doubt about Wang Nan's capability. Northern gangs are notoriously fierce, with Zhang Qiandan being particularly infamous for dispatching the Han people with the ease of dispatching chickens. Haha. Here is a check for 100 million yen. I want you to expand your membership to 500 within a month. Can you accomplish this? Upon seeing the gleaming check, Wang Nan realized he had placed the right bet, though he refrained from overpromising. "I will strive to achieve this. If I succeed, I am willing to atone with my finger." Chen Long retorted, "I am a businessman. Do not play the finger-cutting game with me. Establish a company. You will hold 10% of the shares, and others will assist you in operating it." At this, Wang Nan could not suppress a grin that was almost frightening. The establishment of a company meant that members of Quan Nu Luo would have formal employment, offering everyone a brighter future. This was precisely what he had long desired, and his gaze towards Chen Long softened. "Thank you, sir. I, Wang Nan, shall dedicate myself to your service. No need for excessive gratitude. Our relationship is merely business. I am not your employer, and you are not permitted to act under my name, Jia Ning, in public." Chapter 68. The Wrath of the Angry Luohan, the Burning Fire. As Wang Nan stepped out of the hotel, his subordinates quickly surrounded him. "Boss, are you all right?" "I am fine," he replied, casting a glance at the disheveled members of the Quan Nu Luo gang, those forsaken by the city. Their eyes were filled with a restless fury, a reflection of their gang's name, forever ablaze with anger. Contemplating the marginalization of the Chinese within the underworld, he bellowed in a low voice, "Brothers, our opportunity for resurgence has arrived." Just as the Quan Nu Luo members anticipated the good news from their leader, a roaring motorcycle shattered the stillness. Across the street, the rider mockingly shouted, "Hey, you dog, Shanai Zhonghui wants you to come before him immediately." The derision in his words ignited a murderous glint in the eyes of the Quan Nu Luo members. However, Wang Nan gestured for them to remain calm and feigned indifference, saying, "All right, I'll be right there." The rider scoffed, revving away. "Boss, you're his senior. Why not teach him a lesson for his disrespect?" Wang Nan's gaze hardened. "If a dog bites you, do you bite back? What we must do is seize the opportunity and crush him." Upon hearing their leader's words, the Quan Nu Luo members erupted with a frenzied enthusiasm, chanting, "Let us find a chance to crush him. Crush him. However, before that, I need you to do something. Gather around." As Wang Nan's whispered words reached their ears, shock washed over their faces, realizing the magnitude of his plan. "Brothers, I am not jesting. We must unite all forces we can gather and incite chaos in the underworld if we are to rise again. Must we continue to live as dogs for the likes of them? If we do not spill blood today, how will our descendants hold their heads high?" His words transformed the hesitance of his subordinates into steely resolve. "Boss, you are right. I cannot endure being oppressed by these lowlifes any longer. They have never regarded us as their own. If we wish to stop being bullied, we can only carve our own path with our hands." With their spirits ignited, the group exuded an aura of menace that even the patrolling officers dared not approach. "You brats, this is not your place. Get your trash and leave." The Quan Nu Luo members glared defiantly at the officer. As more police arrived, Wang Nan decisively commanded, "You all split up and retrieve the hidden weapons. Be careful not to alert anyone." "Understood, boss." Wang Nan hailed a taxi and leapt into the window, to the Sumiyoshi General Affairs Office. The driver glanced at the scar on Wang Nan's face and, wisely choosing to remain silent, continued driving. Moments later, the taxi halted in the heart of Kabukicho. "Hey, why did you take so long? The president has been waiting for you." The speaker was Takaoka Akiyoshi, the direct subordinate of the president, Yamano Kazuo, and one of the few willing to engage with Wang Nan. Ignoring him, Wang Nin instinctively touched the axe tucked into his waistband. The corpulent Takaoka Akiyoshi, irritated by Wang Nan's indifference, remarked, "Have you eaten gunpowder? You can't even acknowledge me. Should I teach this kid a lesson?" One of the subordinates suggested, only to be met with Takaoka's eye roll. "With your skills, he could send you flying with a single slap." This elicited laughter from the group, but Takaoka's expression turned serious as he warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Stay away from him in the future." "You're exaggerating," one protested, but only those who truly understood Wang Nan knew how terrifying he could be. The sharp blade was surely only manageable by President Yamano. "President, you called for me?" Wang Nan bowed deeply, his tone laced with coldness. Yamano Kazuo, engrossed in savoring his tea, spoke without a hint of emotion. "Agu, I summoned you today to inform you of a matter. Your beloved Bai Shui has died, slain by the hands of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Wakagashira." Arakawa Shintaro. Wang Nan's pupils dilated slightly, disbelief washing over him. Bai Shui was dead. The woman he cherished most was gone. In that moment, he felt like a wounded beast. Even Yamano sensed an ominous chill in the air. "President, Agu, regain your composure. Didn't you say you would apologize to Arakawa? Hurry and show yourself." Wang Nan was bewildered, unsure of Yamano's intentions. When enemies meet, hostility is palpable. Arakawa Shintaro emerged from behind the screen, immediately sensing the murderous intent directed at him. Though slightly intimidated, he feigned calmness, stating, "I didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident due to her lack of cooperation." "An accident, you say?" Yamano Kazuo interjected coldly. "I had someone examine the body, and indeed, it was an accident." He continued, fixing his gaze on Wang Nan's reddening eyes. "I hope you can put the greater good first and accept Arakawa's apology. He is willing to compensate you with 200,000 yen. Yamano's tone brooked no refusal. 200,000 yen? Bai Shui, a woman from Longhua, is worth only 200,000 yen? Wang Nan's hatred for Yamano intensified. It was this old man who forced Bai Shui into a life of hardship, leading her to this fate. As the leader of the organization, it was his duty to protect his subordinates' interests, yet here he was, using righteousness to pressure him into accepting this near-humiliating apology. In that instant, Wang Nan's murderous resolve ignited fully. He raised his hands high and drained the cup of tea offered by Arakawa Shintaro in one gulp. Seeing Wang Nan's compliance, Arakawa and Yamano exchanged knowing smiles. "Dog brother, it's just a woman. You will have condemned him to death, and the Yamaguchi-gumi will declare total war upon us. Someone seize him." At this moment, Shanyi noticed that the subservient dogs who once obeyed his every word were behaving strangely today. Wang Nin did not afford him another moment to speak, plunging a knife into Shan Yi's chest once more. Shan Yi struggled, attempting to reach for the gun beneath the table. Chapter 69, Chaos Unleashed. The people of Longhua have gone mad as a group of people outside the door sensed something amiss and rushed in. They were met with the sight of Wang Nin wielding an axe, mercilessly dismembering the old dog Shan Yi. The tatami was soaked in dark blood, and Shan Yi's belly had been ripped open, spilling forth a gruesome mix of red and white. The gangsters, who usually boasted about their capacity for violence, were left dumbfounded. While they were no strangers to bloodshed, they had never witnessed such a grotesque display of brutality. Some of them, overwhelmed by the visual horror, began to retch. Among them were the subordinates led by Arakawa Shintaro, who, upon seeing their leader's plight, furiously drew their daggers and charged at Wang Nan. With a scornful gaze, Wang Nin bellowed and hurled the axe at the leader of the pack. The blade met its target with a sickening thud, striking him in the forehead. The remaining gang members felt a chill of fear run through them. What was there to fear? They rallied together, vowing to avenge their fallen leader. "You bastard, you've killed President Shan Yi. You will pay for this today," they shouted, brandishing an array of weapons as they surged forward. Wang Nan, unperturbed, raised his handgun. With each shot he fired, another assailant fell lifeless to the ground. Even those undeterred by death, who rushed at him, met their end at the hands of his axe. The blood on the tatami thickened as Wang Nan, like the Grim Reaper, coldly harvested the lives of these men. Those who had earlier proclaimed their intention to avenge Shan Yi were now paralyzed with terror at the unfolding scene. Their resolve shattered, they fled in panic, abandoning any notions of Yakuza honor. "You lunatic! Do you understand the consequences of your actions? You will become the public enemy of the underworld," one of them cried out. In response, Wang Nan casually picked at his ear and shot him without hesitation, muttering to himself that it was simply too noisy. After dispatching that individual, Wang Nan's gaze fell upon a figure cowering in the corner. Was it you who called me a bastard? The other party, now terrified, struggled to rise from the sticky blood beneath him, but failed repeatedly. I was just repeating what others said, dog brother. If you dislike it, I apologize. With a chilling smile, Wang Nan plunged a dagger into his chest, twisting the blade with force. It won't hurt at all. Not a single one of the more than 10 men from both gangs emerged alive from that room. When Tian Gang Chuyuan hurriedly arrived, he found Wang Nan kneeling before Shan Ye's body. Tian Gang's expression hardened. The gruesome scene revived memories of a night 3 years prior when Wang Nan had beheaded the former leader, allowing Shan Yi to ascend to the position of president. His merit had earned him the title of group leader of the Kumatai, and Wang Nan had gained the right to establish the Yinla. The current scene was reminiscent of that fateful night. He stammered, "A dog, what has happened?" Leader Kuan Arakawa Shintaro took advantage of the situation to assassinate President Shan Yi. Despite my struggle, I couldn't protect him. Tian Gang rolled his eyes in disbelief. Brother, when did you learn to spin such tales? Prior to entering, Arakawa's weapons were confiscated. With your recklessness, even if there were 10 Arakawas, President Shan would still be safe. However, Tian Gang was astute. He immediately agreed. Damn Yamaguchi-gumi. This must be their scheme to sow discord within our Sumiyoshikai. Convey my orders for everyone to gather at headquarters. We must promptly elect a new president to counter the impending movements of Yamaguchi-gumi. The remaining gang members and leaders, recovering from their shock, promptly obeyed Tian Gang's directives, initiating a series of actions. A dog, what exactly do you intend to do? Tian Gang could not help but inquire after everyone had departed. Brother Tian Gang, do you remember our agreement that night? We became sworn brothers, vowing never to betray one another, regardless of what the future holds. Had anyone been present, they would have been struck with awe at the clandestine bond forged between the two, a secret even Shan Yi remained oblivious to. As long as you remember, my Unula will assist you in ascending to the position of president of the Sumiyoshikai. And all you must do is firmly assert that Shan Yi fell victim to Arakawa. This task was not beyond Tian Gang Chuyuan, as the majority of the remaining personnel at headquarters were loyal to him. What do you plan to do next? In the name of avenging President Shan Yi, we will eliminate the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tian Gang Chuyuan felt a surge of dread upon hearing this. A dog, have you lost your senses? Are you seeking to ignite a war between the two factions? With a sardonic chuckle, Wang Nan retorted, the old man Shan Yi feared Yamaguchi-gumi. Do you share his trepidation? At this moment, the third generation of the Yamaguchi-gumi had passed away, and the most vociferous successor had perished in prison, leading to a schism within the organization. The leader Takeuchi, inheriting the fourth generation's name, and the acting leader Yamamoto Hiroshi formed a rival faction to counter it. One could say that this was the moment when the largest violent group was at its weakest. Tian Gang Chuyuan had often advised Shan Yi to seize the opportunity to claim territory, but upon becoming president, Shan Yi had focused solely on collecting dues and living in comfort, abandoning his former ambitions. Remembering this, Tian Gang Chuyuan cautiously advised, this isn't merely a matter of fear. We haven't resolved our internal issues. It's too late for that now. My people have already begun to act. Tian Gang's eyes widened in shock. From the moment he heard the gunfire until his arrival, Wang Nan had had no opportunity to contact the outside world. Unless Wang Nan had plotted this all along. Do not regard me with such unfamiliarity. I never intended to kill Shan Yi. My sole aim was to provoke a conflict between the two families, to incite chaos within the underworld. Shan Yi had made a grave mistake by testing my patience with Bai Shui. I could tolerate any insult he deemed fit to hurl at me, but this instance was an exception. Bai Shui is dead. Tian Gang suddenly understood. He had some recollection of that Longhua girl, and perhaps this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Little did Tian Gang realize just how terrifying a beast could be once it shed its final shackles. Tian Gang, you no longer have the luxury of hesitation. Seize the position of acting president under the banner of vengeance. It is your only choice. A dog, does this not equate to donning the yellow robe, as you Longhua people say? Regardless of your perspective, should anyone dare to oppose you, I shall ensure their demise. The news of Shan Ye's death swiftly permeated the underworld. Concurrently, a faction of armed assailants from Quan Nu Luo launched a brazen attack on the leader of the Tochi group, who was hastily departing from his mistress's abode. They charged forth, undaunted by the prospect of death, chanting slogans of vengeance for their president as they rushed toward Teichi's vehicle. surrounded by his protectors, Taguchi could not help but feel a chill of terror. Madness had truly taken hold. The people of Longhua had gone utterly insane. Chapter 70. The deal is sealed, and the Yamaguchi-gumi splits again. Thus, do you lean towards acquiescing to the transaction with the Hongqing individuals? Prime Minister Inghua stood with his back to Mitsui Toshikazu, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Mitsui hesitantly replied, "I will defer to your judgment." The Prime Minister's enigmatic voice resounded once more. "They also promised you a 3 commission?" To this, Mitsui vehemently denied. "Impossible. They are only willing to offer a 1 commission to their subordinates." As a competent politician, he was well aware that this was a life-threatening question. The office then descended into a prolonged silence. Mitsui felt that those fleeting minutes stretched longer than his entire life. Had he seen the Prime Minister's expression at that moment, he would have surely felt his heart sink. The reason the Prime Minister stood with his back to his Minister of Commerce was that he was strenuously controlling his emotions, fearful that an overly swift agreement would betray a hint of eagerness. Is Chun Long's money secure and reliable? Of course, it is reliable. He offers an anonymous promissory note. Yet, as Mitsui uttered those words, he immediately regretted them, fearing they might reveal his familiarity with the matter. Fortunately, the Prime Minister did not catch the nuances in his words and was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to utilize this money. His youngest son was in dire need of funds to launch his own venture. A consortium had approached him, ready to assist his son in making quick profits. However, the Prime Minister was acutely aware that agreeing to this would bind both him and his son to the other party's nefarious dealings. Should their relationship sour in the future, his son's affairs could very well become a fatal liability. Moreover, his grandson also required funds to study abroad and acquire property. As Prime Minister, every one of his family members was a target for the consortium, and a mere concession on his part could make everything within reach. The consortium backing him would be more than willing to foot the bill. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything bears a cost. Some costs are burdens he must weigh, even those he may find unacceptable. However, this time is different. Chun Long merely seeks to borrow some money, which can be framed as a supportive gesture. The transaction would utilize the anonymous promissory notes from Human Bank, ensuring that no one could hold any leverage over him. It is secure and devoid of adverse repercussions. All he needs to do is express his support for the advancement of this matter, with Mitsui Toshikazu leading the charge. To forego this transaction would indeed be foolish. What troubled him was whether Jia Ning's eldest son had ulterior motives in borrowing such a significant sum. If this money were to remain unpaid, Jia Ning's investments in Inghua would undoubtedly face calamity. Yet, what concern is that to him? Even if there are risks, they pertain to many years down the line, by which time he would have long departed. Very well, if Jia Ning is willing to stake their future on investing in our Inghua, it is only right that we offer them some support, especially since we desire Jia Ning to set an example, encouraging more investments from Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Mitsui Toshikazu could not suppress his excitement. Clearly, the Prime Minister was also swayed. Very well. You shall apply to the Ministry of Finance, Daizongxing, for this loan, with the rationale being the support of foreign-friendly enterprises, and I shall discreetly back you. Suddenly inspired, he added, you will be responsible for facilitating the connections, bringing the Ministry of Finance into the fold, thereby ensuring the support plan is foolproof. Hearing this, Mitsui Toshikazu nodded repeatedly, realizing why the Prime Minister could ascend to such heights. His experience was invaluable. It would indeed be challenging to navigate this without involving the Ministry of Finance. In response, Chun Long, upon receiving the update, listened to Mitsui's request to secure some benefits for his colleagues in the Ministry of Finance and readily agreed without further thought. With billions of dollars poised to multiply in the thriving stock market of Inghua, the more greedily one approaches the situation, the faster it will materialize. Time is money. Matters that can be resolved with funds should be addressed with funds. Just as Mitsui Toshikazu was diligently working to facilitate this deal, Lu Hu delivered an explosive piece of news to Chun Long boss. News has come from Wang Nan. He has eliminated the president of the Jikikai and framed it on the Yamaguchi-gumi's Wakagashira. While Quan Nolyuo has successfully assassinated the current leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi under the guise of vengeance, it is likely that the entire underground world will soon experience a new upheaval. As he spoke, Lu Hu's expression was profoundly complex. As a warrior, he held great admiration for Wang Nan and Quan Nolyuo, his fellow Chinese compatriots. Yet, he never anticipated that they would indeed eliminate so many prominent figures in the Japanese underworld within a single day. The Yamaguchi-gumi and the Jikikai are the top two violent factions in Inghua. The Yamaguchi-gumi, despite its previous fragmentation, still boasts over 12,000 members, while the Jikikai numbers around 8,000. Yet, Wang Nan and Quan Nuluo, with merely 40 to 50 individuals, have instigated a war between these two colossal gangs. He felt a sense of profound wisdom in the boss's decision to accept Wang Nan. It is not the rogue's strength that one fears, but their cunning. Wang Nan, possessing both valor and wisdom, acts decisively and unconventionally, indeed a rare and formidable general. Chen Long nodded in agreement, fully aware of Quan Nuluo's terrifying combat prowess, and he developed a newfound respect for Wang Nan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He was not concerned about Wang Nan's rapid rise. Rather, he feared for his potential to languish without making significant strides. Originally, the Yamaguchi-gumi was embroiled in the Yamai War. With the fourth generation now deceased, and facing the dual pressure from the Jukikai and Ikokai, the entire underground world of Yinghua is on the cusp of turmoil. With Wang Nan and Quan Nuluo flourishing in this event, and with financial backing supporting them, it would be difficult for them not to rise. Send Wang Nan another 100 million yen to congratulate him on breaking free from his shackles and starting anew. Chapter 71. The Rise of Chinese Gangs. The addiction to acquiring banks resurfaces. Tell the boss, I know what to do. Wang Nan tightly clenched the check in his palm. This influx of funds arrived at an opportune moment. In the underworld, anonymity is the greatest fear. Once one gains notoriety, prosperity follows suit. The terrifying achievements of Quan Nuluo swiftly spread throughout the criminal realm. Numerous Chinese individuals, as if guided by a beacon in the darkness, flocked to pledge their allegiance. As a sagacious figure in the criminal world, Wang Nan understood that the times had changed. Without firearms, it would be challenging for Quan Nuluo to establish a foothold in Tokyo, let alone expand and strengthen. Therefore, he allocated a significant portion of the funds he had previously received for arming and winning hearts. Moreover, he acutely sensed the official shift in attitude towards violent groups. With the economic development of Inghua Island flourishing, there was a pressing need for a more stable social order, and they undoubtedly represented the greatest variable in the quest for stability. This was evidenced by the police's prohibition of the Yamaguchi-gumi from holding large-scale gatherings. He realized that reverting to the old ways of violence would inevitably provoke a severe crackdown from the Inghua authorities. The arrival of Boss Chun sparked a moment of clarity. Only by transforming Quan Nuluo into a structured organization could he ensure that his brothers could live prosperous lives. The brothers who came seeking refuge required settling in funds, at the very least, a respectable suit and leather shoes. He summoned his most capable assistant. Ollie, go find some tailors. I want tailored suits for all the brothers who join us. Furthermore, we need to acquire a large office in Ginza. Ollie, wearing bell-bottoms, was visibly perplexed. While he understood the need for tailored suits, the notion of buying an office in Ginza was beyond his comprehension. We must establish an office in the most prosperous area of Ginza. Wang Nan knew the role he was to play. A conglomerate like Jining Group had many matters that were inconvenient for him to handle directly, and some unsavory tasks would naturally fall to him. To maintain a distance from Jining while fostering closer collaboration, the establishment of a formal office was imperative. Additionally, inquire if any brothers have connections with legal practitioners. Our office requires individuals well-versed in law and some highly educated clerks. Although Ollie did not fully grasp why his elder brother insisted on this approach, he promptly turned and delegated the tasks. The core members of Quan Nuluo, now elevated in rank, included former subordinates who had risen to become small leaders. Each day, a long line of individuals wishing to join Quan Nuluo formed, with those possessing skills eagerly welcomed into the fold. Observing the ever-increasing congregation of Chinese individuals on the streets, Wang Nan and the others dared not exhibit any complacency. They had eliminated the fourth generation of the Yamaguchi-gumi in the name of revenge, which would undoubtedly invite retaliation from the opposing faction. The current tranquility was destined to be fleeting. The good news was that Takaoka enjoyed considerable popularity within the gang. After assuming the role of acting president, there had been little dissent from other regional branches. Of course, potential competitors existed, and this thought ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Wang Nan. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police were in disarray. The recent surge in violent incidents had brought them considerable embarrassment. The outbreak of the Yamaguchi War was already a significant challenge. And now the specter of a potentially explosive Yamaguchi-Kai conflict loomed on the horizon. The Yamaguchi War, although troublesome, was merely an internal strife within the Yamaguchi-gumi, targeting only the higher-ups of the opposing faction. However, should a large-scale conflict erupt between the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshi-Kai, it would inevitably dominate the headlines. At that point, how could they still claim that Tokyo was one of the safest cities? The high-ranking officials of the police department were also at a loss. Despite improvements in living conditions, violent crime had begun to spike. The crime rate in recent years had far exceeded that of the 1970s. The newly ascendant Quan Nu Luo bore significant suspicion, as this group had always operated outside conventional norms. According to the intelligence gathered, this incident was orchestrated by the founder of Quan Nu Luo in collusion with the acting president of the Sumiyoshi Kai. Do you have any evidence for your speculation? Currently, there is no reliable evidence. Both parties have rejected our intervention, and the scene has long been cleared. Takaoka declined our request for an autopsy, citing the need to preserve the former president's remains. Upon hearing this, the dimly lit conference room fell into silence. Arresting individuals was not our objective. We require a more stable law enforcement environment. Both sides plan to hold funeral gatherings in a few days, and our priority is to prevent any violent disruptions during the ceremonies, averting greater conflict on that day. Boss, here are the details on the top 10 banks in Inghua. Gao Ming had been quite busy in recent days. Aside from establishing a new headquarters in Ginza, he was also tasked with gathering information on various real estate companies, banks, and financial groups. Chun Long and Gao Ming had seriously discussed strategies for investing in real estate and finance. They were not truly aiming to establish roots in Yinghua. Slow, gradual development would cause them to miss imminent opportunities. Thus, they unanimously adopted a model of acquiring local groups for large-scale expansion. In addition to seeking support from the Inghua authorities, they had also set their sights on Inghua banks. The rationale was to leverage banking institutions to facilitate larger-scale borrowing. However, upon meticulously studying the state of the Inghua banking industry, Gao Ming found the situation to be more complex than anticipated. Banks such as Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group, Mitsui Trust Holdings, and Mizuho Financial Group shared a commonality. They were all controlled by local Yinghua conglomerates, effectively serving as their private gardens. These conglomerates monopolized over 70% of Yinghua's wealth, which Gao Ming found utterly infuriating. He couldn't help but chuckle. The young boss's sour grapes were evident. My proposal is to acquire regional banks and gradually consolidate them into larger institutions. Upon hearing this, Chun Long nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware that following the bursting of the real estate bubble, the conglomerates had undergone yet another round of consolidation, voraciously devouring bankrupt small and medium-sized enterprises. At that point, these smaller banks could play a significant role, delivering a minor shock to the local conglomerates. Chapter 72. Borrowing only 1.8 billion. Is that not too little? Upon hearing of such a favorable opportunity, the officials from the Okurisho immediately colluded with Mitsui Hisashi and the Prime Minister. In the matter of borrowing funds from Jianing, a consensus was reached among the three institutions. The Okurisho has historically wielded considerable power among the various agencies within the Sakura government, overseeing finance, banking, taxation, national debt, currency issuance, and the annual budgets of all agencies. It is an institution of greater significance than even the Federal Reserve. The Sakura Central Bank, while serving as the central banking authority, is merely a subordinate entity of the Okurisho. After the directive to issue an $1.8 billion loan to Jianing was conveyed to the Sakura Bank, the central bank, the current governor, Maikawa Haruoki, approached Gao Ming. Gao Ming felt a twinge of confusion. Could this individual also be seeking to take advantage of the situation? Governor Maikawa, may I inquire when Jianing's loan will be disbursed? Is there an issue we should be aware of? In a flurry, Maikawa promptly replied, there are no issues whatsoever. We can disburse the $1.8 billion loan at any time. However, at this, Gao Ming sensed an unease, for as the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little demons are troublesome. The president of the Sakura Bank was not a minor player, and it was clear he had prepared for a bribe. Yet, he was taken aback when Maikawa, with an awkward smile, suggested, would you not require a larger sum? Our central bank can offer more loans. Intrigued, Gao Ming discovered that he and Chun Long had misunderstood a crucial detail. The Sakura Bank was currently in a perplexing situation where they had funds available but were unable to lend them out. Since the 1970s, Sakura's foreign trade had flourished, and with exchange rates significantly lower than the actual rates, both banks and the common populace found themselves financially buoyant. The primary business of banks was lending. Yet all Sakura banks faced the issue of having capital that could not be lent out. Some major foreign trade companies preferred to borrow overseas rather than from local banks. Consequently, the central bank had lowered interest rates multiple times to encourage borrowing among the public. This situation stood in stark contrast to the predicament faced by banks in Hong Kong. Originally, Maekawa Haruoki would not have proactively offered a loan to an overseas entity. However, Jining unexpectedly garnered support from the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Okura Show. Sensing a golden opportunity to earn accolades, Maekawa realized that even if someone sought to undermine him, he could easily deflect blame onto the prominent figures involved. Thus, he approached with the intention of extending even more loans to Jining. Gao Ming, taken aback by this proposition, thought to himself that $1.8 billion was already a substantial amount. It was unusual for someone to solicit a loan. This may not be quite right. Maekawa nodded in agreement. I understand that the current borrowing rate of 3 May 5th seem a bit steep. If you continue to borrow from our Sakura Bank, we can offer you a remarkably low long-term loan rate of 3. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming found himself momentarily dazed. Not only was more funding being offered, but the interest rate was being voluntarily lowered. To him, a borrowing rate of 3.5 was already quite favorable, significantly below the inflation rate, while 3 could be considered a negative real interest rate. Observing Gao Ming's silence, the eager Maekawa hastened to add, "Are you concerned about the pressure of borrowing such a large sum? We can arrange for fixed asset mortgage loans, allowing you to use the borrowed funds to acquire real estate. You could then mortgage these assets back to us for an additional 70 loan." The potential for property appreciation in Sakura was immense, and investing in real estate was a wise decision for your group. What? After acquiring real estate, we can further mortgage and liquidate 70 of its value in loans? As Gao Ming contemplated the implications, he could not help but be captivated by the possibilities. This could mean obtaining a 70 loan, purchasing property, and then repeating the process with another bank for asset mortgage loans. In the next moment, he could not suppress his excitement. Seeing Maekawa's eager expression, Gao Ming coughed lightly and forced himself to maintain composure, stating, "I need to discuss this matter with our chairman. Please await further news." "Very well, I shall await your good news," Maekawa replied. Once Maekawa departed, Gao Ming eagerly relayed the good news to Qianlong. Upon hearing it, Qianlong was equally astonished and reflected on how remarkable it was that Sakura could become the world's second-largest economy. The total value of land could purchase the beautiful nation. If they continued this cycle of buying, mortgaging, and buying again, the real estate bubble in Sakura would only grow larger, inevitably leading to a rupture. Should Jining become ensnared in this cycle, it too would join the ranks of numerous bankrupt real estate companies. However, Qianlong, as a reincarnated individual, could effortlessly liquidate before the collapse. He recalled a tale from his past life about an elderly gatekeeper at a university in Tokyo who, wishing to retire back to his countryside, sold a small apartment in Tokyo for $8 million, instantly becoming a millionaire. Of course, the old man was a fortunate soul who capitalized on the moment, whereas the majority of the populace was not so lucky. With countless bankrupt real estate companies and mortgage finance firms, this opportunity is too good to miss. Gao, I need you to visit all 10 major banks and prioritize discussions for unsecured loans. The unsecured loans offered by a single bank are limited by the central bank, making this an opportune moment to utilize real estate mortgage loans. Considering this, Qianlong instructed Gao Ming, "Let us use all these loans to acquire even more properties. Purchasing several buildings in Ginza is entirely feasible. We can then apply for mortgage loans against these properties from these banks." Gao Ming felt a twinge of panic at the enormity of the small boss's plan. If this snowball continued to roll, Jining's loans in Sakura could reach hundreds of millions of USD. "I anticipate that Sakura's real estate market may continue to rise, at which point we can repay a portion of the loans from the stock market funds." Only then did Gao Ming nod in agreement, relieved that the small boss had not lost sight of reality. Yet, one heard Qianlong continue to speak. "Once we reclaim the mortgaged properties, we will remortgage them, leveraging the soaring market value to secure even greater loans. On one hand, we shall acquire more stocks, and on the other, we shall purchase additional real estate. It is madness, sheer madness. The young proprietor has completely lost his mind." The expression on Chen Long's face now is even more frenzied than the once spirited demeanor of the esteemed proprietor, Chan Ching-Shum. Chapter 73. A Great Undertaking. Has Jianing gone mad? Do they intend to acquire Tokyo? Gao, I ask you, what is Jianing's current valuation? The latest market value hovers around 23 billion Hong Kong dollars, which equates to less than 3 billion US dollars. Now, what if we could inflate our loans from 10 billion Hong Kong dollars to 10 billion US dollars, or even more? Upon being queried, Gao Ming could not help but take a sharp breath, murmuring, "This implies that our market value could swell to 230 billion Hong Kong dollars, or perhaps even beyond." It is vital to note that even the highest valued giant, IBM, is worth only 95 billion US dollars. Once our market value surpasses 30 billion US dollars, Jianing will leap from being among the world's top 500 enterprises to joining the ranks of the top 10 conglomerates globally. Jianing would become the sole private enterprise from the Dragon Kingdom to penetrate the world's top 10. What a monumental achievement that would be. Gao Ming was suddenly overcome with goosebumps, and at that moment, the normally conservative man found his hand, which grasped a cigarette, trembling slightly. As the vice president of Jianing Overseas Investment Company, he was the de facto operator, possessing a mere sliver of shares in the overseas branch. With just this small percentage, he could ascend to the status of a billionaire, his name gracing the list of the world's wealthiest individuals. He would become one of the foremost magnates in Hong Kong. As he contemplated this, he became exhilarated. Rest assured, young boss, opportunities to capitalize on such a windfall are rare. I will seize this chance. That is the spirit. Chen Long also recognized this as a golden opportunity for prosperity. The Chen family and Jianing would complete the initial accumulation of wealth in just over 5 years. Perhaps they could genuinely challenge those long-standing Western oil and finance dynasties. Gao Ming was undoubtedly a highly competent professional manager. Once he grasped the implications, he shed his restraints and employed nearly every method at his disposal to secure more unsecured loans. In a remarkably short time, he raised an additional 1 billion US dollars in borrowing. Jianing now held assets amounting to a staggering 4.7 billion US dollars. Shortly thereafter, news broke that Jianing Group had acquired 6 major buildings, including the ICAC commercial building in Ginza, along with purchasing numerous large parcels of land in Tokyo. This transfer of the ICAC commercial building even made international headlines. This series of bold moves left the citizens of Little Japan in awe. They wished to buy the United States. Yet the wealthy of Hong Kong were intent on purchasing their Tokyo. With the backing of the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Economy, and the Ministry of Finance, the Sakura media exhibited a degree of restraint. The audacious Jianing allocated 30 billion yen as a public relations budget, courting influential media and prominent intellectuals. The media praised Jianing's purchasing spree in Tokyo, asserting that the economy of the Yamato nation was rising robustly. With global capital flowing towards the land of the cherry blossom, the citizens of Little Japan were elated, their national pride soaring. Who would resent a tycoon lavishly spending on their soil? Jianing not only avoided public backlash, but was instead embraced by the populace for its positive image. However, upon the news reaching Hong Kong, reactions were polarized. Some lauded Jianing for its overseas prominence, showcasing the financial prowess of Hong Kong's magnates to Asia. Yet, others offered sarcastic remarks, insinuating that Jianing was squandering the funds of shareholders and investors on extravagant purchases, resulting in significant capital flight. Amidst the heated debate, the media interviewed seasoned Hong Kong tycoons such as Li Banqing and Li Zhaoji. Li Zhaoji, showing some consideration for Chan Ching-Shum, refrained from making disparaging comments about Jianing and deflected the conversation, perhaps due to having lost face during the previous encounter with the Chen family. The astute Li Banqing could not resist weighing in. From an economic standpoint, the assets of the Sakura nation are currently at a high. I am not particularly optimistic about Jianing's recent transactions. His words quickly became the headline of Hong Kong news, garnering the endorsement of numerous economic experts. They cited various references, asserting that every nation's development must adhere to objective laws. Since 1968, the Sakura nation has been the world's second-largest economy, having soared for nearly 2 decades. According to economic cycles, the Sakura nation's assets are at a peak, and Jianing's large-scale entry at this juncture is indeed unwise. Observing such sentiments, Chen Long merely smiled. If all matters were governed by rules, how did they fail to foresee the global stock market crash of 1987 or the Japanese real estate bubble that began in 1990? The so-called financial experts are charlatans. When the market is soaring, they emerge to issue contrarian statements, predicting an inevitable decline. Conversely, during downturns, they reappear to proclaim an impending rise. Yet, when pressed for specific timelines, they advise patience, asserting that it will certainly occur in the future. 5 years is the future. 10 years is also the future. When the market indeed behaves as they predict, they will boast about their prescience. Nevertheless, these self-proclaimed experts have led the public to perceive that Jianing has committed a grave error by stepping in at such a high point in the Sakura nation. What should have been a favorable overseas acquisition did not result in a surge in Jianing's stock price. Rather, it plummeted by 5. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Banqing could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 74. The Tragedy Caused by the Cherry Blossom Banquet, Part 1. On the same day, the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Sumiyoshikai chose to hold the funeral for their respective leaders. This decision sent shockwaves through the Sakura Police Department, as the most troublesome scenario they had dreaded had come to fruition. It signified that thousands of Yakuza members from various branches of the Yamaguchi-gumi and Sumiyoshikai would converge upon Tokyo to attend their leader's funeral. The grand spectacle of the funeral for the third-generation leader, Yamamoto Hirokazu, was still vivid in their memories, wherein fierce confrontations erupted between him and the then Wakagashira, Takanaka Masahisa, resulting in numerous gunfights. The police always arrived too late to prevent the chaos, merely cleaning up the aftermath. In a bid to prevent the escalation of the Yamai War, the police department supported Takanaka Masahisa, who was at a numerical disadvantage in the rivalry. After seizing the symbolic sword of power from the third-generation leader, Takanaka Masahisa, driven by a sense of righteousness, employed cunning tactics to fracture parts of the new faction's strength. Yamamoto Hirokazu, along with his remaining 2,000 followers, retreated from the Kanto region, thus alleviating the tensions of the Yamai War. However, now, the fourth-generation Takanaka Masahisa and the president of the Sumiyoshikai, Yamano Kazuo, were holding funerals on the same day. The situation was far more complex than it had been 3 years prior. The mere thought of thousands of Yakuza flooding into Tokyo sent shivers down the spines of the police department. These were not law-abiding citizens. The knowledge that they were armed with daggers and handguns could turn Tokyo into a colossal powder keg. Even the slightest spark could ignite a situation beyond the control of the police. The police had previously attempted to engage in negotiations with both parties to intimidate or entice them to abandon their plans for the funeral or choose an alternative venue. However, both factions were among the most formidable Yakuza in Sakura, and any concession would undermine their organizational dignity. Hence, both sides resolutely declared that they would proceed with the funeral as scheduled, even in the face of police intervention. Witnessing the failure of intimidation and persuasion, the police department was left with no choice but to mobilize a significant number of officers from other regions into Tokyo. These officers, donned in uniforms, set up checkpoints on the major roads leading into the city, armed with riot gear. Any gathering of 3 or more individuals would be met with requests to disembark for searches. A multitude of weapons were intercepted by the police as they surveyed the mountain of firearms and bayonets. The police chiefs felt a wave of dread. Had they not established checkpoints in advance, this arsenal could have been sufficient to launch an assault on Tokyo. In addition to seizing illegal weapons, a portion of the police force was deployed around the peripheries of both funerals. Everyone was subjected to multiple searches to confirm they were not wanted fugitives before being granted access to the venues. This resulted in significant congestion outside both locations, with a large number of individuals stranded outside the venues. This was the police department's second strategy, to allow a portion of the attendees inside, while keeping the majority outside. Inside, their officers maintained order. Even if chaos did ensue within, they could contain the disturbance to the confines of the venues. They even harbored hopes that someone might lose control and instigate a brawl, allowing them to apprehend everyone involved. Had they known the thoughts of the police hierarchy, they would have found it utterly amusing. If capturing individuals were that simple, the Yakuza would have long since been eradicated. The state of disorder or order was ultimately dictated by their own decisions. At this moment, the Sumiyoshikai's Wakagashira, Asano Muninabu, along with his confidants, were keenly observing Wang Nan, who had donned a suit and undergone a transformation. "You've become quite the figure, haven to you, dog?" Asano sneered. "Today is the president's funeral. I have no desire to engage in banter with you. Baka, how dare you speak to our boss like that?" Asano's followers erupted in outrage. their voices rising in a cacophony directed at Wang Nan. The members of the Kiryu faction immediately positioned themselves in front of Wang Nan, ready to erupt into violence at any moment, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fortunately, an experienced police officer swiftly intervened, placing himself between the two factions. Silence. Today is your president's funeral. If you wish to settle your disputes, do not choose this day. Both sides huffed in discontent, but temporarily fell silent. What puzzled the veteran officer was that, according to their expectations, Wang Nan, known for his bloodlust, would surely make a move today. Yet, he appeared unnaturally calm, almost disturbingly so. Prior to Asano Miyonobu's return to Tokyo, he had made contact with the opposing side under instructions from above. They had agreed to use this funeral as an opportunity to capture Wang Nan, this dangerous element, on the spot. They intended to repeat their previous strategy, supporting Asano's rise to power while expelling the formidable Takeka faction from Tokyo. However, if Wang Nan continued to remain passive, they would have no opportunity to apprehend him. With this thought in mind, he gestured to Asano Miyonobu, signaling that he could proceed with further actions. Asano nodded and, with a tone of feigned grief, inquired of Wang Nan, "Do you have nothing to say regarding the death of the president?" Chapter 75. The tragic incident caused by the cherry blossom feast. Part 2. Wang Nan had long since formulated his thoughts on the matter. It was the president's grave negligence that led him to place his trust in Akagawa Shintaro. On that day, as I entered the room, I witnessed Akagawa standing over the president, brandishing the murderous axe. Absurd. Regardless of the circumstances, Akagawa is a Wakagashira of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Would such a prominent deputy leader risk his life to assassinate our president? Asano's followers immediately echoed, "Indeed, Wang Nan, do you take us all for fools?" If it were me, I would certainly seek a more opportune moment to strike. Yet, Wang Nan calmly replied, "Yes, it is likely that the president shared your sentiments," which allowed Akagawa Shintaro the opportunity to act. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Wang Nan's angle of argumentation. "Humph, Wang Nan, I had not realized you possessed such sharp wit. Now that there are no witnesses to contest your claims, you can say whatever you like." Seeing Asano becoming increasingly aggressive, Takaoka could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, it is beyond question that over a dozen lives were lost that day within the building, and a violent confrontation ensued. The opposing side utilized firearms, were it not for Wang Nan's valiant efforts. Akagawa Shintaro might very well have escaped unscathed." Takaoka's men nodded in agreement, affirming that the situation had been dire, resulting in the immediate demise of the president's closest aides. The old police inspector, having anticipated this turn of events, seized the opportunity to interject. "In that case, if we are not permitted to conduct an autopsy, we shall surely uncover all hidden truths. If it is indeed confirmed that Akagawa initiated the violence, the police department will undoubtedly provide the Sujikai with an explanation." Before Takaoka could voice his objections, Asano interjected, "Very well, then we shall trouble you. Asano, cease your remarks. The president's remains are barely cold, and you, rather than uniting against a common threat, persist in directing blame toward Wang Nan. Do you wish for our Sujikai to descend into chaos, enabling the Yamaguchi-gumi to obliterate us completely? If you aspire to become president, I, Takaoka, would gladly yield the position to you." The venue erupted in a cacophony of murmurs, as all present recognized that Asano was deliberately stirring trouble. Today marked the president's funeral. Even in the pursuit of power, such matters should not be broached at this solemn occasion. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that Wang Nan was the president's loyal dog, in comparison to Asano, who aspired to be a successor. Wang Nan and Takaoka were the true confidants of the deceased leader. The neutral parties present began to cast peculiar glances at Asano. The old police inspector silently lamented. Events had spiraled beyond the upper echelons of the police department's expectations. Wang Nan, this reckless man, had refrained from impetuous actions, and their attempt to ensnare him had inadvertently placed Asano in a precarious position. The narrative tailored for confronting the Yamaguchi-gumi proved ineffective within the Sujikai. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Yamano Kazuo, the president who ascended through unscrupulous means, wary of allowing his subordinates to gain too much power, even mistrusting his own confidence. This resulted in the lack of formidable figures within the Sujikai, allowing the seemingly unambitious Takaoka to rise to prominence. In the Yakuza, loyalty and righteousness are of utmost importance. Asano, having been publicly berated, felt a surge of humiliation, wishing he could disappear into the earth. He deeply regretted heeding the police department's incitement and targeting Wang and Takawaka at this moment. Even if he harbored doubts regarding the president's demise, he should have chosen a more appropriate venue to voice his concerns openly, proposing a break to establish a new Sujikai alongside his direct subordinates. Surely, those who shared his skepticism regarding the president's death would choose to follow him. Today, as Fars had obliterated all the advantageous cards he held. He could not afford to confront the old police inspector. After all, he was a section chief within the police department, and moreover, the leverage he had with the police was now in their hands. It was easy to board the ship, but disembarking was fraught with difficulties. Just as Asano felt trapped, the old police inspector's pager buzzed, and the officers present received an urgent directive. A significant incident had occurred at the Yamaguchi-gumi's venue, and all police forces in Tokyo were to rush to the scene immediately. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Wang Nan's composed visage, only to find the old police inspector glaring intently at him. "This matter concerns you, does it not, Wang Nan? Hey, watch your words. Be careful not to slander me." The old police inspector wore a knowing smile. "Then why do you smile? Is it not appropriate for us to rejoice at the misfortune of our competitors, the Yamaguchi-gumi? Indeed, officer, should we Yakuza not be allowed to express joy?" Members of the Sujikai voiced their discontent, questioning the old police inspector. "Inspector, let us clear out another venue. The headquarters just issued another urgent order. It seems something significant has indeed transpired." "Humph, Wang Nan. I have my eye on you. Do not let me find an opportunity to personally apprehend you." Chapter 76. The Tragedy Caused by the Cherry Blossom Fall, Part 2. Once all the police had departed, Tian Gang cast a questioning glance at Wang Nan. "Ruadi, what exactly have you done?" "Nothing much, just allowed a man enveloped in hatred to eliminate Yamamoto Hiro," Wang Nan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tian Gang's body trembled. As the former deputy leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, he had been ousted from the Kanto region by Takeuchi's machinations. With Takeuchi's demise, Yamamoto Hiro, yearning to reclaim his position within the Yamaguchi-gumi, was determined to assert his authority once more. Given his seniority, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the fifth generation. After finally outlasting his old rival, he had glimpsed the possibility of ascending to the coveted position, only to meet his end at this critical juncture. One could only imagine the chaos that must now reign at the Yamaguchi-gumi's funeral venue. Even with the police present, it would be exceedingly difficult to quell the emotions of the Yakuza. The competition among gangs is ruthlessly brutal. Failure not only results in loss of territory, but also banishment to barren lands devoid of profit. Heavy dues could even drive some members to commit seppuku. Thus, with their leader slain, how could the subordinates maintain their composure? Even if the police were to clear the scene, it was likely that the Yamaguchi-gumi's situation would soon spiral out of control. Tian Gang shook his head, finding his sworn brother's thoughts increasingly inscrutable. "Who is that vengeful gunman? Can you assure me he won't betray you?" "That fellow is Nan Li, the son of the Nan Group leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi." Tian Gang immediately understood. During the Yamai War, both the leaders of the Nan Group and the Hoyu Group had become casualties, naturally fueling an intense hatred for Yamamoto Hiro, who had dispatched the assassin. "The weapon was supplied by me in secrecy. I merely need to ensure that no one discovers or confiscates it," Wang Nan continued. Hearing this, Tian Gang nodded repeatedly. Even if Nan Li's assassination attempt failed, his sworn brother undoubtedly had a backup plan. However, the thought of the impending headache posed by the Yamaguchi-gumi and the new organization eased his spirits considerably. He surmised that the Yamaguchi-gumi was likely to fracture once more, ultimately becoming a disarray of factions. "Tian Gang, this is someone else's family matter. What is most crucial now is whether to eliminate Asano or expel him. A swift decision must be made, for he remains a ticking time bomb. Ruadi, won't you assist me?" "Tian Gang, I have done all I can for you. Now, all the members are observing your performance. Even if I help you eliminate Asano, it would be challenging for you to gain their loyalty. If you wish to become the true chairman, you must confront all competitors directly." Tian Gang nodded. With Asano's prestige diminished, it was indeed the most opportune moment for him to defeat Asano outright. With this thought, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. Now is the ideal time for our Sumiyoshi Kai to expand. The organization must elect a chairman to oversee affairs in anticipation of the forthcoming unique circumstances. Therefore, I propose that we select a new chairman through a voting process, allowing all members of the Sumiyoshi Kai to participate. Asano could hardly believe that Tiangang would choose to confront him head-on. He felt a sense of relief, realizing that his life was spared and he no longer had to fear the relentless pursuit of Wang Nan. However, the grim reality loomed. Should he fail in this competition, he risked being purged from Tokyo. Standing before the assembly, he proclaimed, "I, Asano, am willing to conclude the disputes within the Sumiyoshi Kai in this manner. Regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it with full conviction." His display of composure garnered him favor, as it was evident that some members were wavering between the two sides. My group, the Kiryu, with 300 members, supports Tiangang. My group, the Kuriyama branch, with 400 members, supports Asano Ruo. Wang then stepped forward, declaring, "My group, the Quanro, with 500 members, supports Mr. Tiangang as our new chairman." The assembly gasped in astonishment. The voting momentarily halted. They vividly recalled that not long ago, Quanro had only comprised 40 to 50 members. How had it suddenly expanded tenfold, emerging as a formidable force? With these 500 votes, Tiangang surged ahead of Asano in the tally. Those who had previously maintained a neutral stance swiftly cast their ballots in favor of Tiangang. In no time, all the representative members had submitted their votes. The outcome was unsurprising. Tiangang triumphed with a lead of over 4,000 votes against Asano. Asano had anticipated this result. He was already at a disadvantage. The support from the police had once offered him hope, but his failed offensive had stripped him of his last chance. The vast disparity in votes forced him to confront reality. The inauguration ceremony took place at the wake, where Tiangang received the ceremonial blade symbolizing the authority of the organization from the widow's hands. In that moment, he had nearly become the most powerful figure in the underground world of Sakura country. Chapter 77. Engaging in a Ponzi scheme in the land of cherry blossoms. Having resolved the turmoil within the Sumiyoshi Kai, Wang Nan clandestinely arrived at the Okura Hotel. So, has Asano been expelled from Tokyo? Indeed, he departed overnight, fearing that the Tokyo Metropolitan Police would intercept him. The mere thought of that scenario elicited a chuckle from Chun-Long. Their shenanigans had stirred frequent activity from the Yamaguchi-gumi, leaving the police unable to focus on the Sumiyoshi Kai. Preserving Asano's life could serve as a means to balance against Tauka. As he spoke, Chun-Long glanced at Wang Nan, who had transformed into a sharply dressed figure. "I reviewed the list you submitted. It is quite impressive. Expanding to 600 individuals in such a short span demonstrates that I was right about you." Receiving praise from the boss, Wang Nan couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. The rapid expansion of Quan Nu Luo was primarily due to his cadre of seasoned veterans, each of whom was an elite. One could easily lead 10 others. This was hardly a challenge. The Dragon Kingdom is replete with resilient men, and with the universal militia training, a slight arming would yield a formidable fighting force. The scenes of a mainland thug pursuing a group of policemen are not exaggerated. It is essential to understand that those of that generation believed in the sanctification of the body, and the feats they boast of are indeed grounded in reality. Next, we ought to discuss our business venture. I would first like to hear your thoughts. Aware that the boss was testing him, Wang Nan pondered deeply before articulating, "I wish to engage in the smuggling of electronics and automobiles." Smuggling is indeed a highly lucrative enterprise. In the 1960s, colored televisions became popular overseas, while in the early 1980s, the mainland could only procure black and white televisions at friendship stores with foreign exchange vouchers. The prices were exorbitant, and without connections, one wouldn't even qualify to make a purchase. In Shu de Zhaofeng, the infamous thief Yi Jihuan famously declared that a 2,000 yen color television could fetch 8,000 in the mainland, faster than robbing with an A-gun. The gold trade was no longer competitive. He had assumed the guise of a smuggler. A profit margin of 300 signifies the ability to trample upon all earthly laws. Wang Nan believed that once this business took off, it would undoubtedly provide the boss with a continuous stream of wealth. However, he heard Chun-Long shake his head. "Your vision is somewhat limited. Given that you are engaging in smuggling, why not transport the materials embargoed by the land of cherry blossoms and other nations to the mainland? For instance, the precision machine tools from Sakura, essential for submarine manufacturing, are required for the production of many strategic weapons. At this time during the Cold War, such items were critically needed strategic materials for countries like DE. They indeed have numerous channels to acquire these goods, and transporting them at exorbitant prices for multiple times the profit is entirely feasible. Just a few units shipped out could conservatively yield billions of yen." Wang Nan sighed inwardly, realizing that an elevated perspective is indeed necessary for substantial profit. In contrast, how much could one earn from smuggling electronics? With audacity, he could transport strategic materials from the land of cherry blossoms to the mainland. However, such operations must be conducted with utmost secrecy. If exposed, it would become an international scandal, and one must avoid drawing any attention from the Batong organization. The Batong was a product of the Cold War, a coalition of 17 capitalist nations. Chun Long's admonition seemed to open a new realm for him, significantly broadening his horizons. Aren't you also running a small office in Ginza? Yes, I plan to utilize it for some loan operations. Upon hearing this, Chun Long again shook his head, stating, I will invest additional funds for you to acquire a small company with a financial license, then focus on a specific financial product. What product? To elucidate the operational process to Wang Nan, he requested a cigarette. This is a cigarette borrowed from a client. He merely sought to profit from the cigarette, but yet you return the entire cigarette as compensation. Then you boast to him, asking to borrow a pack of Huazi, promising to return 2 packs. At this juncture, he thinks that even if you are deceiving him, his loss is merely a pack of Huazi. Once he obtains 2 houses, he would place all his wealth in your hands. This is because you assured him that if he could bring in a client, he would receive a certain rebate, prompting him to recruit more individuals, entrusting all his assets to you. Witnessing all that Chun Long had gathered ultimately left Wang Nan shivering. This financial scheme was terrifying. Had he not seen the outcome, he might have succumbed to the allure of exchanging 1 for 2, entangled in the web of upgrading privileges through referrals. With ample funds at hand, within 5 or 6 years, you could become the largest financial company in Tokyo or even the entire land of cherry blossoms. Wang Nan's hand trembled as he held the cigarette. While he could slice through adversaries as easily as cutting through watermelon, he now felt an unsettling fear. The audacity of this plan lay in its complete exploitation of human greed. With a successful example to follow, more individuals would be drawn into the fray. These individuals, driven by the prospect of high returns, might even resort to borrowing or deceit. Chapter 78. Destroy what cannot be attained. Boss, what is this scam called? A Ponzi scheme. Upon noticing Wang Nan's bewilderment, Chun Long added, of course, you need to make some legitimate investments. For instance, invest money in real estate and stocks, and occasionally release favorable news to let everyone know that your financial company is thriving. This way, people will be inclined to entrust their funds to you for the long term. Boss, this is indeed a rapidly lucrative business, but I fear I might not excel in such an endeavor. Chun Long chuckled. While the concept of a Ponzi scheme appeared straightforward, its execution was far more challenging. It was indeed a bit of a burden to expect Wang Nan, a refined gentleman from the north, to undertake such a task. However, his father had such talents at hand, and not just one. Rest assured, I will recruit many professionals to assist you. However, I hope you remain true to your principles and do not harm our own. Wang Nan promptly assured, I would never do that. We will take nothing from our own people, and any profits will be fairly shared. That's good to hear. If you can successfully manage these 2 matters, you may return home in glory whenever you wish. The phrase return home in glory held a powerful allure for Wang Nan. As a native of the north, his greatest aspiration had always been to earn enough to return home and present himself to his father with pride. With this thought, the burdens in his heart dissipated. Boss, I have another idea. Go ahead. As long as it can generate some income, we are open to it. I need some capital to acquire a few talent agencies. When the name Minghua came to mind, Chun Long immediately thought of a multitude of blush-inducing teachers lurking in the shadows. Is it legitimate? Of course, it straddles the line between legitimate and illegitimate. I want to establish a modeling agency, using it as a springboard to enter the entertainment industry. Both men exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. That day, while Chun Long was engrossed in a news report about yet another Yamaguchi-gumi leader being assassinated, Gao Ming burst in, breathless. Boss, what is it, Gao? The Hokkaido Takashoku Bank has audaciously rejected our acquisition offer and humiliated our representatives, claiming they are not desperate enough to sell their bank to the sick man of East Asia. Upon hearing the term sick man of East Asia, Chun Long's brow furrowed slightly. Did they truly say that? It was the direct response from their social figure, Kateda Bansei. The Hokkaido Takashoku was a city bank. Do not underestimate it for being merely a city bank. It was the largest bank in the Hokkaido region, with controlled assets amounting to a staggering $88 billion, ranking 90th among the world's 1,000 banks. Humph, Such arrogance from the Sakura people. Upon examining the bank's profile, Chen Long was struck by a sense of familiarity. This bank rang a bell, yet he could not quite place it. After some contemplation, he recalled that it was a bank that would become infamous in later years, its notoriety stemming from exceedingly negative reports. It was the first major bank to collapse in Sakura, shattering the belief that Sakura banks were too big to fail. Equally notorious was the Sanichi Securities. The collapse of these two institutions marked a significant event during the real estate bubble, akin to the M University and M Garden debacles. As for the reasons behind their downfall, they were entangled in scandals. In the ensuing years, Hokkaido Bank had followed the trend, engaging in real estate lending projects, only to find itself burdened with 20 trillion yen in non-performing loans at the time of its collapse. While this level of bad debt was not uncommon among Sakura banks, and did not typically lead to bankruptcy, Hokkaido Bank's executives opted for the worst possible course of action. They falsified accounts and transferred subprime loans to secondary banks. Initially, these actions might have been considered standard practice within the banking industry. However, they never anticipated that a criminal organization would uncover some of these details and acquire substantial evidence, resulting in extortion amounting to over 10 billion yen. As if being extorted was not enough, the media caught wind of the scandal. Such a massive debacle could not be remedied with mere apologies. It triggered financial regulation investigations, revealing that multiple officials had accepted bribes and exhibited significant oversight failures. The most crucial asset for a bank is its reputation. Once lost, even the Ministry of Finance would be powerless to save Hokkaido Bank. It was left with no choice but to enter bankruptcy proceedings. Reflecting on this, Chen Long summoned Wang Nan, who was preoccupied with his pyramid scheme activities, and whispered a few words to him. Wang Nan nodded repeatedly. This is not difficult. I know plenty of professional con artists. Establishing a fake real estate group will be a walk in the park. Leave this matter to me. Gao Ming, overhearing, was momentarily taken aback. Without any evidence, the young boss had chosen to engage in entrapment. If Hokkaido Bank took the bait, its bankruptcy would be imminent. Little did he know, the young boss believed that if he could not possess it, he would ensure its destruction. Chapter 79. Indeed, it's a hook in the 1960s. Inghua country experienced a remarkable economic surge, capitalizing on the plunder of various nations during World War II, with GDP growth rates occasionally exceeding 10. Coupled with the two wars in Dongzhou, by the early 1970s, Japan's GDP surpassed $200 billion, catapulting it to the position of the world's second-largest economy. During the same period, the average wage for workers in Longhua was a mere 80 yuan, while in Inghua country, it had reached an astonishing 400 yuan. In the 1970s, it became nearly impossible to hail a taxi without possessing at least 10,000 yen. The highly developed export industry of Inghua country led to a flourishing of wealth among certain individuals. In their quest for better avenues to spend and invest their fortunes, many affluent citizens began acquiring properties around the globe. This prompted a significant number of them to entrust their funds to financial institutions, hoping to indulge in lavish expenditures while simultaneously striking it rich. Will my investment yield a 20% profit next year? Certainly, sir. If you deposit your funds with our company for a fixed term of 5 years, your investment can double. The ostentatiously dressed individual, adorned in an expensive leather jacket and a gold watch, fell into silence. The staff member at Kwanluo Fund felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed this client was not entirely at ease. Our investment manager is a leader in the industry. I trust you've heard of his name. However, the wealthy gentleman with a prominent mustache interrupted. 10 million yen seems a bit modest. I would like to subscribe for 50 million yen. Is that possible? The sales representative, possessing the bloodline of Longhua, was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with joy. A subscription of 50 million yen meant he would earn a commission of 5 million yen. To receive such a reward on his first day at a new company was exhilarating. Nevertheless, his professionalism compelled him to maintain his composure. He realized that this client was indeed a significant figure and quickly added, "We currently have a promotion. If you bring in clients, we can provide you with a 5 rebate immediately." A 5 rebate. The wealthy individual stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. If he could secure a fixed deposit of several hundred million yen, he would be able to recoup a substantial portion of his investment. After all, who doesn't he have a few rich relatives? Obtaining 1 billion yen would be an effortless task for him. All right, my young friend, leave this to me. I will bring my relatives to your institution tomorrow for fixed deposits. Make sure to speak highly of me. The sales representative understood his intent instantly. Certainly. I will make sure to mention that the high interest rate is due to your esteemed reputation. The rotund gentleman departed, satisfied, with his heavily made-up mistress in tow. In just a short while, a long queue had formed outside the office building, comprised of individuals who had heard of Quan Luo Fund's high returns on investments. These individuals shared a common trait. They possessed ample spare cash yet lacked understanding of the stock market and financial investments. With bank interest rates hovering around 2, their money could not keep pace with inflation. However, Quan Luo Fund offered a generous 20 interest rate, backed by several industry giants, ensuring safety and reliability. Once this product was launched, it ignited a frenzy among wealthy individuals. Isn't this a testament to diminished intelligence? Such an enticing return rate would not fool the savvy investors. But let me ask you this. When you see the historical high returns displayed on the software, did you not feel a twinge of desire? The fund managers recruited by Quan Luo Fund were no ordinary figures. Their impeccable resumes showcased them as masters among deceivers. What caught Wang Nan and his colleagues off guard was the immense energy that this business unleashed under the high rebate scheme. In a remarkably short period, Quan Luo's product achieved the subscription target that would typically take a year to fulfill. The sales team even requested to purchase multiple cash-checking machines, as the machines were constantly overwhelmed, leaving them exhausted from counting money. As they gazed at the mountain of cash piled high in the storage room, Wang Nin felt a surge of anxiety. Chen Long, however, remained relatively calm, as he had anticipated the power of the referral rebates. He suggested spreading the word that their subscription quota was nearing completion, indicating that commissions and rebate rates would be reduced by 1/3 thereafter. Wang Nan was momentarily perplexed. What subscription quota did they even have? However, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the CEO's strategy to instill a sense of urgency in clients who had tasted success, making them feel they might miss out on a golden opportunity. This tactic was frequently employed in real estate pre-sales. I will invest all this money into real estate in Tokyo, and I will not forget your share. Wang Nin nodded vigorously in agreement and reported the progress of another matter to Chen Long. Sir, Hokkaido Bank has indeed succumbed to temptation. Chapter 80. The irresistible temptation of Hokkaido Bank. Oh, is that so? Please elaborate on the situation. Wang Nan, recalling the sequence of events, could not help but reveal a grin that would terrify any child. Humph, this all dates back to my acquaintance with that swindler. Years ago, a rather bizarre fraud case emerged in Tokyo. Someone audaciously targeted the Yakuza for scams. Members of the Yakuza, upon realizing they had been deceived, would refrain from reporting it to the authorities or spreading the word. This emboldened the con artist, eventually leading him to swindle the chairman of the Sumiyoshi Kai, Tonino. Tonino believed the perpetrator to be a wealthy tycoon and readily paid a deposit of 10 million yen. However, the very next day, this chairman from Nanbua vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty office. Though Wang Nan refrained from elaborating, one could easily surmise that Nanbua's deceit was exceptionally sophisticated, managing to ensnare even the notoriously suspicious Tonino. Tonino privately approached me, seeking my assistance in locating this rascal to settle the score. As fate would have it, during an unplanned pursuit, I stumbled upon him at a pachinko parlor. After coercing him into a sack, he began to plead for mercy, claiming he had squandered all the money he had swindled at the gambling tables and requested a loan of 1 million yen to make a comeback. Chen Long, puzzled, inquired, did he not understand the adage that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? Of course, he was aware, yet he could not restrain his urge to gamble. Did you not eliminate him and report back to Tonino? No, killing him would yield me no benefits. I found him quite intriguing, hence I let him go. When you asked me to find the con artist, he was the first to come to mind. When I next located him, he had turned over a new leaf, having given up gambling and acquired a child. Upon explaining my intentions, he readily agreed, with only one stipulation. Regardless of the outcome, we must ensure his child attends the best school in Tokyo until university. Chen Long nodded, deeming this request reasonable. It seemed this fellow was struggling due to being on the Yakuza's wanted list, and, for the sake of his child, had no choice but to re-enter the fray. We rebranded him, transforming him into a somewhat renowned real estate magnate in Tokyo, presenting him as a quintessential success story. To facilitate this, we even opened an account at Hokkaido Bank in his name, with monthly transactions soaring into the tens of millions, even surpassing 1 billion yen. In Hokkaido, he spent lavishly, embarking on extensive acquisitions. Soon, Nanbua became a well-known entrepreneur in the region, mingling with the elite. and everyone speculated about the extent of his wealth and assets. So did Kamida fall for the bait? Not quite so swiftly. One evening, after a few drinks, Nanbua, under the pretense of inebriation, mentioned encountering financial troubles and needing to secure several mortgage loans for a large-scale acquisition. Mortgages are the most favored loan type for banks, being secure and reliable, prompting Kamida to promptly oblige. Before long, Hokkaido was abuzz with news of Nanbua's acquisition of a landmark building, a story we had strategically leaked to create confusion. Not long after, the wealthy Nanbua approached Kamida again, claiming he faced a sudden price increase during the acquisition and required additional funds. However, he also mentioned that his family in Tokyo had encountered a minor issue and offered a bribe of nearly 25 million yen to facilitate matters. At this point, Wang Nen could not help but feel a sense of pride. Kamida, unable to resist the temptation, assured Nanbua that he need not worry, as he would arrange for a 5 billion yen unsecured loan. One success breeds another. I believe it won't be long before we secure a second unsecured loan. Chun-Long praised, stating, "Excellent. Keep up the good work and aim for a loan in the thousands of billions. By the way, let us reward Mr. Nanbua. For every billion yen he borrows, he should receive a bonus of 5 million yen. In a few years, we can offer him and his child a chance to escape to Hong Kong, allowing him to enjoy a life of luxury abroad. However, until then, the child must remain within our sight. Defrauding thousands of billions is merely the first step. Once Nanbua makes a clean getaway, disappearing without a trace, Quan Nuluo can then take center stage. Being defrauded of thousands of billions of yen would undoubtedly be a colossal scandal, and Kamida, wishing to avoid incarceration, would have no choice but to comply with Quan Nuluo's plans. After extracting every ounce of value from Kamida, we would, of course, expose the scandal to the press. Following that, we would short sell Hokkaido Bank stock. Ultimately, we would await the inevitable bankruptcy and liquidation of Hokkaido Bank amidst the real estate bubble. It is at that moment that the Chun family fund would step in for the acquisition. Naturally, to prevent Hokkaido Bank from collapsing into our hands, the Chun family fund could entirely control the negotiation process, imposing exceedingly stringent demands. In this light, Hokkaido Bank truly represents an untapped gold mine awaiting discovery. Chapter 81. A grand event. Nanbua's fame reaches Tokyo. Nanbua discovered his pajamas among a collection of models. As he indulged in a Brazilian cigar and savored cat poop coffee, basking in the winter sunlight, a jarring ringtone shattered the tranquility of the villa. Nanbua leisurely answered the call, where an anxious voice from his subordinate awaited. "Sir, we have a pressing issue." "Why the panic? The sky isn't falling." "What is it? Speak quickly." His subordinate swallowed hard and gathered his thoughts. "The business manager from Tokyo Pacific Bank called to inquire if we need a loan. It seems they wish to engage in a deep collaboration with us." Nanbua was taken aback to hear about Tokyo Pacific Bank. This was not just any local bank. It ranked among the top 15 in the land of the cherry blossoms, with branches across the nation. Had his reputation truly reached Tokyo? Do not panic. This is a positive development. Let us not rush to respond. Allow me some time to ponder before I reply. After hanging up, Nanbua promptly contacted Wang Nan. Wang Nan, too, felt bewildered. He sensed that circumstances were veering toward an uncontrollable direction. If Nanbua's exploits were circulating even in Tokyo, would they eventually be exposed? Furthermore, if the scope of their deceit expanded, did that not imply an exponential increase in risk? Unable to reach a definitive conclusion, he advised Nanbua to remain calm and reported the situation to Chun-Long. "Sir, the situation is as such. Should we consider toning it down?" Ultimately, Wang Nan was merely a novice in this realm, harboring a natural trepidation towards the unknown. Anon, Nanbua's judgment is sound. If he were to decline the collaboration with Tokyo Pacific Bank, what would they think? What would other banks think? However, Wang Nan was concerned that should Nanbua extend his deceitful reach to Tokyo, it might spiral out of control, especially since his footing in Tokyo was tenuous and easily exposed. Chun-Long merely smiled at Wang Nan's worries. In his perspective, these were trivial matters. It was merely about gilding Nanbua's identity further. "I intend to host a grand banquet at the newly purchased estate, where Nanbua will be adorned in finery. I shall announce him as a key collaborator with our Jianing group. Given his social acumen, it will be effortless for him to mingle with prominent figures at the event. Thus, he will naturally ascend to become a rising star in Tokyo and throughout the land of the cherry blossoms." Wang Nan grasped the essence of his superior's intentions. It was akin to their dealings in the underworld. where being extolled by influential figures would lead others to regard him with awe, eager to make his acquaintance, resulting in further accolades in different circles. Before long, his reputation would permeate the entire community. Even those who questioned his prowess would have to reconsider. Of course, this would necessitate expenditure. Periodically demonstrating financial prowess was imperative. The funds required would not come from their own pockets, as they could simply borrow from Hokkaido Bank. Purchasing buildings and wrecking a few luxury cars would be mere trifles, essential investments for substantial returns. Wang Nan relayed the directives from his boss to Nanbua, encapsulated in a single phrase: do not shy away from spending. Aim for grand endeavors. Spending? I excel in that, Nanbua declared confidently. Let us acquire a private jet, a helicopter, and a luxurious yacht. Wang Nan felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his palms. The tally indicated expenditures in the realm of hundreds of billions of yen. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable how he had become such a notorious con artist. His talents were indeed directed towards elevating his own status. At that moment, Nanbua was filled with exhilaration, the thrill of tightrope walking rushing back to him. He had harbored an ambition since childhood, to become a legendary con artist, chronicled in history, with the media clamoring to report on him, creating a sensation throughout the land of the cherry blossoms. He felt no trepidation in defrauding banks and institutions. Proceed as you see fit, and feel free to ask for anything. However, regarding Hokkaido Bank, the boss prefers you to initially decline their offer. Is the boss aiming for a strategy of feigned reluctance? Indeed, agreeing too swiftly would complicate matters. You should visit Tokyo soon. We have secured an invitation to the Jining banquet, and the boss has already arranged connections. The heir of Jining will entrust you with a portion of their business. Nanbua felt a tremor of astonishment. Jining Group was currently the most active real estate developer in the land of the cherry blossoms. The fact that the boss possessed such influence to secure an audience with Jining's heir was remarkable, with Jining's collaboration as a backing. Infiltrating the upper echelons of society in the land of the cherry blossoms would be significantly easier. With that thought, he was filled with anticipation for his trip to Tokyo. He instructed his subordinate, informed the business manager of Tokyo Pacific Bank that I will be attending the Jining business banquet. At present, I do not have time to discuss collaboration. Should he receive an invitation as well, we may converse at the banquet. The business manager of Tokyo Pacific Bank was left dumbfounded. Such an exclusive banquet was only accessible to the highest echelons, including the boss's boss's boss. His eagerness to collaborate with Nanbua intensified. Chapter 82, The Jianing Banquet. A bountiful harvest. On the eve of the Jianing banquet, Wang Nin clandestinely arrived at the newly acquired villa of Boss Chun. Gazing at the opulent main building, adorned as if it were a noble castle, he could not help but marvel at his employer's astonishing wealth. He realized that constructing such an estate was yet another means for Chun Long to flaunt his financial prowess, surpassing even the grandiosity of the notorious South Glass. Lu, who escorted him to the pinnacle of the castle, where Chun Long was sipping tea and admiring the picturesque sunset. Several young models, clad without proper attire, were hastily dismissed. It was then that Wang Nin opened the conversation. Boss, South Glass will arrive in Tokyo today. I have prepared everything he needs, and tomorrow he will make his grand entrance via helicopter before the crowd. Good. I shall have Lu Hu arrange for him to meet with me privately. It will surely pique everyone's interest. The primary purpose of my visit is to report on the progress of Quan Luo Financial over the past 6 months. Chun Long gestured for him to continue. In truth, even without prompting, Chun Long was aware that the progress was quite promising. Quan Luo Financial's products had begun to gain popularity in Tokyo, and even Chun Long had overheard some influential figures discussing the matter, exhibiting a rational demeanor while remaining watchful. It is noteworthy that these individuals are among the elite of the Sakura nation. Their astonishment and indecision indicate that the scheme to attract deposits had already succeeded to a considerable extent. The next step is to wait for the Plaza Accord to provide the wind beneath our wings, igniting this grand scheme. However, as Wang Nan reported an array of data, Chun Long was taken aback. You say there are a total of 2,000 users who have purchased our financial products, with total funds reaching 80 billion yen? The figure of 80 billion yen stirred Chun Long's emotions, considering that this venture had only formally developed for a little over 6 months. In his understanding, the business would only truly explode after the Plaza Accord was signed. Indeed, it is 80 billion yen. We have also acquired several commercial buildings and office towers, as well as residential complexes, a portion of which we plan to use for dividends. distributing them early to users to instill greater confidence in entrusting their funds to us. This is an excellent idea. Have there been any developments regarding financial oversight? Sir, they have shown almost no reaction. Some regulators, upon hearing how quickly we are profiting, have even opened accounts with us in their families' names. Chun Long nodded at this revelation, recognizing that during this period, financial regulations and laws were not as robust as in later years, and the concept of a legal deposit solicitation was virtually non-existent. Furthermore, stories of sudden wealth in Sakura were commonplace, and in the public's eye, Quan Luo was merely seen as a novel financial product, akin to the nascent Bitcoin of future times. Very well. We can now commence the second phase of our grand deception. What? Phase 2, sir? There is a second phase to our plan? Certainly. Our capital acquisition is merely the first step. The second step is to create momentum for Quan Luo's public listing. Only through an IPO can Quan Luo showcase its most audacious spectacle. At that point, we shall simultaneously siphon off private capital while depleting the stock market and financial institutions of their funds. Quan Luo will function as a money-printing machine, continuously generating wealth. The script has already been penned by me. We will inflate the bubble further, with Quan Luo's stock price soaring. We will then enlist a few willing investors to take over, transferring all funds through various means to Hong Kong and the mainland, leaving behind a colossal mess for the subsequent proprietors to deal with. Wang Nan's eyes gradually gleamed with fervor as he envisioned the enormity of the impending bubble surrounding Quan Luo. He fully understood the potency of Quan Luo's products. Once Pandora's box was opened, it would be nearly impossible to close it. A seemingly endless procession of luxury vehicles entered Chun Long's estate. Today's attendees were the elite from both the business and political spheres of the Sakura nation. As the business manager from the Pacific Bank had surmised, his standing was insufficient to even qualify for attendance. The dignitaries present were pivotal figures across various industries. A group of men congregated, discussing little else but wealth and women, with the name South Glass appearing with remarkable frequency in their conversations. They were all intrigued by this suddenly emerged real estate mogul, speculating about the true financial backer behind him. I have heard that his benefactor is the Italian mafia. They surely spend their black money without a second thought. I heard he is the brother of an oil tycoon from the beautiful country, and that all this funding comes from him. Just as the attendees engaged in lively conjecture about South Glass's wealth and the origins of his funds, the sound of helicopter blades reverberated above the castle. A sleek helicopter circled above before gracefully landing on the helipad. That must be South Glass. A throng of individuals rushed forward, eager to gauge the authenticity of South Glass. However, Chun Long's butler politely escorted him aside, and the two engaged in a hushed conversation, the content of which remained undisclosed as South Glass followed the butler into the castle. Humph. I have heard that Chun Long intends to strike a deal with South Glass. The Longhua people are truly insufferable. They always seek to seize opportunities before us. Chapter 83. A group of individuals approached Chun Long to present him with monetary gifts, and it was impossible to refuse them all. Mr. Chun, it is a great honor to meet you, they said. Upon seeing this individual from Nanhua, Chun Long could not help but chuckle. Please, have a seat. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. As he spoke, Chun Long courteously offered him a high-end cigar. However, the Nanhua representative, with an air of pretentiousness, gracefully declined and instead produced two exclusive high-end cigars from his own collection. Mr. Chun, these are the limited edition Spanish cigars from the Habanos company released this year. Each cigar's tobacco has been aged for approximately 3 years, enhancing its flavor profile. Chun Long had learned the art of cigar smoking from Chan Ching-Shum, and he believed that sharing cigars was essential for fostering business relationships. Otherwise, it would be challenging to integrate into this social circle. To his astonishment, Nanhua's ostentation was an attempt to impress him, and it genuinely piqued his interest in the 1984 limited edition. One must not underestimate the significance of that additional label. For certain luxury goods, the phrase regionally limited implies a scarcity that heightens their value. Chun Long graciously accepted the cigar and signaled to the cigar girl to cut the cap and test the draw. Only after lighting it did he hand it to Chun Long. Nanhua observed this meticulous ritual with rapt attention, realizing that his earlier display of pretentiousness was somewhat misplaced. The true connoisseur of life was Chun Long, who even approached cigar smoking with an air of elegance. After dismissing everyone else, Chun Long addressed Nanhua, saying, Nanhua, I have agreed to all the conditions proposed by your boss. You need only watch me operate. Upon hearing this, Nanhua nearly choked on the smoke he had yet to exhale. realizing that Chun-Long was aware of his background. For such a prominent figure to vouch for him, his boss must have made significant sacrifices. He had foolishly thought he had intimidated the other party. Nambwa awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the Sakura bankers below were curious about the conversation unfolding between them and the nature of the impending transaction. Just then, as the host, Chun-Long made a grand entrance on the second floor of the castle. With Nambwa standing beside him, cigar in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your presence at my humble soiree. On this occasion, I would like to formally announce a collaboration. The crowd collectively held their breath. Every investment Chun-Long had made since arriving in Sakura had been substantial, and this solemn announcement was surely no trivial matter. I will join forces with Nambwa to jointly invest 800 billion yen to develop the Tama New City, creating a comfortable new home for hundreds of thousands of urban professionals in Tokyo. A wave of gasps rippled through the audience. Those present were well-informed individuals. The Sakura government intended to incorporate Tama into the core commercial district of Tokyo in its fourth capital area plan. For this purpose, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism had already begun planning a rail network connecting Tokyo to Tama New City, which, once completed, would reduce commuting time between the two locations to under 40 minutes. What does a commuting time of under 40 minutes signify? It means a significant alleviation of the overcrowded city center population, as people would prefer to relocate to a new city with a better environment rather than the already saturated city center, which has little development potential. With official support, the new city would soon acquire additional attributes, evolving into a new business hub. While they were still contemplating their options, Chun-Long and Nambwa had already set their sights on this lucrative opportunity. An investment of 800 billion yen is never a trivial sum, and in today's terms, it amounts to over $4 billion. Such a considerable amount is sufficient to create a new urban area, and given the rising property prices in Sakura, it implies that both companies could reap returns in excess of trillions of yen from this grand project. The prominent figures present seemed to sense the aroma of wealth wafting through the air. The thought of such substantial sums pouring into the pockets of the two men ignited a frenzy of jealousy among them. Why should a Longwa citizen be able to undertake such a monumental project? Why was it not them standing beside Chun-Long? Many began to ponder how they might insert themselves into this lucrative deal, while they may not secure a substantial portion. Perhaps they could at least partake in some of the benefits. In that moment, the gazes of the bankers, financial magnates, and real estate developers shifted towards the two men with a newfound intensity, as if they were gazing upon two gleaming gold mines. A mere pinch could yield bountiful rewards. Nambwa himself felt bewildered. He had not anticipated that the financial backer and Chun-Long were discussing such a grand venture. If he possessed such wealth, there would be no need for effort. He could never exhaust it. Upon re-entering the soiree, Nambwa suddenly became the target of attention from numerous powerful figures. The difference between offering a business card and receiving one is stark. Those who could attend such an event were inundated with people eager to connect with them, proactively offering their business cards. Most of these cards would be casually discarded. Yet now, they were the ones extending their cards, each striving to leave a lasting impression on Nambwa. Bankers sought to initiate loan businesses to earn interest, while real estate developers hoped to secure a piece of the project. Even individuals from other industries wished to befriend this rising star, Nambwa. Nambwa's smile became somewhat rigid and numb as he recognized nearly everyone from Sakura's elite. In the past, deceiving a single individual among them would have ensured a lifetime free from financial worry. Now, he found himself inundated by hundreds. Chapter 84. The four major financial conglomerates. A horned standoff after the soiree concluded, Nambwa drunkenly boarded his private helicopter. However, his exquisite assistant stood by, troubled. As a pivotal member of the team, she was acutely aware of her boss's financial capabilities. While several hundred billion yen might be attainable, the staggering figure of 400 billion was indeed daunting. Bai Shui, she said, what do you suggest we do? With such a significant funding gap. If we cannot meet it, won't we be exposed? The woman known as Bai Shui responded with remarkable composure. You witnessed the scene earlier. We may lack funds, yet we can continue to borrow. Do you believe we merely collect business cards? Each card serves as a stepping stone. It is no longer a matter of us seeking loans. Rather, the banks are eager to lend to us. This information rapidly circulated, expanding throughout the land of Sakura. The nation is home to four major financial empires: Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Yasuda. Their histories trace back to the 17th century, having once monopolized the economic lifeblood of Sakura. However, due to the intervention of the American patriarch, these conglomerates fragmented into independent companies. Yet, post-World War II, these disbanded entities swiftly regained vigor, forming various informal organizations such as the Futabo Association, Mitsubishi Kinyokai, Mitsui Futabo Association, and the Fuyong Association. Gradually, these groups reclaimed their influence, coalescing into formidable financial conglomerates. Among them, the Yasuda Group was the last to recover. It wasn't until 1966, led by Fuji Bank, that they began to unite the original Yasuda enterprises into the Fuyong Association. The Yasuda financial conglomerate thus transformed into the Fuyong Consortium. At this juncture, the chairman, Yasuda Shino, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Despite his achievements, nothing could provoke such a degree of disarray within him. This turmoil stemmed from the Fuyong Consortium's lack of significant accomplishments in the Fourth Capital Region Plan. The expansion of the capital area by 50 meters was undoubtedly a grand opportunity, with prime locations like Tama, Saitama, Yokohama, and Chiba forming the core. This quartet, referred to as the first tier, lies a mere 20 meters from Tokyo. Beyond them lay the second tier, radiating outward from these cores. What exacerbated his anxiety was the fact that the prime land in Tama New City had already been preemptively claimed by Jianing and Nanbua. Even the four major conglomerates were belatedly mobilizing their efforts for the remaining 3 cores and the 7 new cities in the second tier. In this race, the established conglomerates displayed their inherent advantages, leveraging their substantial financial resources to secure the core new cities. Meanwhile, Yasuda Shino awkwardly realized that the Fuyong Consortium had fallen behind once more, unable to secure the critical territories, lagging in the competition for the 3 major cities. In contrast, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo had established their core development projects in Yokohama and other key areas. This situation filled Yasuda Shino with profound humiliation. Falling behind once was already a disgrace, but consistently trailing was intolerable. Rumors circulated that the ranking among the financial conglomerates of Sakura would soon be reshuffled, with the Fuyong Consortium likely to be surpassed by the Sana Consortium. For the Yasuda family, this was an unbearable indignity. Whether the original 4 would transform into 5, or if a 5th conglomerate would emerge, were both scenarios he found hard to accept. Pondering this, he felt a disarray in his own strategy. Much of this setback could be attributed to the Fuyong Information Department, which had only reacted after the announcement of the Tama New City plan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had heard that Jianing and Nambo Group were still in the process of raising funds to expand into the second tier. Could he not seize an opportunity to gain a share by injecting capital? Energized by this notion, he eagerly sought to connect with Gao Ming, the vice president of Jianing Company. Upon receiving Yasuda Shino's call, Gao Ming was not particularly surprised. Prior to this, several banks, including major private ones, had expressed interest in investment. However, Gao Ming had firmly rejected them, stating, "I regret to inform you, President Yasuda, that our company is in a robust financial position. We are only open to cooperative arrangements involving loans, and discussions of capital investment are unnecessary." Yasuda Shino felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated this outcome. With such a substantial opportunity at stake, why would they share it with someone they were not closely associated with? However, I believe you could inquire with Nambo Investment Group. There may still be a chance for collaboration, Gao Ming suggested. Very well, thank you for your advice, Yasuda Shino replied before ending the call. A smirk crept onto Gao Ming's face. Yasuda Shino was clearly grasping at straws. Upon collaborating with Nanbua, he soon discovered that the company exuded an air of peculiarity, and after reporting back to his junior boss, he realized it was merely a shell company. The junior boss revealed an even more alarming truth. From the outset, I had no intention of aiding in the development of Tama New City. Land acquired with borrowed funds can simply be held back in construction progress, allowing for a significant increase in land value before selling it off in a few years. Chapter 85. The Frantic Leverage. By Shue. Under the snow in the realm of Shinma, Qianlong invested nearly 120 billion Japanese yen, all sourced from loans obtained from banks and financial institutions. Once the land was acquired, Gao Ming busily set about mortgaging these parcels to secure funding for further acquisitions. The first tier of developable land was indeed dwindling, yet Qianlong showed no disdain for the less desirable plots that remained. Even the second tier fell within the ambit of his expansion aspirations. With the date for signing the Plaza Agreement with the small Rizi on the horizon, he felt compelled to intensify his efforts. Securing the land was paramount. Qianlong harbored a premonition that his actions would hasten the forthcoming moves of the capital from my Liguo. His extensive land-grabbing activities in Ma had already reached Hong Kong, and should such a colossal expenditure occur there, it would hardly raise eyebrows. However, when transpiring in foreign lands, it offered the Li family in Hong Kong another opportunity to attack Qianlong and Jianing Group. The general public found this situation astonishing. Hong Kong had just emerged from its most arduous period, making it a time ripe for investment. Yet, Jianing Group was perceived as squandering shareholders' funds in Sakura while aiding the construction of a new city for the small Rizi. While some viewed this as a form of admiration for foreign culture, others labeled it as treachery. As public sentiment began to sway again, Chan Ching-Shum was compelled to personally intervene and dispel the rumors. With patience, he explained to the masses that the primary investor was Nanbo Company, of which they were merely a partner, and that the funds utilized were predominantly raised locally by the Sakura branch. Only then did the public relent in its attempts to short Jianing Group. However, the stock price continued its descent, beleaguered by negative press. Consequently, Chan Ching-Shum lamented over a transoceanic phone call. "My dear son, can we not take a more understated approach? With your current strategy, Jianing will inevitably find itself in dire straits again. And borrowing such a substantial sum, could this not lead to significant issues? Father, rest assured. We have merely increased the leverage to tenfold, and I believe doubling it again poses no concern," Qianlong responded. Just as Chan Ching-Shum contemplated relief, the gravity of his son's words struck him. "How much? You have escalated it to tenfold." Initially, Qianlong and Gao Mi had ventured to Tokyo with $1.8 billion US dollars, which meant that tenfold leverage equated to $18 billion. The realization prompted a sharp intake of breath from Chan Ching-Shum. He considered his own 100 billion Hong Kong dollar debt to be extravagant, yet his son had accrued nearly 200 billion in a mere short span since arriving in Sakura. "Father, it may be too late to withdraw now. We must continue borrowing, taking risks to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle," Qianlong asserted. Amused by his son's audacity, Chan Ching-Shum marveled at the newfound assertiveness of his offspring. Though he recognized that intervention at this juncture was beyond his capacity, it was evident that Jianing's survival was not solely attributable to his efforts. "I am at a loss for words. If all else fails, Father, trust me, I have a strong feeling that my Liguo will soon make its move. My emergence is no mere flutter of a butterfly's wings. It has directly accelerated the Sakura nation's official planning for the fourth iteration of the Tokyo Circle. This suggests that within a few years, Tokyo will ascend to become one of the most magnificent and bustling cities globally. Moreover, the once cautious Western capital will undoubtedly be unable to resist participating in a parallel narrative, and Tian Xinji, having been politely declined by Gao Ming, promptly contacted Nanbo Group in hopes of discussing potential collaboration. After finally reaching someone, he was met with the assistant's curt response. "We sincerely apologize, Mr. N. The chairman of Nanbo is fully booked for the foreseeable future. If you have urgent matters, I can relay your message." Realizing that Nanbo had become a target for numerous capital hunters, and Tian Xinji recognized that his grand consortium's reputation had dimmed. "Oh, in that case, Ms. Bai Xue, I will personally visit. I appreciate your assistance." Within the confines of Nanbo, confusion reigned. "Bai Xue? That is in Tian Xinji, the president of the Furong Chamber of Commerce. You." Nanbo quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming in surprise, "Bai Xue, are you attempting to tantalize in Tian's interests to gain the upper hand in future negotiations? Are you not concerned that he may lose patience or feel insulted by our perceived arrogance? Indeed, we never anticipated any collaboration with the four major consortiums. If that is the case, let us be bold. Even if he does not come, our losses will be negligible, would they not? True, it is they who seek collaboration with us, and we must maintain our stature. Otherwise, we risk inciting their wariness and suspicion." Nanbo found himself reassessing the capabilities of this dragon descendant assistant, who, despite being the last to join the team, exhibited remarkable intelligence and adept interpersonal skills. A thought of nurturing a successor began to form in his mind. "Shouldn't Tian take the bait, Bai Xue, you shall receive a substantial bonus, and I will speak highly of you before the BOSS." Bai Xue excitedly turned to leave, her face soon adorned with a smile that was difficult to decipher. Chapter 86. The Abandoned Building Plan of Nanbo, a New Business Alliance? Mr. and Tian sat languidly in the upscale reception room of Nanbo Company, idly stirring his coffee while occasionally glancing at his mechanical watch. Upon the opening of the reception room door, he instinctively rose to his feet. A group of workers hurriedly stood up as well to greet the bustling entourage from Nanbois. "Mr. and Tian, I sincerely apologize for making you wait," one of them said. And Tian, who had grown impatient from the wait, could only respond with a smile. "Mr. Nanbois, your official duties keep you busy. It is we who have interrupted your schedule." Previously, Nanbois had tasked Bai Shui with investigating the new and Tian Shinobu. The mere association with the surname was indeed somewhat imposing, as the Fujiyama, Furong, consortium's predecessor was the financial empire. However, the president of the Furong Association and chairman of Fujiyama Bank was merely a branch of the family. Despite this, Nanbois did not treat him lightly, as he was at least the visible executor of their plans. It was likely that the stakeholders were pressing him too hard, otherwise, he would not be seeking collaboration with Nanbois Company. "We have assessed Nanbois Company's land in Madwa and other areas, and we are optimistic about your development potential." And Tian's interest in Nanbois' projects was unmistakable, his eyes betraying a raw jealousy. He believed that it would not be long before towering buildings would rise in those locations, akin to unmined gold mines awaiting discovery. "We are willing to fully undertake the development costs of these projects, but we seek a 50-50 profit-sharing arrangement." Such was Tian's ambition. He understood that Nanbois Company could not independently bear the burden of so many projects and would inevitably need to raise funds from society. By taking the initiative, he would undoubtedly save Nanbois considerable time and eliminate intermediary steps. Although asking for half of the profits was a bit excessive, he felt confident that Nanbois would not refuse. Time is money. The sooner they commence, the sooner they reap rewards. Nanbois was certainly aware of this. Feeling that he had grasped Nanbois' mindset, and Tian considered himself quite astute. Should this collaboration materialize, it would secure the reputation of the Furong Association while allowing them to obtain profits not inferior to those of other firms. Coupled with the projects of the Furong Consortium, they would undoubtedly surpass the fifth-ranked Sana. Indeed, Tian noticed a look of internal conflict on Nanbois' face. It appeared that Nanbois was deep in thought. In order to fully showcase his acting prowess, Nanbois took a considerable time before finally stating, "I must consult with my investors. Please wait a moment, Mr. Tian." With that, he left the room, seeking refuge in another office. Once alone, Nanbois chuckled to himself. And Tian's proposal was precisely in line with his desires. He could readily utilize the funds from the Furong Association to further expand his land holdings. As for the construction projects, if progress was slow, who would really care? Eventually, he would mortgage all the land to cash in a substantial sum. Even if the people from the Fujiyama Consortium discovered the scheme midway, it would not pose a significant issue. At that point, they would be in a dilemma, either abandon the projects or continue funding them. Which would they choose? He meticulously conveyed his plan to his superior, Wang Nan, who relayed it to Chen Long. Chen Long deemed the plan sound, recognizing that these projects could not possibly be completed within 5 years. Mortgaging during the peak of land prices was, in his opinion, the wisest choice. He responded affirmatively, "Let us proceed according to Tian's plan. It aligns perfectly with our prior intentions." The thought that these projects would eventually falter following the real estate bubble brought an inexplicable thrill to Chen Long. With his proposal approved, Tian promptly returned to the reception room. Amidst the attentive silence of the Furong Consortium delegation, he earnestly declared, "President Tian, may our cooperation be fruitful." The room erupted in joyous cheers of celebration. Tian excitedly embraced Nanbois, as if he were clutching a lucrative cash cow. "Nanbois-kun, you have land, and we have capital. I believe this is a mutually beneficial partnership." Nanbois, showcasing his acting skills, nodded vigorously, his hopeful gaze almost speaking volumes. To amend the previously dismal atmosphere, Tian convened a press conference. In the presence of numerous media outlets, both parties signed a collaboration agreement worth a staggering 500 billion yen. The Nanbois Group and Fujiyama Bank and Tian Bank officially became strategic partners. The image of their handshake became the headline news of the day's business section. This development sent ripples of concern through several other major consortiums. The Nanbois Group was a strategic partner of Jinning Sakura, and now the Furong Consortium had also aligned itself with Nanbois, creating an unspoken consensus regarding the Moduo New City. A colossal business alliance was slowly emerging, one that threatened the standing of the largest consortium, Mitsubishi. In response to the looming commercial competition hidden beneath the surface, Mitsubishi even relinquished some of its overseas acquisition plans to join the fray for Tokyo's second-tier market. Observing the Furong Consortium's frenzied land acquisitions, Chen Long felt a sense of bewilderment. It was known that Sakura's survival post-real estate bubble was largely supported by their overseas assets. With his emergence, these major consortiums had altered their expansion strategies, which could imply a far larger bubble was on the horizon. Chapter 87. In Tion's delight, whispers in the wind. The real estate companies such as Sanshing, Mitsui, and Sumitomo found themselves in disarray, embroiled in fierce competition over minor plots within the second-tier market. Naturally, Tion Xing was immensely pleased, reveling in the chaos. Previously, he had been so anxious that he considered rolling up his sleeves to seize the land himself. Now, witnessing others engage in a commercial battle over a parcel of land, he could not help but take delight in their misfortune. Each day, he yearned to converse with Nanbo for a few moments. However, as time passed, he began to sense something amiss. Funds were being dispatched incessantly, yet no construction activity was visible on the site. Consequently, he made a special trip to the Nanbo group. Miss Bai Shui, you are as radiant as ever. May I inquire if Mr. Nanbo is available? As a strategic partner. And Tion felt as though he had returned home upon visiting the Nanbo headquarters. Bai Shui greeted him with a dazzling smile. Mr. Tion, do you have something of importance? Unfortunately, Mr. Nanbo has just departed for Hokkaido on his private jet and may not return to Tokyo for some time. Is that so? It's nothing urgent, merely. Have our collaborative projects been delayed in commencement? Bai Shui, possessing remarkable intelligence, had already devised a response. She feigned an expression of sudden realization and whispered, haven't you heard? Rumors abound in Tokyo that the beautiful nation's parliament intends to initiate trade protection. Upon hearing this, Tion's heart sank. This unexpected news caught him off guard, and he inwardly cursed the Furong Information Department for allowing such critical information to slip through their fingers, only to be learned from a rival. Having previously suffered losses in this regard, Tion's eyes reddened with frustration. He desperately wished to reprimand the person responsible for gathering intelligence and then cast them into the depths of the sea. This information was of paramount importance. The Sakura nation had made significant strides in foreign trade and expansion, rapidly ascending to become the world's leading trading power. Therefore, major conglomerates had thus reaped substantial profits. Yet their unchecked development had severely impacted the interests of the beautiful nation. At present, the beautiful nation was the largest international market and the foremost buyer of their goods. Should the beautiful nation resolutely decide to enact trade protections, raising tariffs and restricting their investments, to whom would they sell their electronic and high-tech products? Moreover, once the beautiful nation took action, other countries would likely follow suit. And Tion could already envision their products languishing unsold, accumulating at the ports. With the production lines they had expanded over the years yielding little to no returns. The impending economic downturn would inevitably lead to the collapse of numerous enterprises reliant on foreign trade. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Could this be the reason for Nanbo's inactivity? And Tion nodded. The actions of his partner were undoubtedly wise. If the beautiful nation instituted trade protections and the economy declined, launching large-scale construction could lead to unnecessary losses. His heart was a tumult of emotions, and he found himself lacking the will to remain at the Nanbo group. After bidding Bai Shui farewell, he hurriedly departed. Deliberately avoiding Tion, Nanbo emerged from the shadows of the office. Bai Shui, where did you hear those intriguing remarks? Oh, I simply conjured them up on a whim. BOSS, you didn't take them seriously, did you? Indeed, you startled me just now. I was contemplating whether to make a call and prepare for an overseas escape. Nanbo genuinely admired Bai Shui. Even he had been momentarily deceived, and he presumed that Tion, believing her words, would remain quiet for a while. As he summoned several assistants to engage in indoor golf, Bai Shui stepped outside to make a phone call. Sir, I have conveyed your words to Tion. Very well, continue to observe Nanbo. Upon returning, Tion felt increasingly unsettled. He summoned the head of the information department, berated him severely, and instructed him to immediately investigate whether similar circumstances truly existed. The results were shocking. Mr. Tion, there are indeed proposals from members of the beautiful nation's parliament seeking to implement widespread trade protection. Furthermore, discussions surrounding the threats posed by chips to national security are gaining traction. If such proposals were to pass, it would deal a devastating blow to the Sakura nation's foreign trade, particularly concerning electronic products, which would become prime targets for retaliation. His anxiety peaked to an unprecedented level. With so many members of parliament, he could not possibly engage each one, especially considering the formidable capital backing them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This was not solely his concern. It was imperative to unite with more conglomerates and collaborate with the Sakura cabinet to devise countermeasures. Yet, others should have been aware of this information. Why had there been no response until now? And Tian did not dwell on it. He proactively arranged a meeting with prominent financial groups in the Sakura nation, intending to collectively strategize a response. Chapter 88. The well-informed President Yasuda. Following the issuance of President Yasuda's invitation, immediate attention was drawn from various commercial associations. At present, the Furong Association is flourishing, and Yasuda Shinosuk would not hastily convene a meeting without pressing matters to discuss. Presidents of numerous associations, including Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and Sanwa, arrived with a hint of curiosity. Among them was Chun Long, representing Jining Inghua, prominently included in this gathering. Perhaps Yasuda sought an ally. Or perhaps Chun Long's appearance evoked an image of a compliant citizen. In any case, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom found himself amidst the upper echelons of the Little Sun country. Wherever there are people, there exists a network of relationships. Not all harbored goodwill towards Chun Long. Those capable of leading associations are often astute individuals, and they mask their animosity behind a veneer of cordiality while subtly distancing themselves from him. Whispers circulated regarding the purpose of Yasuda's summons. The attendees were all significant figures, which instilled a sense of apprehension. Chun Long, however, was well aware that Bai Shui's warning had indeed played a pivotal role. Yasuda did not keep the assembly waiting for long, soon appearing in a kimono at the venue. He greeted the crowd and introduced a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance holds a prestigious position in Sakura country, overseeing fiscal matters, managing departmental budgets, and, most crucially, controlling the central bank, a department of immense power. Before the assembly of tycoons, the official did not dare to act arrogantly. He spoke softly, "Esteemed presidents, I am Kuroda Homii, the current Minister of Finance." The assembly merely nodded in acknowledgement, not placing significant value on this ministerial figure. Chun Long, however, regarded him thoughtfully. The position of minister is subordinate only to the vice ministers, and there are merely 2 vice ministers in the ministry. Nevertheless, Chun Long did not dwell on him too long, as he typically interacted with figures of ministerial rank. The president of Mitsubishi bluntly asked, "Yasuda, why have you summoned us for such urgent matters? Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" The almost accusatory tone irked Yasuda, but given the gravity of his own circumstances, he patiently responded. "The reason for gathering you all is that I have learned of a concerning development. The beautiful nation intends to implement trade protection measures, and there is a possibility of further economic sanctions against us." His words cast a pall over the assembly, eliciting expressions of deep contemplation. "Yasuda-kun, from where did you hear such news?" one inquired. "Indeed, this is no trivial matter. President Yasuda, you must not speak carelessly." Observing the puzzled expressions on many faces, Yasuda felt a sense of satisfaction. He cast the compiled data gathered by his subordinates onto the conference table. "You can ascertain the truth for yourselves." Yasuda had put considerable effort into ensuring the credibility of his claims, conducting a thorough investigation into the inclinations of parliamentary members and the public sentiment in the beautiful nation towards Sakura. The results were indeed alarming. Some scholars had even pointed out in academic reports that the trade deficit faced by the beautiful nation regarding Sakura reached a staggering $11.2 billion, constituting 1/3 of the total deficit. The beautiful nation's economy has significantly declined, and many politicians have shifted the blame for economic woes onto Sakura. Particularly, numerous entrepreneurs in the beautiful nation, having lost to Sakura's conglomerates in competition, have become staunch advocates of trade protectionism. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Members of the House of Representatives are attempting to advance proposals for trade protection, Yasuda continued. If this persists, our prospects will be grim. The Assembly of Little Sun representatives nodded in unison, recognizing the critical importance of the beautiful nation's market, especially considering the tariffs directed solely at them. Should the beautiful nation, as a dominant power, impose sanctions, their former allies would likely follow suit. This would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. A conservative wave of protectionism is gaining momentum, representing a regression from global trade. The so-called ideals of free trade and globalization are merely instruments wielded by the beautiful nation to open the doors of other countries. The attendees were acutely aware of this reality. Their indignation felt utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming authority. the conglomerates found themselves at an impasse. Kuroda Homei of the Ministry of Finance lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly devoid of viable solutions. In the past, they could have relied on financial influence and public relations to navigate such issues. However, this time, their adversary was the powerful Western financial conglomerates. Qianlong recognized that it was his moment to speak. He cleared his throat, and all eyes turned towards him. You, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, wish to interfere in our national affairs? The president of Mitsubishi remarked with irritation. If you find this discussion dull, you may take your leave. Do not squander our time on trivialities. President Mitsubishi, therein lies your error. Although I am not a Sakura native, all my business activities are conducted in Tokyo. I am already a part of the Sakura interest group. In light of such significant upheaval, I too wish to contribute to your nation. Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging Qianlong's position as an ally. What precisely do you intend to propose? If it is mere drivel, please do not waste our time. Qianlong smiled and replied, esteemed colleagues, the animosity of the beautiful nation's large enterprises towards us stems primarily from their disadvantaged position in international trade. If we can convince them that competition is fair, the issues will naturally resolve themselves. And how can we convince them of fair competition, even allowing them to gain a slight advantage? Yasuda voiced the question that lingered in everyone's mind. By depreciating the US dollar, thereby enhancing its competitive edge in international trade. If the dollar weakens, it will become cheaper for foreign entities to purchase raw materials and goods from the beautiful nation, significantly benefiting exports. This will facilitate the reappearance of American products on shelves worldwide. Kuroda Homei's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we actively sell off our dollars and encourage the appreciation of the yen? Chapter 89. You truly are the most loyal friend of the empire indeed. That is the essence of the matter. We shall voluntarily concede a portion of our interests and humbly bow our heads. It is unnecessary for the beautiful nation to engage in a mutually destructive endeavor. Voluntarily conceding? Humbly bowing our heads. The assembly furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation as they reminisced about the days of suffering they had endured. Presently, the GDP of the beautiful nation is thrice that of theirs. From any perspective, once the trade protection policies are enacted, they will bear the brunt of the consequences. This could even precipitate a severe economic recession, erasing the achievements they have made in the electronics and electrical sectors. However, by humbly bowing and relinquishing a modicum of benefits, a win-win situation could be achieved. They would avoid the punitive measures of the beautiful nation while continuing their foreign trade, thus creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Yet, not everyone present shared this clarity of thought. If the value of the dollar were to decline, their advantageous exchange rates would vanish. Would their products continue to sell as they always had in foreign markets? Kuroda Fumiyoshi found this proposal quite appealing. As long as everyone present supported it, their Ministry of Finance could actively promote this initiative. Mr. Chun, have you considered that if our yen appreciates, our current standing in international trade might be usurped by other nations? The chairman of Mitsubishi raised his doubts, which were immediately echoed by many in the room. Indeed, should the yen appreciate, their export advantages would dissipate. Who would willingly spend more dollars to purchase their products? For instance, in the international automobile market, their greatest competitor is the Federal Republic of Germany. If the dollar price of their cars increases, consumers would undoubtedly prefer to buy German-made vehicles. Others followed suit, presenting additional examples, deepening their collective anxiety. Allowing the beautiful nation to benefit was an unavoidable concession, yet it did not imply they would permit countries inferior to them to supplant their position in international trade. This was simply unacceptable to them. The chairman of Mitsubishi felt a twinge of pride. Although Qianlong had stolen some of his thunder, he felt discomfort. Yet the question raised had clearly cast doubt on Qianlong's credibility among the attendees. In truth, addressing this issue was relatively simple. Upon hearing Qianlong's remarks, the room fell into silence. If they could coordinate with other nations to control exchange rates, collectively dumping dollars to buy back their own currencies, would that not suffice? Achieving this would grant the dollar an absolute advantage in international trade, and the beautiful nation would undoubtedly be the staunchest supporter. Kuroda Fumiyoshi could not help but lead the applause. Sir, your proposal is truly remarkable. This way, everyone has a share to fulfill. If appreciation is to occur, let it be a collective endeavor, and all problems will be swiftly resolved. In the face of the crowd's adulation, Qianlong merely smiled. In the annals of history, when confronted with the rising tide of trade protectionism from the beautiful nation, the Sakura nation actively participated in the Plaza Accord. becoming one of its most vigorous proponents. Within a week of signing the Plaza Accord, it voluntarily sold off $6 billion, resulting in an 11% depreciation of the dollar against the yen, making it the nation with the most substantial sell-off and the greatest devaluation. Yet, Chen Long understood that this was a Pandora's box. The Sakura nation has a penchant for extremes. Once it tasted the sweetness of yen appreciation, it would be difficult to rein in the momentum. Initially, they agreed on a 10 to 12 appreciation, but 2 years later, it surged by 200. The open and entirely free foreign exchange market allowed speculators to reap rewards, leading to a significant influx of capital into the Sakura nation. Foreign investments flocked to the sectors that offered the quickest returns and most rapid appreciation, particularly in real estate. Who among them would complain about an overflowing account? Almost all Sakura enterprises transformed into speculators. Even those engaged in real industry began to dabble in numerical games, becoming utterly entranced in the game of passing the flower and beating the drum. The attendees clearly had not considered the long-term implications. Even the chairman of Mitsubishi, who had always been somewhat sardonic towards Chen Long, firmly patted his shoulder and expressed in an exceedingly admiring tone, "Mr. Chen, you truly are the most loyal friend of the Sakura people. You have helped us resolve a significant dilemma." Chen Long smiled modestly, yet internally felt a profound sense of revulsion. Had it not been for the desire to expedite the process of the agreement and reap greater profits, would he have needed to stoop so low? Observing Chen Long surrounded by admirers, and Tian felt that calling him today had undoubtedly been a sagacious move. His ally had garnered the approval of their competitors, and he could not help but feel a sense of pride. The higher the status of this ally, the more formidable their coalition would become. Kuroda Fumiyoshi approached him and quietly asked, "Mr. N, could you kindly introduce me to Mr. Chen Long? I would like to make his acquaintance." Chapter 90. Followers, eroding the cabinet, and Tian paid little heed to Kuroda Fumaki's request, casually remarking, "Here is his business card. If you need anything, you may contact him directly." Kuroda accepted Chen Long's card, which was indeed remarkable. Crafted from an unknown material, it felt cool to the touch and exhibited remarkable resilience. The mere appearance of this card suggested a considerable cost. Contemplating this, he hastened to catch up with Chen Long. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen." Upon hearing the call from behind, Chen Long paused. "Director Kuroda, is there something you wish to discuss?" To be frank, he recognized the Deputy Minister of the Treasury, and he did not regard a mere chief director with much significance. "Mr. Chen, I hope you will pardon my boldness in inquiring about a few matters." Chen Long gestured for him to proceed. "Why do you choose to assist us in strategizing?" Kuroda's eyes gleamed with admiration, even tinged with a hint of fervor, sending a chill down Chen Long's spine. He pondered if this individual might be developing a sense of reverence towards him due to a few words. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Long. His current actions in Yinghua were primarily driven by a strategy of acquisition. When interests align, there is naturally no issue. However, in scenarios where interests diverge, dissent is inevitable. What if he could seduce a few of his own to elevate them to higher positions? This chief director seemed a fitting candidate. Positioned just below 2 deputy ministers in the Treasury, although nearly 10 individuals held equal status, he was still in the prime of his life, with opportunities for advancement not entirely out of reach. The prospect of rising to the head of state was not beyond possibility. With this thought, Chen Long tentatively remarked, "Our interests are intertwined. We rise and fall together. If you seek a deeper rationale, I genuinely cannot abide the facade of certain individuals from the United States who proclaim freedom, openness, and human rights while caring little for the welfare of others." Kuroda was visibly shaken. Such bold rhetoric was rare in the upper echelons of Yinghua society. There were numerous reasons for animosity towards the United States, and the current economic prosperity had significantly bolstered the confidence of some. They had triumphed over European powers economically, psychologically returning to the era of the Meiji Restoration and the venture into Europe, stirring ambitions within certain circles. Kuroda was among them. He understood profoundly the strength of Yinghua's economy and sensed that this might be the optimal moment for the empire's resurgence. Given a modicum of time, they would no longer be beholden to the United States. Regrettably, some in the United States had begun to perceive them as a threat. His earlier praise of Chen Long's remarks stemmed from the fact that Chen had proposed a rather restrained strategy, believing their concessions would lull the Americans into complacency. The reputation of the Yinghua people for their patience was well known, making this plan particularly appealing to him. He regarded Mr. Chen as a genius, for in just 2 sentences, He had presented them with a new opportunity for survival, igniting his admiration. You are correct. The Americans have indeed been rather overbearing. Chen Long nodded subtly, sensing his intuition was accurate. This Treasury official was a potential adversary of the United States. He further guided, in truth, we are not devoid of opportunities for retaliation. Oh, do you mean? There were some things I felt were inappropriate to disclose in a public setting. We could continuously sell off dollars, significantly elevating the yen's exchange rate against the dollar. Are you suggesting we should substantially attract foreign capital to invest in Inghua? Indeed. Simultaneously, we could leverage the yen's appreciation to acquire assets in the United States, ultimately. Purchasing the United States. Purchasing the United States. Kuroda nearly exclaimed, startled. Realizing the attention he had drawn, he quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice. Is that truly feasible? Certainly. It is feasible, but it requires the Treasury to operate discreetly. The American capitalists desire a decline in the dollar. Will your Chin family not facilitate that? When the yen rises, those discontented with their share will inevitably venture into the American real estate market. Chen Long spoke the truth. By the late 1980s, 10 of American real estate had been acquired by the Inghua, with a remarkable portion of Los Angeles real estate held by them. In Hawaii, they owned a significant majority of hotels and luxury residences. Kuroda was astute and an expert in economics. He mentally calculated the implications, his eyes brightening with ambition. Sir, thank you for your enlightening guidance. I now know what steps to take. Although they had only just met, Kuroda had already begun to regard Mr. Chun as a life mentor. Excellent. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, he produced a golden business card from his pocket, which was evidently crafted with even greater finesse than the one Tian had held. Kuroda received it with utmost reverence, cradling it as a precious treasure. Chapter 91. A fortunate bet. Rapidly accumulating bubbles in the ensuing 2 days, Kuroda Fumio busied himself drafting a response document, frequently soliciting Chen Long's insights. Who is Chen Long? A sagacious individual who has lived 2 lifetimes. His suggestions invariably imbued Kuroda with a refreshing perspective. Sir, is it truly unnecessary to affix your name to this report? Indeed, it is unnecessary. As a citizen of the Long Kingdom, including my name would invite unwarranted criticism, ultimately hindering the implementation of policy. Kuroda nodded gravely, once again impressed by Chen Long's selfless magnanimity. If everyone emulated Mr. Chen, we, the people of Dongzhou, would no longer endure the oppression from Meili. Chen Long chuckled. One should not underestimate Kuroda Fumio. After spending some time together, Chen Long discerned that Kuroda possessed remarkable ambition, with insights and capabilities surpassing those of the 2 deputy ministers. His ascension to the position of prime minister was not solely the result of familial support, but rather a testament to his personal acumen. Securing the task of consolidating the conglomerate's opinions was indicative of his prowess. Upon submitting his report, Kuroda garnered the endorsement of the majority within the cabinet, catching a cadre of currency experts off guard. The previously undecided position of the leader of the Special Currency Reform Group was soon conferred upon him. What extent of power does this group wield? Kuroda Fumio would partake in negotiations with the G5 summit, effectively becoming the de facto leader for the Sakura faction. This organization was not a mere temporary assembly. Its authority extended to utilizing Sakura's dollar reserves, with the capacity to adjust exchange rates at will. The report received unanimous approval from the Meili country's Department of Commerce and the Federal Reserve. They, too, favored the progression of global trade, as their original intent was to flood the market with goods worldwide. The proposal furnished by the Japanese facilitated an orderly depreciation of the dollar. Kuroda's plan constituted a mutually beneficial arrangement, and the other nations displayed remarkable discretion, refraining from dissent. However, regarding the sale of dollar shares, they unanimously concurred that since the agreement was initiated by the Sakura faction, it should bear the brunt of the responsibility. Ultimately, a fresh Plaza Accord was born. To achieve a 12 to 15 depreciation of the dollar within 2 months, the G5 member states committed to selling a total of $23 billion, with Japan and Meili each assuming 30, Germany 12, and the remainder shouldered by England and France. Initially, when this agreement was signed, people were unaware of its implications. It wasn't until over 2 months later that the exchange rate of the yen to the dollar surged to 199.1. Kuroda's team exceeded expectations, allowing the dollar to depreciate by 17 relative to the yen. The $7 billion sold found eager buyers, resulting in an influx of approximately 1. 5 trillion yen into Sakura's financial market. This influx catalyzed Wang Nan's establishment of several residential finance companies, institutions that could be simply understood as non-bank entities providing home loans to individuals. Wang Nan proactively approached these yen purchasers, assuring them of high interest rates to attract their investments. These funds were then channeled to Nambwa Group. Indeed, without collateral, Nambwa had become a high-risk client in the eyes of banks. The residential finance companies had fewer qualms. High-quality clients remained in the hands of major banks, leaving them to cater to high-risk demographics, including land development firms with ties to organized crime and speculative real estate groups. With the funds acquired, Nambwa Group once again purchased land on the outskirts of the Tokyo metropolitan area, resulting in yet another surge in property prices. Gao Ming was utterly astounded. The rise in Tokyo's real estate prices left him both exhilarated and apprehensive. With this new wave of inflation, their fixed property investments had appreciated to a staggering 60 trillion yen, while their debts, leveraging a mere tenfold, amounted to only 40 trillion. After accounting for interest, their net profit reached 18 trillion yen, equivalent to $9 billion. Naturally, as the values of core Tokyo properties continued to ascend, this figure would perpetually climb. As property prices surged, so too did the exchange rate of the yen. This was indeed a case of reaping multiple rewards. Only at this juncture did Gao Ming begin to realize the gravity of the situation. Boss, it is my excessive caution that has cost us dearly. Had we leveraged up to 20 times? In this calculation, Gao Ming felt the sting of lost opportunities. Are you still anxious now? What is there to be anxious about? I only lament not having taken on more loans at that time. Gao Ming had long been wary of high leverage, fearing that a downturn in property prices would spell disaster for Jining Sakura. However, the situation had transformed. Jining Sakura's rental operations had flourished, yielding robust cash flow. Even should a day arise when cash flow falters, they would not find themselves insolvent. They could simply liquidate some assets to weather the storm. Even without releasing a financial report, the four major conglomerates were acutely aware that Chun Long had amassed a fortune. During this period, they had sold numerous aging buildings to Jining, and to claim they had no regrets would be disingenuous. Chapter 92. The fifth largest real estate developer? Gao Ming let out a sigh of relief, for Chun Long was not any different. During times of overwhelming debt, he too had experienced unease. The fear that history might veer into an uncontrollable trajectory due to his presence was daunting. Such concerns were not unfounded, as wealth and power still held sway. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Fortunately, he had performed admirably, with the capital behind the Federal Reserve not obstructing his progress. Boss, shall we promote ourselves? Gao Ming inquired, but Chun Long shook his head in response. The more one lacks something, the more one yearns to embellish oneself. Now that he was genuinely affluent, it was prudent to adopt a more discreet demeanor. We are not a publicly listed company. Quiet prosperity is sufficient. We shall maintain our current status, nurture our property management team, and strive to remain inconspicuous. Gao Ming nodded in comprehension, aware of his employer's concerns. After all, they were associated with foreign capital, and the local populace could be insular. Excessive arrogance in another's domain could invite uncontrollable repercussions. However, events often unfold differently from one's expectations. The more Chun Long desired to remain low-key, the more the media fixated on Jia Ning-Inghua. The catalyst for Jia Ning-Inghua's rise to prominence was a report regarding the scale of Tokyo's real estate developers, published in a highly authoritative industry magazine. This publication, while rather niche, boasted annual sales under 10,000 copies across Japan, primarily sustained by industry insiders. Seizing the momentum of the flourishing real estate sector, the magazine released a ranking of developers, an endeavor they undertook every few years. Yet this year it garnered unprecedented attention. Merely by evaluating a few top-tier real estate companies, Jia Ning-Inghua astonishingly made the list, achieving the remarkable fifth position, an extraordinary feat for a mere branch from Gangcheng. What compounded the astonishment was the magazine's commentary on Jia Ning-Inghua's scale, which highlighted that this company from Gangcheng had established itself in the Sakura market in just over a year. Within this short span, it had reached a scale exceeding 50 trillion yen, igniting a fervor among the local populace. How can we, the proud Yamato nation of Japan, allow a foreign enterprise to surpass us in just 1 year? As they read through the entire commentary, clarity dawned. The company's owner was a respected international competitor who, despite skepticism from the locals, had invested significant capital in Sakura and provided valuable insights during the Plaza Accord discussions. With such high aspirations, it was no wonder they had developed so swiftly. Numerous curious onlookers scrambled for this magazine, and as sales surged, the report was repeatedly cited by other mainstream media. Had it not been for the absence of the internet in this era, Jianing Hua would undoubtedly have become a trending topic. People marveled at the rapid ascent of Jianing Hua. Within less than 2 years of entering the Sakura real estate market, it had amassed such significant scale, even surpassing venerable real estate conglomerates that had been entrenched for half a century. Yet, some envious commentators spewed disparaging remarks. Certain so-called experts on television espoused that Jianing Hua was destined to be a fleeting success, perpetually on the path of acquisition, lacking a long-term expansion strategy, and overly fixated on industry scale. They noted that due to excessive growth, Jianing Hua's property services faced the highest rate of complaints in the nation. Such vitriolic commentary was abundant, clearly driven by rival enterprises, with the most likely culprit being the disgraced Sanha Consortium, which found itself ranked a humiliating 6th. Chen Long, however, regarded it with indifference, perceiving them as nothing more than capering clowns. It was the magazine titled Tokyo New Architecture that captured his attention. "Old Gao, has this magazine received any of our public relations funds?" Gao Ming quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Boss, I assure you, I have not given any public relations fees to New Architecture. Their publication of this report is entirely unrelated to us." Gao Ming himself found the situation baffling. If no public relations fee was paid, why would New Architecture hold Jianing Hua in such high regard? The report contained not a single disparaging remark about Jianing's reputation and lavishly praised Chen Long as a successful industrialist. How did this magazine come to know about his advisory role with Kuroda Fumio? "Old Gao, please assist me in contacting the editor who wrote this report. I wish to meet him and possibly provide some investment to the magazine." Chen Long recognized the significance of media influence. Major news broadcasting companies often had financial consortiums behind them, and New Architecture seemed a worthy acquisition target. He intended to endow this magazine with greater significance. Unbeknownst to him, this report, accompanied by controversy, was making its way back to Gangxing. Chapter 93. Consumed by jealousy, the young masterly disregarded all advice. When one achieves success, the surroundings are adorned with flowers and applause. Observing the accolades bestowed upon Jianing Hua by Inghua Television, various broadcasts, newspapers, and magazines, the media in Gangxing felt invigorated and eagerly reproduced the news of Jianing ascending to become the 5th largest real estate developer. Initially, the public regarded it with skepticism, as Jianing real estate was already a prominent player in Gangxing. However, after the media elucidated that 50 trillion Japanese yen equated to $25 billion, the populace was left in astonishment. Although this valuation pertained to the scale of the enterprise, it undeniably induced a sense of dizziness. This was the first time Chan Ching-Shum experienced the frenzy of reporters clamoring to interview his son. His joy surpassed that of earning hundreds of billions himself. Some experts exaggeratedly remarked that Chen Long had surpassed his predecessors, crafting a commercial miracle comparable to Jianing in a foreign land. The very individuals who once disparaged Chen Long's prospects now fervently extolled him. Meanwhile, some audacious reporters approached Li Banqing, inquiring, "Mr. Li, you once publicly expressed skepticism about the future of Jianing Hua. Now, however, circumstances have contradicted your predictions, as Jianing is thriving in Inghua. What do you have to say about this?" Cornered by the reporters, Li Banqing could not help but roll his eyes. The wealthy investor was not one to chase soaring prices. He preferred to seize opportunities for low buying and high selling, never profiting from the final increment. He wished to express that such a surge contradicted the natural laws of the industry and was destined to be short-lived. Yet, witnessing the reporters reveling in their mischief, eager for a sensational story, he wisely swallowed his words and motioned for security to clear the way, silently declining the reporters' requests for an interview. Upon returning home, he found his son's villa bustling with activity. The butler hastily explained, "The young master is discussing matters with some friends from the banks." Li Banqing's dismal mood lightened somewhat. Although his second son lacked composure, he possessed a fervent spirit for enterprise. Observing Li Zheju's diligence brought him some comfort. However, as he drew closer and overheard his son's discussion, his expression darkened. Isn't Chen Long's strategy merely leveraging financial mechanisms, incessantly acquiring properties as collateral to purchase more? It was evident that the young master held Chen Long's business methods in disdain. This approach was indeed a well-worn tactic among the four major real estate families, which had even evolved into a membership system for chain barbershops, continuously opening new locations with members' funds. Beneath the disdain lay a tinge of envy and resentment. After all, that was a 50 trillion yen industry scale. Even a mere 10 net profit was worth pursuing. This was not the first time the young master had followed Chen Long's lead. His entertainment company was hardly profitable, and he had even incurred considerable losses. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed by these setbacks. Every business venture initially incurs losses. The greater the losses, the larger the foundation laid, and the more lucrative the future. After Chen Long ventured into Yinghua, the entertainment industry lost its appeal for him. Witnessing Jianing flourish in Yinghua ignited his entrepreneurial ambitions. Young master, do you mean we should replicate Jianing Yinghua's model and engage in real estate in Yinghua? Li Zeju shook his head, smiling. Your approach is rather mundane, and the returns are too slow. I plan to collaborate with several of you and aim for something grand. Capital fears not the debt of hundreds of thousands, but rather the methodical approach to growth. Several banking newcomers grew intrigued. I intend to establish a financial firm in Gangcheng, specializing in investment products related to real estate, using speculative funds to engage in property trading in Yinghua. Young master, there is a concern. The market already has similar fund products. How can we stand out if we join midway? Excellent question. The elderly are unlikely to easily entrust their savings to us, so we must employ certain strategies. Li Zeju lowered his voice, and laughter filled the room. Li Banqing felt increasingly anxious. After these individuals departed, he finally confronted his second son. Aju, do you intend to secure funds to engage in real estate in Yinghua? Initially in good spirits, Li Zeju could not suppress a complaint upon seeing his father's grim countenance. Yes, if Chen Long can achieve a scale of 50 trillion, why can't we? You still hope to amass a significant sum, don't you? Is there a problem? I will combine finance and real estate, achieving a dual benefit. The speed of profit will surely surpass that of Chen Long. Hearing this, Li Banqing felt immense regret for having chosen Chen Long as a benchmark for Li Zeju. Now, in his quest to outshine Chen Long, Li Zeju had become somewhat obsessed. Chapter 94, A Step Behind. Always slow, Li Banqing perceives this matter with remarkable clarity. Chen Qingsong's son indeed possesses considerable talent. To claim he merely ingratiates himself with the powerful is an expression of frustration. His foresight in investing, successfully betting on the stocks of Meilig was computer industry and Yinghua real estate, is indicative of his exceptional acumen and instinct for business opportunities. Such prescient investment strategies have instilled a sense of trepidation even in someone like Li Banqing, who has spent half his life in commerce. The ability to expand exponentially, akin to a snowball effect, is predicated on acting with greater swiftness than others. His foray into the Yinghua real estate sector commenced 2 years prior. In contrast, Li Zeju is slow to react. As the market has already begun to exhibit explosive growth, the pot is boiling. Yet he only now contemplates the notion of cooking the frog. Is it the frog that is foolish, or is it you? Based on Li Banqing's extensive experience, he surmises that the Yinghua real estate business will reach an astonishing peak within just 6 months, while Li Zeju is still lethargically gathering funds. If you do not seize the opportunity, who will? Business is fundamentally a mathematical equation. First, you borrow money from the bank at an annual interest rate. Then, after earning profits, you must cover operational costs, and regardless of tax evasion strategies, the requisite taxes must be duly paid. The elderly investors who entrust their money to you deserve to receive their fair share of returns. Entering at a high price means you are already at a premium. Should property prices not increase by 50, Li Zeju is destined for losses. Upon reflecting on this, Li Banqing could no longer suppress his ire and exclaimed, Aju, must we engage in this speculative business? The risks are exceedingly high. Dad, I've finally developed my own ideas. Can you refrain from shackling me with your outdated thinking? Li Banqing was momentarily taken aback. You perceive my well-meaning advice as a constraint? Seeing the elder's anger, Li Zeju felt a twinge of weakness, yet the prospect of abandoning such a lucrative opportunity stirred a sense of resentment within him. I am capable of independent entrepreneurship now. Given this chance, why won't you let me try? Humph, it also depends on the nature of the business. I support your endeavor in the entertainment sector, as a little marketing can lead to profitability, but pursuing real estate with Yinghua is out of the question. Li Zeju wished to express further thoughts, but Li Banqing had lost the inclination to engage in lengthy explanations. He coldly ordered the butler. Under no circumstances is the second young master to leave this house without my explicit permission. Dad, are you restricting my freedom? Li Zeju never anticipated such domineering behavior from his father, who would go so far as to limit his son's autonomy to prevent him from speculating in real estate. I am acting in your best interest. Stay at home and reflect on where you went wrong. The villa soon fell into a heavy silence, and the elder's interference only intensified Li Zeju's desire to escape control. Throughout their lives, he and his brother had been like puppets, compelled to follow the meticulously charted path laid out by their father. They had hoped that returning from studying abroad would grant them some independence. However, it appeared that nothing had changed. Li Banqing's authoritarian nature remained unaltered. Could confining me truly deter my pursuit of real estate with Yinghua? He recalled his elder brother and prepared to reach out to his acquaintances in the bank, intending to orchestrate this venture from behind the scenes. Whether or not his father supported him was inconsequential. Simply leveraging the title of the second young master of the Li family would enable him to secure substantial funding. The absence of angel investors would merely result in a slower initial deployment of his plans. Within the offices of the Tokyo New Architecture magazine, a slick-suited man was reprimanding a disobedient female employee. Xiao Chunjihua, are you aware of the foolishness you have committed? The article you published has enraged our sponsor, Sanha Wuchan, and I have been reprimanded by the president because of you. Department head, I sincerely apologize. I have come to recognize my mistake. Does saying sorry make any difference? Do you know what I desire? The manager's lecherous gaze made Xiao Chunjihua feel utterly repulsed. The hierarchical dynamics within Yinghua's workplace were oppressive, to the point where it could be described as a form of personal coercion. The status of women in the workplace was low, and aggressive behavior by female superiors rarely resulted in consequences. One could assert that many action films draw inspiration from such real-life experiences, offering a stark revelation. Faced with such societal norms, Xiao Chunjihua timidly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Just as the supervisor was about to take action, the office door swung open, and he was called outside. Minutes later, he returned to find Xiao Chunjihua at her desk, wearing an odd expression. Xiao Chunjihua, I was wrong earlier. Please, forgive me. He bowed deeply, nearly burying his head to the ground. Xiao Chunjihua was caught off guard, unsure whether to forgive this loathsome man. Department head, you need not go to such lengths. Our new stockholder wishes to meet you and is considering promoting you to deputy director of the main office. Xiao Chunjihua's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The position of deputy director, second only to the president and the head of the department, equated to being the third in command of the company, surpassing the department head by 3 ranks. Such an elevation could only be described as meteoric. Others around her gasped in disbelief. Had she truly not only escaped punishment for offending a sponsor, but also been elevated by 4 ranks? Many would spend their entire careers confined to the position of department head, and the way others regarded Xiao Chunjihua transformed markedly in that moment. Chapter 95 Side Quest. As Xiaochun Rai followed her supervisor, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. In this world, love does not arise without reason. How could a promotion or raise possibly befall someone like her, an inconspicuous figure in the workplace? Could it be that some affluent heir had taken a fancy to her and intended to engage in unsavory practices? She couldn't help but glance at her ample bosom and adjusted her black-framed glasses, her expression betraying a hint of naivete. From the second floor, Chun Long observed everything with keen interest. Xiaochun Rai was not quite what he had imagined. In his mind, she was a rational and assertive intellectual, yet before him stood a soft and curvaceous young woman. Could she truly shoulder such an important task? He shook his head. There was no choice but to give it a try. Upon seeing Chun Long, dressed in an elegant suit with meticulously groomed hair, Xiaochun Rai felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Being supported by such a young and affluent boss seemed rather appealing. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Long was oblivious to her thoughts and cleared his throat to inquire, "Do you speak Chinese?" On the way here, Chun Long had learned that Xiaochun Rai was of Chinese descent, residing in a neighborhood in a Dachi ward known for its concentration of the Chinese community. "Yes, my father is from the Long Kingdom." Her father was not only of Long Kingdom descent, but also a venerable figure within the Hucking Association. The older generation, having scattered abroad, relied on their tenacity and valor. In their presence, the likes of Wang Nan's Changnua were mere fledglings. Thus, Chun Long had anticipated that Xiaochun Rai would embody the qualities of a woman capable of both intellectual and martial prowess. "Excellent. Your commentary was truly commendable. It is not easy for us Chinese to navigate abroad, and in a way, you have rendered me a significant service. Thanks to her review, the notoriety of Jianing Yinghua had flourished, with many now aware of this rapidly ascending real estate company. Despite the exorbitant advertising expenditures of other developers, none had achieved the impact of Xiaochun Rai's report. Receiving praise and recognition, Xiaochun Rai straightened her posture, a smile blossoming on her face that contrasted sharply with her earlier shyness. The transformation was striking. She exuded confidence and radiance, a stark departure from her previous demeanor. Chen Long, perceptive as ever, noted this subtle shift in her expression. Was her timidity merely a facade? Suddenly aware that Chen Long was scrutinizing her, Xiaochun Rai hastily lowered her gaze. Yet, Chen Long showed no signs of relenting. He gently grasped her chin, dislodging her somewhat cumbersome glasses. Once those frames were removed, her demeanor underwent a dramatic change, her eyes sharpening with newfound clarity. Were it not for her unchanged figure, Chen Long might have believed he was conversing with a different person altogether. He couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. Had he been deceived by the daughter of a Hawking Association master? Mr. Chun, would you kindly release your hand and maintain some distance? Xiaochun Rai's cheeks flushed with indignation. Had it not been for the prying eyes below, she might have been tempted to unleash a swift kick. After donning her glasses once more, she resumed her previous guise, though her tone had grown somewhat frosty. So, what exactly do you want from me? I never intended to assist you. I merely acknowledged that your firm hails from Gangcheng and offered a few complimentary remarks. Then might I inquire why you choose to masquerade as a meek lamb and adopt a Sakura name? Chen Long countered. You, a privileged heir, have no idea how arduous it is for a Chinese individual to secure a clerical position. Were it not for my father's insistence on my patience, urging me to avoid following in his footsteps, I would never lower myself before a mere section chief. Her father was not a coward. He simply wished to shield his child from the perils associated with criminal enterprises. Thus, he had always encouraged Xiaochun Rai to focus on her studies and to integrate into the lives of the Sakura people. Chen Long nodded in understanding. Your father's perspective is misguided. The Hawking Association established its foothold in Tokyo not through concessions to the Sakura, but by vanquishing generations of Yamaguchi leaders. Furthermore, as the largest shareholder in the new construction venture, and you as the deputy director, promoting you to president would be a mere formality were it not for concerns regarding your rapid ascent. As he spoke, Chen Long exuded immense confidence. In his eyes, the powerful conglomerates that controlled 60 of the wealth were no more than insignificant entities. Given sufficient time, he envisioned himself as the emperor of the underground world, commanding the order of global wealth. His self-assured demeanor profoundly impacted Xiaochun Rai. She had grown weary of a life spent in subservience, bowing and scraping. She longed to live freely and authentically, much like Chen Long. Today, I present you with an opportunity. Her eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. What opportunity? He inquired. The chance to become the queen of Sakura News. Chapter 96. The resurgence of Xiaochun Rai removed her glasses and tucked them into the pocket of her chest. How may I be of service to you? The determined smile on her face made Chen Long exceedingly pleased. The magazine office was a remarkable entity. Unlike news reports that merely conveyed recent events, magazine articles were not confined to such limitations. They could encompass academic research, literary works, and, of course, news reporting. The recent building incident made Chen Long realize that perhaps the magazine office could serve as a breakthrough for him to disrupt the monopoly of several major conglomerates over news agencies. Sakura boasted 5 major media outlets: Yomiuri Shimbun, Asahi Shimbun, Mainichi Shimbun, Sankei Shimbun, and Nihon Keizai Shimbun. The relationships behind these outlets were intricate, with one or multiple conglomerates holding shares. Each news group also served as a major stakeholder in several private television networks. It could be said that the Zaibatsu had infiltrated every corner of the news industry. They wielded these media as tools to control public opinion, promote their new products, manipulate stock prices using news, and craft favorable images for their supported candidates. For instance, the reaction of Jianing Sakura after acquiring the 5th largest real estate company was met with nearly all authoritative media publishing unfavorable evaluations of Jianing Sakura, aside from a few local newspapers. The public, upon seeing this, instinctively developed a disdain for Jianing, a real estate company from the port city. Although it did not lead to a boycott of Jianing Sakura, the initial impression was undoubtedly tainted by the negative portrayals in the newspapers, depicting it as overly ambitious and poorly managing properties. Chen Long found himself at a loss when confronted with such news. And ICAC still wished to spend a substantial amount on public relations. The so-called public relations involve paying news agencies to either remain silent or speak kindly. This notion repulsed Chen Long. Why should he pay them to silence their slander against him? Such behavior was akin to being shot and then thanking the assailant with money. However, the magazine office presented Chen Long with an opportunity. If managed well, a magazine could be a valuable industry, capable of growing robustly and potentially going public. Perhaps when several news companies made investment blunders, they could initiate a counter-acquisition. I would like you to help me launch a new magazine, featuring short stories, essays, serialized novellas, and of course, some inspiring character stories and news commentary. Zaya Kunrai did not perceive that Chen Long's considerable investment was merely to establish a literary magazine for Sakura. The themes could revolve around anxiety, criticism of the Zaibatsu, and reflections on Sino-American relations. Are you seeking to incite hatred? Chen Long smiled silently, yet Zaya Kunrai had already arrived at her conclusion. This magnate from the port city wished to wield words as weapons, glorifying himself while denouncing his adversaries, all to be executed in a profoundly subtle manner, hence the choice of a literary magazine. The seemingly poignant stories held a deeper significance upon closer examination. She couldn't help but admire the cleverness of it all. Of course, you could also advocate for women's rights, rallying more independent women to oppose male dominance. Why are there so few female seats among the legislators? Why must women endure male workplace hegemony? The women of Sakura began to awaken in the late 1980s amid economic prosperity. Yet, the saying extreme circumstances lead to a reversal profoundly encapsulated the women's movement in Sakura. Encountering inappropriate behavior on the subway could ruin a man's life, leading to confrontations where men, once tarnished, would choose to engage with women, resulting in mutual fighting. Zaya Kunrai gazed deeply at Chen Long, not believing for a moment that he would genuinely assist women in fighting for their rightful privileges. The current scale of our magazine office is still too small. I plan to invest in acquiring several more publishing houses and magazine companies. Our goal is to become an industry leader within 2 years and go public within 4. Zaya Kunrai was instantly captivated. She had grown weary of tiptoeing through her previous job. The title of Queen of News seemed quite appealing. After she and the president saw Chen Long off, she entered her new office amid the murmurs of her colleagues. Everyone noticed her transformation. With her glasses removed, her aura shifted dramatically, her gaze becoming fierce enough to intimidate even those who were familiar with her. Zaya Kunrai had anticipated this reaction. She called out, "Kachang, come to my office." The Kachang was startled by her voice, nearly spilling his coffee. The moment he had dreaded had arrived. Having previously bullied Xiaochun, he feared he would soon be dismissed. The seniority system in Sakura meant that many individuals remained with one company from graduation until retirement. Changing jobs was seen as betrayal. For someone his age, being dismissed would be a terrifying ordeal. It would be exceedingly difficult to find a job at the same level. And pursuing other work would offer no advantage, resulting in permanent unemployment. A man who served as the pillar of his family would face a grim reality without a job, not only enduring the scorn of family members, but also potentially facing the indignity of his wife, striving to maintain appearances. The thought sent shivers down his spine. If he had not feared the overly capable Zaya Kunrai usurping his position, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Upon entering the office, he collapsed at Zaya Kunrai's feet, unable to face the now stunningly charismatic woman. Chapter 97. Sniping Li Banqing's acquisition of Gangxing Electric Light. Please, do not dismiss me. Xiao Chunri chuckled lightly. Department head, what are you up to? I called you here merely to assign you some tasks. The department head, perplexed, inquired, You truly do not intend to fire me? You have dedicated years of diligent service to the magazine, and though you may not have accolades, your efforts are certainly recognized. The company is currently planning an expansion, and it is precisely the time when we require talent. I intend to entrust you with additional responsibilities in the future. The department head wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a sense of danger emanating from Xiao Chunri's smile. However, upon hearing the assurance of job security and the potential for promotion, he hastily responded, Thank you. I will repay you with even more earnest work. Xiao Chunri narrowed her eyes, rather than dismissing this individual outright. She found immense pleasure in gradually tormenting him. This was how the department head had treated her and other employees in the past. Such is the nature of poetic justice. All right, rise now. Today, we are not merely discussing the inadequacies of that article. I fully agree with your revisions. I do not trust anyone else to handle this, so you shall personally oversee this project. The department head's pupils constricted. Those revision suggestions were his manipulative tactics against Xiao Chuanri, and now the boomerang had struck back. He hesitated, wanting to utter some words of refusal, but was deterred by the aggressive glint in her eyes. Very well, I shall revise diligently until you are satisfied. Fearful of being dismissed under the pretext of inadequate performance, he could only brace himself and accept the task. Once he departed, Xiao Chuanri fell into contemplation. Boss Chun had indeed presented her with a formidable challenge. Yet, this matter was rather intriguing. It was akin to a cognitive transformation of daily life, perhaps taking a decade or two to fundamentally reshape the perspectives of a new generation. Chan Ching-Shum was listening to a report from his subordinate, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Quite interesting. He signaled for everyone to leave, and a phone call was placed to Chun Long's desk. Father, what is it that you require? My dear son, you have indeed guessed correctly. Li Kaxing is currently in contact with the stakeholders behind Gangqing Electric Light, intending to seize control of the company. Gangqing Electric Light is the primary controller of the power business on the island, with its stakeholders being entities from the Eagle Nation. Last year, the Long and Eagle factions signed a return agreement, leaving the Eagle nationals in a state of unrest. They understood that their monopoly over the core energy sector was coming to an end and were systematically withdrawing from Gangqing. Naturally, someone must take over these vacated businesses. Li Banqing thrives in energy ventures with minimal competition and stable profits, making Gangqing Electric Light a prime target for acquisition. The Chen family had crossed paths with the Li family on numerous occasions, and Chen Long had been biding his time for this opportunity. Along. Should I take the initiative to speak with those foreign investors? Currently, Jining does not lack funds. The capital available from several banks far exceeds that of Li Banqing. However, Chen Long countered, Father, our internal strife within the Gangqing financial conglomerate would only benefit those foreign investors. Indeed, despite the significant grievances between the Chun and Li families, Chen Long remained acutely aware of his identity as a citizen of Longhua. Should he strike at the Li family during this critical juncture, it would only serve as fodder for foreign ridicule, and in the battle between the Chun and Li families, it would ultimately be the Eagle nationals who profit. Such foolishness was an endeavor he would never undertake. Chan Ching-Shum promptly grasped his son's intent. Then what do you propose? As I understand it, the largest stakeholder of Gangqing Electric Light is UPN, one of the larger power companies among the 6 major firms in the Eagle Nation. While we cannot directly contest Li Banqing for Gangqing Electric Light, let us adopt a different approach and fundamentally obstruct this transaction. Chan Ching-Shum's understanding deepened. You intend to initiate a takeover of UPN directly? Indeed, acquiring the largest controlling interest in Gangqing Electric Light would equate to possessing the company itself. The energy infrastructure assets in the Eagle Nation are exceedingly scarce. Scarcity signifies lower investment risks and stable returns. Acquiring it would continuously generate income for us. The energy sector has always been more secure than other industries. The Eagle Nation's economy is currently in a recovery phase, with the government eager to recuperate funds, actively privatizing state assets. This is an opportune moment to enter the market. According to the Chun and Li families, Li Banqing had purchased UPN for $5.8 billion over 2 decades ago, and its value had soared to $15 billion in just over 10 years, not including UPN's annual pre-tax profits of $600 million. Moreover, the Eagle government is keen to liquidate its industries, making the acquisition of UPN even more affordable. Son, your thoughts are commendable, and your approach is clear. However, Jining cannot presently muster the considerable funds required to acquire UPN. Chan Ching-Shum's expression became awkward. It was a challenge for him as a father to procure what his son desired. Despite UPN's lower price, its valuation would still be at least several billion pounds. Father, allow me to handle this matter. Do not forget, Jining Yinghua currently has ample funds. Chapter 98. The astute yet late realization of wealth. Chen Long indeed possesses considerable wealth. Under the instigation of Kuroda Fongming, Yinghua is transforming from a major exporting nation into a significant importing nation. With Meili granting financial freedom to Yinghua, foreign enterprises such as Jining Yinghua can now issue bonds with ease. This process is far simpler than borrowing from banks. Amidst a series of liberal economic policies, the financial magnates of Yinghua are wielding the immense capital they have amassed, embarking on acquisitions abroad. They land in Los Angeles and make their way to the tourist paradise of Hawaii. The real estate sector has become the most dynamic industry, with bonds issued by various real estate development companies being the most sought-after products in the financial market. Therefore, it is not a formidable task for Jianing Yinghua to raise billions of pounds. Chan Ching-Shum nodded in silent agreement, seemingly convinced. However, a mixture of emotions stirred within him. Initially, when Along mentioned the potential for substantial profits in Yinghua, he harbored doubts. Yet, in such a short span of time, the funds utilized had reached billions of pounds. It is worth noting that his proudest transaction involved acquiring the Golden Gate building for 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. The stark contrast of this realization was soon overshadowed by a sense of gratification. Even the most formidable individuals are of his lineage, and his son's success reflects well upon him. Countless individuals outside must be envious of Chan Ching-Shum now. Very well, I entrust this matter regarding my son to you. I await your good news. Qianlong promptly summoned Gao Ming to discuss the acquisition of UPN. Shouldn't the boss conduct a background check and asset appraisal before initiating the acquisition? Gao questioned. Hi, this matter requires urgency. We shall offer 1 billion pounds. As long as the Eagle Nation does not overreach, a premium of 1 or 2 billion pounds is acceptable. He refrained from mentioning the plan to undermine Li Banqing, understanding that some inside information should remain confidential. Should it leak, it would make headlines. Gao Ming asked no further questions. For years of collaboration had taught him that Qianlong's actions were invariably imbued with profound meaning. He swiftly led his team to Eagle Nation. The principal shareholder behind UPN is, in fact, the Eagle Nation government. Upon learning of Jianing Yinghua's intention to acquire their UPN power company, they received Gao Ming with utmost courtesy. The financial prowess of Yinghua's consortium is unparalleled, while the Eagle Nation's coffers are rather depleted. Lady Thatcher deemed the privileges of state-owned enterprises excessive, leading to inefficiencies and prolonged losses, which made holding onto them a burden for the nation's economy. Consequently, UPN is on the list for sale. We intend to acquire UPN for 1 billion pounds, Gao Ming declared. The officials responsible for negotiations and receptions were momentarily taken aback. They once again felt the lavishness of Yinghua's company. Unfortunately, the smaller nation preferred the assets of the beautiful country and was not particularly inclined toward the assets of an established power like theirs. Coming from Gangqing, Jianing Yinghua's choice to purchase Eagle Nation's assets is emotionally understandable. Is there a problem? The chief commercial deputy hastily explained. The price aligns perfectly with our valuation of UPN. However, we only intend to sell a portion of the shares, not 700 million pounds for 80 of the shares. The deputy's heart raced, realizing that the negotiators from Gangqing were not adhering to conventional protocols. Shouldn't the offer for 80 be 800 million pounds? Why not allow for a full acquisition, especially since the valuation would subsequently decrease? Gao Ming elucidated. Our boss wishes to manage UPN as a family estate, to be passed down through generations, which is why he is willing to invest such a substantial amount. If your nation insists on retaining shares, the value of this enterprise will inevitably diminish. The commercial deputy expressed understanding, acknowledging the significant difference between family-owned and majority-held enterprises. After a brief, hushed discussion, they concluded that managing to sell UPN at such a high price was already a considerable achievement, and there were few European companies capable of making such an offer. The deputy's hand firmly clasped Gao Ming's in agreement. Now, as long as Jianing Yinghua pays the entirety of the 700 million pounds, UPN will promptly become their controlling company. Initially, the Eagle Nation government believed that even with Jianing Yinghua's ample funds, it would take 1 or 2 months to finalize all payments. To their astonishment, from the moment Gao Ming approached them for negotiations to the agreement on the transaction price, signing the contract, and ultimately settling the funds, Jianing Yinghua accomplished this in merely 2 weeks. Consequently, during an interview, the Eagle Nation's commercial deputy remarked to the media, Jianing Yinghua is the most decisive foreign investor I have ever encountered, exhibiting astonishing execution efficiency. Gao Ming also announced at the press conference that he would personally oversee UPN's privatization reform, transforming it into the most efficient power company in Eagle Nation. Eagle Nation's media exclaimed, Jianing Yinghua's lightning-fast acquisition of UPN prompts us to reflect on the speed of Gangqing. Gao Ming then received Qianlong's second directive. He was to immediately, in the name of the board, dissolve the so-called negotiation committee for the sale of Gangqing Electric Company, dismissing all participants. He ordered the president of Gangqing Electric Company to return to Eagle Nation for a debriefing. Initially, Gao Ming was unaware of what the negotiation committee for the sale of Gangqing Electric entailed. Upon inquiring with the former president responsible for the transition, he learned that this committee had been specially established to negotiate the sale with Huanghe Industrial. Huanghe Industrial intends to acquire Gangxing Electric entirely? Only then did Gao Ming grasp the significance of the situation, a wave of dread coursing through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. It turned out that the swift acquisition of UPN by the young boss was aimed at thwarting Li Banqing's plans to acquire Gangxing Electric. Chapter 99. Li Banqing was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of the situation. In a luxurious nightclub, Lu Murong, the general manager of Huanghe Shirya, was attentively serving drinks. The foreign gentlemen, evidently in high spirits, were dancing with the performers to the pulsating rhythm of disco music. Occasionally, someone would toss a handful of money into the air, eliciting gasps of excitement from the dancers. Observing this scene, Lu Murong felt a sense of relief. He had successfully won over the entire negotiation team. Once the agreement was signed the following day, Gangxing Electric would become one of the many enterprises under the Li family's banner, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by his superior. Just as he contemplated how to convey this good news to Li Banqing, the team leader among the foreigners received a phone call. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of alarm, and he hurriedly whispered to his companions before they all rushed towards the exit. Noticing this commotion, Lu Murong's heart sank. Something must have gone terribly awry. Yet, a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps it was unrelated to the acquisition. Resolutely, he intercepted the departing foreigners. "Mr. David, what is happening? Why the sudden urgency to leave?" David, lacking his usual arrogance, mumbled, "We have encountered some issues at headquarters and must leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Lu Murong felt a sense of urgency. "Mr. David, what about our acquisition agreement? You've already accepted our offer." David, straightforward as ever, conferred quietly with several team members. Soon, a heated argument erupted among them, escalating to physical confrontation. From their quarrel, Lu Murong gleaned the unfortunate truth. The team had received a directive from headquarters to be dismissed and were under investigation by UPN on charges of bribery in connection with various acquisition deals. Lu Murong was equally bewildered. How could such misfortune strike just as they reached an agreement? He summoned several security personnel, instructing them to detain the foreigners to prevent any from escaping. Meanwhile, he grabbed his mobile phone and promptly reported the situation to Old Li. "Boss, there's trouble. I thought we had secured the foreigners' agreement, but now an unexpected turn of events has arisen." Li Banqing maintained his composure, responding calmly, "Do not panic. The sky will not fall. All these foreigners have been dismissed and are embroiled in legal troubles, facing investigation for accepting bribes." Lu Murong empathized with David and the others. Just as they were enjoying the company of dancers and the revelry, they were blindsided, losing their stable positions and facing imprisonment. What? How could this happen? Li Banqing was momentarily stunned. Having navigated the business world for nearly 60 years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary circumstance. His instinct told him something was amiss. He was well aware of David's position, which was virtually secure within the upper echelons of UPN. Such a dismissal would require intricate procedures, and it was implausible that there would be no prior hints. He removed the phone from his ear and instructed his eldest son, who had been working late, have the office in Yinggu investigate what exactly transpired at UPN. Within 30 minutes, the Yinggu office sent a fax containing today's leading business headline from London. Li Banqing felt dizzy upon reading it. "Father, what is wrong?" "Zakai, UPN has changed ownership." Even the typically composed Li Zikai stood frozen for several seconds. He took the document and read it carefully, his mind racing with disbelief. It revealed that the acquirer of UPN was Jianing Yinghua, the overseas subsidiary of Chan Ching-Shum and his son. The fact that Jianing Yinghua could muster 700 million to acquire an overseas power company was beyond their expectations. Previously, they had believed Jianing Yinghua profited significantly from early investments in the Tokyo real estate market, but 700 million was an astonishing amount. After taking a moment to sip water, Li Banqing regained his composure and began calculating. In June of this year, the pound had plummeted against the dollar, reaching an unprecedented low of 1:1.042. Although recent agreements had led to a slight recovery, the pound remained undervalued. The timing was impeccable for the Qin family. They managed to acquire 80 of UPN's shares for a maximum of 750 million, which converted to approximately 5.85 billion Hong Kong dollars. With this sum, they had secured controlling interest in UPN. Controlling UPN meant controlling Gangxing Electric. Li Banqing's mind exploded with frustration. he had intended to invest $2.9 billion in a complete acquisition of Gangcheng Electric. Now, with the inability to purchase UPN's shares, his plans lay in ruins. What was most unbearable was that the Chun family had thwarted his acquisition strategy for a mere $5.85 billion Hong Kong dollars. Had it not been for the plummeting exchange rate of the pound, which had typically hovered around 1.16 against the dollar, the Chins would have spent at least 3 billion Hong Kong dollars more. The savings could have been directly used to acquire Gangcheng Electric. Li Zikai finally understood why his father was so enraged. It was not only the missed opportunity to acquire UPN, but also the fact that the Chun family had seized this chance. Father, Jinning has always been at odds with our family. A complete acquisition of Gangcheng Electric is now impossible. Li Banqing nodded, firmly convinced that this was the Chun family's retaliation against him for his indiscretion. He had underestimated the ferocity of their vengeance, which was not merely punitive but deeply calculated. The image of Chun Long's youthful face haunted Li Banqing. Such individuals were indeed formidable, consistently seizing the opportune moment for transactions. Just as he steadied his thoughts, he received an urgent call from the housekeeper. Sir, there's grave news. Second young master is missing. Did I not instruct you to keep a watchful eye on him? Chapter 100. Young Master Li Air seeks a loan from Zhujuan Company. Li Zeju wandered aimlessly down the street, his expression one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that securing a loan from the bank would prove so arduous after losing the support of Li Banqing. The reputation of young Master Li Air was far less advantageous than he had envisioned. Formerly amicable bankers, upon hearing of his house arrest, were evasive in their responses, leading to a series of setbacks for his funding endeavors in Gangcheng. As the property prices in Yinghua soared as if propelled by a rocket, he watched helplessly, feeling a growing frustration towards the obstinate Li Laotu. Why forego such a lucrative business to pursue the acquisition of a dilapidated power company left behind by the Yinghua people? The rental income would barely yield any profit. Thus, he seized an opportunity to slip away and sought a conversation with the prominent figure at HSBC. The outcome was predictably disheartening. They had no desire to meet with him. With fundraising proving to be an uphill battle, thoughts of selling the Huanghe Entertainment Company began to surface. The challenge of commencing a business often lies in securing that initial capital. As he wallowed in despair, snippets of a conversation between two suited men reached his ears. Is it truly so easy to borrow money from Zhujuan Company? One inquired. What would I gain from deceiving you? Their methods are quite audacious. It is said they provide funding specifically to construction companies with gang affiliations. We, the property speculators, are welcomed as well, albeit with higher fees and interest rates. Upon overhearing their discussion about the property market in Yinghua, the listless Li Zeju immediately perked up. He hastily approached them, inquiring, Brother, which company is this Zhujuan Company you speak of? What is their capital scale? Initially put off by the unsolicited interruption, the man's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Li Air. Ah, it is young Master Li Air. We met at a social gathering previously. I wonder if you recall? Li Zeju, accustomed to being the center of attention, could hardly remember the individual. He nodded. Of course, I remember. You are that Huang Qiubing. Indeed. Huang Qiubing, the man confirmed. Sensing the awkwardness, Li Zeju pressed on. Brother, which company is this Zhujuan? I have not heard of them. What is their capital scale? The man chuckled and clarified. Zhujuan is not a single company. It is an abbreviation for residential finance professional companies. Yinghua currently has numerous financial institutions engaged in real estate loans, varying in size. The most renowned among them is Quanluo Residential Finance Professional Company, a subsidiary of Quanluo Financial Group, boasting a capital scale of over 1 trillion yen. Over 1 trillion yen? Li Zeju gasped internally, unable to suppress his astonishment. Wasn't that akin to a mid-sized bank? He swiftly recognized the opportunity. Qiubing, tell me more about the current state of the housing market in Yinghua. Sure, but young Master Li, I have some matters to attend to. Shall we exchange contact information, and I will reach out when I am free? Huang Qiubing was exhilarated at the prospect of befriending a financial magnate like Li Air. Li Zeju, akin to a drowning man clutching at a straw, was exceedingly courteous to Huang Qiubing. However, once Huang Qiubing and his client rounded the corner, both men exchanged knowing smiles. Let us return and inform the boss. Li Zeju has taken the bait. Upon receiving the report, Chen Long merely smiled. He had been planning for this day for quite some time. It was not that he had deliberately sought to draw young Master Li Air into the fold. Rather, the young man's endeavors to gather initial funding had become widely known, prompting Li Banqing to issue warnings to various banks in Gangxing, resulting in Li Zheju's loan applications being denied. Thus, the myriad resources at Li Er's disposal rendered futile, leaving him unable to borrow a single yen. What Li Banqing did not anticipate was that by obstructing the banks from lending to Li Er, he inadvertently provided Chen Long with an opportunity to ensnare him. Liu had been closely monitoring the Li family's movements, leading to the earlier encounter. Yes, they executed well. Let Huang refrained from hastily introducing the manager from Quanluo to him, allowing for a chance encounter. Liu nodded, his spirits lifted. He had long held a grudge against the young master. And now he finally had an opportunity for retribution. The waters surrounding Zhuzuan Company ran deep, and borrowing from Quanluo was no simple feat. Meanwhile, the general manager of Gangxing Electric Light had sensed something amiss. He had been keeping an eye on the transactions between the parent company UPN and Huanghe Industries, diligently currying favor with the esteemed Li Dabo. He awaited the transition of leadership and the arrival of new management. However, the UPN executives had been conspicuously absent for some time. Initially, he had presumed they were simply indulging in worldly pleasures, but 2 days had passed without a single sighting. Just as he pondered whether to report the matter, the head of the public relations department approached him with a newspaper in hand. "General Manager, big news." He took the paper, and upon reading it, his heart sank. It reported that Jianing Yinghua had invested a staggering 700 million to acquire 80 of UPN's shares. How had he remained oblivious to such a significant development? Why had no one informed him of the change in ownership? A foreboding sense of unease settled over him. Chapter 101. The privatization reform of Gangxing Electric Light. The general manager of Gangxing Electric Light was not mistaken. Individuals from Jianing were indeed investigating him. The root cause of this scrutiny stemmed from the abysmal management of UPN, which had become lax to an extraordinary degree regarding the oversight of Gangxing Electric Light. As long as the funds were in place, they would not interfere with internal operations at all. This negligence resulted in a chaotic management structure within Gangxing Electric Light, far more corrupt than the state-owned power conglomerate UPN. Despite the existence of numerous factions within the company, there was an unspoken agreement among them to pursue profit fervently. The benefits offered by the company were more generous than those of certain official institutions, and the workload was minimal, allowing a plethora of idle personnel to thrive. A significant number of executives were drawing salaries for little to no work, devising schemes to enrich themselves. After the general manager achieved success, even the dog from his hometown was appointed as the company's watchdog, exemplifying the notion that one person's rise can elevate those around them. Had it not been for the monopolistic nature of the power company, Gangxing Electric Light would have long faced insolvency. Chen Long, privy to some internal matters, was exasperated by the situation. Fortunately, Chan Ching-Shum was well versed in such predicaments, and together they decided on 2 actions. The foremost was to investigate the cadre of parasites led by the general manager and subsequently dismantle their faction, dismissing all underperforming employees. In truth, it is remarkably challenging for a power company to incur losses. The ability to adjust electricity prices at will implies that sales will invariably rise with increasing costs. How could one possibly face deficits in such a scenario? The general manager quickly connected the dots regarding recent peculiar incidents, including cyber attacks on the company's servers. His first instinct was to rally the employees for self-preservation. However, before he could take further action, Jianing Yinghua publicly announced its official entry into Gangxing Electric Light, with Chen Long making a vehement declaration at a press conference. He revealed the significant corruption issues within Gangxing Electric Light, where some executives were not only embezzling, but were also involving their relatives and friends in their schemes. Truly, one person's fortune often leads to the elevation of others. After our investigation, we discovered that half of the thousands of positions at Gangxing Electric Light were redundant. The audience immediately began to murmur. The enterprises indirectly controlled by the Eagle Country indeed harbored grave issues, reminiscent of the 4 great detectives of the 60s and 70s. A reflection of an era that had become all too familiar. Journalists felt Chen Long was somewhat exaggerating. The public had grown apathetic to the matter, believing that regardless of the corruption within Gangxing Electric Light, they were still obligated to pay their electricity bills. However, Chen Long proposed a different theory at the press conference. With our relentless calculations, if we were to eradicate these corporate parasites, we could save 60 of costs annually. Do you know how much that amounts to? The journalists shook their heads, responding that as it was a company owned by the Wang family, they had no knowledge or stake in it. That equates to nearly 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in profit each year. Upon hearing this, the journalists were momentarily taken aback, but when considering the extensive benefits that formal employees of Gangsheng Electric Light received each year, which reached tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, they began to realize Chen Long was not merely embellishing the truth. Chen Long had not yet concluded his statement. If you believe this wealth belongs solely to the Wang family, you are gravely mistaken. The journalists were eager to hear Chen Long elucidate further. First, by dismissing these executives and their connections, we would free up at least 1,000 positions, benefiting numerous families. The current high electricity prices in Gangsheng are entirely due to these parasites inflating costs. I assure all users in Gangsheng that we will reduce electricity prices, allowing everyone access to more affordable power. Some journalists nodded in understanding, as many citizens were concerned that Jianing Yinghua's acquisition of UPN would lead to higher electricity prices in Gangsheng. Regardless, Gangsheng Electric Light had been a company under indirect official control, with prices subject to regulatory oversight. After Chen Long's explanation, the audience began to realize they had fallen into a misconception. Allowing these parasites to run rampant would only exacerbate the operational costs of Gangsheng Electric Light, a primary factor contributing to rising electricity prices. Yet, skepticism lingered in their gazes. Could Chen Long, as a businessman, truly have altruistic intentions? He need not concern himself with costs, as higher electricity prices would always render him the most profitable. Chen Long replied with a smile, "Although I am an unabashed capitalist, I am also aware of the saying that the same water can carry a boat or capsize it. An optimized Gangsheng Electric Light would enhance its competitiveness in the market. Why would I choose to turn a blind eye?" His words garnered applause from the journalists. Meanwhile, the general manager of Gangsheng Electric Light, watching the news, felt a growing unease. He realized that Chen Long, the new owner, was not someone to be trifled with. He had no interest in playing palace intrigue, but rather sought to uproot them entirely. He contemplated rallying support to incite protests against Chen Long's actions, believing that if Gangsheng Electric Light were to become paralyzed, Chen Long would inevitably concede. With this thought, he felt a surge of pride, recognizing that Chen Long spoke the truth. A significant portion of positions at Gangsheng were indeed filled by connections. Despite the numerous factions, they would likely unite in resistance at this moment. Chen Long was acutely aware of this, as police vehicles were already stationed en masse outside the building. Chapter 102. Recovery of embezzled funds. The security guard at the entrance was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of footsteps. Cursing under his breath, he muttered indignantly, "What is all this noise for? The new year hasn't even arrived." As he raised his head, he was taken aback to see dozens of soldiers in full combat, gear storming into the Dien Deng de Sha. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly retreated, neglecting to inform the head of security. Meanwhile, the head of security was engrossed in a romantic encounter with his newly hired secretary in the monitoring room, blissfully unaware that a military operation had commenced. The door to the general manager's office was forcibly breached. With the phone suspended in midair, he recognized the leading officer clad in a police uniform and immediately understood that these soldiers were there to apprehend him. He shouted, "I demand to see my lawyer." "You have no right to arrest me. Here is our warrant for your arrest. You won't be seeing your lawyer for the time being. Please accompany us," the officer replied, as two soldiers proceeded to restrain him with handcuffs and leg shackles. Such treatment was reserved for serious offenders, leaving the general manager in a state of sheer terror as he pleaded, "Please, let me speak with Mr. Chen. I am of value to him. He cannot harm me." The senior inspector shook his head. The Chen family had already secured comprehensive evidence against these corrupt individuals, sealing their fate. Alongside him, several senior executives from Gangsheng Dien Deng and over 50 key individuals implicated in the case were also taken into custody. Even those not directly affiliated with the company were seized from their homes. With law enforcement involved, some individuals quickly confessed in light of the incriminating evidence, while others from competing factions turned on each other, eager to provide testimony against their rivals. Meanwhile, the Chen family promptly dispatched representatives to take control of Gangsheng Dien Deng. The connected individuals were unwilling to sit idly by. However, those with any semblance of intelligence had been apprehended by the police. Their only scheme was to stage a sit-in protest at the Jianing headquarters, accusing Jianing Yinghua of unlawfully terminating labor contracts and mistreating workers. They declared that unless their demands were met, they would persist indefinitely. Initially, they believed that their outcry and emotional appeals would garner media and public sympathy, exerting pressure on the Jianing conglomerate. To their dismay, Their collective protest went unnoticed, as both the public and media not only ignored their plight, but also mocked them, relishing their protest videos as entertainment. Attempts to seek assistance from the police and labor unions were met with brusque rejections. In the past, public opinion had at least feigned concern, but now, with society and the media no longer on their side, no one was inclined to care about their meager wages. Within a fortnight, their morale crumbled. Chen Long sensed that the time was ripe to privately approach the ringleaders, offering 3 months' worth of humanitarian aid for those willing to resign voluntarily. However, should they continue their disturbances, they would risk not only the Chun family's pursuit of previously earned wages, but also potential legal action. Upon hearing of the possibility of imprisonment, the ringleaders promptly complied and signed the resignation agreements, ceasing their unrest. With the leaders bought off, the remaining individuals lost their fervor and accepted the reality of their voluntary departure. Meanwhile, the Chun father-son duo savored their cigars, enveloped in a haze of smoke as they listened to their subordinates report. The former general manager was willing to return 80 million Hong Kong dollars in embezzled funds in hopes of leniency from them. Chan Ching-Shum scoffed. Does he think I am unaware of how much he has embezzled over the years? Tell him that if he wishes to avoid a harsh sentence in prison, he must return every last cent. Otherwise, his family will not escape unscathed. Chen Long felt that his father was being overly harsh, recalling the saying that misfortunes should not befall one's family. Moreover, the funds in question had not been pilfered from their own pockets. Along, do you believe I am being excessive? Chan Ching-Shum retorted. His son is no saint either, having exploited his connections to harm countless young women, all while relying on lawyers to evade justice. He lives a life of luxury on the ill-gotten gains of his father's corruption. Do you think he is innocent? It is only because current laws do not punish entire families that he is not facing imprisonment alongside his father. Otherwise, he would not only be returning the money, but would also see his entire family incarcerated. Chen Long smirked, realizing that his father was becoming somewhat irrational. Had he not altered Jia Ning's fate, Chan Ching-Shum would also be facing incarceration. Chan Ching-Shum continued, we can recover approximately 500 million in embezzled funds, along with over 2 billion in various assets. Is that not enticing? Upon hearing this figure, Chen Long was taken aback. These electrical thieves were audacious, having squandered their ill-gotten gains without attempting to transfer them overseas, as if they believed they could continue their thievery indefinitely. It was only due to Chan Ching-Shum's connections that such a sum could be reclaimed. Others would find it nearly impossible. This revelation sparked an idea in Chen Long's mind. Father, what if you were to invest over $1 billion to buy back Gang Chengdian Deng from UPN? Chapter 103. Li Banqing was once again bewildered as Chan Ching-Shum purchased Gangdao Electric. Chan Ching-Shum immediately comprehended his son's intentions. You wish to orchestrate a scheme to transform Gangxing Electric into a private asset of the Chen family at the most economical price? Precisely. Currently, 20 of UPN's shares remain under the control of the Eagle Nation's government, which implies that Gangxing Electric is still partially an enterprise of Eagle Capital. The acquisition of UPN shares is not merely to provide the Eagle Nation with power infrastructure, but rather to secure a lucrative future price amidst the impending competition among several distribution companies. Thus, it is imperative to detach Gangxing Electric from UPN. Furthermore, as it is now under the auspices of Jianing Inghua Holdings, Chen Long wields considerable influence in the transaction, allowing him to dictate the price at which it is sold. Surely, those parasites from the Eagle Nation, upon receiving their payment, will turn a blind eye to the proceedings. Converting the group's premium public assets into private property is not an uncommon phenomenon during the privatization process. Chan Ching-Shum nodded, smiling as he remarked, Our Chen family possesses an abundance of shell companies. I shall handle this matter for you. Father, I have also discovered an intriguing piece of information. What is it? These parasites inadvertently acquired a substantial plot of land in Yalizhou, intending to construct a high-tech power plant, with a total project cost reaching 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Chan Ching-Shum opened the topographical map of Gangxing, noting that the land was conveniently located by the seaside for the construction of the power plant. Yalizhou occupies a uniquely strategic position, facing Hong Kong's southern district across the water. Such a prime location and excellent land, yet Gangxing Electric intends to use it for a power plant. Chan Ching-Shum vehemently criticized these parasites for their squandering. Father, we ought to express gratitude towards them. I believe the future value of this land alone could reach several billion Hong Kong dollars. Indeed, if we were to develop it into a seafront residential complex, numerous buyers would line up. Transforming the Yalizu power plant into 34 residential buildings and constructing a large shopping center is yet another reason Chun desires to privatize Gangcheng Electric. That entails 34 residential buildings and a commercial plaza, promising astonishing profits. He certainly does not wish for the Eagle Nation's government to reap such significant benefits. It is likely that Li Banqing initially invested 3 billion Hong Kong dollars with similar aspirations. Ostensibly acquiring a power company, he effectively secured a substantial plot of core land. Chan Ching-Shum grew increasingly delighted. This transaction is indeed worthwhile. Akin to purchasing a major power company of the Eagle Nation while also obtaining Gangcheng Electric and a sizable parcel of land, with the initial funding for the development already in place. Excellent, excellent, my dear son. Your foresight is commendable. I shall immediately arrange for the purchase of Gangcheng Electric. Gao Ming soon received the Chun family's proposal for the negotiation to acquire Gangcheng Electric. Upon entering the venue, both parties were greeted as familiar acquaintances. Do not laugh. Silence. We are engaged in a business negotiation. Gao Ming himself could not suppress a hearty laugh at this. After intense negotiations, both parties reached an acquisition agreement to sell Gangcheng Electric to Qinglong Power Group for 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. As a nominally state-owned shares company, the Eagle Nation's government-appointed supervisor merely oversaw the transaction briefly before approving it. He did not even investigate the background of Qinglong Power Group or the true market valuation of Gangcheng Electric. On the day the transaction was completed, Chan Ching-Shum celebrated by opening a bottle of his finest vintage red wine. My dear son, Gangcheng Electric is now ours. Should we not immediately commence construction on the Yalizu power plant? Father, haste makes waste. If we initiate renovations now, it will undoubtedly attract envy from other real estate developers. Let us wait a few years until the public gradually forgets this transaction. Then we can proceed with construction. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Given the immense advantage gained, the Chen father and son did not promote this handover with great fanfare. Nonetheless, the news of the transaction swiftly reached Li Banqing, who had been closely monitoring Gangcheng Electric. What? Gangcheng Electric has been sold to Qinglong Power Group for 3 billion? Li Banqing was rendered speechless. He had originally quoted 9 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the UPN representatives demanded 5 billion. He had spent over 10 million Hong Kong dollars merely to gain favor with the other party, yet it was acquired for 3 billion? As he contemplated, he quickly realized that Qinglong Power Group was merely the Chun family's front, playing a game of switching hands. They had effectively sold a publicly owned asset of the Eagle Nation at a bargain price, transforming it into private property for the Chun family. In reality, the Chun family completed this transaction for a mere 260 million Hong Kong dollars, reclaiming Gangcheng Electric from the hands of the Eagle people. The remaining 1.04 billion Hong Kong dollars would ultimately find its way back into the pockets of the Chun father and son. Astounding, astounding. It is regrettable, however, that the plot of land for the Yalizu power plant, which I had initially instructed the general manager of Gangcheng Electric to apply for, has now fallen into the hands of the Chen family. In Li Banqing's vision, the value of that Yalizu land exceeded 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. He surmised that the Chun father and son had recognized the land's value, prompting them to covertly privatize Gangcheng Electric. Father, is it not possible for us to expose this matter in the Eagle Nation, inciting public discontent and societal discourse to compel the Eagle government to retract this transaction? Perhaps we could even drive Qianlong out of UPN? Listening to his second son Li Zaiju's suggestion, Li Banqing shook his head repeatedly. Aju, your idea is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, we could resort to unscrupulous means for our gain. But what would the public in Gangcheng think of us then? Would there still be a place for our family within Gangcheng or the broader Chinese community? Money can be earned gradually. This time we have lost, but we can reclaim our fortunes in the future without jeopardizing our family's honor or engaging in a mutual destruction with Jinning. Every profession has its unspoken rules, and if you wish to thrive within the circle, you must adhere to them. Can you guarantee that when you manipulate the rules in the future, others will not stab you in the back? Everyone is engaged in a game of deception. If you insist on revealing the truth, you shall be regarded as a mortal enemy by the entire industry. There is a saying, to see through but not to reveal is the essence of survival. Moreover, given that the Chun father and son have acted in such a manner, it is certain they have prepared a contingency plan. Although Li Banqing remains oblivious to the Chun family's underlying support, His past experiences have instilled in him a deep-seated caution. Yet, the mere thought of the potential value that the land on Yalizhou could generate causes a subtle ache in his heart. Alas, let us redirect our thoughts towards the acquisition of the oil company. I possess a strong intuition that oil prices will soon plummet below $10 per barrel. Chapter 104. The Li family's pursuit of traders. Chen Long occasionally harbored suspicions that Li Banqing was a senior member of a time-traveling collective. After all, how else could he have purchased the Husky Oil Company precisely in 1986, when oil prices were at their nadir? It is noteworthy that 10 per barrel marked the lowest price for global crude oil in the ensuing 4 decades. Old Li expended a mere 30 billion Hong Kong dollars to secure control over Husky. In the 1990s, amidst the turmoil of the Gulf War, the third oil crisis erupted, causing oil prices to surge to 36 per barrel, and astonishingly, by 2008, they reached 130 per barrel. Not only did Old Li reap substantial profits in the oil trade, but he also successfully took Husky public in the new millennium. By 2008, the value of his shares had multiplied several-fold, peaking at a staggering 20 billion. Given the long-standing animosity between the two families, should the Li family expand as history suggests, the days of Jia Ning would surely be fraught with difficulty. Thus, Gao Ming arrived at Husky ahead of time. For the sake of the Chun family's enterprise, this professional manager could not afford a moment's respite. He successfully acquired 70 of Husky's shares for 600 million, intending to gradually procure the remaining shares, which were rather complex in nature. The triumph of this transaction was partly due to the internal strife among several oil-producing nations. At that time, Middle Eastern oil states, adhering to a strategy of thin margins for high volume, sought to undermine their competitors. Other nations faced higher extraction costs, elevated labor expenses, and oil reserves that paled in comparison to those of the Middle East. As the wealthy Middle Eastern tycoons drove prices down, numerous countries' oil companies found themselves in dire financial straits, leading to the catastrophic collapse of economies heavily reliant on oil exports. If even the geese could not endure, how could a third-tier Canadian oil company fare better? The shareholders of Husky soon discerned the troubling trends in the international oil market, and their fortunes began to decline in recent years, to the point where they were incurring losses with every barrel sold. Who would wish to engage in such a business? Fortunately, there were real estate magnates from the harbor city eager to act as saviors, and naturally, they were more than willing to oblige. When oil prices plummeted to 10 per barrel, they all wore expressions of vindication. Fortunately, they had divested their shares in Husky early on. Otherwise, they would have faced the brunt of the fallout. This saga even caught the attention of Canadian media, which openly mocked Jia Ning Yinghua as a veritable fool for spending 600 million to acquire a loss-making oil company. This amusing anecdote quickly spread to North America, becoming international news. Jia Ning Yinghua, however, remained unfazed, subsequently acquiring 3 smaller oil companies in North America, along with over a dozen refineries, thereby streamlining production processes. Gao Ming, in an interview, declared that he would not cease his acquisitions in the oil sector, stating that as long as the price was right, discussions were open. Such bold investments thrilled the Yinghua media, proclaiming that Chen Sang was assisting Yinghua in acquiring the California oil industry. Well, were it not for Xiao Chunri's efforts in guiding public opinion for Chen Long, there would surely have been dissenters accusing Chen Long of squandering their money on rampant acquisitions. Yet, with the strategic placement of Xiao Chunri as an insider and the alignment with Kuroda Fangming's strategy to pivot towards major importing nations, the public began to perceive Jia Ning Yinghua's actions as a form of honor. The news soon reached Li Banqing's ears. What? Chen Long purchased the Husky Oil Company? Just days prior, he had been contemplating whether to send someone to engage with Husky shareholders, and now this shocking revelation emerged. Among his evaluations of dozens of oil companies, Husky Energy was his preferred choice. It stood as Canada's third-largest oil company, boasting comprehensive operational licenses, a considerable scale, and vast oil field reserves, presenting incredible potential, even if it might face losses in the coming years. Yet, the Chen family had stolen a march on him. The word shock could scarcely encapsulate his current emotions. It was more akin to dread. Was Chen Long somehow privy to his innermost thoughts? Anticipating his every move? He could understand being outmaneuvered in the purchase of Hong Kong's electric lights, as everyone was vying for that prized piece of land, driven by the belief that acquiring it would yield profit. However, Husky was located far away in Canada. Surely, there was no reason for the two parties to overlap in their interests. A chill ran through Li Bansheng as he cast a wary glance around. Could there be a corporate spy planted among his ranks? How else could it be that every slight maneuver on his part was preempted by the opponent? He was genuinely frightened at this moment and summoned a host of professionals to scour his company inside and out. They indeed uncovered several listening devices, though they were located in inconsequential departments. Reflecting further on the unusual behavior of those around him, he turned his gaze towards his second son. Many had reported that the young master had been acting furtively of late, engaged in undisclosed activities. Li Bansheng too sensed that his second son had been behaving suspiciously, as if harboring secrets from him. Chapter 105. The intricate maneuverings that leave young Master Li in a quandary. Li Zheju listened with great enthusiasm to the financial report. Young Master, we have pledged shares of Huang Heshirya, Huang Puheji, and Huang Heyul, successfully securing a loan of 8 billion yen from the power of Qianluzu. Well done. Immediately proceed to acquire a financial company in my name, and let everything unfold according to our plan. His outward demeanor of happiness belied the truth. For Li Laodu had been obstructing the plan to profit from the cherry blossoms, leading to repeated delays. Time dragged on, and he could see the average property prices in cherry blossom Tokyo soaring, as if money were slipping away from his grasp. At last, he had taken a significant step forward. The Qianluzu Company, known for its substantial business dealings, promptly agreed to a share pledge loan upon hearing his intent to invest entirely in cherry blossoms real estate. The shares of a public company differ from fixed assets. Due to their higher risk, fewer financial institutions are willing to engage in pledge transactions. Although the interest rates were somewhat elevated, he deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. With this initial capital, he could swiftly amass further funds from the populace of Gangqing. These funds would soon yield immense profits amidst the surging property prices in cherry blossom, rendering the interest almost negligible. Yet, his subordinates appeared exceedingly anxious. Boss, should we really pledge the shares to the cherry blossom company without informing the big boss? Pledging differs from mortgaging. A mortgage involves real estate, such as property or vehicles, where the collateral remains in the owner's possession but requires registration. Conversely, shares of a public company are considered movable property and can only be pledged. Pledged items do not require registration, but from the moment of signing the contract. The pledgee acquires the right to dispose of the items as well as a right of retention. This means young Master Li had directly relinquished control over these shares to Wang Nan, which is why the manager appeared so flustered. Only a few of you are to be privy to this matter. If the old man inquires, simply say, I raised the funds by selling shares of Huang Heyul. With confidence, he added, rest assured. I specifically emphasized in the pledge contract with Qianluzu that as long as I do not default, they have no right to handle any of my pledged shares. The property prices in cherry blossom will undoubtedly continue to rise, and we will soon repay this loan. The professional manager contemplated this, but chose not to press the issue further. He feared that speaking out might incur the displeasure of young Master Li. Having worked hard to attain his current position, he was unwilling to jeopardize his job. Li Zheju did not seek out Li Bansheng, but Li Bansheng sought him out. Father, what brings you here? He felt a twinge of guilt. Just as his money-making plan had commenced, his father had arrived. Had he caught wind of something? I also hold shares in Huang Heyul. As a shareholder, am I not entitled to inspect my own enterprise? Of course, feel free to look around. Li Bansheng wrinkled his nose at the mingling scent of women's perfume in the room. What have you been busy with lately? Rarely home. Nothing much. Since you released me, I have been diligently working. Seeing the innocent expression on his son's face, Li Bansheng's doubts began to wane. He had merely been caught off guard, leading to his suspicions regarding young Master Li. This lad held a deep-seated enmity with Chen Long. How could he possibly be a whistleblower? Everyone around him was suspect, except for Li Zheju. That's good. Focus on your entertainment group and aim to take it public soon. Li Zheju nodded nonchalantly. The entertainment group was hardly lucrative. Soon enough, he would delve into real estate in cherry blossom, undoubtedly providing his father with a remarkable surprise. He felt a burning desire to achieve something meaningful, to demonstrate his commercial acumen to Li Laotu. Meanwhile, Wang Nan reported the signing of the pledge contract with young Master Li to Chen Long. Excellent. It won't be long before Li will venture to cherry blossom with a substantial investment in real estate. Boss, what shall we do? Of course, we cannot allow him to proceed smoothly with his business. I will notify my connections in the government, ensuring that when he seeks to establish a company and apply for an operating license, we can delay him for several months. Wang Nan concurred. We can also send members of the Jiokai to create disturbances, making it far from simple for him to conduct business. Indeed, I will also make arrangements with several major banks. Young Master Li's attempts at leveraging will likely meet numerous obstacles, and he may ultimately turn back to Qianluzu. Sir, should we lend to him or not? Unless he can present additional shares to pledge, we will not accept any of the properties he has mortgaged. The reasoning is straightforward. Qianlong is acutely aware that within 2 years, the cherry blossom authorities will recognize the significant bubble in the real estate market and will employ interest rate hikes and various measures to suppress its growth. Consequently, while property values may continue to ascend, the potential for appreciation in many areas will be severely limited. Young Master Li will find himself ensnared, caught in a predicament with no way forward or backward. Contemplating this, he cautioned Wang Nan, "If the Ministry of Finance initiates interest rate hikes, I will inform you in advance." At that point, Qianluzu should sell to Suri Bank. Wang Nan was momentarily taken aback. He was no longer the naive financial novice of the past and understood his boss's intentions. Had it not been for Qianlong's warning, he might have assumed that property prices in cherry blossom would perpetually rise. However, once the Ministry of Finance took action, it would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the ever-increasing property prices. Chapter 106: The Farce of the Ministry of Finance. Several months later, the Ministry of Finance convened its routine high-level meeting. The 2 vice ministers, an administrative vice minister, the chief secretary, several presidents of the central bank, and the heads of various banks gathered together. Over the past year, the exchange rate of the Sakura currency against the US dollar had been continuously rising. The real estate market in Sakura was experiencing unprecedented prosperity, with property prices in Tokyo alone having more than doubled, while other regions also saw significant increases. Due to the influx of foreign capital, the stock market began to soar rapidly 6 months prior. The economy of Sakura was thriving remarkably. Except for some impacts on export businesses, the strategy of going global had been a resounding success. The Mitsubishi and Mitsui conglomerates had eagerly acquired landmark buildings in the beautiful country, allowing the name of Sakura to resonate worldwide. As for the affected electronics and steel industries, the general consensus was that they were of little consequence. These industrial companies quickly found their way, enthusiastically engaging in financial ventures, with one steel company tasting success in the futures market, prompting others to join the financial sector for quick profits. A scene of prosperity enveloped the entire nation of Sakura. This atmosphere of exuberance permeated the internal meetings of the Ministry of Finance. They had the prideful conviction that the current prosperity of Sakura was largely due to their efforts. However, the newly appointed vice president of Sakura Bank, Sanano Shigeyasu, presented a differing opinion. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have observed certain irregularities." The room fell silent instantly. The bankers held a rather low status within the Ministry of Finance, and at that moment, the president of the central bank was also a position rotating between members from the ministry and the banking sector. As a genuine banker, Sanano's words immediately drew frowns from several vice ministers. Confronted with the palpable pressure in the room, Sanano continued, "I have noticed that certain housing companies are utilizing bank funds on construction companies with connections to the Yakuza, and they do not thoroughly assess whether clients possess the qualifications for loans or can bear the risks of debt, leading to..." A member of the Ministry of Finance interrupted him. "Vice President Sanano, which law states that Yakuza groups cannot engage in the real estate industry? Yakuza groups are registered legal entities. Why can't housing companies provide them with loans?" A series of lively questions followed. It was not until 1992 that Sakura enacted legislation specifically addressing Yakuza activities, restricting their operational scope. Faced with this interrogation, Sanano Shigeyasu was rendered speechless, and a hint of disdain surfaced among those present. "What I mean is that the actions of these housing companies may very well lead to artificially inflated housing prices. We should take preventive measures." At that moment, Sanano Shigeyasu was not yet the valiant hero who would triumph over dragons 3 years later. His speech appeared somewhat naive. However, Kuroda Fumiyuki took an interest in him. He had discussed this issue with Mr. Chun, who suggested maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, asserting that clarity in water implies a lack of fish, and intervention could occur at the appropriate time. Yet, he did not expect this newly appointed vice president to be so bold, instantly fostering a sense of protection for him. The council member continued to challenge, "Inflated? The land available for development in Tokyo is inherently limited. We have a large population, and a surge in prices is to be expected. Everyone believes that housing prices will rise. Must you insist that stagnation aligns with our national development conditions?" Others echoed their agreement, deeming Sanano Shigeyasu to be merely stirring up trouble. "All right, everyone, let us calm down. Sanano Shigeyasu's words are not without merit. If you have any constructive suggestions, feel free to discuss them with me privately. For now, let us continue the meeting. Kuroda Fumiyuki, due to his contributions and numerous achievements, held significant prestige within the Ministry of Finance. Upon hearing his words, others ceased their dissent, allowing Sanano Shigeyasu to escape unscathed. However, Sanano was deeply dissatisfied. He firmly believed that the banking sector should be distinct from departments like the Ministry of Finance. Otherwise, they would, as seen now, recklessly overlook potential issues for the sake of momentary economic growth. Lacking a voice in the discussions, he felt akin to a marionette. After the meeting, Kuroda Fumiyuki called out to Sanano Shigeyasu. Sanano-kun, come here for a moment. Sanano held great respect for Kuroda, who, despite being significantly younger, had provided him with profound insights into economic matters. Chief Secretary, did you summon me for something? No, I would like to invite you to join our Muroko Society. Muroko Society? This was a recently active faction within the cabinet, and Sanano immediately grasped Kuroda's ulterior identity. The purpose of our Muroko Society is to seek common ground while preserving differences, aiming to elevate the economy of Sakura to the pinnacle of the world and utterly shatter the ambitions of the beautiful country to reduce Sakura to a colony. Sanano Shigeyasu was momentarily lost in thought, his spirit trembling at such grand aspirations from a minor faction. He posed a question: how does the Muroko Society view the rampant housing prices? It is not yet time for intervention. We can emulate the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes to resolve this potential crisis. Chapter 107. Walking the path of others leaves them no path to walk. Sani Chong-yang, at the venerable age of 60, stands as a formidable contender for the future presidency of the Sakura Central Bank. Perhaps it is his forthrightness during high-level meetings at the Ministry of Finance that has garnered him the cabinet's high expectations. By 1989, when he assumed office, officials had already come to a profound realization regarding the significant bubble in Sakura's real estate market. This resolute individual did not disappoint the Sakura authorities. Within his first 9 months in office, he implemented 3 interest rate hikes. For an economy already grappling with stagnation, this was undoubtedly a potent remedy. However, the overly stringent monetary policies led to a catastrophic plunge in both the real estate and stock markets, thus initiating Sakura's lost 3 decades. Yet for Chun-Long, Sani Chong-yang is a formidable strategist. After successfully recruiting him into the Muling Society, the duo of Kuroda Homei and Sani Chong-yang could pave the way for monumental achievements. Chun-Long understood the significance of his role. After piercing through the real estate bubble, Sani shifted all blame onto the Ministry of Finance, successfully extricating the Sakura Central Bank from its clutches, thereby transforming it into a highly autonomous institution. At this moment, having consumed several cups of wine, Sani began to ramble incoherently, vehemently denouncing the existence of financial companies engaged in subprime lending. He argued that granting mortgage rights to such firms was inherently flawed. Only by centralizing these powers within major banks could one prevent the real estate market from spiraling to such heights. Behind the screen, Chun-Long could not help but smile. Deep down, Sani Chong-yang is, in fact, an idealist. Who are the stakeholders behind these financial companies? They are the beneficiaries of various conglomerates, all of which cast shadows over these entities. In their relentless pursuit of profit, they circumvent official oversight of major banks, resulting in a proliferation of subprime lending companies. Nevertheless, Sani's words sparked some contemplation in Chun-Long's mind. There are also those financial firms that, under the guise of promoting star products, engage in illegal fundraising, ruthlessly siphoning off the public's hard-earned wealth. The so-called products merely serve as fronts for speculative real estate ventures. To Sani Chong-yang, capital accumulation is the prerogative of banks and large institutions. The power of banks is being eroded, and this burgeoning trend among private entities has spiraled out of control, inevitably leading to significant problems. Kuroda Homei nodded in agreement, observing that as he walked through Tokyo, he was surrounded by managers distributing flyers promoting financial products. Most of these so-called product managers are merely glib talkers, possessing scant knowledge of finance, yet they successfully deceive the general populace. Such indications caused great concern for Kuroda Homei, as this was not the scenario he wished to witness. His aim in elevating the yen's exchange rate was not to perpetuate an endless inflation of property prices. Sani Chong-yang, inebriated, gazed at Chun-Long as he emerged from behind the screen. Who are you, and why are you here? Sani-kun, do not be alarmed. This is Mr. Chun-Long, an esteemed member of our Muling Society, Chen Long, the proprietor of Jining Sakura. Sandy Chongyang suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. He had agreed to join the Muling Society because of its grand aspirations. However, had he known that the society had ties to capital, he would have unequivocally declined. He did not wish to be a mere pawn of capital. Sandy-san, please allow me to finish. We possess viable methods to rectify the financial anomalies you mentioned. What methods? Are you not hoping to profit from this? Chen Long disdainfully shook his head. Every phenomenon that exists carries its own significance. This applies to subprime companies as well as financial institutions. The root of all errors lies in the disordered development. Sandy Chongyang remained silent, yet internally he resonated with Chen Long's words. Economic freedom? That too is a controlled form of liberty. The current financial chaos in Sakura is a direct consequence of excessive freedom. I propose that both of you work together to advance legislation to regulate subprime companies and financial institutions, establishing 2 new financial licenses for issuing loans and fundraising. These licenses should only be granted to robust corporations, while other entities wishing to engage in such business must seek approval from the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. Kuroda Homei immediately concurred, exclaiming, Mr. Chen's proposal is brilliant. This way, the entire market will be under the simultaneous supervision of the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank, effectively barring unscrupulous companies from entering the fray. Furthermore, major corporations will be compelled to temper their conduct. Should they be exposed for any illicit activities, we can revoke their operating licenses. Feeling somewhat sobered, Sandy Chongyang realized that if this initiative were pursued jointly with Kuroda Homei, it would undoubtedly receive high recognition within the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. His gaze towards Chen Long shifted. This esteemed member of the Muling Society had effortlessly tackled a significant challenge that had long plagued him. Meanwhile, Chen Long's eyes flickered with a cunning light. His actions, though seemingly aimed at benefiting Sakura's economy, were in truth designed to further empower the Quanluo Financial Group. Should this legislation pass, Quanluo would undoubtedly emerge as the primary beneficiary, further monopolizing both markets and evolving into a legitimate, compliant entity with official endorsement capable of fundraising and lending. Chapter 108 The most profitable business is written in legal texts. San Yizhongkong and He Tianfeng Ming found an instant synergy. The two immediately embarked on their course of action. San Yizhongkong submitted a proposal aimed at constraining certain housing companies and financial institutions, recommending a comprehensive review of all companies, with special operating licenses to be issued to those that meet the criteria. Otherwise, their subsidiary businesses would face liquidation. This proposal was met with vehement opposition from the majority within the Ministry of Finance. What a jest! These small housing companies had varying degrees of connections with them, and San Yizhongkang's words undoubtedly infringed upon their interests. Amidst the uproar, He Tianfeng Ming produced an investigative report. He publicly accused a director of accepting bribes from housing companies, which led to the issuance of illicit loans, failing to fulfill regulatory duties while facilitating the other party's misconduct. This evidence was, of course, provided by the influential Chen Long. The venue fell into an eerie silence. Shaorizi was reputed to be the most incorruptible nation in Dongzhou, primarily due to the public's zero tolerance for corruption and bribery. The penalties for such offenses were particularly severe, with a mere acceptance of 200,000 yen resulting in a 35-year prison sentence. The exposure of this case would undoubtedly lead to a sensational corruption scandal, compelling the entire Ministry of Finance to apologize publicly. Countless individuals could potentially be implicated. He Tianfeng Ming's actions, akin to a warning to the others, struck fear into everyone, as they dreaded being the next to be exposed. Witnessing this, He Tianfeng Ming lamented, "Ladies and gentlemen, I do not wish to become your adversary. I merely urge everyone to reconsider their actions. If we continue to permit these companies to act recklessly, we shall inevitably face irreparable consequences, and all of us will find ourselves nailed to the pillar of shame." Others quickly echoed his sentiments, with even several deputy ministers expressing their newfound respect for He Tianfeng Ming. They understood that he sought to assist them in thoroughly addressing this matter. Since all were culpable, it seemed they were absolved. The only true victim might be the director utilized as an example. Everyone resolutely concurred. It is time to regulate these housing companies. The bill promoted by the Ministry of Finance swiftly received cabinet approval. The entire financial market was thrown into turmoil. They had not anticipated that the days of skirting the law would come to an abrupt end. Numerous small housing and financial companies became like headless chickens once the bill was officially enacted. Failing to obtain the limited issuance licenses would mean instant bankruptcy for them. Everyone was well aware of their illegal loan disbursements and illicit fundraising. Once implemented, they would immediately collapse, revealing their true nature. At this moment, Wang Nan's Quan Luo Financial Group emerged as their last lifeline. Companies of all sizes aspired to sell themselves to the Quan Luo Group, even willing to offer a substantial sum of illicit money in return. Thus, with a slight rebranding, they could once again emerge under the banner of Quan Luo, deceiving the public. Wang Nan was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals he was dealing with. Integrating these companies would yield significant returns, yet it would simultaneously transform the Quan Luo Financial Group into a more formidable ticking time bomb. There was no hesitation. Wang Nan welcomed all comers, rapidly assimilating these small companies into the Quan Luo Financial Group. Consequently, Quan Luo also acquired substantial protection fees willingly submitted by numerous small companies. Upon hearing the figures reported by Wang Nan, Qianlong could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had only acted on a whim, never imagining it would trigger such a vast chain reaction. These funds, for now, could be termed illicit money. They often arrived empty-handed, but had now become a boon for the puppet master, Qianlong. Most alarmingly, they indirectly controlled the non-performing loan businesses of several housing companies. While these subprime loans appeared worthless, numerous financial strategies existed to transform waste into value. Realizing this, Qianlong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. His small butterfly flap had seemingly altered the scale of the Sakura real estate bubble. After being harvested by Quan Luo, these small companies would undoubtedly strive to double their profits. Housing companies would become increasingly reckless in issuing mortgages. He sensed that Sakura's housing prices would soon accelerate dramatically, and the real estate bubble would expand at an exponential rate, culminating in a catastrophic burst. Chapter 109. Is Jianing Yinghua selling the commercial center? Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as Qianlong had anticipated. The property prices of Yinghua surged uncontrollably. The sudden spike was astonishing, with prices changing dramatically each day. The soaring real estate values in Tokyo's Ginza left Qianlong with an unsettling sense of alarm. Meanwhile, the local residents were blissfully oblivious, exclaiming in exuberance about the miraculous developments. In their perception, this dramatic increase served as undeniable evidence that Tokyo's property prices would never decline. They had previously claimed that Tokyo's prices were already exorbitant, unmatched globally, yet now they witnessed yet another surge. Very well, the experts from Xiaorizi were indeed correct. As a businessman from Longhua, I shall refrain from indulging in this frenzy. With this thought in mind, Qianlong summoned Gaoming. It had been a while since their last encounter, and Gaoming had noticeably gained weight. Dressed in a suit, the buttons struggled to fasten. Gaozong, you ought to shed some pounds. Being excessively overweight is not advisable. Gaoming, patting his protruding belly, could not help but lament. Oh, boss, you must not disdain me. This could be considered an occupational hazard. Disdain you? Not at all, but for the sake of your health, unnecessary social engagements should be avoided from now on. Gaoming discerned a deeper meaning in his boss's words. Boss, are we planning any new initiatives? Indeed, your primary task moving forward is to reach out to several major consortiums and commence the sale of Jianing Yinghua's real estate. A sudden realization struck Gaoming. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. According to their original plan, they were to wait until the Ministry of Finance began raising interest rates before taking action. We can no longer delay, unless you wish to partake in a game of fast-paced retreat alongside foreign capital. One must not be overly greedy. The current surge had already met its predetermined targets. Further greed could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Gaoming understood Qianlong's intentions. There is a saying, better safe than sorry. He too felt a sense of unease regarding the soaring property prices, for one can never predict when a sudden drop might occur. Very well. I shall contact several major consortiums from Xiaorizi and divide our properties into several parcels for sale, aiming to avoid any significant disturbances. Yes, we must remain discreet. The pace of sales cannot be too rapid. Are you concerned that the Yinghua Consortium might seize the opportunity to drive prices down? Jianing Yinghua's industrial scale in Tokyo was indeed formidable, and the sale of such a vast array of properties could potentially trigger a premature bursting of the bubble. Gaoming felt a headache approaching. Certain items become expensive precisely because they are scarce. When properties flood the market, their value diminishes. Perhaps this was the reason behind his boss's decision to initiate the sale of real estate ahead of schedule. There are indeed concerns in this regard, though I perceive it as not an insurmountable issue. Qianlong had two hidden strategies: Chuanlua Financial Company and Nambua Group. Even if these companies were to engage in a fire sale, it would pose no problem. The goal was to recoup capital as swiftly as possible, subsequently utilizing those funds to acquire Jianing Yinghua's assets. When Jianing Yinghua proactively sought to sell its properties, several major consortiums displayed remarkable enthusiasm. After all, Jianing held numerous high-quality assets in Tokyo. Moreover, due to the vigorous surge in prices, they were quite willing to pay a premium for the commercial centers and buildings that Jianing Yinghua was casting off. However, as time passed, the major consortiums began to sense something amiss. Jianing Yinghua was not only frequently selling commercial real estate to them, but had also engaged in multiple transactions with other developers. Soon thereafter, news outlets published a report. Jianing Yinghua is intensively selling its commercial properties, suspected to be facing a cash flow crisis. Before Jianing Yinghua could respond, numerous media outlets began to report on the matter. They disclosed that Jianing Yinghua had secretly offloaded at least 30 commercial buildings, estimating a staggering debt of 81 trillion yen due to their frenzied land acquisition. Upon witnessing such a plethora of negative coverage, Qianlong, who had initially intended to have Gao Ming handle public relations, simply shrugged it off. He had no intention of maintaining a facade. Let them say he was in crisis, for he would not offer any rebuttal. He decided to allow Gao Ming to be forthright. The aim was to sell as much as possible before any interest rate cuts. He was confident that the locals would be unable to resist the temptation and would still be eager to purchase the buildings he was offering. Meanwhile, Li Zeju, who had just stealthily arrived in Tokyo, was astounded by the explosive news. Jianing Yinghua was indeed facing a cash flow crisis and selling off properties. He could almost envision Qianlong in agony as he sold off his assets, and he couldn't help but chuckle at his misfortune. Qianlong, you too have reached this day. This is the consequence of your insatiable greed. Simultaneously, he formulated a plan, pondering that if Jianing Yinghua was divesting its assets, perhaps he could acquire them at a discount and expedite his entry into the market. Indeed, witnessing the current property prices of Yinghua left Li Ergong somewhat dazed. However, he was equally astonished by the prosperity of Yinghua's real estate, believing that embarking on a venture now would allow him to ride this wave of fervor. After all, even a pig could soar if carried by the wind. Chapter 110. Such a young lad. I barely have time to run, yet you insist on burrowing in. Boss, Li Zeju wishes to borrow 20 billion yen from us. Should we lend it or not? 20 billion yen is no trifling sum, especially since Qianlong had previously cautioned Wang Nan against lending money to the second young master of the Li family so readily. Li Zeju may not even realize that from the moment he set foot in Tokyo, every move he made was under Qianlong's vigilant surveillance. The second young master of the Li family presumed that his title would afford him considerable leverage in Sakura. However, he was met with indifference, as not only were official banks unwilling to lend to him, but even the banks of several major conglomerates turned him away. Desperate to flaunt his authority before Qianlong, he resorted to seeking out the Quanluazwan company. Yet, what valuable collateral does he possess? Perhaps the shares of Gangsheng could suffice. His assets are dwindling. Aside from a handful of properties in Gangsheng and a few luxury vehicles, the only viable option left is the shares of Huanghe Entertainment Group. Speaking of Huanghe Entertainment Group, Qianlong's interest was piqued immediately, as the competition between Xinxiao Film and Huanghe Entertainment had escalated to a fever pitch. Both companies had launched several major productions in the previous year, ushering in a new pinnacle of cinematic creation in Gangsheng. Xinxiao Film prided itself on achieving grand results with minimal expenditure, while Huanghe Entertainment pursued a high-end approach, sparing no expense in their grand productions. Initially, Xinxiao Film held the upper hand due to their successful titles such as Huang Fei Home, The God of Gamblers series, and Prison Storm. However, Huanghe Entertainment quickly enlisted the talents of Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung, leveling the playing field. The achievements of both companies were closely matched, each capturing a significant share of the annual box office rankings. As the two tigers clashed, the innocent bystander, Jiahe, suffered, with only one film making it into the top 10 last year. The production costs of Xinxiao Film were substantially lower than those of Huanghe, yielding substantial profits for Qianlong. Nevertheless, Qianlong's ambition was to utterly defeat Huanghe and monopolize the film market in Gangsheng. In a fair competition, it would likely take a year or two to discern a clear victor. Yet, an opportunity presented itself to Chen Long. If he were to acquire all the shares of Huanghe Entertainment, it would amount to a direct merger with the rival. At that point, listing both conglomerates would dramatically increase the market value of the new entertainment group. Contemplating this, Chen Long instructed Wang Nan. The remaining shares of Huanghe Entertainment are worth at most 8 billion yen. As for the properties and luxury vehicles, you may temporarily lend him 10 billion yen. If he desires to borrow an additional 10 billion yen, that can be arranged as well. We can facilitate communication with the Sumiyoshi Kai to secure a high-interest loan for him. Although Chen Long spoke calmly, Wang Nan felt an overwhelming aura of menace in the air. The Sumiyoshi Kai had become Sakura's most notorious organized crime syndicate, while the Yamaguchi-gumi had suffered 2 successive splits, relegating them to second place. Should the second young master of the Li family fail to repay the Sumiyoshi Kai, it was conceivable that they might pursue him all the way to Gangxing. Sir, there is something I wonder if I should say. Speak. You are truly wise and sagacious. The second young master of the Li family hails from a real estate background and had consulted his family's experts for a thorough analysis before arriving in Sakura. They determined that the real estate market in Sakura still had 2 to 3 years of growth before reaching its peak. With this premise, he eagerly ventured to Tokyo in hopes of making a quick fortune. However, upon arriving in Sakura, he quickly realized how challenging it was to secure a loan in unfamiliar territory, leaving him in a precarious position. When the Quan Luozwan company proposed that he pledge all his shares in Huanghe Entertainment, he could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. As for the remaining 10 billion yen, we will have another institution lend it to you. They are willing to offer an unsecured loan, albeit at a higher interest rate and fees. We, as intermediaries, will take a 5 commission. At this moment, Li Zeju did not pause to contemplate. His sole focus was on impressing Chen Long, and he readily agreed. The Sumiyoshi Kai office appeared quite formal, with all staff members donning ties and exhibiting courteous behavior, resembling a legitimate financial institution. With Wang Nan facilitating the arrangements, Li Zeju cooperated with photographs, videos, fingerprinting, and affixing his seal, ultimately amassing the necessary funds. He promptly sent someone to fetch a Rolls-Royce to the headquarters of Jining Sakura. Our second young master wishes to meet with you. Mr. Chun, kindly relay the message. The receptionist, hailing from Gangxing, was well aware of the Li family's Li Zeju and immediately reported the matter to her supervisor. After several layers of communication, a few minutes later, Gao Ming personally informed Chen Long, I knew he would come. General Gao, should I meet him or not? If I do, I shall certainly witness the arrogant demeanor of Li Er. If I do not, it would appear that I lack vision, as an old friend from Gangxing arrives, and I cannot even grant him an audience. Chapter 111. To make Li Er aware of the disparity naturally, it was better not to meet. What is his status compared to yours? Gao Ming spoke the truth. There is a saying that a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Although Chen Long had fallen on hard times, he had still overseen transactions worth hundreds of billions and even trillions. Li Zeju, a mere newcomer, was vastly inferior in wealth and status, with no common ground between them except for being second-generation wealthy in Gangxing. However, after some contemplation, Chen Long decided to let him come up. If he were to chase Li Zeju away today, those who were unaware might speculate and undermine him behind his back. Chen Long was certainly unafraid of meeting Li Zeju. Those who achieve great things can be both humble and assertive, and besides, Li Zeju lacked the ability to belittle him. With this in mind, Chen Long said to Gao Ming, General Gao, please escort him around the company. Gao Ming immediately understood the intention of his young boss. In recent years, Jining Yinghua had been flourishing, having borrowed money from banks that seemed impossible to exhaust. The company's decor reflected a lavish extravagance. Every employee was equipped with computers, and significant investments were made to create an office area for the Yinghua employees, ensuring that each worker regarded their workspace as a comfortable home. Each floor had its own unique character, such as the reception room of Jining Yinghua, which displayed Chen Long's collection of Dragon Kingdom artifacts acquired during his leisure time. These artistic treasures from various countries showcased the company's owner's immense strength and extraordinary financial prowess to all visitors. The most extravagant feature was a floor dedicated to architectural models that replicated the entire landscape of Tokyo. Whenever Jining Yinghua secured a piece of land or a commercial building, a corresponding scaled model would be created. The top floor, in addition to a helicopter landing pad, boasted an infinity swimming pool in the sky. There were many such opulent facilities, all of which would surely provide Li Er with a new understanding of Qianlong's wealth. Qianlong only hoped that after touring the entire company, Li Er would not feel overly inferior due to the vast disparity in their fortunes. Upon hearing that Gao Ming was to show him around the company, Li Zheju did not think much of it. This was a normal procedure for esteemed guests. He felt a sense of pride, believing that Qianlong had indeed fallen on hard times. If he were willing to please a rival like himself, it must mean that he was desperate. However, it did not take long for him to realize that he had overthought the situation. Qianlong was evidently intent on flaunting his success within Yinghua. The reception room displayed national treasures that had been lost to Yinghua, and upon seeing the collection of architectural models, Li Zheju's mindset began to crumble. This indicated that Jining still possessed numerous buildings and plots of land that had not been sold. Indeed, we will remove and destroy the models once they are sold. What you see now are all properties that remain unsold or are under negotiation. Although Li Zheju maintained a calm facade, he was cursing inwardly. Gazing at the seemingly endless array of buildings, he wished he could slap himself for voluntarily seeking out such humiliation. At that moment, he realized what Qianlong had accomplished during the years of their lack of interaction. Even if Qianlong faced cash flow crises, the wealth he commanded was beyond Li Zheju's reach. One may have less substance, but one must not lose face. With a tone he believed to be commanding, Li Zheju pointed to a large, undeveloped plot of land in the distance and declared, "I want that land. Is 20 billion yen sufficient?" Gao Ming was astonished by Li Er's boldness. 20 billion yen was more than enough for that piece of land. The more one lacks, the more one feels the need to show off. Of course, that is ample, young Master Li. However, I do have one request. Speak, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you. There was no choice. Li Er had indeed offered too much. Please do not dismantle this model. Instead, label it as purchased by Li Er. Young Master, that might not be appropriate. Gao Ming said this, but internally he couldn't help but chuckle. Li Zheju was attempting to play tricks on the young boss. Little did he know that if the young boss saw that sign, he would surely burst into laughter. If we do not display it, this transaction may be difficult to finalize. I originally intended to acquire more of your assets. Display it. What else do you wish to purchase? Speak freely. This tall building looks splendid. Is it for sale at 18 billion yen? Yes, of course. It is for sale. As usual, we will put up the sign. Only after exhausting all the funds he had brought from Gangxing did Li Zheju leave satisfied. He naturally felt too embarrassed to meet Qianlong again. He planned to finalize the property ownership changes for these plots before seeking to mortgage them with the bank. Once he secured the mortgage, he intended to approach Qianlong for a substantial purchase. He envisioned marking the very floor that Qianlong was most proud of with his own unique insignia. Then he would see how Qianlong would continue to revel in his success. Chapter 112. Qianlong Stock Market Warning. Qianlong merely smiled at Li Er's childish behavior. If every young master in Gangxing possessed the same ambition as Li Gongzi, he would likely awaken from dreams filled with laughter. Indeed, Li Zheju was quite relentless, frequently acquiring new funds to purchase properties at Jining Yinghua. Freed from the constraints imposed by Li Banqing, he thrived in the realm of Yinghua. According to Wang Nan, this young master had taken the Jiyuan society as a veritable ATM, occasionally engaging in collateral transactions and sometimes securing unsecured short-term loans. My sworn brother, Tiangang Qiyuan, mentioned that in a mere 3 months, Li Zheju had accrued a staggering debt of 50 billion yen. Were it not for the substantial profits generated by the Jiyuan society in the construction sector and their ventures and lucrative businesses, they would have struggled to produce such funds. The Jiyuan society was not overly concerned about whether Li Er could repay his loans. After all, with the vastness of Huanghe Industrial Group, one could run away from the monk, but not the temple, and they had ample means to ensure Li Zheju settled his debts. Qianlong had long since lost interest in playing house with Li Er. While properties at Jining Yinghua were gradually being sold off, internal strife erupted within the Ministry of Finance. Officials were divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by Kuroda Fumio, advocated for interest rate hikes, while the other, a diverse group largely consisting of beneficiaries of the real estate boom, feared that such increases would stifle property prices. Kuroda Fumio's influence within the Ministry of Finance soared, and after numerous assertive declarations, the 2 deputy ministers eventually conceded. For the first time since the Plaza Accord, a modest interest rate hike was implemented, maintaining a low rate of approximately 2.8. This decision sparked considerable discontent in Sano Shigeyasu, who believed that cabinet officials had become mere sycophants of the United States, allowing the bubble to continue inflating for the benefit of other nations. Nevertheless, the hint of rising interest rates served as a warning to the housing market, visibly slowing the pace of price increases. However, it often takes time for policy changes to manifest in reality. Enli Air and others failed to perceive the subtle shifts in the real estate market, as the still rising prices were quite misleading. As the saying goes, a frog in warm water does not sense the gradual rise in temperature until it is too late. At this juncture, Chen Long returned to Gangqing. Upon seeing his son, Chan Ching-Shum cheerfully rose to greet him. "My dear son, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming home? I would have sent someone to the airport to pick you up. Dad, I've returned to discuss some matters with you." Immediately, Chan Ching-Shum's jovial demeanor faded. After dismissing everyone from the room, he inquired, "Have you encountered any issues at Yinghua?" Earlier this year, he had heard about Jianing Yinghua's urgent and large-scale property sales. Had it not been for Chan Ching-Shum's prior experience in handling crises, the news of Jianing Yinghua's predicament would have surely spread throughout Gangqing. Chen Long's previous silence indicated that the issues were not severe, but now Chan Ching-Shum felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of Chen Long's real estate ventures at Yinghua, and any trouble could escalate into a significant crisis. Chen Long shook his head. "Not at all. What I wish to discuss is the stock market in Gangqing. The stock market in Gangqing is quite promising. You are unaware of how rapidly our Jianing stocks have surged. After the merger of our 4 listed companies, many have experienced substantial increases, with one real estate subsidiary even doubling in value." At this, Chan Ching-Shum's spirits lifted. In April of last year, the 4 major stock exchanges in Gangqing had officially merged into a unified trading platform. The market had improved significantly, with the Hang Seng Index rising from 1625 points at the end of 1986 to 2568 points, and the total market capitalization expanding from 250 billion Hong Kong dollars to 439 billion Hong Kong dollars. This year, the stock market's growth had accelerated further, with companies like United Real Estate, Asia Real Estate, Sahai, Daywan, Huatai, and Xinan seeing their market values multiply several times over. As a major player in real estate, Chan Ching-Shum's wealth had also grown substantially. The Hang Seng Index is approaching the 4,000 mark. Your father is feeling quite confident. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will resolve them in an instant. His demeanor was in stark contrast to the distress he had shown during the debt crisis. "You seem to be getting ahead of yourself," Chen Long remarked, shaking his head with gravity. Noticing this change, the jovial Chan Ching-Shum abruptly ceased his laughter. "Along, what troubles you? You seem rather discontent. Dad, don't you find this sudden surge somewhat suspicious? It's foreign investment entering the market, which is not unusual. Every time the Hong Kong stock market experiences a bull run, international capital tends to seize the opportunity. Now that the looming crisis has passed, they are naturally less concerned. In my opinion, we should capitalize on this aggressive surge and liquidate some of our stocks. We could even consider issuing new shares to raise funds." Chapter 113. Go Big or Go Home. Chan Ching-Shum was momentarily taken aback, increasingly perplexed by his son's intentions. In a market that was universally bullish, how could he suggest liquidating assets? Furthermore, if Jiani were to issue new shares, it would inevitably dilute his holdings and adversely affect the stock price. Were it not for the presence of Chen Long before him, Chan Ching-Shum would have relished the opportunity to impart some wisdom. Why was this happening? He yearned for a justification, unable to suppress his errant thoughts. "Son, have you truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Tell me how much you require, and I can arrange for the group to assist you." Chen Long could not help but chuckle. His father, in his concern, was becoming increasingly flustered, completely oblivious to the lurking peril beneath the surface of apparent prosperity. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Dad, I have encountered no issues at Sakura. My cash flow is substantial. My recommendation to sell shares and issue new ones stems from a premonition that a significant market upheaval is imminent in Hong Kong's stock market. You mentioned that certain real estate companies have seen their valuations multiply. Even some underperforming stocks have surged in tandem. Do you not perceive the considerable bubble existing within the market?" Chan Ching-Shum wished to defend the stock market's remarkable rise, yet words stuck in his throat. Unable to escape, he could not deny that the market had indeed surged too rapidly. Just in the first half of this year, the Hang Seng Index had skyrocketed by 200 points, while at the end of last year, it had languished around 200 points. This represented an increase of over 50 in the market's valuation. Everyone anticipated the Hang Seng Index would breach the 4,000 point mark in the third quarter, achieving two significant milestones within a single year. However, this did not validate the situation. Bull markets often rise irrationally, particularly when sentiment is overwhelmingly optimistic. It was not uncommon for a bull market to persist for several years. Son, are you perhaps overthinking this? The public is currently optimistic, and the recent merger of four institutions has naturally led to an uptick. In Chan Ching-Shum's view, should a market crash occur, there would surely be warning signs. Presently, the news was overwhelmingly positive, and Qianlong's bearish outlook seemed rather peculiar. Dad, have you noticed that the majority of buyers over the past year have been international, with a significant portion from the United States? Chan Ching-Shum did not dispute this. Indeed, half of Jiani's circulating shares are held by buyers from the UK and the US. What if I told you that the United States is on the brink of an unprecedented stock market crash? Chan Ching-Shum, indulging in his cigar, could not help but rise to analyze Qianlong's assertion. If the United States experiences a stock market crash, it would undoubtedly have severe repercussions for Hong Kong, leading to a significant decline in the Hong Kong stock market, with global markets also adversely affected. Are you implying that you are certain of an impending downturn in the U.S. market? Yes, Qianlong affirmed. A friend of mine in the Daza province has informed me that the United States is likely to raise interest rates within the next 2 months and eliminate tax incentives for corporate acquisitions, all in an effort to combat inflation and temper the market's false prosperity. Chan Ching-Shum became increasingly skeptical. He was aware of the dynamics in the Daza province, where Kuroda Fumiyuki held considerable influence. Should the United States indeed raise interest rates and revoke acquisition tax benefits, it would spell disaster. Such news would inevitably trigger a cascade of declines in the U.S. stock market. In this era of algorithmic trading, a sustained downturn would activate sell-off mechanisms, resulting in a market flooded with sell orders and devoid of buyers. Dad, do you comprehend the implications of this? Chan Ching-Shum was acutely aware. The Hong Kong stock market would inevitably be affected. A vivid image of a sea of red flooded his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Anxiety began to grip him. If he failed to sell and did not implement any risk mitigation strategies, should Qianlong's prophecy come to fruition, it would spell catastrophe for Jiani. Since acquiring several small banks, Jiani had become a highly leveraged enterprise. In the face of a crisis, Jiani's operations would become increasingly precarious. Selling now, albeit at a potential loss, would leave him with ample cash flow, allowing for a swift return to the market. Cash is king. Very well, I shall sell. Chan Ching-Shum resolved, nearly gritting his teeth. He was not a man lacking in decisiveness or resolve. He had unwavering faith in his son's foresight, confident that they could weather any storm together. He promptly summoned the heads of all listed companies under Jiani Group to his office for a meeting. If they were to play, they would play to win. Chapter 114. High-level meeting. Who supports, who opposes? The senior conference of Jiani Group. The new chairman of Human Bank, Shenzhou, was also present. He cast a complex glance at Khatija, who had transformed from a former inspector to a prominent figure beside the boss, Chan Ching-Shum. Not only was he responsible for overseeing the operations of Human Bank, but also the several smaller banks acquired by Jianing fell under his purview. His status had significantly risen, and he felt a sense of reverence towards Khatija. In the past, when the Nanyang people held power, he could discreetly engage in small manipulations. However, with Chan Ching-Shum at the helm, he realized that no petty schemes could escape the latter's keen perception. Khatija was ruthless, having recently executed a personnel purge at several banks. As he contemplated whether to greet Khatija and reminisce, Qianlong entered the conference room behind Chan Ching-Shum. The previously noisy room fell silent in an instant. Everyone rose to greet the father and son. In Jianing Group, Chan Ching-Shum was regarded as a deity, wielding control over everyone's future. Qianlong noticed that several additional seats had been added to the conference room. During his absence at Sakura, Jianing had continued its expansion, adding numerous listed companies. We are all on the same side. Please take a seat. Yes. A group of people sat down, albeit sparsely. The purpose of gathering everyone was to discuss a significant matter. No one spoke. Jianing was a one-man show under the Chun family. Discussion? It was merely a notification for all. I plan to consolidate the entire group's resources to execute the largest fundraising initiative in the history of Hongqin. Before anyone could respond, Chan Ching-Shum raised a finger and declared, the target is 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. The crowd gasped in astonishment and could not help but murmur. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars equated to the market value of many large listed companies. Some felt exhilarated, viewing the target as a challenge, recognizing that the boss's ambitions were monumental. However, more were curious about the purpose of raising such a substantial sum. They immediately recalled Chun Long's actions in selling real estate at Sakura. Although Jianing had suppressed the news, they still caught wind of various rumors. Did the boss intend to use the group's funds to cover his son's losses? This was the subconscious thought that sprang to many minds. Such behavior would undoubtedly plunge all of Jianing's listed companies into turmoil. Should a crisis occur at Jianing Sakura, the entire stock of Jianing would plummet. They yearned to voice their concerns, yet Chan Ching-Shum's formidable reputation silenced them, and as loyal confidants of the Chen family, none dared to express dissent. At that moment, Katija unexpectedly raised his hand. "Do you have an objection?" Under the piercing gaze that seemed ready to devour him, Katija trembled slightly. Shen Zhong wiped the sweat for his former adversary, thinking that this fellow truly regarded himself as a solitary minister. Opposing at this moment was tantamount to courting death. "Boss, I believe we should refrain from utilizing the funds of the listed companies. We can borrow additional sums from the bank, as there is ample operational space for mortgaging and pledging equity." At this juncture, issuing new shares across all listed companies would generate considerable backlash. The stock offering plan would inevitably be disappointing. Many found Katija's reasoning compelling. Borrowing from the bank would indeed create less commotion than a new share issuance. Finally, Katija had spoken wisely. Chan Ching-Shum could not help but smile. Katija's timely intervention surprised him, yet it was also within reason. Anyone present could betray him. But Katija would not. "You have articulated your point well. Whether you believe it or not, this fundraising initiative is not for selfish gain. I have accurate insider information suggesting that the stock market in Hongqing may soon face significant turbulence. The funds raised are intended to ensure liquidity and facilitate further expansion and acquisitions." Chan Ching-Shum spoke earnestly, and the attendees, having never witnessed such a sentimental side of the boss, found themselves somewhat skeptical. Chen Long then added, "I can assure everyone that Jianing Sakura is operating well. Currently, we possess trillions of yen in our accounts. My decision to sell properties is merely to prepare for future acquisitions. If anyone doubts this, they are welcome to accompany me for a financial audit." With the eldest son making such a declaration, who would dare to truly question the accounts? Their sole concern now lay with the boss's insider information. The Hongqing stock market was currently experiencing a bull run, with nearly 10 real estate stocks multiplying several times in value. It seemed unlikely that a sudden downturn was imminent. However, they found themselves without the opportunity to voice dissent. The boss had chosen to take a gamble, and they could only follow closely behind. Even if the market did not decline and Jianing Sakura did not encounter a crisis, they could simply proceed with acquisitions, incurring no substantial losses. Chan Ching-Shum continued, "We must excel in guiding public opinion. No unfavorable news about Jianing should emerge. This time, our fundraising must be promoted positively in the market." Chan Ching-Shum remained confident in his promotional abilities. He had navigated through such situations for years, and shareholders held a deep-seated belief in the myth of Jianing that he had created. Chapter 115. Li Banqing's awakening upon the revelation of Jianing's ambitious 10 billion fundraising initiative. The already fervent stock market was further ignited. The shareholders of Jianing held an unwavering faith in the father-son duo of Chan Ching-Shum. Even though rumors had circulated for years prior suggesting that Jianing might succumb to its staggering debt, the company had weathered several crises, and the myth of its market capitalization persisted. Gradually, the public began to accept that such a valuation was simply its rightful place. Perhaps transforming the illusory into reality is an art in itself, as even those experts who typically scoffed at Jianing began to regard Chan Ching-Shum with newfound respect. While others boasted without merit, Chan Ching-Shum's bold ventures bore the fruit of dreams. Consequently, the shadows of Jianing's past misdeeds faded from memory, replaced by the remarkable acquisition deals orchestrated by Chan Ching-Shum and his adept management of capital. Thus, Jianing's public offering of new shares proceeded with remarkable ease. Given the substantial public relations expenditure, experts, having received their remuneration, refrained from clinging to disparaging rumors and instead proclaimed that the issuance of new shares was a significant boon for the company. The Chun family's astute foresight was evident in their transactions, such as the acquisition of UPN, the Port City Electric Company, and the land deal with Hunglong, all deemed strokes of genius. This fundraising endeavor aimed at broader industrial expansion was poised to elevate the venerable real estate firm Jianing to unprecedented heights. Under various media promotions, Jianing's 10 billion Hong Kong dollar fundraising campaign was heralded as a historic financing achievement, with subscriptions from both old and new shareholders flourishing. However, Li Banqing detected an unsettling undercurrent. As one who had always regarded not profiting from the last cent as a guiding principle in business, he possessed a remarkable acumen for market trends. It appeared that the Chen family was hastily preparing for potential risks. His advisory team began scrutinizing all market data from the past 2 years, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. After the October festivities, a significant market downturn loomed on the horizon. Yes, boss, but rest assured, this is a natural economic cycle, and the decline will not be severe. It is merely a correction due to the rapid price increases over the past year. Yet, Li Banqing was not easily assuaged. He shook his head repeatedly, fully aware of the chaos that a major decline could incite amidst a booming market. The herd mentality, the Dolly Garden effect, coupled with Jia Ning's recent maneuvers, instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Was the Chen family anticipating a market downturn? In September, Li Banqing announced a grand fundraising initiative for Huanghe Industry, following suit with the 2 major real estate companies issuing new shares, which propelled the market into a state of exuberance. An astonishing revelation emerged. Jia Ning and Huanghe Industry were in direct competition, with not only the sons engaging in business warfare, but also their fathers stepping into the fray. Alas, the public misinterpreted both families' intentions. Neither had any desire for conflict. They were merely seeking to mitigate risk, yet they were perceived as adversaries. With both companies headquartered in Central, the atmosphere among employees grew tense, reminiscent of a rivalry. Even Hengji, New World, and various smaller real estate firms hesitated to join the fray. In battles between giants, it is often the smaller, unsuspecting companies that bear the brunt of the fallout. Unfortunately, the market provided no opportunity for indecision. At the beginning of October, Port City enjoyed a surge in stock prices due to the National Day holiday, as the Hang Seng Index reached the significant threshold of 3,970 points, tantalizingly close to the coveted 4,000 mark. Everyone eagerly anticipated a new peak for the Hang Seng Index. In such a fervent atmosphere, Chan Ching-Shum found himself wavering. To reassure him, Chen Long procured several professional financial publications from the United States. Within them, Chan Ching-Shum uncovered a telling insight. Signals of unease had begun to emerge in the American stock market since the second half of the year. Indeed, the Federal Reserve had identified that the economic figures were artificially inflated, continuously issuing warnings about potential interest rate hikes. The current corrections were merely preliminary. Very well, I shall wait and see. In truth, Chan Ching-Shum did not have to wait long. On October 13th, the House of Representatives proposed a tax increase bill, leading to an immediate downturn in the stock market the following day. The U.S. Department of Commerce released disheartening news, revealing that last quarter's trade deficit exceeded expectations, causing the dollar's value to plummet once more. Fears mounted that the Federal Reserve would resort to habitual interest rate hikes, resulting in a 3.8 drop in the stock market. The global markets felt the repercussions, with the other 3 major financial markets also experiencing declines. In the subsequent 2 trading days, the U.S. stock market underwent a series of declines, accumulating a staggering 10 drop over just 3 days. While the market offered no forewarning, astute investors sensed the impending crisis and planned to flee as soon as trading resumed on Monday. Meanwhile, the Port City market remained vibrant, with newspapers urging the public to seize the opportunity to invest amidst the U.S. market's downturn. Many investors in Port City dismissed it as a mere temporary correction, failing to take it seriously. On Monday, October 19th, Port City was the first to open for trading. Chapter 116. Twists and Turns. Have we misunderstood Jianing? Today, the market opened an hour later than usual, with the early session commencing at 10:30. Investors gathered anxiously outside the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, exchanging snippets of hearsay. Out of nowhere, rumors circulated regarding Jia Ning Yinghua's recent large-scale divestment of properties in Tokyo, suggesting a potential cash flow crisis. My acquaintance from Yinghua confirmed the veracity of these claims, stating that the situation had stirred considerable uproar. And we remained oblivious solely because Chan Ching-Shum suppressed all related news. No wonder we had heard nothing. Some speculated that the various actions taken by Jia Ning Group to raise billions of Hong Kong dollars were merely preparations by Chan Ching-Shum for his son to take over. I had placed such trust in the father-son duo, even investing significantly during the recent stock subscription. Alas, Chan Ching-Shum's illustrious reputation has been tarnished in an instant. How pitiful is the heart of a parent. Yet, what pity is warranted for them? The true victims are the small and medium investors who have been kept in the dark, and now the news has become public knowledge. Today, the stock prices of Jianning's affiliated companies are sure to plummet. Upon hearing this news, those who had subscribed to Jianning's new shares contemplated halting their stock subscription plans. However, upon reviewing the subscription contract, they discovered that the clause stating a market downturn is not a force majeure condition rendered their shares non-refundable. They could only silently curse their misfortune. It is lamentable that all crows under heaven are equally black. I examined the subscription documents for Huanghe Industrial, and to my astonishment, I found the same inconspicuous clause. The two wealthy magnates had evidently anticipated the decline of the Hong Kong stock market, treating us merely as a hedge against risk. Beyond a few curses, they found themselves powerless, left only to hope that the delay in market opening would prevent further declines in stock prices. In truth, they still held an optimistic view of the Hong Kong market. During the 4-day market closure, the Hong Kong Eagle officials and experts did not remain idle. Initially, they affirmed the legality of Chun Wanqian's closure of the market, praising his decision as the most advantageous for investors. Subsequently, experts actively fulfilled their roles, calming public sentiment on television by asserting that the American stock market had begun to rebound, and there was no justification for the Hong Kong market to continue its descent. Every lie eventually meets its reckoning. Once the market opened, stock prices swiftly plummeted, leaving the market devoid of both buyers and sellers. It appeared that even the experts themselves doubted their own words. As foreign capital had completely lost faith in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange under Chun Wanqian's control, with affluent investors already prepared to offload their holdings. The public, yearning for an upward trend, was met with the sight of the big screen displaying a sea of red. Within a mere morning, the Hang Seng Index had fallen nearly 900 points, equivalent to a quarter of its market value evaporating. Following the morning session, the faces of all present turned ashen. Convinced of their impending doom, even at bargain prices, there were unlikely to be any buyers. Typically popular stocks saw only a handful of transactions, and the opening purchase price became the morning's peak. The entire market was engulfed in a wave of pessimism. The experts who had been so confident just hours earlier fell silent. Even the simplest minds recognized that the stock index would inevitably continue to decline that afternoon. They could not evade the market's correction. The stock prices that needed to fall would plummet even further. As the index threatened to breach the 2,000-point threshold, Jianning Group stocks were not spared from the steep declines, as panic selling ensued following the rumors. Many investors vocally condemned the Chen family, lamenting their misplaced trust in Jianning, only to be grievously betrayed. In contrast, Li Banqing's Huanghe Group garnered considerable praise. It appeared that Li Chaoren had sensed the impending crisis, and his fundraising plans had provided several listed companies with sufficient cash flow, allowing him to take preemptive action. The public began to view the Li family's enterprises with renewed optimism. Some even suggested an official investigation into the Chun family's legality regarding the stock issuance. Observing the polarized opinions, Chan Ching-Shum couldn't help but smirk. These investors truly are quick to abandon reason. Father, this was anticipated once we let the news slip. If they genuinely trusted us, they would not be selling our stocks at this juncture. Those who left were merely speculators and a few large institutions. The small shareholders were trapped without any means of escape. This holds some truth, so what shall we do next? Chen Long pondered and said, given that the global sentiment towards the Hong Kong market is bleak, if we wish to dispel misunderstandings, we must boldly enter the market and announce the commencement of our stock repurchase for Jianning. Chan Ching-Shum nodded in agreement, affirming, with everyone eager to divest their stocks, it is indeed an opportune moment for repurchase and bottom fishing. Without hesitation, Chan Ching-Shum personally presided over a press conference. Faced with the inquiries of shareholder representatives, he announced to all media, Jianning has encountered no cash difficulties at Yinghua. We will not misappropriate a single cent of our investors' funds, nor will we disregard the interests of our broad base of investors. I have officially applied to the authorities for exemption to repurchase our stocks, and the 1 billion Hong Kong dollars raised by Jianning will be entirely allocated to stock repurchases, along with substantial purchases of Hong Kong City Brothers Group stocks. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Reporters instantly began whispering among themselves. The representatives of the investors appeared utterly bewildered. Had they indeed been misled by rumors, leading to a misunderstanding of Jianning and the Chen family? Chapter 117. The The Chun family's recklessness, the affluent individuals of Gangcheng could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. Chan Ching-Shum remained unabashedly true to his duplicitous nature. They were willing to believe in his repurchase of his own stocks, but his claims regarding acquiring shares from other conglomerates were met with skepticism, primarily by seasoned investors in Jiangning. They were well aware of the tumultuous state of the stock market in Gangcheng, exacerbated by the reckless actions of Chun Wanxian and a cohort of officials from Ganjing. Foreign media had been vocally critical, and the scant credibility they had once held had vanished into thin air. What is the cornerstone of international commerce? It is credibility. Investors previously flocked to Gangcheng due to its status as an economic free port. However, the erratic market fluctuations, where trading was halted during declines and resumed during surges, coupled with revelations of manipulation by senior officials at the stock exchange, had created a dismal atmosphere. It seemed that the ghosts of misfortune had left foreign investors hastily fleeing, unwilling to be caught in the proverbial chaff. As an international financial hub, foreign investments comprised half of the trading in the Hong Kong stock market. Therefore, in the eyes of these wealthy merchants, the drastic downturn of the stock market was an inevitable trend. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, it would take at least 4 to 5 years for the Hong Kong stock market to regain its vitality. Over this span, in order to outpace inflation, a net profit of 26 would be requisite. Given that the market had only experienced a decline of 22, with an anticipated further drop of 30, this arithmetic suggested that the market would need to surge by at least 60 for Chan Ching-Shum to merely break even. It would be sheer folly to embark on such imprudent investments. Chan Ching-Shum, not being foolish, was merely attempting to bamboozle the public and paint grandiose visions for his followers. The following day, as the markets reopened, Jiangning indeed commenced repurchasing its own stocks. Some speculators followed suit, resulting in a counter-trend surge for Jiangning. This upward momentum persisted until Thursday. However, the Hang Seng Index continued its relentless descent, closing at a mere 2,500 points on Monday, and plummeting below the 2,000-point threshold by Thursday's close. The final trading day of the week saw the exchange engulfed in a somber silence, with every individual bearing serious expressions, their eyes reflecting numbness. Regret permeated the air as they lamented their past decisions to divest Jiangning stocks, wishing they had acquired more, as now, recovery seemed a Herculean task. Some voiced their frustrations, exclaiming that Chan Ching-Shum was inconsistent. Do you really expect the Chun family to rescue the market? They are merely paying lip service, an aggrieved voice declared. How can you speak so? You are aware of the market conditions. Their initiative to repurchase their own stocks is, in fact, commendable. Those heavily invested in Jiangning would naturally voice such sentiments. Yet in truth, the Chun family bore no distinction from other self-serving tycoons. Suddenly, an individual exclaimed, "Look!" The large screen flickered to life, displaying flashes of green. Within mere seconds, the green spread significantly. Several blue-chip stocks in Gangcheng were soaring. The Hang Seng Index was on the rise. After 5 consecutive days of decline, the market began to rebound just before Friday's closure. The trading hall erupted with jubilant cheers. It was the Chun family's private equity fund making significant purchases of blue-chip stocks. In a mere 15 minutes, stocks such as Gangcheng Telecom, HSBC Holdings, Huanghe Industries, and New World Realty began to surge rapidly. The investors present could sense a formidable force exerting itself, fervently buying shares of these 20 or so stocks. The Hang Seng Index swiftly surpassed 2,000 points, gaining over 300 points in just 1 hour. The day's trading volume doubled compared to previous days, reaching a staggering 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Astute observers quickly realized something was amiss. The funding utilized by Jiangning Group and the Chun family's private equity fund exceeded 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. With such buying power, today's transaction volume would undoubtedly breach the 100 billion mark. At this juncture, Chun long ceased to feign modesty. The private equity fund he managed had access to far more than just a couple hundred billion Hong Kong dollars. As he was liquidating substantial assets from Yinghua Real Estate, his available cash had reached an alarming figure. He decisively commanded all traders to abandon restraint and fully commit to purchasing blue-chip stocks. Chan Ching-Shum couldn't help but tighten his grip on the high-end report in his hand. The timing of this maneuver, just before Friday's close, was impeccably executed, catching several prominent families off guard. This was precisely when the major financial families had let down their guard, leaving them powerless to intervene as the Chun family's private equity fund aggressively acquired shares of their publicly traded companies. The application for a repurchase exemption would demand time, requiring at least 3 to 5 working days. The four major families soon realized that the Chun father and son were intent on bottom-fishing their stocks. Should they allow the Chun family to continue their aggressive accumulation, they risked losing control over their own conglomerates. Very well, Chun family. Are you truly prepared to play this game? Chapter 118. The stock market soars. Chun family achieves greatness. The news of a significant surge in stock indices invigorated investors, with many overwhelmed by joy to the point of tears. The Chun family has made a powerful move, bringing hope to those ensnared in the market. A reporter from TVB commented on the scene, stating, "Citizens, today the Chun family private equity fund, Jining Group, and Jining Sakura have collectively invested over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars into the market. Let us hear the sentiments of the investors present." An exuberant investor, with a hoarse voice, passionately shouted into the microphone, "The Chun family is remarkable. Jining is exceptional. Chan Ching-Shum is extraordinary. And Chun Long is outstanding." Another investor seized the microphone, exclaiming, "How could anyone doubt whether the Chun family would save the market? From now on, I will be their most devoted fan. If anyone dares to call them unscrupulous merchants, I will be the first to give them a slap." The reporter attempted to reclaim the microphone from the fervently enthusiastic investors, only for it to fall into the hands of an elderly investor. Initially, all foreign investors deemed the future of Hong Kong bleak, yet it was the Chun family who first stepped forward. Now, as Hong Kong faces an unprecedented stock market crisis, everyone believed its reputation was ruined. Even we were bearish, but it was once again the Chun family who took the initiative. Those who previously labeled the Chun family as unscrupulous merchants were now regretting their words. The Chun family was not only repurchasing their own stocks, but also taking long positions on a significant number of blue-chip stocks. The scale of their acquisitions far exceeded the initially reported 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. The citizens of Hong Kong had modest expectations. They merely wished to see the stock market rise, longing for a glimpse of sunshine. The Chun family's bold investment of over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars filled investors with hope akin to witnessing a rainbow after a storm, revitalizing public morale. Mainstream media expressed support and optimism for the Chun family's market intervention. However, those who had been bottom fishing among Hong Kong's merchants were less than pleased. Their control over companies relied on a pyramid stockholding model, allowing them to indirectly manage numerous large corporations with minimal shares. Now, the Chun family's significant activities in the secondary market posed a threat to their dominance, with even a slight misstep potentially transferring control of the companies to the Chun family. Li Banqing promptly convened several of his listed groups for an emergency meeting. By dawn, applications for stock repurchases were submitted to the office of the governor of Hong Kong. The governor's office, typically closed on Saturdays, exhibited unprecedented efficiency by approving the repurchase applications of over a dozen major listed groups in succession. Observers might mistakenly think that these capitalists and foreign investors had suddenly developed a sense of benevolence, undertaking a commendable act. By Sunday, news of the various conglomerates collaborating to rescue the market spread widely. Uninformed citizens were genuinely impressed, praising the four major families for displaying some conscience rather than solely pursuing personal gain at the expense of the public. Those families, previously filled with resentment, could only suppress their grievances while publicly applauding the Chun family. Jining Group emerged as a model, with nearly all capable listed companies initiating stock repurchases, fostering belief that the stock market would experience a substantial bull run on Monday. Jining unexpectedly became the benchmark for all of Hong Kong, with even competitors lauding the Chun family during interviews. Indeed, upon the market opening on Monday, nearly all core blue-chip stocks surged. Within just half an hour, the stock index rose by 150 points. By market close, the Hang Seng Index had reached a remarkable high of 2,700 points. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange was abuzz with scenes of jubilant investors embracing one another. This was the market miracle created by Jining and various Hong Kong merchants. Even in the absence of foreign investment, the Hong Kong stock market, driven by collective effort, was rapidly recovering at an astonishing pace. The miracle fostered by Jining continued to unfold. Every investor in Hong Kong must remember that this commercial miracle was orchestrated by Jining, as Chan Ching-Shum and his son invigorated the entire secondary market. Li Banqing, feeling disgruntled, threw the newspaper onto the table. Despite having invested 20 billion Hong Kong dollars in stock repurchases, his name had not even appeared on the front page. All media were clamoring to praise the Chun family, relegating him to an unrecognized supporting role. The entire room fell silent, with staff hesitating to breathe. The only sound was that of an assistant reporting, "As of today's market close, we have invested 25 billion Hong Kong dollars repurchasing stocks from our 4 major listed companies. But what?" Li Banqing inquired, his brow furrowing. "The Chen family's fund has been aggressively competing with us to buy shares, causing stock prices to soar rapidly and our costs to escalate. If this stalemate continues, it could be detrimental for us." Upon hearing this, Li Banqing could not help but furrow his brows further. He was puzzled by the Chen family's audacity to consistently raise their bids for Huanghe Industrial and several groups under his control. Did they truly intend to target him in the stock market? Did Qianlong not realize that the current price of Huanghe Industrial was excessively high, and that continuing this competition would yield no benefits for anyone? Chapter 119, The Four Prominent Families Seek Reconciliation. Qianlong is acutely aware of the value of Huanghe Shirya, which currently remains undervalued. In 1979, Huanghe Shirya had a market capitalization of just over 600 million Hong Kong dollars. Leveraging the power of HSBC, Li Banqing achieved a significant acquisition of Huang, resulting in a soaring stock price for Huanghe Shirya. Prior to the stock market crash, the stock price of Huanghe Shirya had reached its peak. However, with the market experiencing a severe downturn, it inevitably suffered a substantial decline. By the year 2015, the market capitalization of Huanghe Shirya is projected to reach 354.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Over 30 years, its value has skyrocketed 600-fold, rendering any notion of inflation feeble by comparison. When considering annual dividends, the figures become astronomical. With such promising prospects, how could Qianlong not feel envious? Moreover, Huang is not just a company. It is a large public group encompassing energy, shipping, and port operations. Li's reluctance to allow Hu Fushang to construct the cross-harbor bridge stems from concerns that the bridge would adversely affect his port's profits. It is noteworthy that Hu has financed several bridges out of his own pocket, ultimately donating them to the state. Such a contrast makes it abundantly clear who the unscrupulous merchant is and who the patriotic businessman is. Even if Qianlong cannot execute a hostile takeover, the mere prospect of intimidating Li Banqing is exhilarating. Chen Qing-Shum, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle with schadenfreude. The long-standing enmity between them and the Li family made witnessing Li's embarrassment at the hands of his own son all the more gratifying. "Son, do you think if we push Li to his limits, he might seek a truce?" "Surely not. We are dealing with secondary market circulating shares. Besides, I owe no favors to anyone now. They can either join me in purchasing or watch as I acquire them." Just as they were speaking, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. "Boss, it's Mr. Hua, Mr. Hu, and Old Master Xiao." Upon hearing this, both Qianlong and Chan Ching-Shum furrowed their brows. The timing of their visit was suspicious, and it hardly seemed like a friendly gesture. Both father and son silently cursed their luck. While they could afford to disregard anyone else's favor, they could not afford to ignore Mr. Hua and his associates. They share a common alliance that transcends monetary relations, akin to comrades in the same trench. Once Mr. Hua and the others were invited in, an air of awkwardness enveloped the room. "Mr. Hua, who possesses such clout as to persuade you to seek reconciliation?" "Mr. Hu, I was just telling my father how noble you are, committed to the nation and its people, a senior I deeply admire." "Old Master Xiao, do you not wish for?" The gentleman spoke with a hint of embarrassment, unable to meet Qianlong's gaze. Witnessing this, Chan Ching-Shum couldn't help but chuckle. "Along, please spare us your tongue. We owe some favors from years past and cannot refuse them outright. However, our purpose in seeking reconciliation is for your benefit." Mr. Hua appeared quite helpless. He was a close friend of Li Zhaoji, and while he could overlook Li Banqing, he could not do the same with Li Zhaoji. "Along, I recognized your potential 4 years ago when we first met. You are like a golden carp transforming into a dragon amidst a storm. Yet, I did not anticipate your rapid ascent, to the point where even the 4 great tycoons now regard you with apprehension and fear your financial prowess. However, I must convey that certain matters are not as simple as you might think. The 4 great tycoons are deeply entrenched, and they are, after all, your father's contemporaries. Should they unite, both sides would suffer, ultimately benefiting outsiders." Qianlong wore a light smile, realizing he had genuinely cornered the old aristocratic families of the harbor city. Those who typically opposed each other were now contemplating an alliance. Each of them harbored ulterior motives, and even if they united, they would amount to a disjointed mob. Nevertheless, Given the sordid nature of these aristocrats, he did not wish to push them too hard. You are still young. In your generation within the harbor city, who could possibly be your match? He understood the wisdom in biding one's time and accumulating wealth before claiming power. Now was not the opportune moment to sever ties with the prominent families. He needed to await a more favorable opportunity. Very well, Mr. Hua. Mr. Hu. Old Master Xiao, I shall grant you this favor. At this, the three men collectively breathed a sigh of relief. While they were indeed acting on behalf of others, they genuinely did not wish for Chun Long to confront the four great families head-on at this juncture. Currently, the market favored bulls. An immortal conflict would be detrimental to internal unity. Should both sides suffer, it would likely present an opening for lurking foreign capital. After seeing off the guests, Chan Ching-Shum inquired, "My dear son, are we to leave matters as they are? How could that be? Our white gloves are not singular. I merely assured them that the Chun family foundation would refrain from direct action. But I did not promise that we would not utilize other companies to achieve indirect control." As he spoke, Chun Long's spirit soared. He was resolute in his intention to confront the four great families. Indeed, with my former vigor, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. If we show mercy today, what challenges might we face in the future? The four great families will not hesitate to exploit our vulnerabilities. Chapter 120. When pressured, dragging the entire industry to ruin after the Chun family funds settled down, the members of the four prominent families breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the face of the stock market crash, all were equal, and their enterprises had also faced significant upheaval. It could be said that financial resources were desperately needed everywhere. If the Chun family continued to pursue them relentlessly, they truly had no better recourse. Li Banqing, however, fell into deep contemplation, his expression grave. "Father, what troubles you? Shouldn't we be pleased that the Chun family has ceased their relentless pursuit of us?" In response to his eldest son's inquiry, Li Banqing hesitated before speaking. "Something feels amiss. I had prepared to unite with several families to negotiate with Chan Ching-Shum and his father. They have no reason to be so accommodating. If I were in their position, I would not relent so easily. One would expect some form of advantage in return." Li Zikai remained silent, feeling that his father was somewhat overthinking the matter. No matter how formidable the Qin family may be, there comes a time when even their financial resources run dry. Their invitation to Sir Xiao for a discussion was merely a way to provide each other with an exit strategy. "Father, might you be overestimating the Qin family? Let us hope that is indeed the case. For now, there are no signs of the Chun family engaging in any underhanded tactics. By the way, why has Li Zeju been away in Yinggu for such an extended period? Given the gravity of our situation at home, he should check in. Please urge him to return quickly." Noticing the intensity of his father's anger, Li Zikai promptly contacted Li Zeju. "Brother, it's quite late. What brings you to call? Little brother, have you resolved matters in Yinggu? If so, return as soon as possible. You know how father can be. All right, I will return tomorrow." After hanging up, several Sakura maidens cheerfully brought drinks to his lips. However, Li Gongzi lacked the desire to indulge further in revelry. He had heard of the events unfolding in Gangxing, where Chun Long had displayed remarkable prowess, almost single-handedly driving the market to bullish territory. This had become a hot topic among the elite of Sakura society. Seeing Chun Long bask in the limelight, Li felt an unsettling discomfort, for he had always regarded him as a rival. What puzzled him was how Chun Long, who had seemingly faced a debt crisis, could still muster such substantial capital to capitalize on the market in Gangxing. Even his own father was being forced into frantic activity, striving to exert every ounce of effort. "Li Gongzi, are you facing some troubles?" Li Zeju quickly responded, "Mr. Wang, my father has requested that I return to Gangxing to assist with some family business matters." "Oh, the commotion caused by Chun Long is quite significant. That fellow is truly detestable, borrowing our funds to engage in extensive acquisitions in Gangxing." Wang Nin was merely venting his frustrations to Li Zeju to foster camaraderie. However, Li Zeju took his words to heart and suddenly conceived a plan. "Mr. Wang, you must know several significant figures in the Sakura banking sector." Wang Nan, uncertain of Li Zeju's intentions, nodded slowly. "That would certainly facilitate matters. Chun Long has undoubtedly mobilized substantial funds and likely utilized loans meant for real estate. If you can incite several major banks to challenge him, Jianing Sakura will undoubtedly plunge into a deeper debt crisis." At this point, Li Zeju revealed a cunning smile. "When that occurs, we can swarm in and carve up Jianing Sakura's assets. Would you not agree?" Wang Nin immediately concurred. Indeed, This presents a splendid opportunity to challenge Chen Long. Li Gongzi, I shall reach out to other banks at once. Let us conclude today's gathering. Upon exiting, Wang Nan's countenance darkened, and he promptly informed Chen Long of Lier's scheme. Boss, if the banks of the four major families become aware of this, they will certainly seize the opportunity to turn against us. Will we not then find ourselves in a precarious position? I have considered this, and truth be told, even without Li Ziju's reminder, the four major family banks may already be mobilizing. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan was taken aback. He had long regarded himself as part of Jianing. Now that Jianing Sakura faced a debt crisis, he could not remain an idle observer. Boss, should I transfer some funds to? No need, huh? While others may fear the four major families, Chen Long does not cower. If truly pushed to the brink, I shall liquidate all my properties and stocks. The ensuing losses will not only be ours, but will engulf the entire Sakura nation. Wang Nan envisioned the scene of Jianing Sakura engaging in a massive asset sell-off, realizing that he and Nanbo would undoubtedly follow suit. If the three of them combined their efforts to crash the market, it would surely spell doom for the Sakura real estate sector. The entire Sakura nation's real estate industry would be dragged down, a scenario the four major family banks, whose primary business relied on real estate mortgages, would dread to witness. Chapter 121. No more pretense, I shall firmly claim this scoundrel. However, upon reflection, Chen Long realized that this could be his optimal opportunity to withdraw from the Yinghua real estate market. Seizing the moment, he intended to sell his properties to the Nanbo Group and the Quanluo Financial Group. With this thought in mind, he instructed his assistant to contact Nanbo and Ntion Xing to convene a meeting. Upon receiving the invitation from Chen Long, Ntion Xing felt a lack of enthusiasm. This grand alliance was merely a facade, having failed to provide any substantial assistance, instead hindering the Fuji consortium. Take the Nanbo Group, for instance. They had promised that Ntion Bank would finance the project while Nanbo would provide land and labor for the Moto Banching development. Yet, Nanbo had taken his funds and recklessly acquired land, resulting in severe delays in the construction schedule. On the other hand, Jianing Yinghua was no better, having possession of the Moto Xinqing land, yet failing to develop it, with excavators tirelessly working while no buildings emerged. Recently, Chen Long had been recklessly pouring money into Hongcheng, presenting no semblance of being financially constrained for development. His actions had sparked discontent among many, leading to discord within Fuji, where voices against Jianing Yinghua grew louder, as if everyone awaited its downfall to pounce. Thus, when summoned by Chen Long, Ntion Xing lost the previous eagerness he had, still considering them nominal allies, yet curious to discern what tricks Chen Long might still have up his sleeve. With this in mind, he arrived at Jianing Yinghua's headquarters, albeit a step behind Nanbo. Before entering the reception room, he overheard the jovial laughter of Chen Long and Nanbo engaged in spirited conversation. He vaguely caught snippets of their discussion regarding the right of first refusal. Gentlemen, what is it that brings you such joy? On Chen Long's visage, Ntion Xing discerned no trace of worry. Rather, he appeared invigorated and exuberant. Ntion Xing felt increasingly uneasy. Could it be that Chen Long had not heard any whispers of discontent? Shouldn't he be wearing a face of concern, contemplating countermeasures at such a critical juncture? Mr. Chen was discussing the attempts of several major consortiums to dismantle Jianing Yinghua, wasn't he? Ntion Xing, feeling a twinge of guilt, masked his inner discomfort with a smile and inquired, "What does Mr. Chen intend to do? What can I do? I shall simply lay back. After all, they wish to divide my assets. Why not take the initiative and sell them off at discounted prices? You are aware that I entered the market early, so even at half price, I still stand to profit. If they wish to pressure me for debts, I shall facilitate their desires." Upon hearing this, Ntion Xing immediately panicked. If Chen Long truly sold at half price, the property prices in Tokyo would plummet as well. While Chen Long would no longer be burdened by loan concerns, the local real estate magnates would face dire consequences. Ntion Xing, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, you absolutely cannot proceed with such a course of action. We should sit down and discuss matters. Your actions would disrupt market prices." Chen Long retorted, "May I inquire which law of Yinghua forbids the sale of properties at a low price? Furthermore, Mr. N, I have brought you here because I consider you one of our own. As the saying goes, it is better to benefit one's own than outsiders. Naturally, I will prioritize selling to those within our circle." Ntion Xing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the nature of the right of first refusal they had been discussing, he pulled Nambo aside, feeling that their dealings had been more extensive. And Tian Xing always perceived Mr. Nambo as having a fluctuating mindset. How could he not see the implications of Chun Long's current actions? After much earnest persuasion, Nambo finally understood that purchasing at half price would lead to a collapse in property prices. Yet, Nambo blithely remarked, "A price drop is advantageous. Property values will inevitably rise again. We can take advantage of Mr. Chun driving down prices to buy in bulk and develop together." Nambo, are you truly wise or foolish? Have you considered that a drop in prices could lead to immediate disaster for your Nambo group? Nambo was not oblivious to this, but it mattered little to him. If disaster struck, he would simply take his children and flee abroad. As his fraudulent ventures grew larger, he felt increasingly overwhelmed, for he was merely a con artist, not a genuine entrepreneur. Without the assistance of Bai Shui, he might have been exposed long ago. Witnessing Nambo's nonchalant demeanor, and Tian Xing's frustration escalated. Faced with such a thick-skinned ally, what could he possibly say? The burden of persuading Chun Long to retract such a terrifying notion now rested squarely on Tian Xing's shoulders. He felt utterly overwhelmed, having come to witness a spectacle, only to find himself the subject of ridicule. Chapter 122. Competing to be the fool, selling at a low price? The tycoons disagree as allies. We of Jia Ningning Hua have not contributed much, and I feel deeply remorseful. Now that our Jia Ningning Hua is about to conclude its operations, I wish to offer these properties as my final token of goodwill. With that, a sign indicating a 50% discount was hung on the property model. If any of you are interested in a particular location, simply inform my secretary without hesitation. Do not hold back. However, you must act swiftly, for in a few days, I will officially announce the liquidation, and then it will be a race to see who can pay the fastest. It was evident that Chun Long was serious, and Tian Xing could no longer remain composed. The crucial point was that Nan Bo was meticulously comparing prices. Akin to a villager selecting the finest cabbage in a field, surveying and deliberating. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out, his body trembling slightly. Chun Long naturally observed his demeanor and inquired with concern, "Mr. Tian, are you feeling unwell? You seem to be sweating profusely." "Oh yes, you've noticed. I do feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I should return another day to view the properties." With that, he hurriedly dashed out the door. And Tian Xing felt as though he were racing against time. If Nan Bo were to seize Jia Ningning Hua's opportunity, the real estate of Ing Hua would be doomed. Given Jia Ningning Hua's current scale, selling all properties at half price would disrupt the entire Tokyo real estate market. It would be akin to a scenario where all smartphones on the market are priced at 7,000 to 8,000 yuan each, only for a major retailer to announce a clearance at half price. With ample stock and consistent quality, it is clear what choice consumers would make. Other retailers would soon become anxious, realizing that engaging in a price war was inevitable. Thus, they would begin to lower their prices, each striving to outdo the other. Many domestic electrical appliance giants rose to prominence through such price wars, including the wealthiest in Guomei. And Tian Xing was acutely aware of the potential repercussions. Should Chun Long continue down this path, they would all be adversely affected. If he were to walk away, they would remain, facing a collapse in real estate that would also burden their other investments. Realizing this, he immediately contacted several other major tycoons. "If you wish to avoid disaster, we must convene to discuss our course of action." The other financial groups that arrived were taken aback upon hearing the news of Chun Long's reckless behavior. They had not anticipated this outcome. They sought to partition Jia Ning's assets in Ing Hua, but not at the expense of allowing Chun Long to drive down property prices. They were not the impoverished laborers who could not afford homes. They were capitalists, not altruists. Pressuring Jia Ningning Hua was merely a tactic to compel Chun Long to yield a portion of his holdings. "It is all your fault. Had you not pressured him so severely, Chun Long would not have considered such drastic measures." "And you dare to say this?" Your paper explicitly accused Chun Long of misappropriating loans without verifying the facts. The financial groups began to blame one another. All present became somewhat disoriented. They quickly realized that their collective pressure had inadvertently placed immense stress on Chun Long. Continuing to bicker would resolve nothing. With Nan Bo already in contention, if they signed a contract, it would be too late. "Then, and Tian, what do you propose? If we wish to maintain stable property prices, we must act collectively and purchase all of Jia Ningning Hua's real estate at a premium." "That is an excellent idea. Do you think Chun Long would refuse to sell if we offer a high price?" Indeed, we will act together and share the burden. No one can lag behind. Let us proceed to confront Qianlong. Yes, we must prevent Nan Bo from succeeding. A throng of influential figures from Yinghua hastily boarded their vehicles. Onlookers might have thought that something monumental was occurring in Tokyo's business scene. The traffic police of Yinghua were witnessing such a cavalcade of luxury vehicles for the first time, and upon seeing the license plates, they were taken aback. They dared not intervene. They truly could not. Not only did they refrain from stopping the tycoons who ran red lights, but the traffic department also urgently summoned all nearby officers to escort them, clearing a path. So many prominent figures were eager to meet the chairman. Upon receiving the news, Gao Ming deliberately kept them waiting for half an hour. Only at lunchtime were they finally allowed in, welcomed into the presence of a group of increasingly anxious tycoons. Everyone, our boss is waiting for you in the reception room. Gao, what was Qianlong doing just now? Was he signing a contract with that Nan Bo fellow? Not quite. Our boss was engaged in a game of chess with the fatigued Mr. Nan Bo, which is why he asked you to wait a moment. They were playing chess, and Tian nearly burst out laughing in frustration. They were on the verge of storming the headquarters of Jianing Yinghua, and these two were calmly playing chess? Others also harbored immense frustration, but recognizing the urgency of their situation, they could only suppress their anger. Everyone, please do not act impulsively. Qianlong is not one to be coerced. He may respond in ways that are not to be trifled with. Chapter 123. The four major financial groups yield to Qianlong. Nan Bo, who was engaged in a game of chess with Qianlong, found himself perplexed, pondering the thoughts of this formidable figure. He was acutely aware of the unbreakable bond between Qianlong and his own concealed employer. Understanding his own capabilities, he recognized that his presence today was merely to follow instructions and play a part. It was only upon witnessing a flurry of individuals from the Sakura Financial Group hastily entering the room that Nan Bo began to grasp Qianlong's intentions. Clearly, these influential individuals had become flustered. He raised his head to find Qianlong staring intently at him. Nan Bo quickly nodded, conveying a reassuring look that signaled his competence in handling matters. Everyone is welcome to join the game. I will make space for you, he offered. The group of Japanese executives forced smiles, replying, Mr. Nan Bo, please take a seat. We wish to speak with Mr. Qianlong privately. Nan Bo chuckled. So, you have matters to discuss that you wish to keep from me? Are you here to seize priority procurement rights? He asserted. Let me make this clear. Everything must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. We must uphold the rules. The financial magnates nearly erupted in laughter. Bewildered by this man's apparent naivete, they wondered how someone so lacking in insight could attain such a position. Had it not been for their uncertainty about his employer's background, they might have been inclined to express their discontent more vocally. Qianlong joined in the complaints, exclaiming, and Tian Xing Shu, do you still consider us allies? I generously sold you the property at half price, and this is how you repay me? No, Chairman Chun. There seems to be a misunderstanding, they protested. Indeed, Chairman Chun, there is a misunderstanding. We harbor no ill will towards you. Ill will? Qianlong scoffed, rolling his eyes. Do you truly believe that? Who is it that sought to investigate our Jianing Sakura's accounts? And now you speak of misunderstandings? Do you find this amusing? I assure you, once I return to Gangcheng, I will make your misdeeds widely known. And I wonder who will dare to invest in Sakura thereafter? The collective realization of Qianlong's ire struck the financial leaders. They recognized that their haste had blinded them to the bigger picture. If Qianlong were to expose how the Sakura Financial Group had exploited them, who would the foreign investors believe? They would trust only what their eyes revealed. That Jianing Sakura had been compelled to sell its assets at a loss under pressure from local financial groups. How would the international capital still engaged with Sakura perceive this? Presently, over 50% of Sakura's investments came from abroad, and should panic ensue among these investors, it would spell disaster not only for the real estate sector, but also for Sakura's global reputation. Ultimately, they themselves would bear the consequences. For the first time, the financial magnates wished that none of this had transpired. Yet, in light of the current situation, it was evident that Qianlong was prepared to disregard all propriety. However, Tian had a sudden inspiration, urging, Chairman Chen, please temper your anger. We are all engaged in significant business endeavors. Disputes are commonplace among associates. We are not here to demand repayment. Everyone knows Jianing Sakura operates as a legitimate foreign investor. It was merely a minor misunderstanding among our subordinates. I brought everyone here today to clear the air, wouldn't you agree? He gestured subtly, prompting the financial leaders to soften their stance before Chen Long. We at Mitsubishi have acknowledged our errors. We beseech your forgiveness, Chairman Chen. We ask for your understanding regarding the improprieties of our subordinates. As he witnessed the assembled members of the Sakura Financial Group bowing in apology, Nanbo could hardly believe his eyes. A con artist like him was fortunate enough to witness such an extraordinary spectacle. Powerful tycoons, who typically wielded influence with impunity, humbling themselves before a citizen of Longhua. What was more striking was Chen Long's demeanor. Humph, what good is your apology? The word is already circulating that Jianing Sakura has engaged in misconduct, and our esteemed reputation has been irrevocably tarnished. I can no longer continue my real estate business. Tomorrow, I will publicly liquidate all my properties. At this, the financial leaders felt a chill run through them. How could this man be so impervious to reason? The head of Mitsubishi gritted his teeth, realizing that failing to satisfy Chen Long today would yield no benefits for them. In an instant, thoughts of having Chen Long vanish from the scene crossed their minds, but they quickly dismissed the idea. Chen Long was no ordinary individual. His abrupt disappearance would have dire repercussions for Sakura, and Jianing Group would not easily let the matter rest. If forceful measures wouldn't suffice, perhaps a gentler approach would. The group hastily conferred among themselves, ultimately deciding to send in Tian to persuade Chen Long. Chairman Chen, would this be acceptable? To express our sincere apologies, we are willing to acquire all remaining properties of Jianing Sakura at a premium of 1.2 times the market rate. Upon hearing this, Chen Long raised an eyebrow, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Nanbo, standing nearby, felt anxious for Chen Long. Such a favorable proposition left no room for hesitation. Chapter 124, Extortion for Goodies, Non-Boas Fantasies. Chen Long understood that a 1.2-fold premium acquisition was insignificant for the major consortiums. Each of them could effortlessly absorb such a deal. One must never underestimate the financial prowess of these conglomerates. With substantial banks at their disposal, they could act with impunity. Moreover, with several firms collaborating, their demeanor during the bidding process remained largely unchanged. This lack of concern irked Chen Long. If those present were not feeling the pinch, how could they ever remember the pain? The psyche of small-time individuals is peculiar. When you work harmoniously with them to earn profits, they seldom recall your kindness. Only when you whip them while threatening them, occasionally offering a sweet treat, do they regard you as a benevolent figure. Nanbo was anxious, but he was not, noticing Chen Long's silence. And Tian and the others quickly realized that he was dissatisfied with the compensation offered. As they signaled in Tian to make another bid, Chen Long interjected, "You must each provide me with additional compensation." And Tian clenched his teeth and asked, "What further compensation do you desire?" The situation compelled them to relent. "I desire a small share of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Mitsui Trust, and a few other companies." The room fell silent. The companies mentioned were pivotal enterprises controlled by their consortiums. Although Mitsubishi Heavy Industries had separated from Mitsubishi Motors, its primary revenue stemmed from military contracts, making it central to their interests. An immediate sense of vigilance arose among them. What exactly did this wealthy second-generation scion from the port city intend? "Do not be alarmed. I merely seek a small stake, which poses no threat to your interests," Chen Long reassured them. And Tian pondered briefly before asking, "How much of a stake do you wish?" "Shares valued at 10 billion yen will suffice." Based on current exchange rates, this equated to approximately $66 million, a mere fraction given the market capitalizations of these firms exceeding $1 billion. Yet, the thought of it was indeed painful for them. Chen Long had outsmarted them, even a mere zero. One stake would grant him access to scrutinizing the company's financial records. Power is acquired step by step, and future opportunities may arise. In the face of personal gain, collective interests always take a back seat. Very well, this request is not excessive. We are more than willing for Chairman Chen to join us. And Tian, fed up with Chen Long, viewed him as a ticking time bomb. Securing his allegiance would indicate that he was merely a profit-driven businessman. If they could not win him over, that would be the moment for them to worry. Indeed, from now on we are all in the same boat. Chairman Chen must proceed with caution in all endeavors. Of course, I am an external expert for your Japan-America Financial Association. This is a desperate act born from indignation. I assure you I will be judicious in my future actions. Witnessing the camaraderie between Chen Long and the financial tycoons left Nanbo momentarily dazed. He realized that when one's wealth reaches a certain level, one can act with impunity. Even adversaries would wish to befriend you. However, He quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yinghua had extricated herself from real estate, and his Nanbo group faced significant issues, with debts spiraling into astronomical figures. Could he also leverage this to threaten the major consortiums? This thought rapidly took root in his mind, and for the first time, he entertained the notion that he too could land safely. Chapter 125. By Shui. Let's moisturize. Upon conceiving this notion, he found himself brimming with eagerness. Indeed, Nanbo was a swindler. However, in his view, these so-called magnates were no different from him. These individuals had merely secured their positions, their images polished through generations of reinvention. Why should they be able to succeed while he could not? Hence, upon returning, he promptly conveyed this idea to his superior, Wang Nan. Wang Nan's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. He regarded Nanbo as having become overly ambitious, entertaining thoughts of establishing himself. He understood well that the nature of Nanbo Group differed fundamentally from that of Jianing Yinghua. At least Jianing Yinghua boasted a solid foundation, with every executive being an industry elite. Each transaction was underpinned by thorough market research, and every funding endeavor appeared legitimate and compliant, with a continuous cash flow, leaving no room for critical issues. Conversely, the Nanbo Group, while outwardly glamorous and appearing aligned with international standards, was essentially a hollow shell, engaging in the art of deceit. Each loan could not withstand meticulous scrutiny. The idea of Nanbo selling off all real estate assets was, in theory, utterly unrealistic. Should the Nanbo Group embark on a large-scale liquidation, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic in the market, prompting immediate intervention and investigation from the Yinghua authorities. The likely consequence would be a premature rupture of the real estate bubble. Not wishing to dampen Nanbo's enthusiasm, Wang Nan chuckled. It is commendable that you have such aspirations, yet we should consider the boss's perspective. Very well, Mr. Wang. Could you please inquire with the boss whether we might use this to leverage the 4 major conglomerates? Wang Nan did not dismiss Nanbo lightly. He indeed approached Chen Long. Anan, inform Nanbo that his task is not to cleanse the group's reputation, a notion that is impractical. Should he attempt to threaten the 4 major conglomerates, the likely outcome would be an investigation, leaving him with no opportunity to escape, and the group's assets could very well be covertly absorbed. His current mission is to gradually liquidate the group's fixed assets, recovering funds as swiftly as possible, and await my further instructions. Wang Nan, in confusion, asked, Boss, is the aim of recovering funds to repay debts? Nonsense. Why should we return money earned through our own efforts? The subsequent step in recovering funds is to cleanse this capital. At that point, I will require you to make a trip to Ao Chung. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan experienced an epiphany. Boss, are you suggesting a collaboration with the syndicate in Ao Chung to launder this substantial sum? Why would I share the profits made at risk with others? What I mean is for your people to establish a foothold in Ao Chung and manage an underground casino. Chen Long had already envisioned the forthcoming scenario for Nanbo. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a second-generation miner successfully escaping, as well as numerous affluent individuals who squandered their fortunes in gambling havens. Generally, these individuals understood their inability to preserve their legacies or recognized the looming threats to their enterprises, opting instead to liquidate their assets in a manner that became the subject of public jest. Surely, no one would genuinely consider these wealthy magnates as mere profligates. Wang Nan quickly grasped Chen Long's intentions. He sought to portray Wang Nan as a gambler in decline. Thus, even if the Nanbo Group faced a catastrophic downfall, the authorities and conglomerates would prefer to explain it away as a consequence of lost assets. You should advise Wang Nan to relinquish any unrealistic illusions. After 2 more arduous years, I will provide him with a new identity, allowing him to live with dignity. Soon, Chen Long's counsel reached Nanbo's ears. To speak candidly, these words struck a significant blow to Nanbo. He was no longer the same individual from years past. The group had grown substantially, and the thought of relinquishing it entirely was unbearable. Aware of the immense power behind the scenes, he could only suppress his reluctance deep within, responding, Understood, sir. I will fulfill my duties and expedite the recovery of funds without causing market fluctuations. After ending the call, he reluctantly summoned Bai Shui. Bai Shui, have you contemplated your future? Bai Shui immediately perked up. What are you implying? Please, be direct. I fear that the boss may abandon us once we are no longer useful, hence I wish to. You wish to prepare some contingency? Indeed, I plan to take a risk and absorb a portion of the group's funds. I hope you will undertake this task. Bai Shui nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 126. The need for dual strength in Ouching's commercial layout. Very well, let us indulge him for now. He cannot outmaneuver me. Qianlong, upon receiving the report, felt no surprise. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. If Nanbo were to obediently play the role of a puppet, it would indeed be a most peculiar circumstance. He had dispatched his secretary, Bai Shui, to engage with Nanbo precisely to navigate today's situation. It could be said that Nanbo's contingency plan was entirely within his expectations. After instructing Wang Nen to closely monitor Nanbo's work progress, he made his way to Ouching. At this time, Ouching had yet to evolve into a city adorned with skyscrapers. Apart from the resplendent Hotel Lisboa, standing proudly on Yui Avenue, the surroundings were filled with modest, aging buildings. The locals had failed to nurture this place, focusing solely on exploiting the port and casino businesses to amass wealth. Qianlong was acutely aware that in a few days, the two nations of Long and Ao would officially sign the return agreement. His purpose for visiting Ouching was to invest and develop real estate. However, prior to this endeavor, he needed to pay his respects at the dock of the renowned gambling lord. Speaking of the gambling lord, one cannot overlook Huolao. When the gambling lord established his tourism and entertainment company, it was with Huolao's support that he successfully acquired the exclusive rights to operate the casino, marking the first step on his path to becoming a gambling king. Both men had previously contributed to the assistance of strategic resources to the mainland, thus they could be considered comrades in the same trench. Qianlong's visit was facilitated by Huolao's connections. However, the attitude of the gambling lord was somewhat enigmatic. Young Master Chun, welcome to Ouching, spoke the individual, Bai Chaoqiong, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. The gambling lord's eldest son had tragically passed away at a young age, leaving the responsibilities to fall upon Bai Chaoqiong's shoulders. Qianlong did not extend any cordiality to the beautiful heiress and coldly inquired, "Might I ask when I can meet Uncle Bai?" Bai Chaoqiong was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating young Master Chen's urgency. Considering her father's intentions, she could only respond, "Unfortunately, my father recently went to the mainland, and I am uncertain when he will return." Upon hearing this, Qianlong's expression brightened. "I see, then I must trouble Miss Bai." Upon reaching the presidential suite arranged by Bai Chaoqiong, Gao Ming had a team inspect the room and, upon confirming the absence of listening devices, remarked with irritation, "Boss, it is evident that the gambling lord does not wish to see us. That is certain. Had Huolao not facilitated our entry, we likely would not have gained access at all." In plain terms, Ouching is the gambling lord's private domain. He operates a monopolistic business, and now Qianlong seeks to partake in his spoils. This cannot be resolved simply by leveraging connections. "Boss, what shall we do now? We cannot remain in Ouching indefinitely," Gao Ming queried. "Humph, we must take the initiative. I wish to see if this river-crossing dragon can contend with his local snake." Contemplating for a moment, Qianlong picked up the phone. "Immediately, invest all resources into acquiring shares of Xinda. Spread the word that I am willing to purchase Xinda's shares at a premium. Buy as many as you can. Xinda is a company controlled by the gambling lord." Gao Ming felt that the boss was indeed taking advantage of the situation, as he was well aware of the immense wealth and terrifying cash flow of Jining Yinghua. Not to mention Xinda, even the unlisted Hotel Lisboa could be effortlessly acquired by Qianlong. Qianlong then placed another call to Wang Nan. "Where are your people? No more idle visits to the dock. Formally declare war on the three local factions. You have 10 days. And regardless of the means, secure half of their territory." His words brimmed with lethal intent, and Wang Nan felt an overwhelming pressure. He had often boasted to his boss about the combat prowess of his forces. If his regular army could not overpower the local gangs, it would certainly reflect poorly on his capabilities. "Rest assured, boss. Within 10 days, I will turn the place upside down." Chapter 127. The Local Tyrant? Your nest has been ransacked that night. A large group of men clad in suits and sunglasses, armed with firearms, disembarked from various smuggling points via a grand vessel. The foreign police of Ao Chung were oblivious to the unfolding chaos until the sound of rapid gunfire erupted from the low-rise buildings of the city. Just as they were receiving emergency calls regarding the situation, gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the city, with a grenade even overturning a police car parked by the roadside. The foreign officials were bewildered. Had they not reached an agreement above? Why were the Longwa people attacking nonetheless? After dispatching a few underlings to ascertain the situation, they discovered that several local gangs were engaged in a fierce clash. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate inspector, the foreign governor, filled with indignation, declared, "Call Baidu Wang and inquire about this matter." What does he intend to do? How can he not manage his own people? The Chinese official stammered, "Sir, the instigators of this disturbance might be other Chinese gangs." The governor retorted, "I do not care who is causing the unrest. Baidu Wang must provide me with an explanation." The governor's anger was not unfounded. He and the Bai family had maintained a cooperative relationship, with one party managing the legitimate realm and the other overseeing the underworld. With the Bai family aiding in maintaining public order in Ao Chang, their financial interests flourished, creating a harmonious partnership. However, with gunfire and explosions ringing out across the city, fear gripped the populace. Should this escalate into an international incident, who would still want to revel in Ao Chang? The absence of affluent patrons would jeopardize their fundamental interests, fueling the governor's desire to summon Baidu Wang for a confrontation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lisboa Hotel, Chen Long, listening to the distant sounds of gunfire, felt a sense of reassurance. The suite was filled with bodyguards, all vigilant, with their weapons loaded. Just then, a knock echoed from the hotel door. "It's me, Chen Gongzi. I brought a bottle of fine wine. Miss Bai, it's late, and it would be unseemly for a man and a woman to be alone together. Shall we discuss this tomorrow?" His refusal to engage left Bai Chao Qiong outside, fuming. Had it not been for her father's insistence, she would not have come at all. Upon returning to her high-rise, Bai Chao Qiong relayed her humiliating experience to her father, Baidu Wang, who was also feeling the weight of the situation. Not long ago, several gang leaders he had been supporting had gone missing, and given the commotion outside, he sensed their fates were grim. With Chen Long's arrival coinciding with such turmoil, it was evident that the young man was demonstrating his power. Yet, with his wings clipped, Baidu Wang felt only a slight ache. As long as his relationship with the foreigners remained intact, he had the opportunity to reshape the landscape, albeit at a greater cost. Confronted with Chen Long's intimidation, he recognized he could not afford to yield in the slightest. Any sign of weakness would undermine his standing in Ao Chang. "Father, how shall we respond to the foreigners? Tell them that this group is an exceedingly dangerous armed mob, beyond my jurisdiction. If they wish to prevent this incident from escalating into a greater international scandal, they must act swiftly." Baidu Wang's voice revealed a ruthless edge. Any gang would be mere fodder before the might of the national military. Chen Long was still too impatient. Did he truly believe such tactics would compel me to capitulate? Bai Chao Qiong hesitated, feeling conflicted. While Chen Long had never treated her kindly, her father's refusal to even meet was perhaps even more egregious. "Why are you still here? Go." "All right, I shall go at once." The foreign governor, upon receiving a response, furrowed his brow. Had Bai Lao Tu lost his senses? Did he truly believe the military could be mobilized at will? Should the army be deployed and casualties ensue, who would bear the consequences? Yet, allowing that group to wreak havoc outside would lead to the same outcome. He felt trapped in a dead end. No matter his course of action, an escape seemed impossible. At that moment, his police chief hurried in to report, "Sir, we have received a letter addressed to you, which is to be opened personally. We have inspected it for danger." The foreign governor opened it, and, as he read, the frown on his face gradually eased. "Relay my orders. After dawn, lift the restrictions. Inform everyone that last night was an exercise targeting violent criminals, and that the drill has concluded. All citizens and visitors may resume their normal activities, and all establishments can reopen." The police chiefs sensed an unusual shift and retreated with skepticism. In a matter of moments, the gunfire began to wane, and individuals clad in white protective gear appeared on the streets, systematically cleaning the remnants of the conflict. As dawn broke, laborers cautiously ventured onto the streets. Aside from the scent of disinfectant and the dampness of the ground, there was little evidence of the previous night's events. Announcements broadcasted that a large-scale drill had been conducted with excellent results. Coupled with the reappearance of police officers maintaining order, the city regained its former vibrancy. The local foreign police soon received a generous gift. The newly arrived Quan Luo Hui expressed intentions for cooperation and presented each officer with a token of goodwill. Meanwhile, the three disbanded local gangs, now reduced to a handful of remnants, were left to guard their remaining territory. They were utterly bewildered by the regular army's might. All their leaders had perished in the previous night's clash. Terrified, they could only send representatives to attempt to re-establish contact with Baidu Wang.